there, so that wind will whip that around as well. You're talking about gusts in the 30-mile-per-hour range, and so it's really going to be a cold, raw day for us. You're not going to see much in the way of sunshine, at least for today. We won't clear these clouds out until we get toward the evening. Here's a better look at it now, where you can see up toward Carter Cay, Juneau right now. We're watching for these bands to start to intensify, and what happens in those bands is we get these little pockets where you get some very heavy snow in between some moderate snow that comes down. And so we're watching for that as we head through the afternoon as well. This is going to be with us at least to about 1, maybe 2 o'clock this afternoon, especially over toward the east. It may linger a little bit longer, but so far, again, it has been on the light side. You can see up here toward Clayton, over toward Helen, and northern parts of White County, Hiawassee as well, light snow showers. We have meteorologist Chris Colcom, our chief, heading up to the north, and so he'll probably find some areas where it's going to be pretty hefty. So you got to be careful on the roads, especially up here to the north and west. That will continue to push further off to the east and get out of the way. By the time we get to, again, this evening, should be all gone. And then we'll be focused more on that cold air that's coming in tonight with temperatures down into the teens. So whatever we see fall on the roads and the sidewalks, grassy areas will freeze over. And so you could have some slick spots by tomorrow morning. Latest model here showing again, once again, over toward the east from Athens eastward is where you're going to see the larger areas of snow. Make your way down to the metro area. It's going to be on the light side. Let's talk more about that cold with Nicole.
Thanks, Chesley. Temperatures right now across North Georgia are mainly in the 20s and the low 30s, but you don't have to go too much further north to see already very bitter cold air. In Nashville in the teens right now, Cincinnati at 8 below zero. This is Arctic air that's dipping down across the continental U.S., and it will continue to do so over the course of the next 24 hours, which means it is about to get a whole lot colder across North Georgia. In fact, that Arctic air really centers in across the southeast tonight and into early tomorrow morning, dropping temperatures down to kind of a dangerous level by early tomorrow. In anticipation of that, we've got a number of extreme cold warnings as well as cold advisories in place across the southeast, including stretching through the state of Florida. Now, all of us in North Georgia are in this extreme cold warning tonight and through early tomorrow morning. So this begins at 7 p.m. tonight and then goes through 1 p.m. tomorrow. This is when the dangerous wind chill values are expected. We're talking feels like temperatures that range from about 5 to 10 below zero to about 5 degrees across all of North Georgia. So this is a very cold night ahead of us. It is a dangerous cold, and it is a more prolonged period of cold weather, which could lead to a bit more of a threat for burst pipes across North Georgia. Again, the coldest temperatures are going to come tonight and into tomorrow morning. So temperatures will get down into the teens as we go throughout tonight and early tomorrow. A lot of spots across North Georgia will not manage to warm above freezing tomorrow. I think inside the metro, we'll get to right around 34 or 35 degrees. So we'll get a couple hours of above freezing temperatures, but a lot of spots, especially up further north into the state, are going to stay below freezing for the entire weekend and won't get any warmer until Monday. As Chesley mentioned, that will allow any snow that falls and accumulates to stick around likely into tonight as well as even tomorrow. Good news is sun returns to the forecast by Sunday. So even though temperatures are going to stay below freezing in many locations, that will still help to melt away some of the snowfall in sunny spots, while shaded areas stay perhaps a little bit more snowy. Now, as far as temperatures go today, we're not going to warm up at all. Temperatures are currently sitting in the 20s for the most part, and we'll stay in those 20s, if not even get even colder into this afternoon. So actual air temperatures throughout the day today are going to be in the 20s, but feels like temperatures will be into the teens all day. So if you have plans to be outdoors, which you should consider just canceling them because of that cold air, you're going to need to bundle up. You need the heavy coats, the scarves, the whole 9 yards today, tonight, and into tomorrow morning as we battle this frigid air. Jonathan.
Yeah, got to layer up for sure. Nicole, thank you. And we, of course, are here to help and keep you safe and informed all weekend long. You can stay weather aware on your time with Weather Impact 24/7. So if you haven't done it already, go ahead and do it this morning. Download 11 Alive Plus by scanning that QR code that's right there to your right, and that is how you can make sure you stay up to date, and it is all free. That's the most important part.
Yeah, the team working really hard to make sure that everybody at home is prepared as you all are waking up with us. Going to be very, very cold out there, and we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here wall to wall, making sure to bring everything to you so that you are prepared.
Yeah, our meteorologists are standing by. We also have reporters across North Georgia, so we'll be right back after this short break.
In-depth interviews, exclusive reporting, all the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
The people.
is home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because
It is early on a Saturday morning and what is set to be a cold Saturday morning, and for some, a snowy Saturday morning. We have been working with you all week long, preparing you for this winter weather that is coming up here this weekend and today. And we're beginning to see some of that snow in far north Georgia. I'm meteorologist Chris Holcomb. We're on 985 right now up in Hall County in the Gainesville area. And you can see here on the roads, we're actually looking good right now. Nothing coming down in Gainesville yet. Lake Lanier is just to my left here, and on the other side of Lake Lanier we do have some snow that's coming down as you get a little bit closer to Dawsonville. We're headed up to the north and east where we will begin to see some snow here very soon. But all you can see on the roads right now, a little bit of traffic. Folks are out and about some this morning, and you see the brine marks on the road there where this road 985 has been treated. And what that brine does is it lowers the freezing point of water so that it would slow down any freezing that could happen on the roads when this snow comes in. I've been watching our temperature here in our weather impact tracker. A little while ago we were 29, and now it says 32 degrees. So we're right around the freezing mark. We know we're going to have the cold air all day out there for today. It's just the moisture that's moving in that is in the process of happening out there right now over parts of North Georgia. And as we get closer and closer, farther and farther up to the north and east, I'm sure we're going to be finding some of that snow. You know, Chesley, many of our tower cams up in northeast Georgia are showing snow. I looked at some of our storm trackers, or actually our weather impact trackers on Facebook. Many of them in far north Georgia are showing that snow coming down. It is going to be, we're going to intercept that snow very soon, and then that's going to be pushing into parts of the metro area. Chesley, you know, we have been working really hard all this week to really communicate how not everybody is going to get a lot of snow. There's not going to be as much snow, if any, over in parts of West Georgia. There'll just be some flurries and maybe some accumulations there. Atlanta is going to be on the dividing line. Even there may be a difference in West Atlanta and East Atlanta as to who gets snow. And then, of course, we've been focusing mainly on this part of northeast Georgia where we're going to see those heavier amounts of snow and more of the impacts here. And we think that's pretty much how everything's going to be working out during the day, Chesley. You see any changes this morning based on what the newest models are showing, what radar is showing?
They have been consistent movement mainly over toward the east. So I've been saying Athens eastward. That's where we've been seeing the consistency as far as any heavy amounts of snow. We're saying 2 to 4 inches over there. As you mentioned, Atlanta is right there on the line between dusting and an inch, maybe some pockets of about 2 inches, certainly possible. Most of the snow has been up to the north, as you've been mentioning. Here's a nice little look here of Blue Ridge where you can see the streets are covered, right? Sidewalks are covered there. And so it looks like a little winter wonderland with the train in the background, almost like Christmas. They've finally taken the lights down. If the lights were still there, we'd be back in December, right? But yeah, they have a little light snow up there. Not on the roofs, obviously, but on the roads, we are looking at a little light snow that is falling. No snow falling right now. At least I can't see it on the camera. There may be a flurry or two flying around up there in Blue Ridge. But you can see where we have the winter storm warnings, all right? That includes now the Atlanta metro area, but still, further east you go, that's where you're going to see the higher amount. So when we say 2 to 4 inches, you're looking at that down toward the metro area. When you say the 4 inches, that will be more up toward the Athens area and eastward, heading up into South Carolina. That's where you're going to see the higher totals. And so far, most of the snow has been over here to the north. As Chris mentioned, also over toward the west, especially southwest of Atlanta. You may not even see anything at all, but you are in the advisory area. And you got to be thinking about not only the snow, but also the cold weather. It is going to be very, very cold on the outside. Nicole Harford is going to tell us about that in just a few. Now take a look at the radar here, where we're showing the snow that's over us right now is on the light side, mainly up to the north is where you're going to find that. With the snow on the radar, unlike where we see the green and the yellow and the red, once it starts to intensify a bit, it gets a little bit brighter, all right? And so we see these little white sparks that will pop up like what's between Juneau and Silver City right now in Dawson County, where Chris is on his way to. You're looking at a little burst of intense snow coming out of the cloud there. But for the most part, it has been on the light side, where you see these grays coming down as a few flurries here and there. And that's what we're seeing right now. Expecting this to intensify a bit as it continues to push further off toward the north and the east. Speaking up toward the north and east right now, you see over toward Raven County, where we have a little bit of light snow as well, continue to come down. Chris mentioned the models. This is one particular model here. We're showing the consistency of the heavy snow, mainly over toward the east. Again, Athens, up towards Murrayville, and then up towards Greenville into South Carolina. Augusta as well is where we could see some of that heavy snow. Once you make your way over toward the metro area, very, very light, maybe up to a half an inch to an inch possible, according to this latest model here. Maybe a few bursts back off to the west of us, down toward southern parts of Floyd County, and further south down toward Noonan as well. You may see a few flurries flying there. Watching this area of low pressure now down to the south of us, will continue to slide over toward the north and the east. And again, we get that wraparound. You get counterclockwise around an area of flow, around an area of low pressure. And so that will bring not only those northerly winds, but also bring some of that snow a little bit further down to the south. And so what you can expect this weekend is the snow, frigid temperatures by far. And that's going to be around not only for today, but it's going to stick around for Sunday as well. In fact, even colder by Sunday morning. Here to talk a little bit more about that is meteorologist Nicole Harford.
Thanks, Chesley. Temperatures throughout the course of the day today are likely going to get colder. So many of us are sitting in the 20s already. In fact, we've dropped rapidly in spots where we've already seen some accumulating snowfall. We're at 20 degrees right now in Blairsville, 24 in Canton, 31 in Gainesville, and then 30 in Atlanta. When you factor in the wind, it actually feels like the teens across much of the state. So feeling like 19 in Atlanta, 17 in Marietta, 13 is that feels like temperature in Canton. And the winds are going to play a big factor all day today. We're already seeing wind gusts up to about 20, 25 miles per hour, and we'll see sustained winds up to that as we go throughout this afternoon. Winds will continue to increase, putting a bite on some already very cold temperatures. So we'll continue to get colder. By about lunchtime today, temperatures through the metro will be mostly in the mid-20s. When you factor in the wind, it's going to feel like the teens and even the single digits as we go throughout the day today. So you definitely need to be bundling up if you have any plans to get outdoors. Overnight tonight is when that gets into more of a dangerous threshold when it comes to our wind chill values. In fact, we've got extreme cold warnings in place tonight from 7 o'clock this evening through tomorrow morning, and that's when the coldest air is anticipated. We're talking wind chill values that range from about 5 to 10 below zero, up to about 5 or even 10 degrees for those feels like temperatures. So lows tonight are going to be into the teens and single digits up into far north Georgia. In fact, low temperature by tomorrow morning in Blairsville will be right around 6 degrees, 8 for that low in Clayton. When you factor in the winds, we're talking feels like temperatures right around zero across north Georgia. Now, a lot of us are going to get up to above freezing, at least through the metro tomorrow afternoon, but there will be some spots that have fallen below freezing and will not get back up above 32 degrees the entire weekend. So this is going to be a prolonged cold snap through today, tomorrow, and even into the start of the day on Monday, as we also continue to monitor that risk for some snow flurries across North Georgia. Jonathan?
All right. Thank you so much, Nicole.
Now, with another winter storm moving into Metro Atlanta, crews across the region, they are working around the clock to get ready. Many of them are ready.
Yeah, let's hope so. Road conditions could all be impacted, and officials are urging people to get ready and prepare now. Ariana Manise is on the ground for us in Gwinnett County this morning.
Ariana, how are crews making sure everyone is staying safe this weekend? Round 2 of this.
Well, crews say they already pre-treated the roads. They're staging equipment and, most importantly, urging people to stay off the roads. And especially in Gwinnett County, they've ordered a local state of emergency. They've already deployed those crews out across the county. They have warming centers open just to make sure everyone is prepared and people, most importantly, can stay safe. And in Atlanta, we saw those crews out yesterday as well. The city's Department of Transportation sent out crews ahead of this storm, loading trucks with salt and materials that will be used to pre-treat roads and improve traction. Officials say they'll focus first on priority routes, keeping access open to hospitals, fire stations, and police precincts before moving into your neighborhood. And they say this storm is different from last week's storm. Take a listen.
This storm is a little different. This time when the precipitation is anticipated to come, road temperatures are going to be down, air temperature is going to be down. We got a little lucky last week when the precipitation came. Luckily, the road temps were a little warmer and the air temp was, so we anticipate any precip that we get, this time it'll stick.
Yeah, now here at Best Friend Park in Norcross, this is one of 5 warming centers that Gwinnett County has open, so everybody has a warm place to be as this winter system moves through. Reporting live from Gwinnett County, I'm Ariana Manise for 11 Alive. Back to you.
All right, good to see our crews are ready and prepared. Ariana, thanks so much. Well, many of you will be trying to stay warm, and a lot of you will just be trying to kind of make the best of this snow.
That's right. A lot of kids excited about the snow coming down. We want to see how you are spending your winter weather weekend. So text all of your pictures to the number on your screen, 404-885-7600. Let us know how you and your neighbors are weathering the storm. As fun as the snow can be, you also want to make sure that you are being safe as we navigate all of this.
Absolutely. Well, we will be covering everything you need to know about the latest round of winter weather all day long. If you're away from the TV or maybe dealing with outages, you can stay connected with us by streaming live on 11 Alive Plus. Now let's get back out to Chris on the roads this morning. Good morning, Chris.
And good morning to you. We're up 985 north of Gainesville now, heading up into northeast Georgia. It's really hard to see here on the camera, but we've seen just a couple of little flakes here and there as we are just getting into that area where that moisture is coming back in. Stay with us. We have a team of meteorologists who are going to be with you throughout the day today as we watch the snow come in and those really cold temperatures moving our way as well. Stay with us. We've got much more to come right after the break.
Has left people water flow.
It's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks,
the nightlife, the people.
is home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before.
All right, happy Saturday. We want to welcome you back here as we continue our weather impact alert for this winter weather moving in. We are dealing with dangerous road conditions and bitter cold coming during this winter storm, and our team has been here nonstop to keep you informed.
That's right. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb actually on the roads this morning joining us. Chris, what are you seeing out there?
So far, things are good north of Gainesville. We're on 985 here. We just went past Gainesville. We're going northward, getting closer to White County and Habersham County. Right now, headed up toward, really close to the South Carolina line there in just a little bit. But we're going to see the snow that has happened already in far north Georgia that is pushing down toward the south, and we're going to begin to see some of that snow coming in. Stephen Boise is driving our weather impact tracker right now. He's able to see through the headlights a little bit better than I can here on this side, where we've had just a couple of flakes where we're beginning to see a little bit of that snow action coming down now, but it's very small. It's not really thick out there yet. In fact, here's a live look, and we're not really able to see that on the camera, but it just kind of goes to show us there is plenty of cold air in place. We have temperatures right now where we are right around 30, 31 degrees. So the cold air is in place. We have moisture up above us that's coming down. Some of that is evaporating before it hits the surface, and then eventually we'll be able to see that coming down in the form of snow. And it's in this area where we are right now that we're expecting to see those highest snow amounts as we go through the morning hours and also into the afternoon. It's just a process for that to get started. But the roads are looking fine right now. They are dry. I mentioned earlier you can see those brine marks on the roads here on 985 where the Department of Transportation has treated them. What that does is it lowers the freezing point of water. When the snow comes down on the road, it'll delay the onset of freezing because it lowers that freezing point of water, and that's why we're going to stick close here as we're traveling around parts of northeast Georgia to these main roads that are treated when the snow comes down now. Chesley joins us now. Chesley, we've been watching this system all week long, preparing everybody for it. We're now into Saturday. Now it's just waiting for these snow flurries to come down. You have already seen some of those accumulations they're small now, but they're trying to build up there in parts of North Georgia, and some of that's on the way. And mentioning how we're kind of on the line here between Metro Atlanta on the west side may not see as much, but Metro Atlanta on the east side may see more. Just going to be that fine dividing line of the haves and have-nots, right?
Absolutely. We're right there on the fringe of the edge of the snow. Again, most of that over toward the east, but you're right. Right there in Atlanta, we're right there on the fringe where we could see maybe a dusting. We could see an inch, maybe even 2 inches in some spots on the east side of town. Here is Blue Ridge. Been showing you this shot right here where the snow has started to pick back up again here. You can see some of the snowflakes. You'll catch them in the camera light there as they fly around just a little bit. Here is another shot of Dahlonega over toward the University of North Georgia. You can see that snow coming down. Cars already covered. This is one of the parking lots right here, but you can see the top deck. Somebody decided they were going to leave their car on the top deck, and so now you're going to have to come out and scrape a little bit there. We're looking at that snow. In fact, if you look at the light here, you can see that snow coming down. A pretty moderate clip as well, but all covered as far as the top deck goes. So dark out there. I had to zoom in on one of the lights just so you can see it. It's coming down, folks. Up here to the north is where you're finding that. Again, for our area, it's mainly from Atlanta over toward the east, where we'll probably see some of that snow. Again, again, on the lighter side, once you get down toward the city, heavier amounts will be up here closer to the border between South Carolina and Georgia. So those counties are expecting to see maybe up to about 4 inches, certainly possible. But once you go back toward the west, our blue counties, which is under the winter weather advisory, that's where you're talking about flurries at that point flying around. Georgia's Rome further down to the south, that's where you see that. Down toward the Macon area, I don't think you'll see much getting all the way down to the south, but we'll see. Starting to see it begin to push a little bit further now to the south now. Up toward Dade-Walker County as well, you can see a nice little burst of snow where they had some snow there. That's starting to come to somewhat of an end. Over here toward the east is where we're seeing it. Just to the north of Athens area, push right on through. We'll get little bands of this coming through here and there. Clouds in place already. And so that's the way it's going to be, folks. A snowy, cold day for us. The snow itself lingering once we get to the afternoon, will start to linger over toward the east and before it begins to wind up. Cartacay, Juneau, down towards Silver City, over towards Sussex. You're probably seeing some of that light snow up toward Helen right now. North of Helen, when you go up to Hiwassee, it gets a little bit more intense as far as the snowfall goes. Toccoa, not seeing much right now, but eventually you'll get in on some of this as well. You'll be watching the snow in bands, and where we have those bands, you'll get some pockets where it's going to be heavier. So that's why we're saying 2 to 4. Again, for Athens eastward, for the Atlanta metro area, it could be a dusting up to an inch. Again, we're right on that fringe, and so we'll continue to monitor that as we head through the day. Speaking of heading through the day, no way you're going to be able to be comfortable outside without a heavy coat, and I'm talking about a heavy coat. You're going to need that because it's going to be very cold on the outside. Let's go over to meteorologist Nicole Hartford to talk to us about the cold weather.
That's right, Chesley. It is going to be cold all day today. Not everyone picking up on snowfall today, but all of us will be dealing with the bitter cold air, and throughout the day, we'll transition from what is just considered bitter cold, kind of uncomfortable, to more of a dangerous cold into tonight and tomorrow morning. Right now, temperatures are mostly in the 20s and low 30s. We've pretty much all fallen to at least right around, if not slightly below freezing. So we're at 30 right now in Atlanta, 29 in Marietta, down to 20 already in Blairsville. And throughout the day today, temperatures will be falling and we'll deal with very gusty winds. Already those winds have started to pick up, so feels like temperatures are into the teens and the low 20s pretty much area wide. It's feeling like 19 in Atlanta, 13 in Canton, feeling like 8 in Dalton. This is the warmest it's going to be for the next 24 hours. Temperatures will fall throughout the day today. We'll spend the majority of this afternoon in the low to mid 20s, but when you factor in the gusty winds, which are just going to get stronger from here on out, actual air temperatures may be in the 20s, but feels like temperatures will be in the teens and even into the single digits. Overnight tonight is when the more dangerous cold settles in, so we've got that extreme cold warning in place across the entire state from 7 o'clock this evening until tomorrow morning. That's when temperatures are going to be kind of crossing the line into a more dangerous threshold. So any extended period of time outdoors, you're going to want to make sure that you are properly bundled up. Temperatures by tomorrow morning going to get down into the teens and the single digits. In many spots, it will feel like below 0 by tomorrow morning, and we're going to stay cold all weekend, Chesley. Only today, though, is when we're monitoring for that risk of some accumulating snow.
Yep, and it'll get out of here, get out of the way. Once it comes, it'll go. And we're talking about not the heavy, wet snow where you can make snowballs and snowmen, that kind of thing. It's going to be the light, fluffy type, right? And so with those winds that Nicole was talking about, up to 30 miles per hour, it'll blow that around a little bit. Because those temperatures will stay below freezing, you'll get some spots on the roads where that will freeze over. And so by tomorrow morning, there could be some issues on the roads, especially up here to the north where we're seeing that snow already. Again, this will make its way a little bit further down to the south as we head further into the afternoon. We're looking at it lingering at least past 1 o'clock over here toward the east. I think once we get past noon here in the metro area, we can let our guard down as far as the snow coming out of the sky, but those cold temperatures are what we're going to need to be very, very concerned about. Even the clouds breaking up as we head into late tonight, going into Sunday. We're going to get the sunshine back in here. Now that sun will help to melt anything on asphalt away, but the cold temperatures will be the story, especially for tomorrow morning with the single digits, or at least feeling like the single digits on your exposed skin. If you can delay getting out, you want to wait till the afternoon on Sunday will be a little bit better, as we're expecting our temperatures to rise just above the freezing mark, maybe around 35 degrees before that cold air comes right back in again through the overnight going into Monday. Speaking of which, let me show you the 7-day outlook, and it shows that again, our temperatures will be cold below the freezing mark at least through Sunday afternoon. We'll get up to 35 degrees briefly and then watch that temperature fall back down into the 20s, and it will get better as we head through the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, temperatures will be back into the 50s. That'll be mighty nice. before another front comes through and knocks us down to the 40s by next Thursday. Let's go to Rachel now with a check on the roads out there.
Thanks so much, Chesley. Yeah, just watching our cameras trying to find any signs of that snow out there. So starting here with this look just a little bit north of Cumming, where you can certainly see snow has fallen, sticking to the roadway here on Highway 306 Suwanee at Triple Gap Road up in Forsyth County. So things are starting to materialize in our northern counties, as our meteorologists have been telling you. So those are the folks that need to be the most careful, of course, on the roadways, making sure you have a good grip, you're not accelerating or braking too hard. Luckily, as you take a wide look at the metro, you can see the radar shows that snow coming in Forsyth County. We're not seeing any major incidents at this time. It's a quiet Saturday morning. As that snow continues to move south, I expect I may see some incidents, and I will certainly make sure I tell you when those start to happen and impact your commute this morning. So thanks so much for being with us on our extended coverage of this storm on its way to Metro Atlanta. We'll be right back.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
Live Plus, coverage that alerts you to how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks,
The nightlife.
the people. It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene.
We are bringing you breaking news at this hour.
Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive.
We're back with you now on a cold Saturday morning as we are tracking some of the snow that is moving into our area. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. We're in Cornelia right now. We have ventured off of 985 and we're now moving up from along 441 in Cornelia. We are seeing some snow coming down. What the deal is, though, this is very dry snow. These aren't big, wet flakes. This is our roof camera here, and I know it's really hard to see these fine grains of snow that are coming down right now. So nothing really heavy. In fact, on this road that we're seeing right now on 441, we're actually seeing a lot of residual stuff from last week off to the side of the road, where we have salt on the side of the road there, and even some of that ice that isn't totally melted here from last week's system that came through. Now we're getting ready for round two with snow. This is not going to be an ice event, but a snow event. So you can kind of see there some of that, those fine grains. It's kind of hard to see in the headlights. This is our windshield camera that you're seeing right now. And again, if you look down at those headlights between the road there, you can just see some of those really fine grains that are coming down right now, Chesley. And we only think that this is going to be getting heavier as we go through the rest of the morning hours this morning, where we're going to start seeing more of these accumulations, especially in this area of northeast Georgia, Chesley.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Again, we were saying that would be the place where we see heavier totals. And it's really going to be in these bands. You get these little bands spots, Chris, where you get the intense snow. So some areas up there will get more than others, even up into the north and east and over toward the east. Like here in Metro Atlanta, you mentioned this a little while ago, we're kind of on that fringe area there. So it could be very light on the west side of town, where we get up to an inch on the east side of town. So we'll be watching for that as we head through the morning. Right now, the snow's up here to the north. Eventually, will make their way further down to the south. It's along an area of low pressure that's sliding up the eastern seaboard. The area of low pressure is just to the south of us now. You have two, one off the coast, one here on over the land, and that whole system will make its way further off to the east and northeast and wrap around this snow. So we're expecting that to make its way a little bit further down to the south. And again, so far, mainly up here to the north. We've been seeing it as far south as even reports in Fulton County, where some light flurries from coming down. So you tell us the story, folks. If you're up this early with us, at least, you look out your window and you see a flake or two. Maybe hard to capture that, especially while it's dark outside on your camera. So we understand, but let us know if you're seeing some of this. The radar may not be picking up some of that fine snow that Chris talked about. Again, a very dry snow. It's not going to be wet at all. It's not the type where you can make snowballs. That's not going to be the case for us, unless you're going to add your own water to it. But even that wouldn't be probable. So you're looking at the snow blowing around, especially once we get to the afternoon. We are expecting those winds to pick up as well. So a lot of that will be found on the sides of the roads as well, maybe blown around on your lawn, that kind of thing. Even over into Dade and Walker County. So far, we've been seeing some light snow up there in the northwestern corner of the state. Cartagena, Sussex, down toward Juneau, Silver City. This is all in Dawson County now, coming down pretty good. Silver City as well. Up toward Helen, you're looking at northern parts of White County into parts of Union Towns County as well. We've been seeing some of that snow, and even into Rabun County as well, over toward Clayton, Tallulah Falls, seeing some of that snow. Talked about the Gainesville area, even into Dahlonega. We've been seeing some snow coming down at a pretty decent clip, some moderate snowfall coming down. And so some of that may not be picked up by the radar, but we'll be watching that for today. Again, models showing us and have been consistent with the heavier snows over toward the east, light for the metro area, and over toward the west. Very heavy snow into South Carolina. But the other side of this winter storm would be the cold temperatures. It's going to be very, very cold out there today, folks. In fact, we're not expecting our temperature to rise all that much. Are we, Nicole?
No, temperatures are actually going to get colder throughout much of the day today. So it's kind of a twofold thing that we're watching. Yes, we have that risk for snowfall, but not everyone is going to pick up on snow accumulating. As far as temperatures go, we will all be frigid throughout the day today. We're already below freezing across much of North Georgia. We'll stay below freezing in many spots through today, through tomorrow, and even into Monday morning. That does mean that any snow that manages to fall and stick to the ground is likely going to stick around at least until the sun comes out tomorrow. As far as temperatures go right now, we're seeing teens, single digits up towards the north. Atlanta sitting right around 30 degrees. So the coldest of the air has not yet arrived. This is going to continue sinking southward through today and into tomorrow. That's why our temperatures throughout the day today are not going to warm up very much. They'll stay pretty stagnant, or they'll even get colder. On top of the already cold temperatures, it's going to be windy today. We're talking sustained winds about 10 to 20 miles per hour, wind gusts up to 30, maybe even 35 miles per hour throughout this afternoon, which means it's going to feel a lot colder than the actual air temperature. Here's our forecast track of temperatures throughout the day today. We'll be in the 20s throughout really the bulk of the daytime hours today. By the time we approach the sunset, things will start to clear out and temperatures will drop very quickly. So we're down into the low 20s by about 6:30. By the time you're waking up tomorrow morning, we're talking teens and single digits. Now, throughout the Atlanta metro area, we will get up to just above freezing for at least a couple hours tomorrow afternoon, but there will be many spots, especially up into far north Georgia, that are going to stay either at or below freezing through the entire day on Sunday. This is a prolonged cold snap and a pretty intense cold snap into tonight and tomorrow morning, which means that risk of some pipes bursting is going to be elevated, especially beginning late tonight. Guys?
All right, Nicole, thank you for bringing that to us. And you see a lot of threes there. The snow definitely coming down up north. We are bracing, saw all of the roads. The crew's working really hard to make sure that everyone is safe. And whenever there is severe weather, travel is impacted, no matter how you get around by the roads or by the sky.
That is true. And this morning's winter storm can also lead to extensive delays at the airport. That's why we got 11 Alive's Molly Oak live this morning inside Hartsville-Jackson. So, Molly, any changes, any impact so far this morning?
We got a couple of cancellations on the board so far, guys, but to be clear, nothing compared to what we were seeing last weekend. Check out the boards with me. We're taking some stats from Flight Aware this morning. More than 1,700 cancellations across the U.S. as of now. Atlanta topping the charts right now for flights getting canceled that are coming out of Atlanta with more than 300. Now it's landing in second behind Charlotte for cancellations coming in with more than 250. But again, just for some perspective, when I was looking at Flight Aware last weekend, we're talking on Saturday, there were more than 8,800 cancellations across the U.S. already predicted for that Sunday, with more than 450 coming to Atlanta. Again, we're only sitting at about 1,700 cancellations across the U.S. right now. And again, coming out of Atlanta, only more than 300 flight cancellations. So right now, if you are flying out, things are looking good. Of course, check your flight status before heading to the airport. Give yourself a couple of hours. But as for security lines, we're only looking at about 2 or 3 minutes. So if you're flying out right now, as long as your flight is still going out, things are looking good here at the airport. But obviously, check to make sure before you head over here.
Such important advice, because we've all been there. Molly, we were talking about this yesterday when I've seen you randomly at the airport. You don't check your flight before you get out there, then you're stuck and you're trying to figure it out. So while you're here, check it. Molly, thank you so much for that. And with the cold weather this week, we do want to highlight the growing need in our community.
Yeah, hundreds of thousands of local families struggle to just afford the basic needs like food and winter clothing. Yeah. That's how you can help through the Bundle Up for Good program. This is a partnership between 11 Alive, Georgia Natural Gas, and United Way. So here is how you can help. It's really easy. You see that QR code there in the bottom of your screen. You can scan it right now, and a $25 donation will make a big impact, giving a warm coat to so many of our children and families in need.
Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
Issue impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
a major water main break has left people with low water flow.
It's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
All right. Back here to our extended coverage of our weather impact alert as winter weather is heading our way. A powerful winter storm will churn through parts of the metro, and below freezing temperatures are going to stay through the weekend. Really cold weather, folks. The 11 Alive Weather Impact Team is here right with you this morning to keep you and your family safe during it all. We want to welcome you back here as we get ready to start another hour here at 7 o'clock. Thanks for being with us here, and also for all of you streaming on 11 Alive Plus. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse, and we are dealing dealing with round 2 of the severe weather across metro Atlanta. But instead of ice, like we saw last weekend, we're looking at snow. We're looking at dangerously cold temperatures that's coming to the area.
All right, so here's what you need to know this Saturday morning. First, Governor Brian Kemp once again has declared a state of emergency, mainly to make sure the state has the resources it needs during this winter storm. We're also going to see some very cold temperatures, as I mentioned, over the next few days. That could cause some problems for your exposed pipes, so make sure you are ready. Plus, schools and businesses, a lot of them have canceled weekend events to keep people off the roads. We have a list of most of those that we have gathered right now for you on our website, 11alive.com. But as we start again another hour of our coverage here this morning, we want to begin with 11 Alive's chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who is with us out on the roads this morning.
And Chris, for the last hour, you have been telling us about this system. You've been really telling us about it for several days as you and the whole team have been monitoring it. And now you're out there on the ground. What are you seeing?
Well, we're seeing the snow begin to pick up just a little bit more now. We're up in Cornelia, up in northeast Georgia, and it's really been an interesting progression here as we've been moving to the north and east. Here is a look right now at what we're seeing. This is from our roof camera, and you can see that snow that's coming down right now here. Some of that trying to get in the grass a little bit. It's not really melting on this road. We have moved up from 985 up through 441 up around the Cornelia area, and you can see here Stephen Boise's kind of zooming that camera around a little bit. And we have seen it started off with just really fine snow grains, and now that snow is just getting a little bit bigger, and we're seeing a little bit more of that snow coming down too. Again, nothing too heavy right now, but it is just starting that process of beginning to get a little bit heavier where those snow grains are getting a little bit bigger. Now, this is not going to be one of those situations because of the way the atmosphere is right now. This is going to be a really dry snow. We're not going to see the big wet flakes coming down. This is going to be those really snow grains coming in and some flakes that'll crystallize together to become snowflakes. But again, it's going to be a dry snow that's coming in, and just look at that wind, and you can see it kind of blowing it a little bit. You know, it's coming down, but a little bit sideways too because of the windy conditions that we're dealing with. And Chesley, we're just expecting that this snow is going to get a little more heavy throughout the morning hours, especially here in northeast Georgia. And then, of course, some of that's going to translate down into metro Atlanta as well, as the difference is going to be really a sharp gradient between who on the west side doesn't really get much at all versus who to the north and east will see a good amount of that snow coming down.
Yeah, and it'll come in bands. We'll get bands of it in parts of the northeast as well. And so you'll get some heavier spots, and then you get some lighter spots. And as you mentioned here in the metro area, it could be right there on the fringe of it with that area of low pressure starting to slide further off to the east. So we're right there on the fringe where we could see anywhere from a dusting up to about an inch, maybe even some pockets of about 2 inches in a few spots in the metro area. This is over toward Dahlonega right now, the University of North Georgia. You can see, and I've zoomed in on the light here so you can see at least the snow coming down. It's already covering some of the cars. This is the parking lot here where it is snow covered. You know, there's no tracks there. Obviously, nobody's out and about right now, but that snow is starting to pile up just a little bit there. And so already probably up to an inch, maybe even more up there in parts of Dahlonega. So we'll be watching that as we head through the day. As Chris mentioned, the snow up to the north already, but we'll be making its way further down to the south. Light for the most part, but where we have these little bands, you'll get some heavy snow in there. And when we say heavy snow, we're not talking about the type that's very wet, that really sticks and makes trees lean over, or you can make snowballs with. This is a light, fluffy kind of snow that will be coming down throughout the morning and into the afternoon. So from Atlanta over toward Athens, over toward Augusta is where we have our winter storm warning. This is where you're looking at anywhere between 2 and 4 inches of snowfall. The 4-inch side of that mainly up here toward the east, our bordering counties with South Carolina, the 2-inch side further down toward the metro area. The blue counties, as you see over toward the west, under a winter weather advisory, that's where we could see a dusting, maybe up to a 1/2 inch of snowfall, maybe even not even seeing anything at all down toward places like Coweta County, further down toward Troop Meriwether County. Maybe a flurry flying around is all you'll see. And so got to be on the lookout, though, where the snow falls. It could lead to some slick roads on the outside, especially by tonight into tomorrow, where our temperatures not even making it above freezing for today. So that will start to crunch up a little bit. Now, the winds will help to push it to the sides. I think our roads will be okay, at least here in the metro, but we'll be on the lookout for any slick spots, especially on the back roads into neighborhoods or untreated roads that will be around. So look up here to the north. We're seeing some of that snow. It's on the light side so far, but mainly up here here to the north is where you're going to find that. As far west as Dade and Walker County, seeing some of that light snow coming down. Sussex, Juneau, down towards Silver City, and Dawson, the northern parts of Forsyth County, seeing some of that as well. Over here into White County, northern parts of Helen, you're seeing that snow coming down. Up into Rayburn County as well. That's where it's a little bit more intense, where you see these lighter whites in here. It's a little bit more intense as far as the snowfall coming, reaching the ground. It has been consistent as far as the models go. Mainly over toward the east is where you're finding, we'll find some of the heavier snows coming down from Athens eastward. Again, looking at anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of snowfall. And you make your way back toward Atlanta, and not a whole lot there, maybe up to an inch is what we'll see. All right, so the system is big. It's a big system. You got an area of low pressure that's over us. High pressure up here to the north as well. The two colliding is what's going to create those winds for us. It's going to be very windy once we get into the afternoon. Those wind gusts reaching the 30-mile-per-hour range at times as we head through the afternoon, just making it feel much colder out there. So not only do we have to deal with the snow, it's a small part of it. I think the cold is really a bigger story of the weekend because it's going to last for a while. We're below freezing now. We'll stay that way as we head through the day and into tomorrow as well. You're still talking about some very cold temperatures even for your Sunday. Right now, temperatures are down into the 20s in a lot of spots, right at 30. In fact, we have like almost tic-tac-toe of it. You got Gainesville, Atlanta, Peachtree City, down toward LaGrange as well. You're at 32 degrees right at the freezing market places like Covington over toward Edenton, 19 up into Blairsville. Now, the way it feels with the winds that we have out there right now feels like 9 in Canton. It feels like 9 in Dalton. Feels like 19 right now in the city of Atlanta. Feels like 18 down into Peachtree City. That's the way it's going to be through the day. Now, as that temperature begins to climb or actually fall off a bit, we'll stay in the 20s. That feels like temperature will get lower as well. Look at these wind gusts. By the time we get to the afternoon, you're talking about wind gusts in excess of 35 miles per hour, 37 miles per hour. So it's going to get windy this afternoon. Stop by here by 4 o'clock. A lot of the snow, at least for the metro area by then, should be mainly over here toward the east. All right. And so this will whip the snow, whatever falls, around a little bit once we get into the afternoon. Not expecting these winds to die down at all, even as we head into Sunday. Because of that, a couple of winds with the temperatures, we have a extreme cold warning that's in effect for all of North Georgia. In fact, all the way down into the central and southern portions of the state as well. This kicks in at 7 o'clock tonight and will last through 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. We're talking about wind chills, the way it feels on your exposed skin, down to 0, maybe even 5 below 0, 5 above. So that's the way it's going to feel. So you're going to have to bundle up if you plan on venturing out between today and tomorrow. All right, here's what we're looking at as far as our forecast track model. You can follow along with me with the time right there at the top of the screen. Shows what's happening up to the north right now, but some of that sinking a little bit further down to the south. Paints a lot of it over toward the east, as you can see. And those darker blues in there mean some heavier snow coming down. That pulls away from us as we head into the evening. So by the time we get to 5, 6 o'clock, a lot of that shifting further over toward the east. We'll still have the clouds in place, but those clouds will break up through the overnight. And guess what? The sunshine comes back to us as we head into Sunday, but it's not going to warm you up all that much. We're going to start you off with temperatures down into the teens. Again, those feel-like temperatures will be in the single digits. We'll heat up somewhat as we head into the afternoon on Sunday. With a little sunshine, temperatures may rise above freezing briefly before going right back down again. So that means we're going to start off Monday on the cold side as well, with temperatures right around 23 to start off. 47 degrees will be the afternoon high, getting better as we head through the week. So by Tuesday and Wednesday, high temperatures will be back into the 50s. That is where we should be for this time of year. Little rain coming in by Wednesday, thanks to a front that's going to push through. Behind that front, we'll cool it off again, back to the 40s briefly on Thursday. And then we'll be looking at the 50s coming our way again as we head toward the end of the work week. All right, time now to get a check on those roads out there. Some of them up to the north don't look so good, Rachel.
Yeah, Chesley, I wanted to find one where you could see snow on an interstate. And you could see I-75, a bit of snow falling here up in Dalton. So you could see folks taking it slow on the roadways here. So once that snow starts falling farther south, we could see interstates near to Metro Atlanta looking like this. Got to, of course, use a lot of caution. Just be gentle on that accelerator, on that brake, because any too hard of a movement can cause you to start to lose control and slide. So make sure you have a good grip on your steering wheel this morning. Luckily, it is a quiet morning so far. Again, that snow hasn't made it too far south. You can see it here. I have radar turned on up in Forsyth County, parts of Hall County, as Chesley has been talking about. Our northern communities dealing with it, but our major major interstates look good closer to the city of Atlanta right now. I'll have my eyes open, looking for any incidents that may come as a result of this snow starting to move farther south. Jonathan, Faith, back to you guys.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much for keeping an eye on those roads for us. Not only are we tracking the chance for icy conditions, but also much colder temperatures next week. And no matter what kind of car you drive, this cold weather, it can be very tough on your vehicle.
Yeah, so preparing looks a little different for electric vehicles. So we gathered up some advice from AAA, the U.S. Department of Energy, and Kelley Blue Book. Like gas-powered cars, EVs, they run better when kept out of freezing temperatures. So park indoors or under cover when you can. Also warm them up before driving. Many EVs let you preheat the cabin and the battery. And if you do this while your EV is still plugged in, it actually helps the performance. If yours doesn't have a preheat feature, let the vehicle warm up for a few minutes before you get out and hit the road. Also use your seat heaters instead of blasting the cabin heat, or layer up to help preserve your driving range. And also keep your battery at 50% or higher in this cold weather, planning extra time and stops to recharge. That extra charge can make a big difference if you get stuck.
That's right. And these winter temperatures, they are dropping across the area, and that means one thing for homeowners: frozen pipes. Those frozen pipes, if they burst, can be extremely costly. One tiny mistake, that's a lot of money. Plumbing expert Matt Furtha says that simple steps you can take can really protect your home and your wallet here. So Furtha says letting your faucet drip isn't enough. He says instead keep a steady stream running. Not full blast, just enough to keep that water moving.
We want to see a nice steady stream like this. More than a drip. We don't have to keep it full on flowing and waste water. That's too much. That's a waste of water, but a nice steady stream. A little bit more than a drip.
Nice, steady stream, a little bit more than a drip. He also suggests leaving under sink cabinet doors open. You want to do that because that warm air can get in there and reach those pipes, keep that water flowing and running water through outside faucets. Small steps like this can prevent those pipes from freezing, breaking, and then costing you hundreds of dollars in repairs. Nobody wants that. So let's go ahead and make sure that we are not just dripping, but having a slow stream through those pipes. Georgia DOT crews spent their Friday night treating those roads ahead of this weekend's snow.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, Faith, they say this storm that we're expecting will be very different from what we saw last week, which was pretty much ice. Of course, last weekend it was about ice, but this time it is a different story. We're talking about snow, which means DOT crews will change their approach to clearing the highways. Crews, in fact, have been brining the roads for the last couple days. They're out there right now as well. And as the snow does start to fall, you will notice these large plow trucks up and down the interstates.
If we're out there working, snow is better than ice because you can plow it, but plowing is also very labor intensive because you can plow 200 miles of a route. Mother Nature's can cover that up right behind us. We have to re-plow back. So there's a lot of plowing and re-plowing that has to happen. It takes longer than brining.
All right, so keep this in mind. Not all of the lanes may be cleared if you're out there driving today. Crews say they will focus on what they describe as the dedicated lanes, making sure there are enough lanes open to keep traffic moving.
That's right. And Georgia Power has crews on standby as this storm moves across the region. They are staying ready. The company posting a picture saying that teams are rested. Those trucks are restocked after being very busy after last weekend's storms. Those crews are monitoring the impact to the state. They says that they are ready to respond.
And look at this. Our viewer Jill Davies sent us this video from Town Mountain in Blairsville. You can see snow is already coming down. Yeah. So if you're wondering, is there going to be any snow? Well, some areas are already getting it. Some north of us this morning. Hey, you can text your photos and videos to the number on your screen, just like Jill did. The number is 404-885-7600. Let us know what you are seeing in your neighborhood. We always like to share these photos right here on 11 Alive.
Yeah, a lot of snow coming down there in Blairsville. Meteorologist Chesley McNeil joining us in studio. Chesley, some people in Atlanta wondering, when's the snow going to come here?
You know, they're never going to be satisfied. I already know that. Whether we get some or whether we don't, they're not going to be satisfied. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. The good news is that, you know, either way, you're going to get that winter feel, right? If you don't even see the snow. And even whatever snow falls in Atlanta, we're not talking about mounds of it. We're not talking about 5, 6, 7 inches of snowfall here in the Atlanta metro area. It's not going to happen, folks. Not going to happen. Not today, at least. You could get as much as 2. And the type of snow that we're talking about, this dry, fluffy kind of, not fluffy, but a dry, flaky kind of snow is the type that blows around. Now, what's different about this, and rare for us in the South, is that this kind that comes down sticks or stays around. Right? Especially as the temperature stays in the 20s. Yeah, that'll stick around. So it'll just be blowing on the roads. It's almost like sand right on the road, just kind of slivering around the road. That is the type of snow that we're talking about that we'll see. Now, I don't even think you'll see as much as what we're seeing up here into Blue Ridge, where it's covering the road here. Now, I don't know whether that's a treated road or not, but it's covering the road there, even covering some of the rooftops here where you can see some of that snow coming down. Probably already up to an inch so far up in this particular area, and the snow has been off and on as we have been monitoring it through the day. At times we see some flakes flying around, and at times we're not seeing anything at all. Now the sun is starting to rise. You can see where the skies are starting to lighten up a little bit, and so we'll get a little better viewpoint, at least from our cameras, of what's taking place, especially up here to the north. So we'll be monitoring that as well. Here's George's Rome. Nothing much happening there except for those winds whipping around there. Haven't seen any snowfall so far, right? Even here in the metro area, haven't seen it. Now, over toward Paulding County, we did get a report that there was a few flakes flying around, but that has been it. Look at the road temperatures here. Down here, once you get to Atlanta southward, above freezing as far as the road temperatures go. Also over here, you can see along I-85, heading up to the north, above freezing. Once you get up here toward Blue Ridge, into further up to the north, over toward Daresville, that's where we're seeing the temperatures down into the 20s as far as road temperatures go. So, yeah, obviously there would be some sticking there, especially. And it has been snowing up in those parts as well already as well. As far as advisories, warnings, things like that, you're looking at a winter storm warning that's in effect, right? We're looking at anywhere from 2 to 4 inches. The 4-inch snowfall, or totals, will be mainly up here toward the north and east. All right, closer to the border between South Carolina and Georgia. That's where you're going to see the higher totals. I'd say from Athens eastward, you're going to see those higher totals. We're talking about this area 2 to 4. The 2-inch side would be further down toward the metro area, and maybe not even seeing that. I think pockets of it certainly possible. When we talk about these little bands coming through, these intense bands, that's what we'll be watching for as we head through the morning. You'll get these little pockets where you get some intense snow in a few areas, and so there'll be some spots that will get more than others, for example, right? So we may say Hall County may see, let's say, 2 inches of snow, and then right next door in Banks County, you only get 1. That's the way it's going to be as we head through the afternoon. Now, the blue area that you see over toward the west of us, you're talking about flurries mainly that will be coming down. Not a whole lot of sticking, not a whole lot of accumulation in those parts, but you need to be advised at least where the snow does fall. There could be some tricky travel around or some slickness on the roads. So we want you to be advised by that. You're looking at Juneau, and we're looking at Dawson County in particular, where it has been coming down pretty steady so far this morning, down towards Silver City, Forsyth County. So it's getting closer, at least, to the metro, right? So we're watching that over toward Helen. Now, you got some heavier snows up here to the north. This is Rabun County, just to the south and west of Clayton, where you see that little band there, a little pocket there as well. Some moderate snow coming down. Again, northern parts of White County. So over toward Helen, Tallulah Falls has been seeing it as well. Haven't seen any reports as far as Banks County down toward Commerce as of yet. Doesn't mean it's not coming your way. I think eventually that will make its way down, further down to the south. And again, as the sun begins to rise, we'll get some better shots of this. Well, that's what we're watching for. Where you see the darker blues in here, those purples, that's where we're talking about some of the heavier bands of snow coming in. Notice back toward the metro area, it's very light. So that way we have that white right there. You're talking about a ½ inch. Where you're talking about these lighter blues, that's where you get up to 1 inch. So that's about all that we're expecting to see around here. You may get a pocket of where it's a little bit higher, but for the most part, that's what you're going to see. We're going to watch this in complete system continue to pull off toward the east and northeast. And so that means by this afternoon, that's when we'll start to see things begin to get better as far as the snowfall coming down. But we'll have to deal with the cold temperatures. That wind will be whipping around. Our temperatures will only be in the teens, in the 20s, but it's going to feel like the teens because of those winds on exposed skin. So make sure you bundle up. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chesley, great advice. Thank you. And we are here to help you and keep you safe and informed all weekend long. So stay weather aware on your time with Weather Impact 24/7. You can download this by just going to your QR code right there on the screen, and you can watch us for free and keep up to date with our Weather Impact alerts.
And we are continuing to working around the clock to make sure that you are prepared. It is cold cold out there, right? And with the cold weather this week, we want to highlight a growing need in our community. Hundreds of thousands of local families struggle to afford the basics: food, winter clothing. You can help through Bundle Up for Good. This is a partnership between 11 Alive, Georgia Natural Gas, and United Way. How can you help? You see that QR code right there? Take your phone out, scan that QR code, and you can make a donation, a $25 donation. That makes a huge impact. We're hoping the community can come together and support our neighbors.
And we know a lot of people this week have already been donating. Yes. So if you have something to give, $25, as Faith mentioned, just goes a long way. We'll be right back here this Saturday morning, right here on 11 Alive.
Impact Alert Days. Stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
a major water main break has left people with low water flow.
It's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
The people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news.
And welcome back. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb in our 11 Alive Weather Impact Tracker. I'm out on the roads because I want to see the snow as it's coming into our area. And we are seeing some of this now. We are up in northeast Georgia, up 985, kind of at the split here on 985 where we would turn to go to Toccoa, and we're keeping ongoing straight to move up toward getting closer to the Clarksville area. You can see from our camera on our roof that we do have some wetness on the roof from some of these light snow flurries that have been coming through our area. It's really interesting to watch because at times it's been a little bit heavier than at other times. I'll switch to the roof to the windshield camera here, and we do have. If you look down into the headlights, well, now we're into a little period where it's kind of let up just a little bit, but we've just been seeing some snow bands that have been moving through. At times, it's heavier than others. We're moving into an area, Chesley was just showing you on radar a few minutes ago, up in Rabun County with a good area of snow that's heavier that is coming down right now. That is where we are headed to kind of intercept that snow band that's coming in, and we expect to see some of that heavier snow. As far as the roads are concerned up here, these roads have been treated, again, up 985 into so far. This little bit of snow is coming down right now, and actually see on the right hand side a little bit of white. That's really left over from last week. A little bit of the salt left over from last week, as well as some of the ice that still hasn't melted yet from last week here from this system up in parts of northeast Georgia. Back to the windshield camera there, and you can see that big truck passing us here. So things are changing up in parts of northeast Georgia as we're just seeing some of the bands coming through. And Chesley, as we've been talking, this is going to be a different type of system. Number one, it's not the ice like we had last week, but even in Atlanta, we are used to getting the wet snow that comes down where you can make really good snowballs out of it and maybe even some snowmen. This is going to be one of those situations where this is a really dry and powdery snow that may blow around on the roads before it actually starts sticking. So that's what we're going to be watching as we see here getting into more farther into northeast Georgia as these snow bands are starting to get a little bit heavier here.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. Yeah, it's very rare for here in the South to receive this dry type of snow, right? Cold enough for that, which speaks volumes about how cold the air is over us and how cold it's going to be as we head through the afternoon. But that is the type that will hit the ground, and it won't just melt, right? It will just start kind of winding on the roads a little bit. And so it just doesn't go anywhere. It sticks around. It'll stay around. We talk about snow versus ice. Ice is one of those situations where you really don't want that, right? No matter what kind of car you drive. I think Faith said that earlier. I don't care how big your tires are, that you don't want. Now, you can get some traction and a little snow. And so you hear us not talking about very many power outages or things like that. Ice brings that. Ice brings the weight. All right. And so that's what our concern was last week, was about the ice, especially up toward northeastern Georgia. Now, we're still looking at northeastern Georgia, but we're talking about snow. And because it's dry, it's not going to be very heavy or that kind of thing. Really, it will add slickness to the roads. That's going to be the concern with the snow that's around our forecast area now. And you'll get these pockets of it where it's going to be heavier than other areas. Pockets, not very widespread, all right? And so you're looking up here to the north right now, and some of that is starting to inch a little bit further down to the south. So we look at Gwinnett County right now, where that's coming down a little bit to the south now. Here's Sugar Hill here, Lawrenceville. Right in between that, which will rotate right on in between that, is a band of some heavy snow right there. All right, moderate to heavy snow coming down that way. And it extends all the way further up into southern parts of Hall County. There's Gainesville there. Gainesville, if you haven't seen anything yet, it's coming your way. You'll probably see some light snow showers here within the next 20 minutes or so. Back towards Silver City. Forsyth County has been snowing for a little bit, especially up into Dawson County as well, especially between Juneau and Silver City. And then you go over toward Commerce, Winder, not seeing much at all. You got the clouds in place, but snow will be coming your way as well. We're anticipating some more of this making its way a little bit further down to the south. So over toward the metro area, you'll be seeing a few of those snowflakes coming your way as well. This will remain in the forecast. At least the threat for the snow remains in the forecast for the Atlanta metro area at least till about noon today or 1 o'clock before that threat for us will go away or start to shift a little bit more over toward the east, where we're anticipating to see some heavier amounts of that snow. This is a huge system, all right, that we're talking about. Area of low pressure right about in here. You got another one off the coast over here, high pressure up to the north. That's what's going to create the wind. The gradient between the low pressure and the high pressure is what creates the wind, and we're expecting those winds to begin to intensify as we head further into the afternoon. Already strong out there right now, strong enough to knock our temperatures down, but we'll get stronger as we head into the afternoon, where we'll see wind gusts up to the 30, 35 mile per hour range, no doubt. And with the temperatures down into the 20s, that's going to be very, very cold. But a better look at the system now. You can see the snow in North Carolina, especially western North Carolina, into the northern country or the high country of South Carolina. You're looking at some snow showers there, some intense snow showers as well in some parts there as well. And so very good for us. Again, we're anticipating up to an inch here in the metro area. So that's what we're going to stick to, at least for this morning. Here's what you can expect this weekend. Frigid temperatures. I think more so than the snow will be the cold air. That's going to be more of the story that we're going to have to deal with. That snow risk for today, again, ending, at least in the metro area, by about 12 or 1 o'clock, ending for the entire state by the time we get to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock tonight, especially for the east, where we'll see those higher totals. Tomorrow, with the snow sticking around, that's going to lead to some tricky travel on some of the roads, especially up in the northeast. But the cold air sticks around as well, and so we'll have to deal with that as we head into Sunday. Right now, the temperatures are in the 30s, especially from Atlanta south. You got the 20s up here to the north and up to the north and west. Dalton at 21, 19 right now in Blairsville. You got 28 degrees over toward George's Rome. I mentioned the wind that we have out there. Those winds up to about 20 miles per hour right now makes it feel like the teens in a lot of spots. Feels like 11 over into Carrollton. Feels like 17 in George's Rome. Feels like the single digits up into Dalton. All right, so you have to bundle up if you have to go out. If not, just stay inside. We're going to be here through the day, here to let you know exactly what's going on. Tune us in. We'll be here off and on. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chesley, thank you so much for giving us a look at that. Y'all saw it just now. It is going to be very, very cold, and we want to make sure that everyone is prepared, so the teams are working very hard here around the clock, making sure that you are okay. Now, one of the areas hit hard during last week's winter storm, that was Athens-Clarke County.
Yeah, and as we enter this second round of winter weather, Faith, officials are standing by, ready to make sure that they are able to deal with snow. So joining us now is Meredith Barnum, the coordinator for the Athens-Clarke County Emergency Management Agency. Meredith, you guys are up working early on a Saturday. Again, it's like deja vu, but this time it is more of the snow than ice. So how are you all getting ready this morning in Athens-Clarke County?
Yeah, hi, good morning. So we took the couple free days that we did have between systems to restock up on all of our brine and salt and sand. So we started brining operations yesterday and will continue as long as the weather will allow us to. We have our emergency center active. We've been active since 5, and we have an overnight shelter as well. So we are running both infrastructure response and then also our warming shelter response.
And a lot of people hear this. We're seeing the difference between last weekend it was ice, this weekend it's snow. Because this weekend it's snow, is it still safe for people to get out there if they have plans today? Of course, kids are probably going to want to go outside and play in it. But what's your advice to people watching right now?
Yeah, we are still really encouraging people to only travel if it is absolutely essential, to really limit their travel. I know everyone's probably tired of being cooped up on the weekend, especially coming off this ice storm that we just had, but we are still encouraging people to stay home if they can and just stay warm.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the video, some of it from last week, Meredith, as we were just showing our viewers there at the University of Georgia, where a lot of people were getting out and having fun. Yeah. In terms of events there in Athens-Clarke County, have most, I guess, organizations and schools canceled activities for this weekend, or are people still in sort of a wait-and-see mode at this point?
Our schools are still in a bit of a wait-and-see pattern. UGA has some sporting events that they're going to continue to put on as long as it's safe, but the call on whether or not schools continue Monday will really be something that we'll have to evaluate on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. How can you talk to us about your crews? We know that last weekend was such a big lift for everyone, but we also know that you're the experts. This is what you do. You are ready for this. But can you just kind of walk us through how you're preparing for this weekend?
Yeah, so last weekend was actually the first time in history that we were able to deploy brining trucks, that we actually had that equipment and those supplies and those staff ready. And we had a lot of success with our brining trucks. So we have been utilizing that resource as much as we can leading up to the storm. And currently all of our crews are pre-staged, ready to go, making sure that our public safety access, like our fire stations and our precincts and our hospitals, are able to be easily accessed at all times.
And Meredith, before we let you go, have you been able to peek outside the window? I know we have cameras there, and we have a crew also in the Athens area who's going to be giving us a live report. But have you seen any snow falling this morning from your vantage point?
Not at this point. The forecast is tracking just a couple hours behind for our area, so we're waiting for it, but hasn't hit the ground just yet.
All right, Meredith Barnum, we appreciate you and all of your crews who are now working a second weekend to make sure everything is ready for those who maybe have to get out on the roads and have an emergency. Meredith, we appreciate you joining us live this morning from Athens-Clarke County EMA.
And like she said, hey, if you don't need to go out, stay inside. She says that only go out if it's absolutely necessary, because we know when that snow comes, it can come quick and it could be a dangerous situation. But with another winter storm moving into Atlanta, crews across the region, they are working around the clock, like we just heard from Meredith in Athens. They're doing it also here in Atlanta to get ready and make sure that all of you are safe.
Absolutely, because road conditions could all be impacted, and officials are urging people to get ready and prepare right now. 11 Alive's Ariana Maniz is on the ground for us live outside in Gwinnett County this morning.
Ariana, how are crews in Gwinnett making sure that everyone is staying safe this weekend? This is round 2.
Well, crews have already pre-treated the roads. Gwinnett County, they have equipment and crews staged all across the county, and their message is pretty much what we've been hearing from officials all across this area. You want to make sure you try to stay inside if you can. You want to make sure crews have the space they need on the roads to treat those roads and clear out any snow that we may see on the interstate, on the roads, and through your neighborhood. They also have warming centers open throughout the county, so everyone has a warm place to be when this winter system moves through. And in Atlanta, we saw the equipment that the metro area has deployed and ready for this winter system. They're already treating the roads, plowing snow as soon as it starts falling, loading trucks with salt materials that would be used to pre-treat roads and improve traction. Officials say they'll focus first on priority routes, keeping access open to hospitals, fire stations, as well as police precincts before moving into your neighborhood. And they say this week's storm is different from what we saw last week.
This storm is a little different. This time when the precipitation is anticipated to come, road temperatures are going to be down, air temperature is going to be down. We got a little lucky last week when the precipitation came. Luckily, the road temps were a little warmer and the air temp was, so we anticipate any precip that we get, this time it'll stick.
Now here at Norcross at Best Friend Park, this is one of 5 warming centers that the county has open. They want to make sure everyone once again has a safe place to be when these temperatures drop. This center and the other 4 are going to be open all through Monday. Reporting live from Gwinnett County, I'm Ariana Maniz for 11 Alive. Back to you.
Ariana Maniz joining us live from Gwinnett. Thank you so much. And many of you will be trying to stay warm today. Some of you also just making the best of snow if you get it.
I know there's a lot of kids out there that want to get out there, make a Frosty the Snowman, make a little snowball. We want to see how you are spending your winter weather weekend. So take a look at this. One of our viewers, Jill Davies, look at all that snow. That is a winter wonderland. That is up there in Town Mountain. That's in Blairsville. You can see that snow really coming down there, Jonathan. I mean, that would be a lot of fun to get into.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get that in the metro, but it's nice to look at, certainly. And this is a viewer.
We don't have to shovel it.
Yeah, we don't. Hey, we got more video. This is from Town Mountain in Hiawassee. Crystal Queen sent us this just moments ago. Crystal, we appreciate it. You can see the driveway and the truck right in front of the home completely covered white in snow. So that's I mean, you know, like we're saying, maybe not enough to make a snowman with a type of snow, but it's a pretty snow to look at.
Look, you know, you give people in Georgia the snow, they're going to make it happen.
We can do it.
We're going to pack it down. It's going to be nice. Frosty going to be looking real good out there. Hey, you can text all of your photos and videos to the number on your screen. That is 404-885-7600. We want you to show us how you and your neighbors are weathering this storm. And even though that snow is a lot of fun, it's really pretty to look at, keep in mind this is still a very serious weather situation. So be mindful while you're out there exploring.
Hey, and we are going to be here for you, so you don't have to go outside. We will be here all morning, keeping you up to date on the latest winter storm. So if you are away from the TV, or maybe if your power goes out, you can still stay connected with us, streaming live all day on 11 Alive Plus. And we will be right back on this Saturday morning.
Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks,
The nightlife.
The people.
is home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not
All right, welcome back on this Saturday morning. Into coverage of our weather impact alert for this winter weather heading our way. We are dealing with some dangerous road conditions, or at least we could be coming up. It is certainly bitterly cold, and our team is here all morning keeping you informed.
Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb out there on the roads this morning. Chris, we've been talking about this winter weather all week. You are there in the elements. Can you paint a picture for us? Where are you and what are you seeing right now?
We are right now up around Tallulah Falls. We have just moved into Rabun County in the far northeast part of the state. And I can do better than paint a picture. I can show you what's going on out there right now. This is from our camera here on our weather impact tracker. You can see the snow coming down. Now what's happening is if you look down in the headlights there, you can see it's not really big flakes coming down, but it is a lot of smaller flakes. That's that drier snow that we're talking about here. Now as we're coming around this corner, you can see how the roads are starting to get a little bit more of that snow on them. Even though this is a fine, dry snow, it is starting to get on the roads. I'm looking at our thermometer here in the weather impact tracker, and it's 26 degrees right now here, and the road temperatures are just a little bit warmer than that, or not as cold, but we're beginning to see this start to get on the roads and collect a little bit with some accumulations on the side of the road. And there you see there on the little kind of the hill there, some of that grassy area also getting in on some of that. This is our view right now from our camera on the roof. Now we're seeing some of the snow getting on the lens, so that's a little bit fuzzy there of what you're seeing, but this really shows now how the roads are getting a little bit more covered up here. Up in parts of Rabun County. On the other side, you see a few more of those cars. So we were venturing up this way to kind of intercept that band of heavier snow that Chesley and Nicole were showing us on radar there just a little while ago. And this is the impacts left behind from that. And you can see all of this snow that is on the roads. Now, as of right now, we haven't been slipping or sliding or anything right now. Of course, we're in snow is easier to navigate than ice within a four-wheel drive vehicle, but this is going to show the progression of what we were watching there coming from Atlanta through Gwinnett County along 985, and now that we're up into northeast Georgia where we're expecting the heaviest of the snow to come down, we are seeing evidence of that out there right now. So we are slowing down, going really slow on this area as we continue to push on through. Again, with temperatures, Nicole, around 26 degrees. Some of these bands are getting a little bit heavier, and we're starting to see more of that accumulation here in northeast Georgia. And Nicole, as I pitched to you, I'm curious, we were watching on radar that band in the far northeast northeast part of the state here, and that's what we are in right now, and we're seeing evidence of that causing those accumulations right now.
Yes, and there's still ongoing snowfall up into the far northeastern corner of the state, especially stretching through portions of Rabun County, still showing some intensification there where some ongoing periods of kind of a moderate to more of a steady, heavy snowfall are ongoing. Right now on our satellite radar, there's a couple pockets of some of those heavier snow bands that we're watching. That one, of course, up into portions of Rabun County, far northeast Georgia. There's also a pretty heavy snow band that's developing down into portions of Forsyth as well as Gwinnett County with some heavier snow developing right around Lawrenceville up through Sugar Hill. And then up towards the Lake Lanier area as well, some of that heavier snowfall. Out towards the west, we've got some indications of lighter snow stretching through portions of far north Carroll County, up towards Bremen, as well as off towards the Dallas area, with a few flurries even being reported into portions of Cherokee, as well as Cobb counties associated with this. At this point, a lot of the snow that we're seeing is kind of hit and miss. So some spots are picking up on quick, heavy snowfall. That was certainly the case out towards Dahlonega. This is our view from the University of North Georgia, where you can see it's still snowing there, and we've got some good snow accumulation up on the parking garage deck. We've also got our view towards Blue Ridge. We've been watching a pretty steady light snow in the Blue Ridge area for about the last 3 hours. It's been very light, so it's been slow to accumulate, but now obviously seeing more of a dusting on the grass, on the train, even starting to accumulate on the roof there. Our temperatures are cold enough that we're not really seeing that transition period where we normally get snow that falls and just kind of melts at first. This is quickly sticking to the ground once the snow starts falling. It's all associated with this area of low pressure that's out moving off into the Atlantic. It's pushing all this additional moisture, leading to more widespread snowfall through portions of North and South Carolina, as well as eastern Tennessee. And this will continue to push in moisture and, yes, snow showers throughout the day today, gradually shifting eastward. So it'll start to take any of that moisture, any of the snow accumulation with it as we go into later this afternoon and evening. So our window for accumulating snowfall is really during the daytime hours today. In anticipation of it, we've got those winter storm warnings in place throughout the Carolinas and here into North Georgia. All of Metro Atlanta and much of the northeastern portions of the state included in that winter storm warning. So in these areas highlighted in pink where that winter storm warning is in place, that's where it's most likely that we see more significant accumulating snowfall. We're talking anywhere from about 1 to 3 inches. So far, though, we're not really seeing the widespread snow, which means our snow totals, even within this winter storm warning, are going to vary pretty widely from location to location. Out towards the west and south of the city, we could still see some flurries up to a dusting, maybe even an inch. So we do have that winter weather advisory, but the snow not expected to be quite as impactful in those locations. Here's how it plays out hour by hour on our forecast track. This has more widespread snow stretching through really the northeastern portions of the state. Atlanta through the I-75 corridor, that's likely going to end up being kind of our border between locations that see a few flurries, pick up a dusting, and the more prominent snow totals up towards the northeast. Depending on where those heavier bands of snowfall end up developing, we again will see pretty widely ranging snowfall totals even throughout that winter storm warning area. Our forecast track has that snow kind of on and off throughout the day today. As we get into the afternoon, it will start to clear out from west to east. So through the second half of the day, not anticipating much snow west of Atlanta. Things will start to clear out from west to east into the afternoon and evening. So as we get closer to the sunset, we start to dry out, the cloud cover clears out, and we're back to sunshine by tomorrow morning. Of course, we're tracking those snow showers as well as that risk for 1 to 3 inches of snow accumulation throughout much of North Georgia. But the second story here becomes the frigid air. It's cold right now, but even colder air is going to move in tonight and into tomorrow morning. So in addition to the cold air, we're going to have lots of wind across the area. Those winds have already started to pick up, and they're going to stay gusty all day today, which means it's going to feel even colder than it is. Our actual air temperatures will be in the 20s. Feels like temperatures will be in the teens and even the single digits the entire day today. In addition to making that feel cold, it's also going to lead to some blowing snow in some locations. So even after the snow has ended, we could still see winds kind of whip up and pick some of that snow off the ground, blow it around. It will also maybe limit visibility in some spots where some of the heavier snow develops throughout the next couple hours. Coldest temperatures will be tonight and into tomorrow morning. This is when it becomes a dangerous cold, with overnight lows getting down into the teens and single digits by the time you wake up. Feels like temperatures will range from about 5 to 10 below zero up into the North Georgia mountains to right around that 0 degree mark to maybe up to 5 degrees for a feels like temperature by tomorrow morning through much of North Georgia. Georgia. So that is a bitter, dangerous cold. You want to make sure that you're checking in on your neighbors, your friends, your family, anyone who's a little bit more susceptible to the cold air. And most importantly, just staying indoors if you don't have to venture outside. This will also lead to a little bit more of an elevated risk for some pipes bursting. So you may want to consider dripping those pipes tonight and into tomorrow. Temperatures are going to warm up a little bit by Sunday afternoon, but not much. We'll climb just barely above freezing, perhaps for a couple of hours around the metro on Sunday. Sunshine should help to melt any of the accumulating snow, but we're going to very slowly defrost as we go into this upcoming week. High temperatures are back up into the 40s by Monday afternoon.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
Because we live in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb in Northeast Georgia in Rabun County up near Clayton. We're nearing Clayton right now, and look at this. This is what we have going on right now with the accumulations that are happening right now in Rabun County. This has been what I was shooting for when we've been driving up 985 all morning, trying to intercept this band of heavy snow that is coming down right now up in Rabun County. And you can see how this is covering up the roads very quickly now. Our temperature right now from our weather impact tracker is showing 26 degrees. Now, these roads have been treated. Even though we're getting snow piling up on it, we're still able to navigate this a little bit. We're going slowly through here, but we expect these conditions here in Northeast Georgia to deteriorate. Here is a look at our roof camera, and this is outside of our truck, and you can see how the snow is kind of piling up on that camera, making it a little bit harder to see. What we have noticed here is that these snowflakes started off as like fine snow grains, really small snowflakes. Now those flakes are getting bigger and they're getting more abundant here in parts of Rabun County here in Northeast Georgia. So earlier, Nicole, when we were driving up here, we were beginning to see some stuff kind of piling up on the side of the road, and we couldn't tell if that was what was just left over from last week, but now we know this that is coming down right now that you see here is new, fresh snow on the roads and on the sides as well, beginning to accumulate here just a little bit more. And of course, Nicole, with these temperatures being in the 20s, the road temperatures aren't freezing yet, but right now we have just dropped to 25 degrees on our thermometer here in the weather impact tracker. So we expect these conditions here to deteriorate. What we're going to do is we're going to get up here to Clayton. We're going to double back and start going back south to kind of track this band as it pushes down closer to closer to the metro Atlanta area and closer to Gainesville, where they're even seeing some snow there taking place right now. So, Nicole, good snow up here in northeast Georgia. Now the question is, how far down to the south is this going to move, where we're going to see more of snow like this pushing even into parts of the northeastern metro area?
Yes, and there's a number of locations already where we've had some of those heavier snow bands that develop. I've got the view behind me too of Dahlonega from the University of North Georgia, which paints a similar picture to what you're seeing up in Rabun County. We've got snow falling pretty heavily. We've got winds whipping as well. You can tell the flag kind of blowing around there, which is going to blow around a lot of this snow. It's limiting visibility a little bit, not terribly, but still creating just kind of a gray, snowy look across Dahlonega. And of course, we've got accumulating snow already on the ground. Now, as we go throughout the day today, we're going to be monitoring exactly where those heavier snow bands develop. This is what our satellite radar looks like right now. So certainly the areas that are experiencing snowfall are starting to become a little more frequent, but it's still not completely widespread snow. We've got a couple of those heavier snow bands, especially up into the northeastern portions of the state, of course, through Rabun County, up towards Clayton, stretching all the way through Helen. That's where we've got some of that more steady, kind of heavier snow. And then down towards the south, heavy snow through portions of Gwinnett County, from Lawrenceville up towards Sugar Hill, even stretching out towards portions of Lake Lanier, and then up towards the Juneau and Silver City area as well, even into portions of far eastern Cherokee County, where we've got a little bit of the lighter snow still ongoing. Meanwhile, west of the city, a few areas of light snow indicated on the radar through portions of Carroll County, out into Coweta County as well. So this is just the beginning of kind of our snow event. We'll continue to track these snow showers as they become more widespread and we pull in all that moisture from the Atlantic. Right now, the most widespread snowfall stretches through portions of South and North Carolina, even up into Virginia. And we're kind of on the fringe of this inner moisture coming in. So areas out towards the west may stay a little drier, whereas locations east of the city have a higher likelihood of seeing some of the more impressive snow accumulation totals. Atlanta is going to be right on the cusp of where we pick up potentially a dusting to maybe even an inch or 2 inches of snow accumulation. With those winter storm warnings in place, we're going to be looking out for some of those higher totals. So up to about 1 to 3 inches of snow is still going to be possible. This will lead to some slick, kind of slippery roads, especially as that snow begins to accumulate. So winter storm warnings in place through this afternoon and evening. I think our window for snow, especially in the Atlanta metro, is really going to go through about the early to mid afternoon. And then that lasts a little bit longer for our eastern counties, where snow will be a little bit more prolonged. Now, this has already had impacts when it comes to closures and delays. A lot of stores, restaurants, any events going on around town have been either canceled, closed, or delayed because of snow already. So very high impact associated with that. Roads are going to become hazardous in many spots, but not everywhere is picking up on the snowfall. The good thing about this winter event is that our risk for power outages overall is pretty low. There will be some isolated power outages associated with this, but we're not talking widespread power outages. And that's very good news because it's kind of twofold, this event that we're watching. We've got that snow risk and also very cold air that comes in tonight. Our forecast track shows the scattered snow showers throughout the next couple hours. I think this particular forecast model, just based on what we've been seeing so far this morning, may kind of be overdoing it as far as coverage of the snow, but we will see areas where heavy snow develops, and you can take that away from our forecast track. You see these areas where we have the kind of darker colored purples. That's where the heavier snow develops, where we could have blowing snow as well. These showers will be clearing out from west to east as we go throughout the day today, so our window for snow is going to close a little earlier in the day for our western counties, whereas off towards the east of the city, stretching through Athens, down into Putnam County, that's where we could see snow as late as sunset or even into the evening hours. A couple of those spotty snow showers still lingering. Now, this snow will be moving out as we go into tonight and early tomorrow morning, and sun will be pretty quick to return by tomorrow as that colder air really sinks in. This is just one forecast model that shows that snow potential, but it really gives us a good idea of where we are as far as that fine line between accumulating snow and and only a dusting or a few flurries. I do think I-75 is going to kind of serve as that dividing line for locations that see high snow totals and locations that get maybe a few flurries or a dusting. So still looking at biggest impacts northeast of the city with potentially up to 3 or 4 inches of snow accumulation there. Now, the snow is just one part of that. We're also tracking bitter cold air that's going to be coming in tonight. Current temperatures are mostly in the 20s and 30s, but we've fallen into the teens already in Blairsville, and we'll continue kind of either staying stagnant or cooling throughout the day today. We'll stay very close to where we are right now all day today, and then overnight tonight is when bitter cold air takes over. Temperatures by tomorrow morning are going to be falling down into the teens, and that will be a dangerous cold across North Georgia. Jonathan and Faith?
All right, Nicole Harford, thanks so much. Well, East Georgia expected to bear the brunt of the snowfall, including those up in Athens-Clarke County.
That's right. Chase Howell is in Athens for us this morning with the very latest.
Yeah, I got up around 4 o'clock this morning, and it was a lot warmer then than it is now. I mean, take a look at my 11 Alive app. It says that it's 30 degrees here in Athens, but it feels like 24 degrees. And this is something that our meteorologists have been telling us that was going to happen as we go into Saturday. We're going to see those temperatures dip down. Now, I want to show you this. You can actually still see that there's ice left over from last weekend's winter storm. And I did speak to some people on Broad Street yesterday about if they plan on closing their businesses, because we did see a lot of people close down yesterday because of that ice storm, but they say they plan to stay open. But for right now in Athens, Chase Howell, 11 Alive News.
That's right. Our thanks to Chase for that report from Athens. Whenever there is severe weather, travel is impacted. No matter how you get around, something's going to happen.
That is a fact. And this morning's winter storm can also lead to extensive delays at the airport. Let's check in with 11 Alive's Molly Oak live for us at Hartsfield-Jackson. Molly, we know these changes can happen hour by hour, minute by minute. What are you seeing so far in terms of delays or cancellations?
Yeah, hey guys, so since I checked in with you last hour, we have seen cancellations tick up just a little bit. Across the U.S., we're sitting at more than 1,800 cancellations. That's according to FlightAware. That's where we're getting our data from today. Some of our data, though, real time here, we're checking out the boards on the north side of the airport as we are looking at people heading out this morning out of Atlanta. Now, Atlanta is topping the charts as of now for flights getting canceled that are coming out of Atlanta with more than 300 flights. It is sitting in second behind Charlotte for cancellations coming into Atlanta with more than 250. Just for some perspective, last week we were kind of going back and forth with Charlotte as well. Those were the two major airports that I was tracking last week when we were talking about cancellations and delays. But again, just for some perspective, I told you that we're sitting at more than 1,800 cancellations across the U.S. as of now. Last weekend, they were canceling flights on Saturday for Sunday. When you looked on Saturday ahead to Sunday's flights, they were sitting at more than 8,800 cancellations. Again, that was more than a day in advance of those flights. So right now, when we're sitting at only 1,800 cancellations across the U.S., things are looking pretty compared to last weekend, guys.
Yeah, best to get out early if you can. Molly Oak live for us at Hartsfield-Jackson. Molly, thank you.
All right, Rachel Cox-Rosen joining us. Following, it looks like we see a lot of flashing blue lights there. Rachel, what are you monitoring? And I believe you said that this is in the Brazelton area.
Yeah, exactly, Faith and Jonathan. Yeah, one of the first impactful crashes of the morning. And this is in an area that we are seeing a little bit of snow coming down. You don't see it on the roadway, but radar shows that there is snow in this area. This is I-85 northbound before Highway 211 in Brazelton. You can see a lot of police on scene. I called GDOT to make sure this is a crash, because sometimes when we see a lot of police, it's some other kind of incident. They told me it is a crash, so 2 right lanes are blocked. So just 1 left lane is open, and it's a Saturday morning, so not a ton of folks are driving around, but we are seeing slowdowns for a couple of miles. Luckily, just south of I-85, running parallel is Brazelton Highway, Highway 124. That's going to be a good option for you. And as I widen out to look at the rest of the metro, if you were watching about an hour ago, you saw the radar that I have pulled up on here was farther to the north. Now it's coming farther south, impacting folks in Forsyth County, Gwinnett County, of course, Hall County as well. So as you're hopping on the roadway, especially in those areas, make sure you're using caution. Crashes, incidents, of course, more likely when we see snow on the ground. So just be really cautious out there, folks, and I'll continue monitoring incidents for you. Jonathan, Faith?
Such important advice. Be cautious out there because, you know, we're not used to having the snow on the ground. Even people who are used to having it on the ground up north, you got to be careful because it's slippy and slidey out there. Now, with the cold weather this week, we are highlighting a growing need in our community, and we want you to help out.
Hundreds of thousands of local families often struggle to afford the basics. We're talking food and winter clothing. So you can help right now through Bundle Up for Good. This is a partnership between 11 Alive, Georgia Natural Gas, and United Way. And helping is really easy. Just scan that QR code, and a $25 donation makes a big impact. It really helps children out there in need, giving them a coat, the basics during this very cold weather.
That's right. Let's head back out now, I believe, to Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. Oh, we're just taking a live look from that tracker truck where Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb is in. We will check in with him right after this break.
Local news when we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks,
The nightlife, the people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust.
All right, it is now 8 o'clock on your Saturday morning. We're so glad that you are starting your weekend with us here on 11 Alive, and for all of you watching us on 11 Alive Plus, good morning. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We are dealing with round 2 of severe winter weather across Metro Atlanta. But instead of ice like we saw last weekend, we're talking snow, and we are talking dangerously cold temperatures that are hitting our area. Jonathan, it seems to be getting colder by the minute.
And we are also seeing some of that snowfall in some areas of the metro. So here's what you need to know this morning. First, Governor Brian Kemp once again declaring a state of emergency, mainly to make sure the state has the resources it needs during this winter storm. We're also, as you mentioned, Faith, going to see some very cold temperatures. The temperature is already dropping for most of us. And over several days, we could also see these problems with our exposed pipes. So make sure you're getting ready and prepared right now. Plus, schools and businesses, many of them also canceling weekend events to keep you off the roads. We have a list of most of those events right now on our website, 11alive.com. But we're going to begin this hour once again with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. He's not here in studio with us. He's out in our weather impact tracker on the road.
Chris, you have been telling us about this system for several days. The entire weather impact team tracking all of this. Now you are out there. I do see some snow on the roads behind you. Where are you and what are you seeing right now?
We are up in northeast Georgia, up in Rabun County, just north of Tallulah Falls. And let me show you what we're seeing out there right now. This is what we're dealing with. As we were driving up 985 earlier this morning, it was my goal to get up here to intercept this burst of snow in northeast Georgia as it was moving through. And man, did we intercept a burst of snow. Just look at this right now. Up again, south of Clayton near Tallulah Falls, you can see all of the snow that is on the road. We still have snow coming down from the sky. These first started off as like really small, almost like snow grains, really fine snow coming down. Now these flakes are getting a little bit bigger here up in parts of northeast Georgia. And this entire system, this is really the beginning of it. This is what is pushing southward and what we're seeing that's going to be approaching parts of the metro area here. Now, all through the week, as our team of meteorologists has been preparing you for this system, we have been emphasizing that areas north and east of Atlanta would be seeing most of the impacts. That's what we're seeing right now. Excuse me. There's also, though, the potential that Metro Atlanta could see some snow. And what's going to be interesting is there's going to be a really fine line between who gets a lot of snow and who doesn't get much snow at all. And that might just slice right through the Metro Atlanta area. But as you can see here, we are going really slow. Our temperature just went down to 25 degrees here in Atlanta, not in Atlanta, but in northeast Georgia here up in Rabun County in our weather impact tracker. And you can see the roads, how they're covered up. We're still able to navigate. We're going slowly. We're probably going about 25 miles an hour right now on this road as we're getting closer to Tallulah Falls coming up here in just a few minutes. So, yeah, we are dealing with the snow now. It is still coming down. We're actually going to double back and go back to the south. We're going back to the south right now. We're going to kind of follow the snow band as it pushes down toward the south with all of the accumulation that is beginning here in parts of northeast Georgia. So, Nicole, this is pretty impressive. Let me show you our roof camera right now. We're seeing some snow that's kind of getting on the lens of that, but that gives you kind of another perspective. And as we're right now crossing over the Tallulah River, this bridge right here, and of course we have to take these bridges and overpasses a little bit slowly here because the air gets up under these bridges and these can freeze a little bit faster. So far, again, we have been going really slow. When we did a U-turn earlier, we did kind of slip and slide just a little bit. So the road conditions are deteriorating here, even though many of these roads have been treated. And we've also been seeing here the remnants of last week's ice that has been on the side of the road. But what you're seeing now is all fresh on the roads, on the sides of the roads here, of the snow that has been coming down, and these accumulations are happening right now. So, Nicole, big question now is, will we see these accumulations making it down toward the Metro Atlanta area? And again, we know northeast of us we'll be seeing that, but it's just finding that cutoff line between who gets snow and who gets nothing is going to be a really fine line.
Yes, there are going to be some spots that get, 2-3 inches of snow accumulation and others that get a couple flurries. We're primed, though, for any of that snow to stick to the ground at this point. I've been taking a look at some of our road temperatures kind of around town up towards the north, and they are rapidly dropping as temperatures drop. So around the city, our temperatures of the surface, so road temperatures, are already down to about 32 to 33. North of the city, in a lot of spots, those road temperatures are already into the 20s. So once that snow starts falling, it sticks pretty quickly. The exception is going to be up 85. A lot of road temperatures there are still hovering kind of in the mid 30s, which means even though we're actually actively seeing snowfall in some of those locations, at least when it comes to roads, it may not be sticking immediately. You'll see it on those elevated surfaces, but so far not as much of accumulation on the ground, up 85, where we've got some of that ongoing snow. Temperature-wise, it is already cold when you factor in the winds, which are gusty. We're talking feels like temperatures in the teens and single digits. These winds have really picked up in the last couple hours, especially across Metro Atlanta. We're seeing wind gusts right now up to about 32 miles per hour, and those will continue increasing throughout the next couple hours. So by this afternoon, we're talking wind gusts of 35 to even 40 miles per hour. That's going to make it feel very cold. That's also going to blow around any of the snow, which could limit visibility. This is our view right now in Blue Ridge. Snow has been coming down there for a couple hours now. It has been steady, but pretty light for the most part. You can see that it's certainly accumulating on the ground, on the road, as well as on any elevated surfaces. So starting to see that snow add up there. This is the view, meanwhile, in Dalton. So that's in far northwest Georgia, where we've got a little pause on actively falling snowfall, a couple flurries at most, but you can see it certainly sticking to the roads there and could be creating for some hazardous travel as well. That's what we're anticipating through the day today. Where these snow showers develop, where the most snow falls, that's where we're going to see snow-packed, just kind of slick roadways. So we do have winter storm warnings in place that extend right up to the Atlanta metro. Chris mentioned that where we see snow accumulating and where we don't is going to be a really fine line. And I do think the kind of vast majority of it is going to be split by the 75 corridor. Most of our higher totals are going to end up towards the northeast, kind of on the east side of 75. Our lower totals, where any snow we see will likely be less impactful, will likely end up being on the west side of 75. So that puts Atlanta kind of right on the cutoff when it comes to snowfall totals. Now, through this winter storm warning, we could see widespread totals of about 1 to 3 inches, but some localized higher totals of up to 4 or 5, even 6 inches are going to be possible where some of those heavier snow bands develop. Right now, our satellite radar doesn't show widespread snow, but we've got a couple areas where heavier snow is falling, and certainly coverage has been increasing of snow just through the last hour or two. A lot of the heaviest of it has been where Chris was, up into far northeast Georgia through Rabun County, up into Habersham County, and then also right now tracking some of those snow showers that stretch through portions of Forsyth, Hall County, as well as down into Gwinnett County, and even far-reaching far eastern Cherokee County, where we're seeing some of that light snowfall as well. A lot of the heavier snow right there, though, is right around the Lawrenceville area, stretching up through Sugar Hill, and then even up Gainesville, towards Gainesville and Lake Lanier. Now, this snow shower right here is moving down towards the east-southeast. So if this holds together, we could be seeing some of that snow in the Athens area, in the Winder area within about the next hour or so. Our satellite radar also picking up on some light snow stretching through portions of Carroll County, really right through I-20 from Bremen off towards Douglasville, where we've got a few flurries indicated on the radar there as well. This is just the beginning of what will be kind of multifaceted winter event. Of course, we're seeing some of the snow in the cold air already. Most of the snow is going to take place through this morning and into the early afternoon. So our snow will start to taper off as we go throughout the afternoon. Meanwhile, temperatures today are going to stay kind of stagnant. We won't see much warming. We won't see too much cooling, at least during the daytime hours. We'll be in the 20s with feels like temperatures in the teens. Where we see snowfall, roads will quickly become slick and a little bit icy. We change gears tomorrow from snowfall potential to bitter cold air. We've got that extreme cold warning in place for Sunday. We're talking it feels like temperatures below 0 across the area tomorrow morning, which is going to be a dangerous cold. And I'll walk you through hour by hour what I'm anticipating from those snow showers coming up in just a few minutes. Jonathan and Faith?
All right, Nicole, thank you so much for bringing that to us. Whole team working very hard to make sure that everyone at home is prepared as we continue to monitor this second weekend in a row of winter weather. And not only are we tracking the chance for icy conditions, but also much colder temperatures today and through next week. And if you have a car and it's cold outside, you could run into some issues.
You certainly could, and preparing looks a little different if you have one of those electric vehicles. Right. So we gathered up some information and some advice from AAA, the U.S. Department of Energy, and Kelley Blue Book. So here's what you need to know. Like gas-powered cars, EVs run better off when they're kept out of the freezing weather. So park indoors or under cover when you can. Also warm them up before you drive. Many EVs let you preheat the cabin and the battery. And if you do this while your EV is still plugged in, that can help with performance. If yours doesn't have a preheat feature, let the vehicle warm up for a few minutes before you get out there on the road. And also use those seat heaters. I love mine. Use those instead of blasting the cabin heat or layer up to help preserve the driving range. And of course, this is for everybody. Keep your battery at 50% or higher in the cold weather. Planning extra time, so you might have to stop and recharge at some point. The extra charge can also make the big difference if you get stuck.
And you do not want to get stuck. I do not have an electric vehicle, so those who know it know better than us, but just keep it charged. Winter temperatures dropping across the area, and that means one thing for homeowners, and you don't want to have it. That's frozen pipes. It's a tiny mistake. It could lead to paying a lot of money to fix it. Plumbing expert Matt Furtha, he says simple steps can protect your home and your wallet. He says that letting your faucet drip isn't enough. Instead, he says, keep that steady stream running, not a full blast. He shows us right here.
We want to see a nice steady stream like this, more than a drip. We don't have to keep it full on flowing and waste water. That's too much. That's a waste of water, but a nice steady stream, a little bit more than a drip.
Yeah, just a steady stream there. He also suggests leaving those under-sink cabinet doors open. You want to do this so that warm air can reach the pipes and help that water keep flowing. You can also run water through the outside faucets. These small steps can prevent those pipes from freezing, breaking, and then costing you hundreds of dollars in repairs. Nobody wants that. So let's go ahead and not just drip, but slow leak out of the faucets there. Georgia DOT crews spending their Friday night treating the roads ahead of this weekend storm to make sure everybody's safe out there.
Yeah, they've been working around the clock really since last week. And they say this storm will be very different from what we saw last weekend with the ice. Of course, it was all about ice last weekend, but this time it is a much different story. We've been showing you out on the roads this morning. There is still snow in some areas, a light dusting of snow, which means the DOT crews will change their approach when it comes to clearing the highways. Crews have been out all night and they are out right now brining the roads. And as the snow is starting to fall, you'll also start to notice these large plow trucks up and down the interstates.
If we're out there working, snow is better than ice because you can plow it. But plowing is also very labor intensive because you can plow 200 miles of a route. Mother Nature's can cover that up right behind us. We have to re-plow back. So there's a lot of plowing and re-plowing that has to happen. It takes longer than brining.
Also keep this in mind, not all the lanes may be cleared if you get out and drive today. Crews will focus on what they describe as the dedicated lanes, making sure there are enough lanes open to keep the traffic moving.
And Georgia Power crews also working very hard for you all. They are on standby as this storm moves across the region to make sure that everyone has power. The company posting this picture. Take a look here. Teams are rested. They say that the trucks are restocked after they worked around the clock last weekend. They're ready for this weekend. They are monitoring the impact to the state, and they have stayed ready so they don't have to get ready to respond.
We appreciate all of those crews.
Yes.
Yeah, we certainly do. Hey, many of you are trying to stay warm, staying inside, hopefully, if you can, maybe snuggled up, making the best of the snow that you may or may not get depending on where you are.
And if you do get some snow or depending on what you are doing, we want to see it. Share your photos and videos with us. Take a look right now. You can see some snow falling in Cleveland, Georgia. Viewer Cheryl Fisher sent us this video in off of her back porch. It looks like the grill with the cap over it has a little bit of snow on it. You see that snow falling there in the backyard, and it is continuing to fall down there.
No grilling today, though.
No grilling.
Well, maybe you could. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Just a little frosty burger.
Yeah. So Robin Caldwell sent us this video from her patio in Cleveland, Georgia, as well. That is again in White County. You can see the snow starting to accumulate a little bit on her backyard. Again, it's that kind of powdery, dusty snow. So maybe not enough to make a snowman. But hey, we appreciate every single picture and video that you send, and keep them coming. Keep them coming here, right here to 11 Alive, 404-885-7600. That is the number you can text your pictures and videos. We want to see how you are weathering the storm, no matter how much snow you get.
That's right. And one person that's checking out everything for us, part of our 11 Alive Weather Impact team, that's Nicole. And oh my goodness, Nicole, there's a lot of snow behind you.
It is a winter wonderland up towards Dahlonega, the University of North Georgia. I'm sure a lot of people in the mountains, you go up into the North Georgia mountains to get to the snowfall. So a lot of people rejoicing there, seeing the snow. As long as you stay indoors today, as long as you don't get out on the roads, it's just a pretty beautiful snow. And that's certainly what we're looking at with pretty heavy snow right now on going through Dahlonega. You can tell our visibility. I showed this camera about 20-30 minutes ago, and our visibility was a little bit better. It looks like the winds have picked up. The snow has gotten a little heavier there. So it's really limiting visibility due to some of the blowing snow. So just keep that in mind if you do have to get outside for any reason. Our satellite radar right now really paints a snowy picture as you go up into far northeast Georgia. We've got heavy snow coming down into portions of Rabun County, the northeastern corner of the state, as well as downstretching through portions of Gwinnett County, County, Forsyth, as well as out towards Hall County with some of that heavier snowfall there. Now, at this point, Atlanta is kind of in the middle, in between our heavier, more widespread snow out towards the east and a couple sporadic snow showers off towards portions of the west. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people, yes, are going to be excited about the snow accumulation, but many of us are going to come away from today kind of disappointed when it comes to our snow. And that really depends on where these snow showers end up developing, especially the heavier snow. Right now, a lot of that heavy snow stretches from Clayton down towards the Helen area, Turnerville, as well as out towards Toccoa, and then through Lawrenceville, Sugar Hill, up to Silver City. That's where we're seeing some of the heaviest radar indicated snow on the east side of town as you go up 85 especially. I mentioned just a couple minutes ago that the ground temperatures up 85 are still kind of hovering right around that 32, 33, 34 degree mark. So our ground temperatures are a little bit warmer out towards Gwinnett County, which means a lot of what's falling probably isn't sticking to the ground quite as much there yet, but some elevated areas, grassy surfaces certainly could already be seeing accumulating snowfall. We've also got some very light snow showing up on our satellite radar off towards Carroll County, stretching into Douglas County. These are a few flurries again, and temperatures there are a little bit milder, so we're not quite seeing the impact from the snow is what we're seeing up into far northeast Georgia. This is all moisture being pushed in from the east. It's resulting in more widespread snow. Things have been ongoing and heavy through portions of the Carolinas and into far eastern Tennessee. This will continue to push all these snow showers down towards the south, and then as this area of low pressure kind of ejects up towards the east throughout the day today, our window for accumulating snow will be coming to an end by this afternoon and evening. We do have winter storm warnings in place through North Georgia. These do include Metro Atlanta, but which spots pick up on the more significant snowfall totals likely going to be mainly up towards the northeast of the city. Now, I-75 will kind of act as the cutoff between where we see a few flurries, minimal snow accumulation, and where we pick up more widespread and at times heavier snow. So what could end up happening is that the west side of the city, Atlanta out towards far south Fulton County, we get maybe a dusting, a couple flurries. On the east side of town, we could pick up maybe a half inch of accumulation up to an inch would be the higher scenario. But our snow totals are going to vary widely from location to location just because of these heavier bands that end up developing. Our forecast track really keeps the focus of the snowfall throughout the day today northeast of the city. So that's a lot of the locations that saw the more impactful ice last weekend. Will be picking up snow again throughout the day today. These showers will continue throughout the morning. They'll start to push eastward. So if we're going to see any snow in Atlanta, it would likely be before about noon, 1, 2 o'clock when we have that best opportunity. Once those showers start shifting eastward, that door is closing. We won't pick up on any additional snowfall. On top of the snow accumulation, we've also got that potential for some very cold air coming in tonight as well. So I'll be talking more about that coming up in just a few minutes. Guys?
All right, Nicole, thank you so much. And we are here to help keep you safe and informed all weekend long. That's why we are extending our coverage here so you can stay weather aware on your time with Weather Impact 24/7. If you don't have it, I know a lot of you do, but if you don't, go ahead and download 11 Alive Plus by scanning the QR code right on your screen.
All right. Well, we will continue to monitor this. Our teams are working around the clock. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial.
But thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene.
We are bringing you breaking news at this hour
Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
Good Saturday morning. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb in the 11 Alive Weather Impact Tracker. We are up in northeast Georgia, right along the Habersham and Rabun County lines here. We're up near Tallulah Falls, the Tallulah Gorge area, and this is what we are experiencing out there right now. You can see the road conditions here are not that great. We are kind of following the tracks of a snowplow truck that just went by a few minutes ago. They didn't actually have the plow down on the ground, but we had a couple of DOT trucks that came by, so we're kind of following in their tracks right now as they have moved up to the north, probably going into those areas farther north where they're most likely going to have to start plowing these roads to get ahead of the accumulations that are taking place right now. And as we come to the north, it's interesting to see. I'm going to show you our roof camera. This camera is a little harder to see through because this is, of course, on the top of our vehicle, and some of those snowflakes are sticking to the actual globe that this camera is inside, so you're not able to see quite as much there. This camera is inside our vehicle looking out the windshield, and that is kind of giving you a cleaner view of what we're seeing. And up in these areas, these snowflakes have been a little bit bigger than the smaller flakes that we had south of us, so there's a little bit more moisture content in this snow here than what we had south as we were driving up toward the north. And it's really interesting. We've kind of been flip-flopping a little bit as we go north. We're like 12 miles away from Clayton right now. This, again, is up toward Tallulah Falls. We kind of started going south a little while ago, and as we are south of the gorge and going on further to the south, the snow lets up just a little bit more. So we're still just in that snow band that is up in North Georgia right now that we have been watching on radar. And that was our goal coming up 985 earlier today, to try to intercept this band of the heaviest snow that's coming in through parts of Rabun County. I want to show you our road camera right here. Well, that camera's all filled up with all the snow kind of kicking back on it, but it is a snowy road that we have right now here up in the Rabun County and Habersham County line. And this snow, as we've been saying all along, we were expecting more snow in north and east Georgia. That's what we're dealing with now. But we're also watching this area of snow that is pushing down toward the south that will eventually make it down to areas like Gwinnett County. I know we already had some bands that came through Gwinnett County earlier. But then the question is, will we see snow in metro Atlanta? Where exactly is that fine line of who gets snow and who doesn't here in the metro area? The farther west you go, the less snow you'll see. The more north and east you go, the more snow you'll see. And that's exactly what we're experiencing out there right now, Faith and Jonathan.
All right, Chris Holcomb, our chief meteorologist, live out there in the elements with us. Chris, we'll be checking back with you throughout the morning. Wow. And of course, we are here committed to keeping everyone safe across the metro and North Georgia. We want to keep you informed of what we're seeing out there as this winter weather is still moving in.
And we want to head up to kind of near where Chris was, northeast Georgia. We want to head up to Stevens County, where people are seeing snow come down this morning. Joining us now is Emergency Management Agency Director Danielle Rhodes. Danielle, we have you there on the line. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Can you give us a look of how the roads are looking up there? A lot more snow where you are than where we are here in Atlanta right now.
Sure. So we're actually starting to see minor impacts to the roadways right now. The weather was delayed a little bit, so it's just starting to come in and snow. And we're starting to slowly get reports of impacting roadways where the snow is starting to stick. So far, that's it. Just minor impacts but it is starting to get heavier, and I noticed that it is starting to sticking to the roads more.
Yeah, and Danielle, you are up there not far from the Blue Ridge area near the foothills. So you all got hit last weekend with a significant amount of ice. So you probably didn't even get a chance to fully thaw out. So are you seeing any issues with the ice from last weekend still lingering with what's coming down now?
Not currently. We still have some ice lingering here and there in some of our places within the county, but overall, I believe we were able to get a little melted out as far as the roadways and things like that before this came in. We're hoping that we'll have everybody's saying it's not going to be as icy or no ice impact because we really took a little bit of a beating last week.
Danielle, kids, when they hear snow, they want to get out there. They want to have fun. They want to sled. They want to build a snowman. It's Saturday, too, so people's lives don't stop. Is it safe to be on the roads, or is your advice to just stay inside?
It's not safe to be on the roadways. They have said that once it starts sticking, it's going to deteriorate the roadways pretty quickly. And, we do have road crews out, but they're not going to be able to hit every road at once, obviously. So we are advising people to stay home unless you absolutely need to get out. And if you are going to play in the snow, please be careful with hypothermia because the weather is going to be cold. The wind chills are going to be cold. So please just be careful because it won't take long for somebody to start experiencing medical issues because of the snow.
Yeah, for sure. And so, Danielle, it looks like you were out in your vehicle. You were out on the roads this morning. Kind of describe what it looks like right now. We've seen some pictures from our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who is not far from where you are. Does it seem like the snow is sticking right now, or is it sort of just kind of coming down and blowing away?
It is sticking in spots. It's very tiny snowflakes right now, and it does seem, I know they said it's going to be a dry snow, but it does seem to have some moisture in it. But it's not sticking everywhere right now, just in places.
All right. Miss Danielle Rhodes up there in Stevens County for us. We truly appreciate you. Thank you so much for you and your team, all the hard work that you are doing to make sure that our communities are safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, with another winter storm coming, it's here in some parts, coming to Atlanta, crews across the region. They are working around the clock, like we just saw there from Miss Danielle Rhodes in Stevens County. They're working around the clock to make sure that we are prepared.
Yeah, and she mentioned that the roads in that area are already being impacted, and officials are urging all of us to get ready now, stay off the roads if you don't really have to be out. 11 Alive's Ariana Maniz is on the ground for us. She has now moved a little bit from where we saw her earlier. She's in the Sewanee area this morning.
Yeah, and Ariana, we saw you in Gwinnett earlier. Now you're up in Sewanee, and I think my eyes aren't that great, but I see some flurrying in front of your face.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do have some snow here in Sewanee. As you mentioned, we were in the Norcross area, and then I got a report from Chessie McNeil to come up here to Sewanee to find some snow, and he was right, guys. I found the snow here in Sewanee, and driving up here, it wasn't really sticking to the roads as much. It was more so on the side of the roads, but here in the parking lot, it looks like it's starting to stick slightly, right now. I've been walking around the sidewalk, kind of trying to do a temperature check to see what the area is looking like as far as the pavement. It's sticking to the grass, of course, and as I mentioned, a little bit sticking to the pavement at this point. But we know that, crews across the metro, they have been preparing for this. They were pre-treating the roads yesterday. So if, emergency officials do have to get out, they can get out on the roads and drive around safely. And we know that they tell us that they're going to treat the priority roads like access roads to hospitals, making sure emergency officials can get into those hospitals safely before moving into your neighborhood. They say they're going to do police precincts, they're going to do the hospitals before they get to your area. But I do see a few people out walking around, walking their dogs, enjoying this weather. But they say the thing that they are really looking at is the fact that this week's storm system is a lot different from what we saw last week. Take a listen.
This storm is a little different. This time when the precipitation is anticipated to come, road temperatures are going to be down, air temperature is going to be down. We got a little lucky last week when the precipitation came. Luckily, the road temps were a little warmer and the air temp was, so we anticipate any precip that we get, this time it'll stick.
Yeah, so last week we got ice, and now this week we are getting snow. So once again here in Suwannee, we are seeing some snow across the area. We're by the City Hall area. It's a nice park out here. I see a few people kind of braving the temperatures, walking their dog. Even the dogs have a jacket on. So if you get out here, you got to make sure you put a jacket, because if the animals need one, then I know you guys need one. So you want to bundle up. I don't think it's enough for a snow angel. I'm not going to try, so don't ask me, because I'm not really a fan of the snow. I don't like cold weather. But hey, we are out here enjoying this snow that we are seeing here in Suwannee. Faith and Jonathan.
Oh my goodness. She's like, look, just so you know. Hey, Ariana, but before you go, we have been talking about not just the snow, but just how cold it is. We're now down into the 20s. You were out there last week during the, ice event we had. Does it feel colder this morning?
Well, I will say last week was a lot different. We were in Kennesaw. It was raining and then turning into ice on our cars, on our equipment, on the trees. So a little bit different. I would say I prefer this climate that we are seeing. I prefer these temperatures because of the snow. It's not wet like we were getting last week when you got wet and then you kind of froze. You had icicles on your jacket. So I will say this week is a little better. Like I said, we got a few people walking around. Kids, I don't think it's enough to make a snowball, but it's pretty right now.
Yeah, hey, it is pretty. Ariana Manise live for us in Suwannee. Ariana, thank you.
All right, we will be covering everything you need to know about the latest winter weather. First, we want to head to meteorologist Chesley McNeil, who's continuing to cover. And we just saw some snow up in Suwannee. What are you looking at? This is Blue Ridge.
It's Blue Ridge right here. Yeah, winter wonderland, right? Looks that way, right? This is likely an untreated road here. We've been seeing it stick to the road even when it was dark outside. We were looking at this particular area, and now the snow is still coming down at a pretty decent clip as well. And so we'll be watching for that. The snow getting a little bit further down to the south, starting to intensify up to the north as well, where you see these brighter whites. That's where we see some snow coming down pretty heavy. This is Rayburn County, right to the northeast of Clayton, and that's where the snow is coming down pretty good over toward Tallulah Falls, down to Toccoa as well, in Stevens County, northern parts of White County over toward Helen. Pretty decent snows. A little bit further down to the south we go, down toward Juneau, over toward Murrayville, Silver City, northern parts of Forsyth County. We just got a live shot from into Gwinnett County, so you see where that snow is coming down pretty decently. Also over into Lawrenceville as well. We got some pictures coming in from our storm trackers, looking pretty good. Barrow County now, you're getting in on it. Winder, you haven't seen much, but now you're starting to see some of that snow begin to fly around. Back off to the west. Now it skips Atlanta, although I have heard reports in southern portions of Cobb County over toward Powder Springs, some flurries now starting to fly around a little bit. You go a little bit further back to the west over toward Douglasville, you got some light snow. Also into western Paulding County, down into Carroll County as well. Light snows coming down. Let's take a look at this. Now this is Dahlonega here. Notice they're in that dark gray. And I want to show you this because it'll show you the intensity, all right? Dark gray to light gray there. And if you take a live look, this is what's happening. So you got some pretty decent snowflakes coming down, even in that darker area or that brighter area where you can see where that snow is coming down at a pretty decent clip. It's been snowing here a little while and starting to pile up there over into Dahlonega. So something we'll be watching for. Fresh model updates shows that, at least our in-house models showing that snow, at least the intensity pushing a little bit further over toward the east, where we had this light blue over Atlanta not long ago. Now they're pushing that a little further to the east. Got a little bit of a pocket over toward the west, over into parts of Carroll County and into Paulding County. That's what we're actually seeing on the radar right now. So it could be a reason why that's the case. Now this shows us that the snow would skip Atlanta, but I don't think that would be the case either. There is the possibility that snow could drift right on into the area. Certainly not the high totals of 4 inches or anything like that, but we could get up to an inch in the city and even over toward the west as well. Little pockets of it around the area. There'll be spots, at least in Atlanta, that probably won't see much of anything at all, maybe other than a few flurries. Like, for example, they don't have Cobb County here, but Cobb County, especially southern Cobb or South Cobb, starting to see some of those flurries flying around at least. That's the way it's going to be today. We're worried about, or at least concerned about, a couple things. The snow because of travel. This is the light stuff. So as it hits the ground, it's going to stay there, but it will be swirling around because the winds will blow it around. And as the temperatures stay at least below freezing, that could freeze over and create more travel issues for us, especially by tomorrow morning. So the snow risk should be around at least through early afternoon for the metro area, winding down over toward the east of us. So for places like Athens by 6, 7 o'clock tonight. And then it stays cold as we head into Sunday. So the cold will be probably the larger story because that's going to stick around much longer all day today and into tomorrow, we'll be looking at some very cold temperatures. Right now, down into the 20s in a lot of spots. You're not rising today. You're going to stay where you are and drop. You're looking at temperatures in the 30s down toward Covington, right at the freezing mark in places like Edenton over toward Thomaston, down toward LaGrange, you're at 30 degrees. Everywhere else, we're in the 20s. Got some teens up here to the far north, like Blairsville right now at 17 degrees. A little bit of a wind out there, making it feel like the single digits. So feels like 3 up toward Dalton. Feels like 6 right now in Blairsville. Feels like 15 in the city of Atlanta. So that's the way it feels in your exposed skin. So you definitely want to wrap yourself up if you're going out and about. Those winds will be with us pretty much all day today. These are wind gusts. And so the gusts right now are around the 20-25 mile per hour range, but expecting those to pick up in the 30 mile per hour range as we head into the evening. So again, what falls will be blown around. It's not going to go anywhere, but it will be blown around just a little bit. And so again, that can add some slickness to the roads. But look at this. Those wind gusts anywhere between 30-35 miles per hour. Some may get up a little bit higher than that at times as we head through the afternoon. Expecting those winds to stick around, those gusts to stick around even as we head into Sunday. So it will be very, very cold on Sunday. We're anticipating our lows going down into the teens. And so it's going to feel like the single digits out there, which is why we have our extreme cold warning really statewide. Up and down the state, even where you don't see any snow. For example, down to Macon, further down to the south, likely not to get any snow, but you will feel that cold as our temperatures, our wind chills will be down around 0 and even below 0 in some spots. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Forecast track model shows again the snow heaviest over here toward the east, should be winding down for the metro area and westward around the 1 o'clock hour, but still snowing here at least until early evening when it gets out of the way. Clouds will even break up as we head into the evening as well. Overnight tonight going into Sunday. Sunday, we're going to get some of that sunshine back into the area. But again, it won't be all that pleasant because our temperatures will be starting off in the teens. Once we get to the afternoon, we'll see that temperature rise briefly above the freezing mark and then go right back down into those 20s once again for overnight lows going into Monday. Going back to work, back to school will be very frigid. Temperatures will be in the low 20s. And with the wind that we'll have out there, it will feel like the teens. So it's going to be pretty cold to start the work week next week. 7-day outlook shows temperatures finally starting to warm up a little bit as we head into next week. We spent last week with temperatures in the 40s. It felt cold out there. This week we'll start to mild up a little bit. We should be around 55 degrees this time of year. We'll get there on Tuesday. Front comes through by Wednesday, and that'll drop our temperature briefly into the 40s by Thursday, and then back to the 50s again as we head into Friday. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Chesley. And we will be right here with you covering the latest on this winter storm all day long. We've been up since at 6 o'clock this morning, and we will be here. We're not going anywhere. If you are dealing with power outages or if you happen to just be away from your TV, you can stay connected with us streaming live on 11 Alive Plus. A lot of you watching us right now on the Plus, and we will be right back here on this Saturday morning.
What's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
The nightlife.
The people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive.
Hi, welcome back. We are continuing to follow all of this winter weather this weekend.
All right, so let's check back in with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who is in our weather impact tracker this morning. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning to you. You know, usually I'm in the studio for events like this. I'm glad that I can be out in the weather impact tracker, and let me show you what we have found here in Northeast Georgia. All along, as we have been tracking this storm for you throughout the entire week, we've been talking about how areas north and east would be seeing more of this snow. This is right now up in Rabun County. We're just north of Tallulah Falls in Rabun County, just north of the Habersham County line. We have been seeing a really good burst of snow here for the past really 30 minutes, 45 minutes to an hour. We're seeing some impressive accumulations, and look at the roads here. They are getting covered up. We are going pretty slow. We're in four-wheel drive. There have been a couple of people that have been a little bold and have been passing us a little bit earlier. We also saw some snow plows coming by a little bit earlier too. We had one snow plow that was going northbound a little while ago. They were moving pretty quickly. And then as we've been going north, also on the southbound side, we saw three snow plows come by with the with the plows actually down, kind of scraping some of that snow off to the side. But you can see here, much different here in Northeast Georgia than what we're experiencing down in Metro Atlanta right now. Here's the camera on top of the roof. Really kind of hard to see there because that camera is getting kind of covered up in some of those snowflakes that are sticking to the globe, which is around that camera that's inside that 360 view that we have here. Coming back to our hood camera, you keep hearing the windshield wipers coming on and off, trying to clear the windshield so we can get a good view there. But we're approaching Clayton right now, where you're getting into more of the populated area here of Clayton, and things are getting covered up here in parts of Northeast Georgia. What we're going to do is we're going to double back and turn around. We're going to get out for our next live shot and be outside live for you. I'm going to kind of get out there and hold some of this snow and see the consistency of it. We've been talking about how this is a drier snow, but these snowflakes are getting actually a little bit bigger right now. When it's instead of that fine, thin snow that we had earlier, the flakes are getting bigger, which might be a little bit of a wetter snow. So coming up in just a few minutes in my next live shots, we hopefully are going to be able to get out of the 11 Alive weather impact tracker and kind of feel some of this snow and show it to you. And it's coming down at a pretty good clip up here, Nicole. And a lot of this snow that we see in Northeast Georgia now is going to be pushing southward. And I know that many parts in Metro Atlanta are already seeing some snow coming down, just not this much yet. We'll just wait and see if this heavier snow is going to make it down that far.
That's right. The most robust showers are definitely up into far northeast Georgia. We've got periods of heavy snowfall that stretch from Gwinnett County, though, all the way up into far northeast Georgia. And you can tell just based on this satellite radar loop over the past hour that this area specifically, not only are we seeing somewhat more widespread snow developing, but the areas of snow have also gotten a lot heavier. Now, this is not our only location where we're picking up on snow on the radar. We've also got some lighter snow up into far northwest Georgia, as well as off on the west side, really down from I-20 as you go out towards Carroll County. Now, the heaviest of the snow, the most consistent snowfall, has definitely been up towards the northeast of the city, and that'll be the case through a good chunk of the day today. The most widespread snow, the heaviest snow, is anticipated up towards the north and the east of Metro Atlanta. So those locations that are already picking up on snowfall will likely continue to see some through the next few hours. Now, these showers are shifting down towards the southeast, so some of that has started to push into Walton County. If these showers hold together, we could see some snowfall in the Athens area in the not so distant future. But again, some of the heaviest snowfall is up towards the northeast. This is our view right now in Rome, where we're seeing flurries that started to pick up just in the last 20 minutes or so. At this point, not seeing anything accumulating on the ground or on grassy areas here, but our temperatures, our surfaces are right around the freezing point, if not below freezing in most spots. So that transition period where the snow starts falling and it begins sticking is a pretty short period. We'll likely, if this continues, start to see a little bit of that accumulation there. In Blue Ridge, we've got a lot of snow off towards the city. We're seeing it sticking on the ground, the roads, elevated surfaces, the roofs as well. And we've also got limited visibility and accumulating snowfall up towards Dahlonega. This is the University of North Georgia, where blowing snow is really limiting how far you can see. And that's a factor in the day today, too. Yes, we have kind of icy, slick roads. That's reason enough not to get on them throughout the next couple hours, but we'll also see some limited visibility and that potential for heavier blowing snow. Temperatures have dropped pretty rapidly over the course of the last few hours. So we're down into the 20s now through Metro Atlanta. We're into the teens already in Blairsville at 16 degrees, 27 in Atlanta, 24 in Gainesville. When you factor in the winds, which are strong, it feels like the teens and single digits. It's going to be a frigid day today as we track these snow showers. Again, the focus of the snow is mainly going to be up towards the northeast of the city. Some of these showers will be sinking down towards the south, just far enough to perhaps bring a little dusting to Metro Atlanta as we go into the next few hours. But accumulating snowfall, the further west you go, becomes less and less of a guarantee. In fact, there's a lot of spots out towards the west and especially the southwest of Metro Atlanta where we will not see accumulating snowfall. Our highest totals are going to be up towards the northeast of the city, where already we're starting to accumulate some of that snow. Our window for this will be closing as we go into the evening. So showers will start to clear off towards the east, and we will be left with very cold air. All day today, we're sitting in the 20s with feels like temperatures in the teens and the single digits. And by tomorrow morning, we drop down into the teens and single digits. Our feels like temperatures will be below zero. That's a dangerous cold for many, Jonathan, by the time we're waking up tomorrow morning.
It certainly is. Nicole Hartford, meteorologist, thanks so much. We'll check back with you shortly. Well, East Georgia is expected to bear the brunt of the snowfall. We have already seen that, including those up in Athens-Clarke County. Let's check back in with our Chase Howell, who's in Athens for us this morning.
Right now in Athens, it is bone dry, but let me tell you, it is getting colder as the day moves on. I mean, take a look at my 11 Alive app. As you can see, as we continue throughout the day, those temperatures keep on dropping. I mean, take a look at 5 o'clock. It is going to be 25 degrees and snowing. Now, mind you, it may not be snowing right now, but there are remnants of last weekend's winter storm. I mean, take a look at the ice right there. Now, something I've noticed here on Clayton Street is that there's no salt on the ground or no evidence of any brine, so we could be in a slick situation. I mean, take a look over there. There's actually some ice still on the roadway from last weekend. Well, and again, while there's no snow right now, that doesn't mean it's not going to come. So as we continue to be in the area, we'll keep you updated throughout the day. In Athens, Chase Howell, 11 Alive News.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
We see you finding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
the parks,
the nightlife,
the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news. Live.
All right, welcome back here on this Saturday morning. We are so glad you are joining us. You are looking live above. This is from our camera at Truist Park. You see the wind blowing, but you also see some flurries coming down. Not much sticking at this point. But hey, if you were wondering in the metro area, where is the snow? Well, we're starting to get a bit of it.
That's right. A lot of people saying, we've been checking in with emergency crews and people throughout the morning saying, you know what, the snow was just a little bit delayed. Now you see it there at the Battery, Truist Park, those flurries. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb is at Truist.
Yeah, he's in our weather impact tracker, I believe, right now. Chris, you've been tracking the snow. You've been all over this morning. So where are you right now, and what are you seeing this morning?
Well, we have some situations going on up here right now in the Rabun and Habersham County line. Let me show you what we've got here. You can see from our roof camera where this is just off of the main road that is treated, off of these side roads here where people are, this is up again near Clayton, Georgia, where people are trying to turn to go up that hill. People are beginning to slide around now and get stuck on some of these roads. That truck, that black truck that just went by, was spinning there just a little bit too. So the conditions are deteriorating up here where we have these roads that are slick, and people are getting stuck now just off the main road. There's a white Jeep, four-door Jeep, that's about to try to go up that road too. And for the folks who are stuck on the side there, let's zoom out just a little bit there on that, Stephen. The cars that are stuck on the side, other cars are trying to pass it, and then they're getting stuck there as well. That white Jeep is turning around now to come back. They were trying to help the car that you see with the brake lights that are on the side. There's another Jeep kind of going past them right there. But the white car on the side is the one that started spinning out first, and other folks have been kind of stopping to try to help them out to at least get off to the side. And then, so the side roads here are getting slick, and even the main roads are slick too, but we've been able to navigate them a little bit better here, again on the main roads, and just kind of following the tracks of the other people. We have stopped at the racetrack here just to kind of get a better view of what you're seeing right there with these cars that are stuck. Looks like you see him just kind of sliding backwards there right now with the slick conditions that we're dealing with. Oh wow, kind of getting closer to that side. Oh, trying to almost going down into the side of that, kind of going into reverse now. So this is what we're dealing with up in Rabun County and also into Habersham County, where we have the slick conditions that are getting worse and worse. You can see the snow that's coming down out there right now. Let me show you our hood camera right here. This is another view of what we're watching there, with some really good accumulations that are coming back down here in our area, right at the Rabun County, Habersham County line, not too far off from Clayton, Georgia. Can you get that Jeep over there too, Stephen? Let me go back up to the roof camera. There's another one. There we go. That, I can't tell if they kind of went off the road trying to come up just a little bit here. So things are getting tricky up here in North Georgia. What we're going to do is we're going to set up a shot and try to do our next live shot outside instead of in here in the truck. We'll have that coming up for you in just a minute. I just got out and kind of felt some of the snow. It is, you know, we've been talking about how it's going to be a dry snow, but it is kind of getting wetter. All right, let's go back to this other camera. There's somebody now with that Jeep. They're trying to get out a little bit to see if they can go assist the other people. I'm going to widen out just a little bit more here and go back up to where that original car was sliding off the road, and is trying to turn around. They've realized they are not going to be able to make it up that hill. So, okay, it looks like they were successfully able to turn around there. Whew, that was a close call there because they weren't able to get up that hill. The Suburban there is making it up the hill a little bit heavier. And now let's just go back to this Jeep. I think as they were turning in, they stopped there on the side to give somebody some help. So everybody's turning around, trying not to get stuck on that hill there, again, up in areas of North Georgia, up near Clayton. So things are getting slippery. We're seeing the evidence of that right now. Stay with us. We're going to have more for you coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to try to set up outside so that we can get a good look at this snow and show you more about what's happening outside instead of just inside the truck. So stay with us. We'll have much more for you coming up in just a few minutes as we continue our live coverage streaming on 11 Alive Plus as well as on air on TV here at 11 Alive. We have our entire team of meteorologists that'll be here with you throughout the day today, getting you through the snowy weather and winter cold weather that's coming up through the weekend.
But solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather.
Good morning. Thanks so much for being back with us here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Look at that, Faith, that snow coming down in Dahlonega right now, really blanketing that grassy area. You could see those snow flurries as well.
Hey, you know, the good thing is they have a lot of wine up there, so they can sip their wine. It's probably a little too early. You could have a little mimosa right now at 9 o'clock. But we are watching. I mean, we have seen these conditions really come down as we get later into the day.
Yeah.
Started off a little warmer in the day, getting colder, getting more snowy. And we want to thank you all so much for being here with us. We have been on air since 6 o'clock this morning. Rachel Cox-Rosen now joining me at the desk as we continue to monitor these conditions, Rachel.
Yeah, seeing it in the north and then kind of slowly starting to spread south. Seeing it, I was checking out traffic cameras in Forsyth County, Gwinnett County, Hall County, Jackson and Barrow County, where you had that snow starting to see become more visible and starting to stick on more and more roadways as well.
Really coming down.
Yeah. So here's what to know. this morning, Governor Kemp once again declaring a state of emergency, mainly to make sure the state has the resources it needs during this winter storm. We're also going to see some very cold temperatures over several days, which could cause problems on exposed pipes. So make sure you're prepared. Plus, schools and businesses canceling weekend events to help keep people off the roads as well. We have a list of them right now on 11alive.com. So we're going to begin with 11 Alive's chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who's on the road for us this morning.
Chris, we just saw some incredible images from you in our last hour, folks trying to navigate this snowfall, that snow coming down so quickly. I mean, the system really coming in a matter of minutes, people getting stuck on these roads there.
They are. And, you know, we're on the main road right now that's right here up north between Tallulah Falls and also the Clayton area. We're kind of have been going back and forth a little bit. We've been seeing snowplow trucks coming in trying to clear this main road that goes between Tallulah Falls and also up toward the Clayton area. Here is what we're watching right now, where you can see that the road conditions have been deteriorating, and a couple of plows have come by. They were on the north side. I'm thinking they're probably going to turn around and come back south. That's pretty much what they've been doing, is trying to clear these roads a little bit. The problem that we saw just a few moments ago was on one of those side roads, where this road we can navigate okay right now up in the Rabun County area, just north of Habersham County line. But it's when you take a turn off of these roads into the side roads, that's where it was getting really tricky. And that's where you saw that car spinning out, and they actually had to take a U-turn. They couldn't make it up the hill there, and then they came back out to the main road to try to figure out the best way to go. You'll also notice, you see these trees here off to the side? These are trees that fell earlier last weekend in the ice storm. So we're still even seeing some of the impacts of the damage left behind from the ice storm last week, with some of these trees that came down and had to be cut to kind of clear the roadways here. And now we're dealing with yet another system that is giving us the snow around. This is our camera here. Let me widen out just a little bit more. This kind of shows what's happening there to the side of our vehicle. I'll kind of straighten that out a little bit, and you can see how this snow is stuck on the globe, which is surrounding our camera, which is on the roof. But I want you to see these snowflakes. They're getting a little bigger. Earlier, it was just fine snow grains that were kind of coming down, but now these snowflakes are getting bigger. We're seeing some good accumulations that are happening here right now in northeast Georgia, and this is the spot where we were thinking that we were going to see the heaviest snow. That's why I wanted to come up here into this area to see it firsthand. Now, I know I've been telling you the past couple of times that we're trying to get outside and be set up for my next live shot, but every time we try to do that, we see something else happening, like those cars that were spinning out. So we wanted to show you that. So again, for my next live shot, I'm going to try to be outside of the vehicle to kind of show you the snow, and so I kind of feel it myself to see how wet it is and just how dry it is too. But actually, it does seem like it's kind of more of a wetter snow now that is causing a little bit more of these accumulations. And then the snow in the air is blowing around a lot more. Of course, we have these winds that are out there making that happen. So let's see, is it Nicole back at the station or Chesley that I'm heading to here, as we're y'all are keeping an eye on radar showing those main areas north and east of the city, but some of this is pushing down closer to the metro area too. And I've been seeing alerts on my phone, as well as some of our trackers that we have on Facebook, our weather impact team there, sharing some of those pictures of some of that snow even happening in parts of the metro.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's making its way a little bit further down to the south. That's what we said it would as we progressed on. We saw it up here to the north, and now starting to see it begin to fade or push a little bit further down to the south around the metro, around the Atlanta metro area. And now starting to see some flurries coming in. We're getting reports in Cobb County, places like Coweta County. I'll show you that in just a bit. I want to show you up into parts of Dahlonega, where we have our live camera there. It appears as though it's very, very light, or maybe a flurry activity. But when you take a look at it live here, it's coming down lighter than it was a little while ago, but it's still coming down at a pretty decent clip. And you can see the snow starting to pile up there. Here you go, Coweta County, where you can see it in the lens. You got to look at the building. You can see those little white specks coming down. Obviously, it's not sticking as of yet. Of course, if it starts to intensify a bit, may see a little bit more. But I think this is what you'll get, at least in places like Coweta County over to the south and west. That's what you're going to see. Here's Coweta County here. Right there, see the light snow that's coming down Hogansville, maybe picking up a little bit more, and then up into parts of Carroll County as well, western Douglas County as well. Got a little bit of heavy snow coming down, or moderate snow coming down. It's been heavy in parts of Gwinnett County. This is from Sugar Hill down toward Lawrenceville, really starting to pick up. We get these what we call snow squalls, or these heavy bands that will set up, and so hard to say that, for example, Roswell would get a half an inch and then opposed to Sugar Hill getting an inch. But that's how fine it is. Roswell not seeing much right now at all, but Sugar Hill getting hit with the snow. You go over toward Winder and Barrow County, you're starting to see some light snow coming down. A little further up to the north, it has been very heavy up into Rayburn County. Close to where Chris is now, that's starting to shift a little bit further over toward the east into parts of South Carolina, as you can see. Helen, it's been snowing up there as well. Such that you've been getting on some of that snow as well. And so we'll continue to watch this as we head through the rest of the morning. This is a large system, as you can see. That snow off into northern parts of South Carolina, into western portions of North Carolina, now pushing up into Virginia. We'll get the wraparound from this area of low pressure, which is why you see that starting to dip down to the south. And so this is going to be with us. 9 o'clock now, probably will be with us at least through about 12 or 1 o'clock for the metro. Over toward the east will last until about 4 or 5 o'clock this evening, the threat for the snow, and then it will start to get out of the way. So our models shifting just a little bit more so toward the east as far as the totals go. Still looking at places like Athens receiving the heaviest snow, and then you go up toward the South Carolina border there, and that's where you'll find snow's getting larger. As you make your way down toward the metro area, obviously lower amounts, something to watch at least this morning, but not looking at much of it sticking. Now, we do think it will stay around because the temperatures are so low. We'll be in the 20s, we're in the 20s now, and we'll stay in those 20s as we head through the day. In fact, expecting that temperature to drop off just a little bit more. And with the winds that we have out there, it's just going to blow that snow around. That could create some slickness on the roads, and so you have to be on the lookout, not only for today, but for tomorrow as well, because our temperatures will be down into the teens starting off in the morning. Of course, it's going to feel like the single digits out there, so you're going to have to bundle yourself up, be very careful. We're going to continue to update you as the snow continues to fall in our area. Guys, back to you.
You guys are working so hard, Chesley, you and the whole team. Thank you so much for bringing that to us. These conditions, they are worsening very quickly. You have to be very careful out there. This morning, we are getting an update on the latest road conditions as this snow comes down.
So, of course, we need to hear from the Georgia Department of Transportation. Spokesperson Natalie Dale joins us live this morning. Good morning, Natalie. We've watched as more of our interstates start to get blanketed with snow a bit. So what are the conditions your crews are seeing right now?
So we have varying conditions throughout the area, which is what we knew given the size of this storm that we were going to see, heavier impacts in some areas and not. It's important that, we can see right here behind me, we've got cameras on Cobb and Gwinnett that are getting some snow all the way up to our North Georgia counties. So some roads do have snow on them. Some roads just have flurries coming down. It's important that you sort of stay aware of conditions, because just because your road looks good now doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, because as Chesley said, you've got varying bands coming through with the storm system throughout the day into the afternoon. Now, if your road's covered, we've got plow crews out and about in these areas plowing, but plowing is labor intensive and it takes time. So just give us some time to get those thousands of lane miles plowed so you can stay off the roads. I can't really see what y'all are talking about, but I can hear that there are a lot of cars out and about on some of those northern county roads. And we can't have that right now. We need people off the roads so we can get these lanes plowed. We can't plow if you've run off the road there. So just give us some time to get that work done.
Yeah, Natalie, and side by side right now on screen, we have you next to some images that our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, gathered just a few minutes ago up in Rayburn County, a hill up there, people trying to get up it and getting stuck because these conditions are worsening. I'd say about an hour ago, we didn't see that. Now, 9 o'clock, it is blanketed in snow. I want to ask you this because a lot of people here in Atlanta, they probably went outside this morning saying, there's no snow, we'll be fine. And then we saw some flurries up at Truist. You're saying stay inside. It is not safe to drive in Atlanta right now.
Well, it's not that it's not safe to drive in Atlanta right now. We just don't know what else the system's going to bring to Metro Atlanta. And as we've learned in the past, we know what can happen if you're out and about on the road and a storm system comes in and makes for inclement road conditions and you are stuck on the road. We saw during Snowmageddon what happened when everyone got on the road as a storm system came in. Now, is this going to be as impactful as Snowmageddon? Possibly not, but we also don't need you out and about on the road if a band of this comes through and makes metro area roads worse. So they look good now. That doesn't mean they're going to stay that way. And, as Chris was talking about up in those North Georgia counties, we maintain the state road system and the interstate. So a lot of those side streets aren't treated, or they don't have crews plowing them right now. So you're putting yourselves in danger to get to the bigger road system. Best thing to do is just stay off them. We've got county crews, city crews, and GDOT crews all out trying to do our best to get these roads cleared, but we need the time and the space to do that.
And Natalie, I cover traffic, as you know. We talk a lot about traffic together. Yeah. And last weekend, myself, Doug Turnbull, we were kind of bracing when we were going to see a big crash, when we were going to see drivers, not listening to authorities and getting out on the roadways. We didn't end up seeing that. Folks largely listened to your advice, to our meteorologist's advice. Talk about how that helped road crews do their jobs.
I mean, I think last week we saw the best of the best. We saw what our crews could do when people stay off the road, because at the height of that system, we had an 80% reduction in volume on our roads. That is unheard of for Metro Atlanta, for people to willingly stay off the road to the point where we had that little congestion. But it worked. We were able to get the roads treated. We were able to get any icy patches off and make the roads safe for the right time for people to get on the roads. So when we all work together, great things happen. So we need sort of a repeat of that. We need people to heed that warning, even though it might look okay in your area. We know that this is going to change throughout the day. It could get worse. It could get better in your area. So just stay off the road and wait to find out. It's too cold to be out there anyway.
All right, Natalie Dale joining us live with the big warning. Stay off the roads. Even if it looks good right now, those weather patterns can change very quickly. You do not want to get stuck. Natalie, thank you so much. And thank you and your team for all your hard work. Thank you. So not only is it bad on the roads, it can also be bad in the skies.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of folks, I'm sure, nervous today, wondering if they're going to be able to get out on their flights. So this morning's winter storm can, of course, lead to extensive delays at the airport. So let's get out to Molly Oak, live for us at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport here in Atlanta. Molly, good morning. Thanks for being there for us. What are you seeing so far?
Hey, good morning, guys, and good news from the airport. A couple of cancellations. FlightAware telling us about 33%, so about a third of the cancellations from Atlanta going out are canceled right now. But again, nothing compared to what we were seeing last weekend. I want to give you a live look at the boards, all those stats we're getting coming from FlightAware. But again, not the crazy amount of cancellations that we saw last weekend. Right now, worldwide, we're seeing a little more than 1,800 cancellations as of now, a couple hundred less here in the States. Atlanta is topping the charts right now for flights getting canceled, coming out of Atlanta with more than 300. But again, the percentage is key. We're sitting at about 33%. When we're looking at airports percentage-wise, we're in the top 20, but just barely in the top 20. A lot of those regional airports in the Carolinas sitting at the top right now, but you got to consider the perspective of they have a lot less flights than we do coming out of here. Again, remember, last weekend we were looking at thousands and thousands and thousands of flights canceled. So if we're looking at only about 1,800 worldwide right now, this is nothing compared to what we were dealing with last weekend. Of course, like I said earlier, about a third of flights canceled right now, but something that I've noted as of now is that we're not seeing as many delays on the board. You're either on time or you're canceled. So when I was one of the travelers last weekend trying to get home to Atlanta, I was talking to some of the flight crews, some of the pilots, some of the flight attendants as well. They said the key to the cancellations is considering where your flight is coming from. Sometimes that can be the impact, where if the plane can't even get in from where they are, that's going to cause a cancellation for you. So if you are flying today, the good news is if your flight is still on time and heading out, security line's looking really low. 3 minutes was the top that I saw when I last checked. Some 2 minutes for my TSA pre-check friends, sometimes even 1 minute as well. So should be able to breeze right through. But of course, check your flights before you head to the airport, because right now, as I said before, we're not seeing a lot of delays. It looks like it's either on time or it's not going out at all. Guys.
Thanks so much, Molly. Kind of the best we could hope for right now, it seems like.
Absolutely, but she said it right. Check your apps, check your flight before you get out there, because you don't want to be stuck. Those conditions are changing, so there's a chance, but we're gonna hope for the best. We're gonna keep it positive. You're not gonna miss your flight, hopefully.
Thanks, Molly. We'll check in with you soon. And remember, we're here to help you stay safe and informed all weekend long. So stay weather aware on your time with Weather Impact 24/7. Just download 11 Alive Plus by scanning that QR code there on your screen.
And you know what, Rachel, it is so cold outside.
Yes.
And here at 11 Alive, we want to make sure that we are doing our part in the community. And all of you watching, we hope that you can join us. We want to highlight a growing need in our community. Hundreds of thousands of local families struggle to afford the basics like food and winter clothing while it's so cold outside. You can help through Bundle Up for Good. This is a partnership between 11 Alive, Georgia Natural Gas, and United Way. How you can help, you see that QR code right there on your screen? Pick up your phone. You could take a picture of that. That'll take you to a link, and it'll take you to a donation page. Just a $25 donation. That makes a big impact. But of course, you can give whatever is on your heart. Thank you so much for helping us out here with this community.
Impact your day.
We have a flood in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks,
The nightlife.
the people. It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this.
Hey, welcome back. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. We have been traveling inside the truck here up into Northeast Georgia. We wanted to stop and show you a live shot of the snow that's actually coming down. And these are some pretty good flakes that are coming down right now. And this is coming down at a pretty good clip. I want to get some of this snow for you. It's really hard to measure on the surface how much snow we have. It looks like about 3 inches. But if you'll remember, we've been telling you about this snow that it's really going to be more of a drier, fluffy type snow. This is kind of, you can't really make a good snowball out of it. It really just kind of crumbles up there because it's a drier snow and not a wet snow. But that is still enough to cause some problems that we have on the roadway. And you can see how the ground is covered We've just been parked here really just for a few minutes to get the camera out of the car, and we're already seeing some accumulations here coming up on the truck. You can see how it's piling up on here too. I want to take you over here. There are a couple of trailers over here. As I mentioned, it's always hard to measure the amount of snow that we actually have on the ground because there's grass, there are leaves up under there, and that kind of elevates it a little bit. But this is a great way to measure how much snow has fallen. This is what's collecting on the side of this trailer right here. And this is about, from finger to finger, I would say between 2 and 3 inches of snow that is coming down right now. We are in Rabun County, just south of Clayton, where we still see this heavy snow that's coming down. And as we were driving up from Atlanta earlier this morning, it was my goal in our weather impact tracker to get to the area that would see these bursts of heavy snow coming in first. And we were seeing that coming into Rabun County. We were able to come up here and intercept it as it was coming down. And we still have heavy snow coming down right now in northeast Georgia. And this is what we have been tracking for you all week long and preparing for you to see here in parts of Georgia. We've also been explaining how not everybody is going to see this. This is what's happening in Rabun County right now. But this is part of the system that's spreading down into the metro Atlanta area, where we are seeing some spots in metro Atlanta get some of this lighter snow that's coming down right now. I don't think Atlanta is going to see quite like what we're seeing here. And of course, we've also been stressing how all week long that not everybody is going to see the same thing. We're in an area now that's getting the worst of it, the heaviest of it. Cars are still able to make it a little bit going slowly on the main roads, but we've also seen when people pull off on roads like this, okay, here comes a four-wheel drive vehicle now coming down and they're going really slow here. But it's these side roads that are a little more tricky. We saw some folks earlier in our live shot that had a car that had spun out going out on one of those side roads there. Yeah, that's a good four-wheel drive helping out. And again, this is much different than what we saw last week when we were dealing with ice. And the ice, of course, even a four-wheel drive vehicle can't navigate that well at all. And here comes another car coming out right here. But it's also a little easier to navigate in the snow, but our temperature right now is 25 degrees here in northeast Georgia. So this snow coming down, anything that kind of tries to melt on the warmer pavement, but these pavement temperatures are starting to fall now too, that could still turn into ice and turn slick. And we've seen evidence of that already happening here. What we're going to do, we're going to hop back in the truck and start traveling back down south. We've been able to show you already what's happening here in northeast Georgia, but we want to start heading back south down 985 toward the Gainesville area, just to show what conditions are looking like there now as what's happening in northeast Georgia is trying to push down toward the south. So stay with us throughout the morning. Our team of meteorologists is here throughout the entire day today to help get you through not only these areas that are having snow, but Chesley, also the bitterly cold air that's going to be moving in for the rest of the weekend. Let me tell you, I'm feeling that out there right now with this 25-degree temperature up in Rabun County.
Chris, I want to tell you that you're doing a good job. Nicole and I were talking about you, actually a little bit laughing because we can see it in your face. We know that you're doing a serious report. You're letting people know, but you really want to jump in that snow. We know you want to do it.
I want to so bad, but I know then that I'll be wet and uncomfortable in the truck driving all the way back to Atlanta. But, this is pretty fun. I mean, even though you can't really, this just really kind of falls apart, but just so powdery and fluffy and really beautiful. It is so picturesque up here, up in North Georgia, looking really, really nice. And even these snowflakes are sticking to my face right now, too.
Let me ask you this. Are you close to the road?
So we just pulled off the side of the road. This is one of those secondary roads.
Okay.
Here comes a truck right here. This is another dually that's coming up here, so I don't think that they're going to have a problem getting up this. But the secondary roads are the ones that have been a little more tricky. The main road is just down here like a half a block. We just kind of pulled up here to pull off on the side of the road here to be safer here versus on the main road. The main road is still covered pretty much in snow, but going slowly, the cars have been able to navigate that a little bit better. It's when you pull off into these side roads, that's when it gets a little more tricky.
I want you to do me a favor when you get a chance. So the next time we talk to you, if you go out there and look at the tracks of those tires where those cars went through, see if it's if it's slushy or they leave a slush behind, or if it's slick.
Let me do that.
Go ahead. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Follow me.
Okay.
If you can follow me now, let me do that right now. No cars are coming. I'm safe. So these are the tracks right now that the car just went through. So I can tell, Chesley, as I'm kind of scraping this off, it is slicker there along the road. So you've got the powder on top that is helping to give people a little bit of traction. But I do see that underneath this right now, where the first layers of snow maybe melted a little bit, but it's now refreezing. Yeah, once you get down here, like that's slick right now, once I've gotten kind of brushed the powder away. So that's the concern really for the rest of the day.
Right.
And then especially overnight tonight, Chesley, as you know, we're talking about getting down into the teens here tomorrow morning, and here in North Georgia, maybe even some single digits. So whatever, even though the snow is going to be tapering off here this afternoon, and hopefully the wind will help kind of disperse some of it a little bit, but we could still have some travel issues in spots here tomorrow morning because of that really cold air, making that base layer that's down below this snowpack is really slick already. And it's going to be even slicker later tonight and tomorrow too.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see to make sure. And that will be the concern, especially up there where you are because of that fluffy snow just on top of it, right? And so that's just going to continue to compact. And we saw that not long ago. You have folks excited around here. We have a few flurries here at the station. Our anchors have ran out to go get pictures, and they brought them back. You are exciting the people, man. So keep it up. We're going to check back in with you a little bit later on. Thanks a lot, Chris. Really appreciate that.
All right.
Man.
All right. We're going to get back in the warm truck, and I'll have another live shot. We're going to head south now to kind of see how this is translating as it pushes down to the south. We're going to start moving back toward the Gainesville area to see how things are looking there and see if it's progressively getting better or if what we're seeing here is going to follow us down there.
Gotcha. Stay safe, okay? Stay safe. All right, yes, finally starting to see some of that right here in the Atlanta area, here in Midtown. We got some snowflakes coming down. And so folks getting excited a little bit here. But the concern will be the travel part of it. So hopefully you're at home, you're nice and safe. Nicole and I would love to see your pictures. Send them to us, and we'll put them right here on the air. We do have cameras all around the area. This is the Cloverleaf. So this is where I-285 and 75 meet up, and you can see the flakes flying around. No sticking as of yet. It has been on the light side so far here, but it is starting to reach further down to the south. This is our Midtown camera showing you where the snow is coming down. This is over toward Georgia Tech, but you can see the city in the background, snow coming down, flurries right now at least, and hopefully you're paying attention to the road if you're going to be driving instead of watching the flurries fly down. Not enough to play in as of yet, but perhaps as we progress on. We're expecting this to stick around at least through about noon to 1 o'clock, at least here in the metro area. Over toward the east, it'll be snowing a little bit longer, but it has been getting further over toward the west. If you take a look, we've been looking at our Rome camera as well. Got some light snow showers there. Even further down to the south, even down into Troup and Meriwether counties, we've been seeing that as well. Heaviest has been up here where Chris is, all right? And so Chris has been showing us that snow, probably about a good 2-3 inches already, and probably heavier in some spots up here. Tallulah Falls down toward Toccoa. That's when the snow has been the heaviest so far. Go a little bit further down to the south, Gwinnett County as well. I'm going to check in with Ariana in a few just to see what she's seeing out there. But the snow looks like it's starting to pick up here in Gwinnett County. You go down to southern ends of Gwinnett County, not much happening there. That's the way it has been so far for us. We got these little bands, we call them snow squalls, where you get some heavier snow, and then right next door, not much. In the metro area now, we're starting to see Atlanta, down toward Union City, even into Peachtree City now. There probably is a few snow flurries flying around. That's the way it has been here just to the south of the city. Most of this on the snow flurry side, down toward Hogansville as well. We've been getting reports in from Douglas County as well, some light to moderate snow coming down, and that's going to continue as we head, again, through the morning. So it'll be spread out a little bit here, where we'll have the scattered snow showers around. Some of us getting some and some of us not receiving any at all. Maybe you're seeing it where you live. Again, like I said, here in Midtown, right outside our studios, we're starting to see a little bit of that snowfall. Big system here, okay? You got an area of low pressure off the coast, got one on land as well. That will continue to push further off to the north, and watch that wrap around as it continues in our area. The snow should be out of the way, out of the state by about 8-9 o'clock tonight. Then the cold air will become the concern. Meteorologist Nicole Harford has more on that cold blast we're going to receive.
Yes, and temperatures are already cold. It's about to get way colder into tonight and early tomorrow morning. You can really see the contrast on our temperature contour map. I mean, we're chilly. It's 26 degrees in Atlanta. Most of us are in the 20s and teens already, but feeling like the teens and even the single digits. Look further up towards the north, where temperatures are bitter cold. That cold Arctic air is going to be sinking southward throughout the rest of the day today, as well as into the overnight hours. So that Arctic air will lead to some of our coldest temperatures of the season so far. That has prompted the National Weather Service to issue all these extreme cold warnings that span the southeast, even down into the state of Florida, where temperatures there tonight are going to be in the 20s and the 30s as far south as Miami. Here in North Georgia, we've got extreme cold warnings for the entire state. So temperatures will fall down to feels like values anywhere from 5 or 10 below zero to about 5 degrees. The coldest hours are going to be about 7 o'clock this evening, and that'll linger through much of the morning. It's going to be kind of a slow warm up as we go into tomorrow. Already today, it's been cold. Temperatures will kind of stay stagnant throughout the rest of the day. We may even get a little bit colder, especially as we approach the sunset. So we'll hang on to mainly mid to low 20s through the rest of the day through the Atlanta metro. It'll be even colder as you get outside the city, especially up into far north Georgia. Those temperatures through the day will be in the teens. These numbers in blue, those are our feels like temperatures. So it's going to be feeling like the teens and even the single digits into the overnight tonight. By the time the sun sets in Atlanta, we'll have feels like temperatures down into the single digits. Tomorrow morning is really when this cold air will be most intense. So actual air temperatures will be in the teens and the single digits. This is dangerous cold. You do not want to be outside in this for any prolonged period of time without being properly bundled up. Any exposed skin, it becomes a danger. When you factor in our winds, feels like temperatures, again, will be anywhere from about 5 to 10 degrees below zero up to about 5 degrees is the threshold. Now, around Atlanta metro, we'll get up to above freezing for a couple hours in the afternoon tomorrow, but there will be some spots up into far northeast Georgia where those snow totals are anticipated to be the highest that actually won't get above freezing or will get just barely above freezing. So that's going to kind of hinder much in the way of melting. Sunshine will return tomorrow, though, so that will at least help to melt a little bit in the sunny spots. Temperatures stay cold into the start of the week, so our overnight lows stay in the 20s Monday morning. We thaw out pretty quickly, though, into Monday and Tuesday. Highs are back up in the 40s Monday afternoon with 50s expected by Tuesday and Wednesday. Rachel and Faith?
Thanks so much, Nicole. Well, East Georgia, as our meteorologists have been telling us, is expected to bear the brunt of the snowfall, including those in Clarke County.
That's right. Chase Howell is joining us live in Athens this morning with the very latest. Chase, it doesn't look like there's that much snow behind you right now. I know that they got some snow and ice last weekend. What is it looking like right now, and are they prepared for some more snow?
Okay, wait. So Faith, Rachel, huge update. I'm starting to see some flurries come down. So you guys are just having all the fun. I'm finally getting to have some fun. Okay, because you're like, oh, Chelsea's like, they went out and took pictures. I'm like, meanwhile, it's bone dry out here. All I'm seeing is pavement. But now I'm starting to see some flurries. I'm looking at these clouds. These clouds are looking like they're about to give some snow and not so much gloom and sadness. So listen, I'm excited to see the snow. I did move away from the north to come down to the south to get away from the snow. But look, I'm excited for it. You can kind of see, back to your point about the ice and snow we saw here last weekend. Look, there's still some of it on the ground right here. But I mean, it's been so hot that you can easily chip some of it away. I mean, you just saw that with my boot right there. So that's awesome. But also what's changed since I got up this morning at 4 o'clock this morning was it's getting colder. We've been hearing from our meteorologists is that we're going to see that temperature continue to go down. And that's really what we've been seeing. I mean, it was around 33 this morning, and now it's about 29 degrees here in Athens. It's not too cold, but it's going to get colder. So if we see some of that snow come down and possibly freeze on the ground, which isn't good because as you can see, there's no real salt or brine here on the ground. But we're in a college town. Everyone's really sleeping right now. But I did catch up with 2 students who are headed out to breakfast. Take a listen.
I'm going to go to Target, get a bunch of food, sit inside all day, and then hopefully some of these restaurants stay open and we can get class off on Monday again.
Okay. That's the same thing. We're going to Bojangles right now as part of a fantasy football punishment, and hopefully we can get out of there pretty quick and enjoy the snow.
Yeah, a perfect rot day, that's for sure. And they also mentioned, they're like, yeah, I hope the restaurants are open because they just want to go sit at a bar, have a beer, watch whatever sport is on. You know, typical Sunday for the boys. Saturday for the boys, I guess. So, you know, Faith, Rachel, if there is snow when I get back, guess who's getting thrown into it? You guys. Because look, you guys have been getting to play with it all day, and I'm jealous.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah.
You talking to me?
I think so.
No, I will. Listen, I will. I'll find the biggest snowbank. I'll just toss you guys into there. Could you imagine? Faith would be so mad.
He must be talking to you, Rachel.
I'll play along. Sounds great, Chase. I love snow. I want to be buried in it. Sounds
I'm like
perfect.
Ariana earlier. She said, "I
Okay,
am not
Florida
making
girl.
a snow angel."
Well, because she's from Florida. Who would want to go to the beach and do like a little sand angel? I'd rather do that than the snow.
Look, pose. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. What the kids do. Thank you, Chase.
Thank you so much, Chase. We're going to get to some viewer photos that you all have been sending in. Take a look at this one from Dahlonega. Thanks so much, James. He sent in this picture of a gaggle of geese and some friendly fawns out enjoying the snow. That's beautiful. This was taken by, again, our pal James. Really cool to see that.
That is very, very beautiful. You would look at that and say, that's not Georgia, but it is. Just right there in Dahlonega.
Nature.
Wine country. Okay, we do have another video from Cindy from North Cummings sending this over during her morning walk. Another just beautiful sight out there with those snow-covered roads. You can see her neighborhood blanketed in snow. More is on the way. Safe to walk out. Not safe to drive in, just to note. Don't take your cars out there, but if you do, to have to take the dog out for a walk or you just want to go get some fresh air, I mean, that is just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, take a gorgeous walk. It's very romantic out there, but like Faith said, leave the car at home. You don't need it.
You don't need it. And you know what, guys? We'll be covering everything you need to know about the latest winter storm all day long. If you're away from the TV or if you have a power outage and your TV won't turn on, we still have you covered. You can stay connected with us, streaming live through your phone on 11 Alive Plus. We'll be right back.
Communities safe because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air from.
Yeah. Welcome back. Thanks so much for being with us here on 11 Alive Plus and the ATL this morning. Chris Holcomb there, our chief meteorologist, driving around the snowy metro this morning.
I mean, Chris, you were in the elements. You had some incredible images really trying to make a snowball that would not stick because what you all have been talking about, this fluffy snow. Now you are back in the impact truck. Can you just walk us through what you just experienced there and how are the roads looking where you are?
So we wanted to get out of the truck and do a live report, not just in here. It's nice and warm inside the truck. Let me tell you, it's kind of hard to get outside in the 25-degree temperatures here. But it was really nice just experiencing that snow coming down, and it's still coming down at a nice little clip here. This is what we're watching. As you can see, we're now south of Clayton. We're now going back south toward Tallulah Falls and the Tallulah Gorge. We're going to keep going south down 985 once we get back back to 985 there, and start heading toward the Gainesville area. We think we've given you guys a good illustration of what we've been watching here really for the past hour and a half or so, where the snow is really coming down hard. The flakes maybe aren't as big as they were earlier, and it's not quite as heavy as it was earlier, but we saw a good 1 to 3 inches of snow come down here in a very short period of time. This is our camera on the roof of our weather impact tracker, and you can see how some of those snowflakes are getting there on the globe of that lens there that's surrounding it. This is from inside our dashboard here, looking through the window, and that's why you see the windshield wiper kind of going there every once in a while. But you can see how these roads are covered pretty good. We've seen a couple of snow plows come by. Every once in a while, they'll plow off a lane or so, and they've been kind of going back and forth, going northbound and then back southbound. And I haven't seen another one come by here recently, so there may be some kind of coming by our way. Folks that are on these roads are traveling very slowly. In fact, you can see on that other side there, that's the northbound side, that's a Jeep. And we've seen a lot of four-wheel drive vehicles. We are in a four-wheel drive vehicle as well. Those have been navigating it a little bit better here on the main road. But the problem is when people turn off from this road into the side roads, that's where they start having some problems. And what we're doing right now is kind of riding in the tracks of the cars that were driving ahead of us. And that's helping us to kind of navigate this just a little bit better too. But you can see how thick this snow is. Most likely 3 or more inches, and there's more coming down right now up in Rabun County. So what we're going to do, we're heading southbound. Since we've shown you everything that's happening up here, we kind of want to follow this as it's been pushing down toward the south. We're going to head toward the Gainesville area and let you know how things are looking between here and there, and once we get to Gainesville. So stay with us. It's my reason for wanting to be out in the weather impact tracker this morning is we have been tracking this all week long for you, and I wanted to go first to the area that was getting hit hard. We were able to navigate that pretty well this morning and intercept that heavy snow band coming into Rabun County. Now I'm following it down to see how it's doing now as we get closer into parts of North Georgia and closer to the metro area. So that's my goal, is just to kind of see what we have been predicting and then see firsthand where these snow showers are heaviest and where they're heading and how this is moving closer to Metro Atlanta. I know we've had lighter amounts in Metro than east of the city. And as we've been saying all along, not everybody is going to see snow like what we're seeing in Rabun County. Northeast Georgia is going to get hit worse. And even into Metro Atlanta, Chesley and Nicole, that fine line between who gets nothing at all and who gets a lot of snow is going to be just that, a really fine line. And Atlanta might be kind of split in half. So I'm interested to see what y'all are seeing now on radar right now on how that snow is coming in and what parts of Atlanta may see or may not see the snow as it's coming down.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chris. Really appreciate that. Wanted to know if you saw any plow trucks up there. So if you can still hear me, Chris, next time we talk to you, I want to talk about that. Have you seen any plow trucks, and do you know if that road has been treated? Second thing is, as you make your way down, see if it's an elevation thing as far as the thickness of the snowflakes, or the wetness, if you will, of the snowflakes. As you get down here toward the metro area, it may get a little bit drier, right? So we'll see. We'll see. That's why we got Chris out there. He said he just wanted to do it. We put him out there. We knew what we were doing. We're looking at the snow out there right now, coming down in pretty decent clips in some spots. And that's the way it's been so far. And I think that's the way it's going to stay pretty much through the morning. There'll be a case of the haves and the have-nots. Not very widespread until you get further up toward the north and east where Chris is. That's where the snow is really coming down. Starting to calm down, if you will, right, intensity-wise, up here into Rabun County, where the heavier snow has begun to push into South Carolina. So heading over toward Clipson and Pickens into South Carolina. But they're still around Toccoa, Tallulah Falls, still got a pretty decent clip, some moderate snow coming down. Even in northern parts of White County, over toward Helen, pretty decent clip there as well. Further down to the south, I was just on the phone with Ariana. She is in Suwanee, and Suwanee is just to the north and east or west of Lawrenceville. She's only seeing a few flurries. Lawrenceville getting hit with some decent snow coming down there. I was going to send her there, but she'd be chasing it, and so it probably would leave her. So we're going to keep her right there just in case another little round comes back in that particular area. Further down to the south, gets a little lighter once you get down toward the city. We've been seeing some flurries out there. Faith and Rachel can attest to that. They got some photos and pictures that they're looking at right now. They're over there just looking at. You'd act like they never saw it before in their lives. Looking at South Fulton County as well, where we got the light snow coming down as well. Down through Peachtree City now. Got a couple flurries, even all the way down to the south and parts of Meriwether County as well. We're seeing that snow. Places like Griffin, Henry County, you haven't seen much yet. It's coming toward you. Right? So you'll get in on this. 9:46 right now, probably within the next half hour or so, you'll start to see those flurries if you're not seeing a few flurries already. But it looks dry where you are. Jackson as well, down toward Griffin and Spalding County, haven't seen much as of yet. And again, that's the way it's going to be. It'll be a case of the haves and a case of the have-nots. You'll notice this system is large. Extends all the way up into Virginia as far as the snowfall goes, into eastern North Carolina as well as western North Carolina. And then off the coast, of course, we do have that moisture that continues to be spit back as this area of low pressure continues to slide further off to the north. Look for this to be with us at least, the snow itself in the state, at least to about 5 or 6 o'clock tonight. For the metro area, I think by the time we get to 1 o'clock, especially 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, a lot of that will be out of the way, and then we have to deal with some very cold temperatures. Now, here is the latest model now. It's going a little bit back and forth on us a little bit. We were looking at the last update, and it had like a lot of this blue further up to the north. Now that we're starting to see that snow fill in, the models are going back a bit. So the model's trying to keep up with what's coming out of the sky. And so, again, we're back to about an inch possible in the Atlanta metro area, and then a little bit of a dusting over here toward the west. And with the heavier totals remaining over into the east, the Athens area eastward is where you're going to find the heaviest totals. Keep in mind, it will turn colder as we head through the day, and the winds will start to pick up on us a bit as well. So if you're going to go out, I would suggest that you don't, but make sure you wrap up. It's going to turn cold. Guys, back to you.
Wrap up and don't go in your cars. If you're going to go out, go by foot, because as we heard from GDOT earlier, these conditions can worsen.
Yeah, even if you're not seeing it right now, that could change. Right now, we're looking at some snow flurries. You could see it if you look really closely at that camera. This is at Truist Park, so in Cobb County there. So not blanketing the roadways like what we were seeing in the Northeast, but impacting a lot of the metro right now, Faith.
And not yet. These conditions could change, right?
Yes,
we could
exactly.
see this continue to come down. But with this storm moving into the metro, crews across the region, they are working around the clock to make sure that you are ready, to make sure that we're all safe out there.
Yeah, as we've been telling you all morning, road conditions, they're being impacted. They could be further impacted as the morning goes on. And officials urging folks to prepare now. And 11 Alive's Ariana Manise is on the ground in Sewanee for us this morning.
A lot more snow down there in Sewanee than we're seeing up at Truist Park.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful sight there. Some Instagrammable moments, Ariana.
Yes, it's a mini winter wonderland here in Sewanee. Me and Chezzy have been coordinating this morning as far as locations. As he mentioned, I was in Norcross. We didn't really see too much when I was there. And now here in Sewanee, we start to see the snow pick up. You see the parking lot. It's a lot more covered than when we spoke about in the last hour. It's been just some flurries at this point. If you look at the parking lot, if you look at the ground, it is pretty fluffy, I would say. And, you know, I wouldn't, if you're not good with driving in the snow, I probably would just stay inside, as Chezzy and all the officials have been telling everybody. They say they pre-treated the roads. They have the equipment stage all around the area so emergency officials can get out there, get to any place they need to get to safely and quickly. Now, as far as, you know, the level of priority they're going to get to roads, they say first they're going to make sure access roads to hospitals, those are clear, police precincts, those are clear, and then they're going to move into your neighborhood. And we know last week we saw a lot of ice, but they say the thing is that this week they're dealing with a different type of winter system. Take a listen.
This storm is a little different. This time when the precipitation is anticipated to come, road temperatures are going to be down. Air temperature is going to be down. We got a little lucky last week when the precipitation came. Luckily, the road temps were a little warmer and the air temp was. So we anticipate any precip that we get, this time it'll stick.
Yeah, and it is sticking. It is starting to pick up. Then when we spoke at the last hour, we just saw a snow plow pass right behind us. Gwinnett County officials say right when the snow started falling, they were going to be out here with their crews plowing the roads, and we just saw that. I'm not doing a snow angel. Just want to reiterate that. I'm not doing that, so do not ask me. But, hey, it's pretty. When the wind blows, you see the snow pick up. So like Chesney said, it's just a dusty snow at this point. It is starting to pick up. I see a few shops open here at the Swanee Town Center open. A few people braving the temperatures. I saw a husky out here earlier. You know, huskies, they love this type of weather. They are in their element. They are excited to be out here in the snow. So if you do want to go out here and experience the snow, I will tell you, just to reiterate, you want to bundle up because you feel the wind, you feel the cold, and once again, you feel the snow in this winter wonderland, guys.
She's gorgeous. She did not make it. Can you pick the snow up?
Yeah, that's what we were going to ask.
Okay, I'm gonna try to pick the snow up. I gotta find an area because you see it on the ground, but it's not too much.
There you go. You got a handful.
It's like,
but it is fluffy. It's fluffy. It's not sticky.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't make a good snowball out of that. It looks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't. I'm gonna collect some for you guys and bring it back to the station. So
we'll see if it lasts on the right back.
My beat came out, so I can't hear you guys. But yeah, this is what we're seeing here in Swanee, guys. I'm gonna send it back to you.
All right, Ariana. Thank you so much. Hey, it's
extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
When you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
The people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make.
And welcome back. Just a little before 10 o'clock on this Saturday morning. We have been out with you driving around since 6 o'clock this morning when we started our coverage here on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus. We have a team of meteorologists that are going to be with you throughout the day today as we're tracking the snow that is moving in. And talk about snow, take a look at what we have up here. We have been up in Rabun County, now crossing over into parts of, okay, there's a snowplow. Y'all see that on the other side of the road? All right, we just caught that there. Snowplow just on the other side of the road there that is going northbound from Tallulah Gorge up toward the Clayton area. And we have seen a few of those snowplows coming in, and they really helped that side of the road. If you can see that northbound side there, compare that to what we are doing right now on the southbound side, and we're pretty much having to kind of ride in the tracks of the cars that have gone before us here. And what we've been seeing is those snow plows have been coming northbound and then southbound again, just kind of going back and forth, kind of keeping these roads a little bit clean here. Now, Stephen Boise is driving our weather impact tracker right now, and it's interesting as you're driving a vehicle, you can kind of feel the differences in the consistency of the snow, where this is becoming, he said, it even looks this way too, a little more slushy. Every once in a while we've been sliding around a little bit on this, but that's when we like want to turn or make a U-turn to go the other way when we cross over there. But if we stay in these tracks, we're just having to go really slow there so that we don't get stuck up here. Again, we just crossed the bridge where Tallulah Gorge is. We're now headed kind of back up a hill. What we're going to do is, the last time we were here in the Tallulah Gorge area as we were going northbound, the roads weren't as covered as they are now. So we're seeing the difference of how much the snow has made a difference on the roads just really in the past 45 minutes or so. We're going to keep going south because we've been kind of staying up here in this area of Rabun County for a while, where we knew that the roads would be slicker. We knew the snow would be heavier here. We still have a good bit of snow coming down. You can see those snow flurries as they're coming in. This is our camera on the roof of our vehicle, and you can see how some of that snow is getting stuck on the lens there. And this is through the windshield. So we're going to start going southward and pretty much stay going southward since we've shown you what else is happening up here in Rabun County. But we want to give you a perspective now. As this snow is pushing down closer to the metro area, we're going to go down toward Demarest and continue on toward Gainesville along 985 to see how things are looking as we get closer. Now, this is interesting. This is a little bit more. They must have just scraped this right here where the plows have been going kind of northbound and southbound there. And you can see how that's kind of helped the conditions right now up here, again, just south of the Tallulah Gorge. We're now going to enter into Habersham County and keep going southward. And we're going to keep reporting live for you here from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Tracker. You know, we were making these plans of our coverage earlier this week, and on Thursday, our boss and I were talking. I'm like, can I be in the truck Saturday morning? Because I really want to go out and see what it is that we have been forecasting, see the impacts firsthand of this. And what we've been saying all along is that northeast Georgia and east of Atlanta would see the worst impacts. But Chesley, as you know, we're seeing some impacts in metro Atlanta. And again, folks west of the city, not seeing as much, but north and east of the city, this is what we've got going on here. Yep.
And you know, I don't want to put you to work, but I have these questions all the time, you know, since
okay,
you're out
do
there.
it.
All right, so
I'm here to work. Go for it.
You're up there at a higher elevation than we are. And so you said that your snow was a little bit thicker. You had a little bit more moisture to it. I know down here, we just saw Ariana's shot. She picked up some snow. It was more powdery. So I want you to see if you can, and it may have you make a couple stops. As you come south, get out and test it and find out where that line is, where you got the fluffy stuff and then the powdery stuff. And so try to find out where that line is in elevation, right?
When we were able to get out of the vehicle a few minutes ago, even what's on the road seems a little more slushy and wet, but it's when we got out, it actually picked up snow in our gloves there, that even though it seems wetter on the roads here, because those ground surfaces were warmer and the initial layer of snow that came down melted. And then now snow's going on top of that, and that's causing that initial layer down below that to freeze up there. So that's why on the road it's slushy. But when we got out earlier and felt that snow, and I tried to compress it into a snowball, it still wouldn't really do it. So it is still that dry, powdery stuff here. But it is going to be interesting to see, Chesley, when you're talking about those elevations. We are at higher elevations. As we come down a little bit more, that moisture content most likely is going to change in the snow and the structure of that snow too. So yeah, when we get down a little bit lower and a little bit closer to you, I definitely want to test that out to see if that moisture content's a little bit different, or if it's more of a blowing like snow grains versus these have been some pretty good flakes. Even just in the past couple of minutes as we've been leaving Rabun County, still some snowflakes that are a pretty good size, but I actually have been seeing those snowflakes shrink up a little bit more compared to what we were having up to the north.
Last question for you real quick, and we'll go away from you. Look, you were up a little higher a little while ago. The roads didn't have much traction, or at least tire tracks, where now it's kind of spread out. Do you think those roads up there were untreated or just hadn't been plowed yet? Or do you think you're coming down where it's a little bit warmer now?
Well, that's interesting because as Stephen and I were driving up the road, we could tell on 985, you could see those brine marks pretty much on the road where you can almost see the salty brine mixture on the road. As we were getting up here, I do think that this road was treated up to the north, but we did kind of see those brine marks disappearing, and we're like, wait a minute, I can't tell if this road is treated or not. I do think that it was because the cars are able to navigate this road, the main road, better than those side roads. And I think when people got off of those side roads, it was a much different experience than on this main road. So I do think that they were treated based on what we could see and just based on how things are kind of shaping up here on these roads. However, Chesley, as you know, the brine mixture lowers the freezing point of the water, so that kind of delays the roads getting slick. But now we have the rate of snow falling on that is going to add more coldness to that. And so I do think that we'll start to see things slickening up. And as I did a little bit earlier, where I was able to kind of scrape off the powder of the road, there is that layer underneath that is really slick. So we're going 25 to 30 miles an hour right now, really slow up here. And I think just as long as you don't get, bold or cocky and think you can do it, as long as you're going slow, it's navigatable right now. Okay, there goes a truck passing us now. It's a little bit heavier than our vehicle. We are just being extra careful, and other folks are maybe being a little bit bolder. I think another vehicle is about to pass us. Stephen, is one coming up on the right? Okay. I'm seeing some cars in my window on the side here behind us. And they may not be happy because we're going so slow, but we're trying to be extra careful and not get too bold and take any chances here on these roads. Because all it takes is just slipping and, okay, somebody is about to come pass us here in another vehicle. Let's see if that's that's a Jeep. I can't tell if it's a four-wheel drive, one of the little smaller SUV Jeeps there. So anyway, being extra careful on these roads here because that's what we're telling people to do.
All right.
Oh gosh, did that truck just kind of spin out right there on the other side? You see that on the other side?
Yeah, I do.
So that truck just spun out.
Oh, wow.
And hit that little thing in the middle there. So that was going northbound, and that looked like a four-wheel drive pickup there too.
Oh yeah,
so
probably going too fast.
That just goes to show you got to be careful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we just have to be careful on these roads, and that's why we're being extra careful here, Chess.
Absolutely. All right, so bear with us, folks. The scientist in us wants to know, and so Chris is out there testing it for us, and we'll check back in him in just a little while. We've been looking at this shot right here. This is Midtown, and our Georgia Tech camera. You can see where the snow is coming down. Nicole and I were looking at these surfaces here, saying, "Okay, is that collecting?" We're going to zoom in here and take a look. It looks like a tennis court. Nicole thinks it may be grass. We're going to test that out as well. It's the scientist in us, folks. We just want to know. And you probably want to know from her, where is it snowing right now? She has a look at it on the radar. Hey, Nicole.
Yes, so we've got varying conditions across the state. In some spots, especially northeast of the city, that's where we've seen the more persistent, much heavier rainfall, or not rainfall, snowfall. Meanwhile, a lot of us up this I-75 corridor, including the Atlanta Metro, are picking up on some flurries, but maybe not necessarily accumulating snowfall yet. The heaviest band of snow at this point is up further closer to the South Carolina border as you get into Toccoa, and then also some very heavy snowfall currently taking place, really stretching from Lawrenceville out towards Winder and then down to Monroe, where we've got some of that kind of moderate to heavy snow falling. These showers are shifting eastward, so snow is starting to pick up in the Athens area, and you've probably got at least another hour, 2 hours as this band of snowfall moves through for those locations. Now, a lot of the heavier snow is still up towards the northeast, and that's really where the focus has been of accumulating snowfall. But we're still seeing some lighter snow showers that extend west of the city through Douglas County up towards Dallas, as well as Cobb County, and even into the metro where we've got flurries ongoing. This is our view right now in Midtown at Georgia Tech. Snow has really picked up. Those flurries are certainly more frequent in nature, but the ground temperatures, at least through the city, are still too warm to warrant anything sticking to the ground just yet. That'll change pretty quickly, though. Once the snow starts falling, our ground temperatures drop pretty fast. In Rome right now, those flurries are light, but we're starting to see some of those sticking to the ground as well. And then a totally different story out towards Dahlonega, where we've seen multiple inches of snow accumulation already. So we're going to keep this going with the focus of the most widespread snow, the heaviest snow, really northeast of this city, but we'll continue to watch as these showers make their way down towards towards the south. Eventually, these will start to clear out from west to east as we go through the afternoon. So as we approach the sunset, especially, things will start to clear out of here in the way of snowfall, and we'll bring back some clearer conditions into tonight. Snow potential still looks the highest up towards the northeast, where we're talking widespread totals of about 1 to 3 inches. Some localized spots could see 4, 5, even 6 inches of accumulation. Through the metro, we'll be lucky to see a dusting to maybe an inch of snow accumulation, and that's the case for the I-75 corridor as well. As further west you go, less likely you are to see accumulating snowfall. Temperatures are also going to be a big story today and into tomorrow. It is already cold out there. We're in the 20s across the Atlanta metro. We're into the teens up into far north Georgia. When you factor in wind, it already feels like the teens. And overnight tonight, that truly cold air settles in. So we've got extreme cold warnings in place across North Georgia as actual air temperatures fall down into the teens and the single digits. Feels like temperatures are going to be below zero across much of the area. So it is a bitter cold, a dangerous cold into tonight and tomorrow morning. And with this extended period of below freezing temperatures, it also becomes a little more likely that we see some pipes burst across North Georgia. So it's a good idea to drip those pipes into tonight and tomorrow morning especially. We should be able to just barely warm above freezing tomorrow afternoon across metro Atlanta, but some spots outside the city are going to stay below that freezing point through at least Monday morning. Stick around. We'll have more weather coverage coming up after the break.
Live and 11 Alive coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
the people. It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be, finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues,
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
sharing real solutions.
All right, it is now 10:09. Happy Saturday to you. It's shaping up to be somewhat of a snowy Saturday for a lot of us here. You're looking live at Midtown Atlanta from our camera at Georgia Tech.
You can see those snow flurries going past the camera, and actually, Jonathan, starting to accumulate, it looks like, in those grassy areas as well. So really starting to spread south here, closer to the city of Atlanta. We saw it mostly in the northeast and Hall County, Gwinnett County. Starting to impact more and more people here this morning. And good morning, and thank you so much for staying with us here on 11 Alive Plus. I'm Rachel Cox-Rosen.
And I'm Jonathan Martin. We've been with you since 6 o'clock this morning, so we've been on for hours. We're not going anywhere because we are dealing with round 2 of severe winter weather affecting metro Atlanta. But instead of ice, what we saw last weekend, Rachel, really it's the snow and the dangerously cold temperatures that are hitting our area.
Yeah, so first, here's what to know this morning. Governor Kemp once again declaring a state of emergency. That's mainly to make sure the state has the resources it needs during this storm, so it's nothing to be alarmed by. We're also going to see some very cold temperatures over several days, which could cause problems on exposed pipes. So make sure you're prepared. Also, schools and businesses are canceling weekend events to help people stay off the roads. We have a list of all of those cancellations right now on 11alive.com.
And really right now, Rachel, the roads are among the biggest concerns. So we are getting an update on the latest road conditions as the snow is coming down.
Yeah, so we're hearing from the Northeast Georgia Department of Transportation. We want to welcome in a GDOT Northeast spokesperson, Nathan Johnson. Thank you so much for being with us, and good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So what are the conditions you're seeing right now? We know that as the minutes pass, more and more areas being impacted, more and more roadways.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're starting to see more snowfall throughout this morning. Roads are becoming more accumulated with snowfall. That's expected.
Yeah, and Nathan, a lot of people remember just last weekend you all were working around the clock to brine the roads, but dealing with snow is different. That's what we've been telling viewers this morning. How do you all prepare differently when it comes with the snow?
So we started out yesterday at 7 a.m. Brining and pre-treating the roadways throughout the day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. By the end of yesterday in District 1, we had brined we had brined 240,000 gallons on the roadway throughout the day. And today we're ready to plow. We've got our snow plows out. We've got crews working throughout the district ready to go.
And I've been watching crashes because I'm a traffic anchor here at 11 Alive as well, just to see how people have been responding to the calls to stay home. So far, I haven't seen too many incidents. What have you seen on your end in terms of folks listening to the advice to stay home?
Right now, the roadways are pretty clear of any traffic. Obviously, you'll have some people that have to go to work.
Of course.
If you have to be on the roadways, please be safe. Please give our crews the space to work. But again, we just advise everyone stay home today if you can.
And Nathan, before you go, a lot of viewers may be out on the roads today and they may notice that not all of the lanes are plowed. You all really do a kind of a priority assessment when you're plowing the lanes. Talk about that.
That's correct. Yeah. So we do a priority of plowing the roads. We make sure that we cover our high priority and critical routes first, along with all other state routes. We will be plowing throughout the day, but that doesn't mean that snow won't continue to accumulate on the roadways. So it's still important to stay safe out there and stay off the roads if possible.
All right, Nathan Johnson with GDOT Northeast. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you to the GDOT road crews as well for their hard work. We're going to continue to check in with you throughout the day here. And whenever there's severe weather, travel's impacted, not just on the roadways, but on in the skies as well.
Yeah, we've often seen that the flights can get tricky around this time. This morning's winter storm can also lead to extensive delays at the airport. That is why we have our Molly Oak live for us inside Hartsfield-Jackson this morning. Molly, you've been there for hours this morning. So how are things looking right now? Are we seeing more cancellations?
Yeah, we're really tracking those cancellations, and I want to focus on the percentage of cancellations because that's where we get more of the perspective, especially with an airport of our size. So throughout the morning, we've really been sitting at about a third, 33% canceled flights coming from Atlanta and going out. That's according to FlightAware. Those are the main stats we've been tracking. So keep that in perspective as we give you a look at the boards. About a third of flights canceled here at Atlanta. This is nothing compared to last weekend. Now, worldwide, we are starting to see cancellations tick up a little bit. Last I checked, we were at about 1,800, pushing 1,900 now. In the U.S., we got about 1,600, pushing closer towards 1,700 now, but Atlanta looking good so far. One thing I do want to say is that we got here around 5:30 a.m. when we noticed those cancellations. Now, we came in on the south side, the Delta board. We saw a lot of red on the board. I was getting a little nervous for our traveler friends that we were going to see a lot of cancellations like we saw last weekend, but even at 5:30 when I was checking the stats, we were sitting at that 33%. Now, hours later, we're still at that 33%. So I was one of your travelers last weekend trying to get back to Atlanta. It took me a couple of days to get back. While I was on the plane, I was talking to the flight crews. They said the main thing to track is to see if you can figure out where your plane is coming from. Sometimes that'll give you an early heads up on if that plane is going to make it to your airport to where you want to fly out of. Now, as for how we're looking in this region, so to speak, Atlanta, again, kind of topping the charts with cancellations, but you've got to put in perspective of how many flights we have coming in and out of our airport. Charlotte is another one that was tracking high last weekend. It's tracking high again, kind of going 1 and 2 with us right now, guys.
All right, that's what happens when you are the world's busiest airport, even though Chicago is claiming they are. But hey, you got to check before you go. Molly, thanks so much.
Yeah, it's been good to see, Molly, as well, that those wait times at TSA, not too bad either. So we're hoping it stays that way. We want to take a look at some viewer photos and videos that folks have been sending in. Thank you so much for doing that. So this is patio video sent in by Philip in Rabun. He claims that snow is now above 4 inches.
I mean, he might be right if you look at that table.
I think he is.
It looks right about 3 or 4 inches.
Yeah.
In our 11 Alive Weather Impact Facebook group, while Melanie King shared these photos from Blairsville, you can see the railing, the trees, the grounds there covered in snow. I think she sent a photo in earlier, and now you see the difference in just a couple of hours. So we appreciate you, Melanie, for sharing those updated photos. And you can join in as well by searching 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on Facebook, and that is how you can share these photos, and we will share them with all of you.
Yeah, we want to keep seeing those. They're actually really beautiful as well. So let's get out live now to 11 Alive's chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, in the thick of it on the road this morning.
All right, so Chris, you have been all around. You've been up in Rabun County. You're making your way closer to the metro. What are we seeing right now on the roads here at 1016?
You know, coming from Rabun County, where we were a little bit earlier, the roads here were a lot thicker with the snow. As we're coming a little bit more to the south now, we're still in Habersham County, getting closer. Okay, look on the other side of the road there. Let me show you this right here. On the northbound side, there's a snowplow coming up on that side. Can y'all see that right there coming into the view? These snowplows have been coming through, kind of scraping off some of the snow that we've been seeing here. Right now, we're kind of riding in the tracks of the snow, and we did see this lane that we are in. There's a truck passing us right now. He's kind of riding in the tracks of the cars that came before him there, but we're in the right-hand side where a snowplow came a little bit earlier, and you can see how we don't have just tracks here. They kind of scrape that off. So the conditions here that were up in Rabun County and now in Habersham County, we're moving southward to get down toward Hall County here, where we're going to be seeing, again, the snowflakes are not as big now as they were, but you can see on the sides here where we did get some accumulations here, again, up in parts of northeast Georgia. So the roads had a lot more coverage of snow on them earlier up in Rabun County, and you showed the picture where somebody sent in and they said probably 4 inches there. I would verify that where we were. I measured about 3 inches, and that was a little bit earlier, and there's still more snow coming down there. So I agree with that person who shared that it was probably 4 inches up there in Rabun County. This is a view from our camera on top of our vehicle. There's a car that just kind of passed us there, getting back over into the lane here that is already been scraped. But as it comes forward, the accumulation is not as high. Not as much snow has fallen here. That thicker snow has been up to the north of us. And again, as I'm still seeing, can you see those snow flurries blowing into the camera? Let me go to the roof camera and see if we can see that a little bit better. These flurries aren't as thick now as they were a little bit earlier, but still good snow coming down here. And now we're just heading down closer to Gainesville. It's going to be interesting to see what we find as we get into Gainesville. What's been interesting with this is that, yes, all along we were thinking that northeast Georgia was going to be seeing the heaviest of the snow. Some of this is pushing down closer to the metro area, but just to see how much of this is actually able to hold together now as we get closer to it, and how that snow will interact there with the roads that we have right now. So Chesley, we're seeing some differences now coming southbound. And we'll just see how that goes. And, the other thing, Chesley, that I know you guys are watching on radar, with this type of system being so cold and being some of that dry snow, we have to watch some of those bands that will develop where it could be one county over from you. You might see one of those big bands coming through. And is that kind of what y'all were watching there in Gwinnett County? We had one of those bands, those bursts of snow here in Rabun, and that's what we were shooting to get here for. But I see one of those other bands kind of setting up, and that's kind of what came through South Hall and into Gwinnett County, isn't it?
That's absolutely right. Ariana was right there at the cusp. She was in Suwannee, started out in Norcross. And then just north of her is Suwannee. I told her to just go up to the north. You'll probably run into some snow, and boom, she got some snow right there. And it came down at a pretty good clip as well. I wish I would have told her to go to Lawrenceville, because she would have been in a little bit longer. But that's the way it's been, right? It's been a case of the haves and have-nots, and very tight as far as the window goes. Sort of reminds me of lake effect snow. I had the privilege.
It does, yeah.
And not really a privilege to report that or kind of cover that up in Buffalo when I was up in Buffalo. But those narrow bands, what we call snow squalls, is where you get those heavier bands that you were talking about. And we're seeing that down here. Now, it's not lake effect snow at all, folks. I'm just saying, comparatively speaking, that's how it is. Thanks a lot, Chris. Really appreciate it. Let's take a look at the radar. Chris has been talking about it.
Chesley,
okay,
I want to say.
Go ahead.
I want to say quickly, Chesley, when you first came here, and we started seeing these snow, systems come through, and we're like, we're used to measuring inches of snow. Chesley is used to measuring feet of snow coming from Buffalo, and you're amazing with your ability to forecast that snow and just the intricacies of all that. And like you said, you had to do all that lake effect snow up in Buffalo. So,
which I'm glad to be away from right now. I'll take this.
I bet.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Lake effect snow, folks. Just in comparison, flakes could be as big as my hand. That's what we're talking about. Flakes flying down. And the intensity is intense, where I could be standing on one side of the road, and it's sunshine, and there's a wall of snow on the other side of the road. That's how narrow they were, and that's how big those flakes were. Couldn't believe it myself, but happy to be out of it. All right, let's take a look. You notice that Chris talked about a snow burst, right? He was up here in Rabun County, and you can see where it was really intense at one point. Now that has slid into parts of South Carolina. And now it's starting to fade a little bit further down to the south and becoming a little bit more intense. We were talking about where Ariana was in Norcross, and then she just went a little bit further to the north up into Suwannee and started to get into some of that snow. I don't even know if it has made it down into the Norcross area as of yet. You see southern parts of Gwinnett County not seeing anything other than the clouds, maybe a flurry or two flying around. This is up in Blue Ridge. We've been watching this road, Nicole and I, and watching trucks come down this road. It's a little bit of a hill, but they've been navigating down the road. Haven't seen anybody going up as of yet, but you can see the tracks. There are people just crossing this particular road right here. It's been snowing since this morning up here in the Blue Ridge area, and so that snow is starting to pile up there as well. Now, camera's frozen. Didn't want that to happen. We were trying to figure out what this was, and Nicole and I think that is a tennis court. So the different color with the snow coming down, starting to pile up there just a little bit there, or at least we talked about it being a dry kind of snow, so it's not going to hit the surface and just melt right away. It will just be blown around or tossed around a little bit, and that would be happening on a tennis court or a playground where the color of the concrete is a little bit different. But I wanted to show you that, but our camera froze up. Sorry about that. All right, here we go. Looking at the radar again here, we do see some of that heavier snow that was up here to the north, up toward Clayton, Tallulah Falls, still coming down at a pretty moderate clip right now as we speak. You go further down to the south, up toward Winder, Barrow County, the eastern portions of Gwinnett County. You notice down here to the south, haven't seen very much, but it's coming down to the south and east this way. So DeKalb County, you're not seeing much, maybe a flurry or two. You get into Atlanta, where we just showed you that Georgia Tech clip, and you see it coming down moderately over there. So it's been spotty in a lot of spots, at least around the metro area. For example, up towards Cedartown, you're not seeing much there. You go down toward Bremen, you got a little light snow coming down, and also over into Carroll County as well. Douglas County has been seeing a pretty decent clip, especially western portions of Douglas County, now into South Fulton County, and then further down to the south toward Peachtree City, seeing a pretty decent clip. I talked about you, McDonough, and Henry County, not seeing much, perhaps a little flurry coming down. Northern parts of Henry County, maybe seeing a little bit of light snow there, and then further down to the south, making it all the way down into Thomaston and beyond. All right, and beyond. So heading down toward the Macon area now, we're starting to see a little bit of snow, trying to make it all the way down there to the south. And so it's starting to stretch a little bit, and we'll continue to follow this. It's a huge system, and you can see the snow is really wrapping around an area of low pressure that's going further off toward the north and east. And so that will continue to pull up to the north and east. The snow will continue to linger over here in our easternmost counties, but should be out of the way of the metro area with, again, around 12, 1 o'clock, certainly no later than 2 or 3 o'clock, should be out of the way. And then we'll be left with the cold. And that's going to be the bigger story this weekend, because that's going to be around much longer. Here to tell us a little bit more about it is meteorologist Nicole Harford.
Thanks, Chesley. Yes, temperatures are about to get a lot colder. I mean, it's already chilly across North Georgia. We're looking at temperatures mainly in the 20s, but we're down into the teens already up towards Dalton as well as Blairsville. We're at 25 currently in Atlanta, but when you factor in the winds, which are pretty breezy, our feels like temperatures are actually down into the teens and even the single digits. These are our current feels like temperatures, feeling like 2 in Canton, 6 in Marietta, 10 in Atlanta, 4 in Blairsville, and then 1 in Dalton. And this is not even the coldest of the air. Winds right now are really breezy. They'll be strong throughout the day today. We're talking sustained winds about 20, 25 miles per hour with wind gusts up to 30 or even 40 miles per hour throughout the afternoon. Now, winds will start to settle a little bit into tonight, which is good news because that's when the truly cold air is going to settle in. Our temperatures stay stagnant through much of the day today. So where we're currently sitting, that's kind of where we'll hang out as far as actual air temperatures. As we get closer to the sunset tonight, we'll start to cool down even further. So by the time you're waking up tomorrow morning, temperatures are down into the teens and the single digits. That is a dangerous cold. So we have extreme cold warnings in place across really all of the state from this evening until tomorrow morning for those dangerous wind chill values. We're talking actual air temperatures in the teens and the single digits and feels like temperatures that are up into below zero in many spots. In fact, I'm forecasting 16 degrees for that low temperature tonight in Atlanta. There will be spots up into far north Georgia that get down into the single digits, and widespread feels like temperatures will range from about 5 to 10 degrees below zero up to about 5 degrees. So that is a very dangerous cold. That's also an extended cold period. There will be spots tomorrow that do not warm up above freezing. But the good news is the sun comes out tomorrow, so that should help us melt some of this snow buildup across North Georgia, Chesley, as we continue to track these snow showers.
Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed. And everybody's getting excited about the snow. Thank you for the pictures that you're sending in. Continue to send those in for us as well. Really appreciate that. Our forecast track model showing that the heaviest snow, once again, will be just to the east of I-75. That's where it's going to be. Once you get down toward Atlanta south, where it becomes a little bit more spidey or isolated, where we have a few flurries out there as we speak, even all the way down, as I showed you, down toward Thomaston as well. But that will continue to push further off toward the east as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Notice here we are by 3:30. It starts to come to an end for our western counties into Atlanta, but still over toward Athens, down toward Edenton, still coming down and maybe at a pretty decent clip as well, but gets out of the way by the time we get to 6, 7 o'clock tonight. And even our clouds will start to break up. I'm already starting to see some holes in the clouds where some sun is trying to poke through. And so you may see that off and on early afternoon as well. But certainly we'll get that sunshine back in here as we head into Sunday. Now Sunday, even though we'll get the sunshine in, it's still going to be very cold, especially starting off in the morning. As Nicole was showing us, temperatures will be down into the teens, single digits, the way it feels on your exposed skin. So make sure you wrap up. If you're going to service, if service has not been postponed for you, if you're going to venture out to it, make sure that you are navigating the roads correctly. Make sure you know what's out there on the roads, and also be well dressed for that cold air that's going to be out there along with those winds. We'll see the temperature briefly go up to about 35 degrees during the afternoon on Sunday, and then we'll drop back down into the 20s as we head into the evening. So the overnight low in the 20s for Monday morning. That's where we'll be, 23 degrees to start off in the morning. So heading to the bus stops, if school is open, if work is open, you'll get out there on the bus stops. It's going to be very, very cold. And then we'll finally start to see that temperature modify by the afternoon on Monday. We'll let go of our 11 Live weather impact alert. And you'll notice our temperatures will modify a little bit, getting back closer to where we should be for this time of year, starting on Tuesday with 56 degrees for the high, 53 on Wednesday. Got another front that's going to come through. That will bring us the chance for the rain. And then we're looking at temperatures cooling off just a little bit as we head into Thursday, and we'll be watching that temperature, at least the sunshine, stick around for the end of the week. We're here to help you keep safe and informed all weekend long. Just stay weather aware on your own time. You can do that with our Weather Impact 24/7. Just download 11 Live Plus by scanning that QR code that's right there on your screen, and you can start watching for free, folks. We're here for you all day long and always. We'll be back right after this.
Live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus. Complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
the people. It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about.
It is now 10:30. We want to welcome you back on this Saturday morning to our weather impact alert. We're continuing coverage of the winter weather that is moving through metro Atlanta with the snow coming our way. East Georgia, by the way, is expected to bear the brunt of the snowfall, including those up in Clarke County.
Yeah, so Chase Howell is in Athens for us this morning. Chase has the very latest. So, Chase, you're getting your wish. Finally, some real snow coming down. I see it on your hat. Looks like you're trying to catch some flakes in your hand there. How are things going?
I'm geeked. I'm so geeked. I was like, look how big these snowflakes are. But listen, I got to show you this guy. Check out this dude. Shorts and a T-shirt right now. Come on, man. Are you cold?
No, I'm always wear shorts. Always.
You're not cold as the temperatures are going down, the snow's hitting. You're not cold one bit.
No, I feel great. I mean, I wouldn't want to stay out here like hours on hours, but yeah, for a little while, I'm good.
That is crazy. All right, man, I'll let you get back inside. But yeah, as you were just mentioning, it's snowing. Finally, you guys, probably within the last 45 minutes, it started to come down. And I want you to take a look at the pavement here. You can see where some of the snow is starting to stick on the pavement as it's getting cooler. I mean, this right here is actually ice that was left over from last weekend's snowstorm. So, again, I was talking to people out here. It was so funny. People were actually coming out of their businesses and just smiling, like looking and taking pictures. And I want you to listen to what one little kid had to say to me.
I feel that it's my first time get to see snow actually like fall like a good bit. So I'm really excited about it.
I was just so happy. I saw him and his sister come outside for breakfast, and they're like, "It's snowing!" And they were just so excited. And it just like made my heart so warm just seeing how excited they were to see snow for the first time. And they're trying to catch it on their tongues. They were just, Jonathan, Rachel, they were just so excited. It was really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, last weekend it was ice. It was no fun. This is so much more magical.
Yeah, even if it doesn't stick, Chase, just the sight of it falling is pretty cool in itself.
It is. And people here are having so much fun. I mean, some guy opened up his windows. I'm like, all right, chill out. It's not warm out. You're going to freeze to death inside your apartment. Let's close back the windows before you rack your heat bill up, because we're not trying to, as my grandma said, we don't heat the outside, we heat the inside. Stop going in and out.
Yeah, I don't know about that guy with the shorts on, though, Chase. I mean, I know you're in Athens, a college town. You may see that a little more, but I don't know. It's definitely not shorts weather today.
I'm like, what are you trying to prove, you know?
No. They're wildin'. They're wildin', you guys. There's no way you would catch me outside in some shorts and a T-shirt ever in the cold. If it goes below 60, sweater weather.
Agreed. You got to get bundled up. Thank you so much,
All right,
Chase.
Chase
Always so much fun.
live sports in Athens this morning. We appreciate it, Chase.
Well, we want to get to some viewer photos because not just in Athens where the snow is coming down, a lot of different spots. So I want to show you this. A gaggle of geese and some friendly fawns were out enjoying the snow this morning. Straight out of Snow White or something, Jonathan. So
are there turkeys?
They're turkeys. Okay, apologies. You know what? I didn't get a very close look. Those are turkeys. Still magical. Fawns and turkeys out there. This was taken by our pal James up in Dahlonega where it's snowing hard.
That's a great shot there. Thanks, pal. Also, look at this video we're going to show you from Cindy from North Cumming. This was while she was out on her morning walk. You can see her neighborhood is blanketed with snow. It's certainly stuck there. And she says that more is coming down, more is on the way. So we appreciate all of you sending in your viewer photos and videos, and keep them coming.
Yeah, it really is just beautiful out there in Metro Atlanta right now. Last week with that ice, it wasn't the same. So it's very, very gorgeous to see. Of course, it's also tough road conditions out there with that snow coming down. So let's get out to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who's been riding around this morning in the weather tracker. So how are things looking where you are?
We just had a snow plow go past us pretty quickly there in the left-hand side. So now these cars on the left-hand side have a little bit of a cleaner road to go on right here. I know that the windshield, we'll get the windshield wipers going there. Let me put the roof camera up. I still can't see that. Snow plow is already ahead of those two trucks that just passed us here. But they came by, gave us a little honk. They recognized our 11 Alive insignia on the side of the 11 Alive weather impact tracker. We so appreciate their hard work with the snowplow drivers that are going to clear that lane. And so you can kind of see the difference there. Earlier, that left lane only had tire tracks in it, and that's what people who are deciding to navigate in that lane were having to stay in those tire tracks. So that snowplow did just clear that out a little bit more, and that's kind of freeing up another lane for folks to get by, where you see that white truck that just came by us right now. We are now about, I would say, 10 to 15 miles north of Gainesville. We were up in Rabun County a little bit earlier and into Habersham County, where the snowfall totals there generally around 3 to 4 inches based on what I saw. And the road conditions there were worse than what we're seeing here now. As we're coming south, we do have some accumulations here, not only on the roads, but also on the sides of the roads where the snow has been coming down. And these roads have been, we've been able to navigate over them, but you just have to go slow. Other folks get a little bolder, like this truck van on the side of us, get a little bolder, taking advantage of that lane that the snowplow just kind of cleared out a little bit. The roads are a little bit slushy from some of the snow that melted as that first layer of snow, hit that pavement that was not at freezing yet, and then it had snow on top of it. So we're just seeing kind of a transition layer there with some of the slushy conditions that we're watching. So we have noticed driving from Rabun and Habersham County, now just north of Gainesville, the snowflakes are still coming down, but they're just not as thick as they were. And the accumulations here aren't quite as much as what we had a little bit earlier. But still, snow is coming down and adding to some of those accumulations. Here's another look there from our roof camera that's got a few snowflakes on it as well that you kind of have to look through in order to see what's going on here. So still dealing just north of Gainesville. We're going to keep driving south just to give you an idea of how conditions are changing. Rabun County and Habersham County where we were, that was really kind of a target area for the heaviest snow. But still, a lot of this snow that was up there is pushing southward and getting closer to the metro area. And what we've been watching, and as Chesley and I were just talking about a little while ago, are some of those snow bands that set up that are heavier than other ones. The one that we intercepted there in Rabun County was a really good snow band that came through, and then surrounding it, it was not quite as heavy. Now we're just in general snow that's coming down at this hour. But as you were watching on radar down toward Gwinnett County and now pushing down even more near Gwinnett County, there have been some other bands there that have been really heavy. So it's all a story about the haves and have-nots. Some folks getting some good amounts of snow while others are not getting quite as much. And those areas not getting as much are over on the west side. But still, folks in West Georgia are still getting some snow, just not as much as other areas have been getting, Chesley. So interesting to see what you guys are seeing on radar now with just some of those individual bands that are setting up out there that are producing some of that heavier snow.
Yeah, we're watching that. I have one more question for you. We haven't had a chance to talk about the wind yet. Typically that will play a factor in driving or trying to navigate like you guys are doing. Has it been as strong there? We're seeing winds here in the metro around 23 miles per hour, gusts a little higher. What do you have up there?
It has been. Stephen has said, Stephen's driving right now, Stephen Boise, one of our photographers, and driving us right now, and he's the one who shot my live shot up in Rabun County a little bit earlier. He said that you can tell that wind every once in a while. You know, you have to hold on to the steering wheel a little bit tighter there with some of these wind gusts that we're getting. And we can see how the snow is also blowing a little bit too. It's not just coming straight down like a pretty fluffy snow coming down. This is a good blowing snow that is moving through our area with those snowflakes. You can kind of tell that. As you can see, that snow is kind of blowing right into our windshield and right into our vehicle there, blowing a little bit. We're going to take advantage of that lane that the snowplow just plowed off for us to make it a little bit safer for us in this lane here. So yeah, still the wind is blowing, and we can tell with those wind gusts, even in this big, four-wheel drive vehicle that we're in, it's still enough of a wind that we can tell that those winds are strong out there, and you kind of have to make sure you're holding on tight to that windshield, and you kind of feel it. Yeah. This is a snow. Oh, I'm going to use the roof camera here. Mm-hmm. Look at this, guys. This is right there. I'm trying to get to it. There you go. There's a snow pile that just came up on that other lane, just passing us right there. In the other lane, there's another vehicle coming up behind us that kind of helps keep other cars away from it, another Georgia DOT truck right there. So we just saw that snowplow come, and now that lane over on the right-hand side is better than the lane that we're in, and now these other cars are kind of taking advantage of that too. So yeah, live on air, on camera right now, as we're speaking with you, perfect timing as that snowplow kind of comes at us. Chesley, it's amazing how fast those snowplows go. Oh, yeah. And they get the work done, and they get it done fast, and it pushes that snow off. And really, as you can see, it didn't totally clear the lane, but it just scraped some of that snow off and pushed it up to the side. But there's still a little slush left behind here.
There's an art to it, because you don't want to tear up the road. So those guys, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing out there. Chris, I want to ask you one more question. The volume. Now, every time we come to you and you show us that camera, it looks like there's a lot of people out on the roads. Is it a lot of volume? Because we did see, you showed us a spin out. You showed us a truck that spent out and hit the median in the middle.
We did.
Are you seeing a lot of cars?
I'm surprised at how many people are out on the road, and I'm surprised at how many people are being bold. We're going slow, and people are passing us. Well, that's a Jeep that's coming by us right now, but I've been surprised how bold people have been. And that truck that we saw earlier, okay, do you see here on the road there, whenever you're driving down the road and you see that kind of wire and that barrier that's there?
Right.
Well, the truck that was on the other side of the road that spun out hit that barrier, And I was telling Stephen, I'm so thankful that barrier was there. If it wasn't, that truck most likely would have come into our lane on our side.
Wow.
So thank goodness for that barrier there. So I have been surprised at the number of people that have been on the roads, and not only just the number that's on there, but also, okay, here comes an 18-wheeler. They're a little bolder, they're heavier, and they feel like they can navigate that a little bit better there.
They can spin out too.
We're taking it slow, and they can. And when they spin out, they do more than spin out. They jackknife too and block everything. Right. So, but again, they're professionals. They know what they're doing, and Stephen and I are just taking it a little bit more slowly, just wanting to be careful. We don't want to be one of those that spins out on the side of the road. There's another one coming by kind of fast. So again, that's my surprise. Yes, the volume of the people on the roads, and then two, the boldness that many of them have. You just don't want to get too overly confident, because then again, you never know when things are going to be slicker. Even, Chesley, how when you go down at the bottom of a hill, you get some cold air drainage there. Mm-hmm. And conditions can be worse at the bottom of a hill as the cold air is draining down, and it might be slicker at the bottom of that hill. And I've seen that happen a lot of times with fog and everything, and temperatures, with that cold air drainage. So you've got to be careful. Don't get overly confident here if you're going to be out and about, especially in these areas of Northeast Georgia.
Well, all right, Chris, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Big shout out to GDOT, who's been out there treating those roads, knowing how some of us are. We're going to get out there. We're going to do what we do anyway. They've been begging us to stay off the road so they can do what they do. But and twice now, at least in Chris's shot, we saw 2 plow trucks out there, and they've been treating the road. So shout out to GDOT. All right, keeping us safe on the roads, or at least from some of this snow that has been coming down. And so we'll continue to monitor it as we go. Take a look up here. We've been seeing those bursts of snow here and there at least, and we got some up here to the north. Chris was actually in this one when it was up into Rabun County, and now that has pushed into South Carolina. We are seeing one also over into Gwinnett. You watch this I'm gonna let this loop go a little bit, and you'll see how it started out light, and then boom, it starts to pick up right there, going through Gwinnett County now down towards Social Circle and headed down toward Edenton. Right? That will continue to slide a little further down to the south. We're also seeing a little moderate burst right here over toward the west, right? See that starting to come down? All right, including the city of Atlanta. So we were looking at our Georgia Tech cam before it froze on us, and it was showing us those snow showers coming down at a pretty decent clip. And then there's areas right in between that aren't seeing anything at all. For example, you look over here toward Marietta, all right, North Fulton County, right in between two, where you're not seeing anything at all, right? Consider yourself fortunate. How about DeKalb County? Haven't called you out much either, because we're just not seeing anything in those particular areas. Here is Georgia's Rome. We had some snow already. You can see it on the grassy surfaces right there. Still got that snow. But I wanted to show you this shot because of that. See that right there? Yeah. Cold air coming in, and this just adds to it, all right? That wind makes it feel much colder out there. It feels like the teens up there in Georgia's Rome. But cars are navigating pretty good, pretty decently, at least in the downtown area. You can see in some of the parking spots there where they have at least some snow there where cars have been parked. This, not long ago, I'm telling you, Nicole put this shot up for me of Decatur because it was coming down so good. And now look at this. All right, it started to wind down. And so that's what it's been. Scattered, at least here around the metro area. Chris has been further up there to the north and west, but it has been scattered around the metro area. And so that's what we've been watching for. In fact, we're going to zoom in and show you that we have some pretty decent snows still up into Rabun County toward, we're really between Clayton and Tallulah Falls, down toward Toccoa as well in Stevens County, over toward Mossy Creek now. Helen has been getting it, and now it's starting to shift a little bit further down into southern parts of White County, where Mossy Creek is now getting in on it. Not much in between, right? Sussex, probably not much, a flurry or two. And then you get into Dawson County, where since we came in this morning, it's been coming down at a pretty moderate to light clip. And that continues in Juneau and over into Silver Circle, over into northern parts of Forsyth County. Certainly Sugar Hill. We've been talking about the northern end of Gwinnett County, of course, and that's where it's been coming down at a pretty decent clip. But if you go down just to the south, down to Norcross, for example, you've been missing out on this band that's just to the north of you. And then it kind of took a little bit of a burst coming through Monroe and now down toward Madison and Godfrey. And then you get a break in eastern portions of DeKalb County, and then over toward the west, you got a little bit of light snow, and then into the city, you got some light snow coming down as well. Over into Douglas County as well, I had a friend text me and say, is it safe for me to go into the city? At the time, there was no snow out there. He's going to get me. He's going to get me now because it's snowing. So hopefully he'll be able to get back home. I'm going to have to text him and say, hey, stay downtown for a little while, then come back after the snow is gone. Paulding County, we got some reports. Nicole and I were looking at some of the reports coming in, and somebody said, hey, it's flurrying in Paulding County. And we didn't see anything at all. But now you got some light snow over there. Ackworth as well, into Kennesaw, going down into Marietta, just to the east of, or west now of I-75. This is making its way down to the south, but it's also moving eastward as well. And so it has that shift to the east just a little bit. All the way down into Peachtree City, even down to Barnesville now, we're starting to see some of that light snow. Even over into or headed toward Macon. Look at this. Round Oak, Milledgeville, down toward Gordon, down into Danville as well. Edenton, we talked about that. You're getting in on some of that snow. Looks like it's coming down at a pretty decent clip as well. I already mentioned Madison. This is a part of a large system. We talked about this area of low pressure that would come, and as it moved off the coast, would start to intensify a bit. We knew that the snow would be very, very heavy up into parts of South Carolina and into parts of North Carolina, and that is coming to fruition, right? Some of that moisture is starting to come back up here where the cold air has begun to push in. So even eastern portions of South Carolina, Nags Head, for example, getting on some of that snow, and that extends all the way back into Tennessee, even into parts of Alabama as well, down toward Montgomery. I was looking at the reports there. They were getting some of the snow as well. And so it hasn't been very widespread, of course, but it has been on the scattered side, and that's what we've been dealing with, and we're going to continue to see that as we head through the morning and into early afternoon. Here we are closer to the 11 o'clock hour, still watching those snow showers come down. It will be coming down longer over toward the east, which is why we think the totals there will be a little bit higher, especially for Edenton, over toward Augusta, and then further down to the south. You notice the white here back off to the west. That's where we've been seeing those light snow showers, Paulding County, western portion of Cobb County, up into Cherokee and Bartow County as well. Further north you go, again, where Chris has been, as far over as Fanning and Gilmer County, that's where you're going to have some higher totals, especially up there to the north. So today, or at least this weekend, what's going to last longer for us is not the snow, it's the cold air. And so we're really concerned about that. You're going to have to check out the 4 Ps, right? People, of course, want to make sure everybody's good, everybody's safe. Pipes, we always talk about that. There's a high interest now in pipes freezing. Because of our temperature staying below the freezing mark for a long period of time. If you have exterior pipes, definitely want to cover those up. Some of those that are, if you have a crawl space under your home, hopefully those are insulated, right? If you have pipes that are closer to your exterior walls, you want to wrap those up. If you go down in your basement where your water comes in, you might want to check that line to make sure, usually a plastic line coming in from the outside, make sure that that is also covered up. Your outside faucets, wrap those up as well. They sell those little cones that you can put on top of that, or if not, just go ahead and wrap them up with a towel or a blanket. All right, snow risk should be over by the time we get to this afternoon and early evening, and it's going to stay cold right on through Monday morning. We're going to talk more about that in our next report coming up. Let's go back to our anchors.
All right, Chesley, we appreciate you. Thanks so much.
And with the cold weather this week, we want to highlight a growing need in our community. Hundreds of thousands of local families struggling to afford the basics like food and winter clothing. You can help, though, through Bundle Up for Good, a partnership between 11 Alive, Georgia Natural Gas, and United Way. So go ahead and scan that QR code there in the bottom left. Just a $25 donation makes a huge impact.
It really does. And we will be covering everything you need to know about this latest round of winter weather. We're with you all day long. And if you're away from the TV or maybe your power goes out at some point, you can still stay connected with us by streaming live on 11 Alive Plus. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Watch the 24/7 stream. What's going on live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
The nightlife.
The people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
It is a cold and snowy morning in spots here today. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb, live from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Tracker, where I wanted to be in the truck today to experience what we're seeing out there firsthand. You know, our 11 Alive Weather Impact team has been preparing you for this weekend, for the entire week. Number one, for the cold weather, and then number two, analyzing who would see snow and who would not. I got on the road this morning with Stephen Boise, our driver here, and we have drove up to Rabun and Habersham County, where we were trying to time out intercepting a snow squall that came through there, and man, did we intercept it. We saw the heavy snow coming down. They picked up 1 to 3 inches really quickly, and now most areas up there are probably up to around 4 inches. So after spending a couple of hours up in Rabun County and Habersham County showing you the conditions there earlier this morning, we're now driving southward and really seeing some improvements in the conditions. Now we're really between Lula and Gainesville right now on 985 and Highway 365 as we're getting closer to Gainesville right now. And notice the difference. If you've been watching us, the roads earlier were really covered with snow. That was heavier snow up to the north of us. These roads are actually looking better. And it's almost, Stephen and I think that these roads may have been a little more heavily treated. And we could see when we were driving northward earlier today that we could see some of those brine marks on the road that we could tell that they were treated. We didn't see as many of those up to the north of us. So I think these were treated a little bit more. We also had a snowplow that came by a little bit earlier that helped kind of push that away. So progressively coming from northeast Georgia, moving southward, yes, we still have some snow on the road. I know this camera's kind of hard to see up on the top there, but we have snow on the side of the road, but kind of more wet here on the road with some slush there. But the snow flurries that we still see are a little bit smaller, not as thick as they were. Could be tapering off a little bit more now as we're seeing the back edge of that's going to keep moving over to the east. But there is still snow there on the ground. Now, the thing that I'm really going to be watching for the rest of the afternoon, I'm talking about these roads being wet, but the thermometer here on our weather impact tracker truck is showing 23 degrees. So how long will this be able to be just wet before that changes over to ice, where we know that tomorrow morning we're going to go down to 14, 15 degrees. So whatever any wind or anything doesn't get rid of out there today is going to still be slick for us tomorrow morning. So those are the things we're going to be checking on. We're about to get into Gainesville. And again, conditions still snowy there and still wet and still cold, but not as bad here as it was up in parts of northeast Georgia.
All right, our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris, it's great to have you out there keeping us up to date, really showing us multiple areas of Metro Atlanta and North Georgia so we kind of know how things are changing in real time. So great to have him out there. And with another winter storm now moving into the Metro and really blanketing down in some areas, crews across the region are working around the clock. A lot of them have been working for the last 24 hours or so.
Yeah, we went on air at 6 a.m. and we've been watching steadily as more and more towns throughout Metro Atlanta, especially that northeast, starting to get blanketed with all that snow. So one of those areas is Sewanee. That's where we find our very own Ariana Manise, who has been standing out there in those conditions, snow coming down on your head. How are things there?
Well, I don't want to cheat. I haven't been standing out here all day. I've been getting in and out of the car. I'm so happy we have the car in these conditions because, when we were here earlier, it was more so, we saw the flurries coming down. The snow started to pick up a bit. And now it's really the wind that is starting to pick up. And we were predicting that it will be a dusty snow. And that's what we're seeing. I'm showing you what we can't do is make a snowball. Now we're sticking to my gloves. But yeah, that's what we're seeing here in Sewanee. When we're in Norcross, we didn't really see too much snow when we were there about 2 hours ago. But, when we were talking to you guys a couple hours ago, we saw the parking lot really start to fill up with snow. We see some crews out here right now starting to treat the sidewalk areas. Most of these shops, it looks like they're closed this morning. That one deli, it was open, but I saw them start to close when conditions start to change. And Gwinnett County crews said they were going to start treating the roads as soon as the snow started falling. And we saw those plows coming out on the main road. We're here in the Sewanee Town Center area, right by City Hall. We see a few people walking out. We saw a couple people walking out with their Huskies, enjoying these conditions because we know the Huskies, they love this snow. And, it's just, what we've been feeling. We've been feeling the snow. We've been feeling the cold weather. If you're a kid, you want to get out here, you want to listen to your parents and bundle up because it is cold. But when you feel that wind, that's when it really kicks in and you feel those frigid temperatures. Now, Chesley and I have been coordinating this morning. I think it's real funny. He's giving directions from the inside when he's in the warm, sending me out to the colder conditions, Chesley.
Yeah. Okay. See, so I want you to look closely, Ariana. See this gray hair on my face? I put it in. Okay.
I see it, Chesley. Trust me.
I've had my time. Listen, let me ask you this.
I see the snow.
You're close to a road right there. We've been talking about the winds. Do you see the wind kind of pushing that snow on the roads, or is it really just sticking to the road?
So in this parking lot, when we were outside and about an hour ago, it was fluffy. You see a car moving past right now. You see it? He's starting to leave those tracks in the road. And then also when you look at the grass in this area, when you see the wind blow in this grassy area, you see the snow kind of kick up. You see it turn into a dust. So as the wind starts to blow, I see the ice on the ground kind of to more so turn into like a little bit of a slush. And it's kind of a little slick out here. You see it? So you want to have some good traction on your shoes if you do decide. So it all depends on what part of the road. The sidewalk is a little icy. When we saw that truck go by, it looked a little slushy. So it depends on the surface. I've started to notice, whether it's the street, the sidewalk, or that grassy area over there. And that grassy area, and that's when you can see it be more of a dusting.
Good point right there. Really appreciate that. That was a good look because tomorrow morning, people were thinking, should I go out to church or not? And because of what you showed us on the sidewalk there, that's going to stay there and it will continue to refreeze. And you said that's slick, right? Yeah.
Yes, it is. I think tomorrow is giving Bedside Baptist, Chesley. So
Bedside Baptist. Who's the pastor there?
I don't know.
I'm not sure if I know the pastor who. Very good, Ariana. Really appreciate it. Stay safe out there for us, okay?
All right. Thank you, Chesley.
Bedside Baptist, Nicole. I haven't gone there yet. Clearly, she's a member, though. Over to you.
Yes, and that snow accumulation, we're still going to be doing it throughout the next couple hours. Right now, some of the heavier snow bands are just to the southeast of where Ariana is. So we've got heavy snow stretching through portions of Jasper County out towards Putnam County, and then even up still into portions of eastern Gwinnett County, some of that heavier snow. Now, these heavier snow bands are leading to some of our most frequent and more prolonged kind of heavier periods of snowfall. And in these spots where the heavier snow bands bands exist, stretching from Madison down towards Eatonton and Putnam County. That's where we'll likely see a good quick 1 to 2 inches of snowfall just in the course of an hour. Through Metro Atlanta right now, we're still picking up on some locations, especially on the west side of town, where we've got some flurries, and then off towards the west down I-20, especially out towards Douglas County into Carroll County. We're still seeing pretty persistent but very light snowfall. Now, around the city, our ground temperatures are still hovering just around, if not barely above freezing. So nothing that's falling, at least not in the metro, is really sticking. It's as you go up 85 into Gwinnett County that you start to see those roads deteriorate a little bit. And of course, up into far northeast Georgia, where we've seen more prolonged snowfall. This is a view in Athens, so things are changing quickly. Snow is really coming down there. It's heavy. You can see it's blowing. It's limiting visibility throughout the Athens area because of that blowing snow. Meanwhile, from Northside Hospital, you can see a few of those flurries out there, but it's a much different view. The snow is not nearly as heavy, and again, it's not sticking throughout much of the metro. Our forecast track really focuses a lot of that snowfall through the rest of the day on our eastern counties. So this is where our snowfall totals are going to end up being the highest. We're talking widespread locations with about 1 to 3 inches, with some isolated spots closer to 4 or 5, even 6 inches of accumulation, and some spots into far northeast Georgia have already picked that up. Meanwhile, through the metro, we're talking more like a few flurries to maybe a dusting to 1 inch for portions of the east side of the city. So we still could see some additional accumulating snowfall. Throughout the rest of the day today, those showers will steadily start to dip down towards the southeast. So we're going to clear out from west to east throughout this afternoon and evening. The snow should be coming to an end by sunset tonight, even for those eastern counties. And then we dry out into the overnight hours as real cold air settles in. It's already cold. Temperatures are in the teens and the 20s right now. We're at 24 degrees in Atlanta, 14 in Blairsville, 18 in Canton. When you factor in the winds, though, feels like temperatures are already in the single digits. We're feeling like 8 in Marietta, as well as Gainesville, feeling like 10 in Atlanta, 11 in Peachtree City, 2 in Canton. Now, the winds right now have picked up. We've been watching these increase pretty steadily the last few hours. So sustained winds about 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 30, even 40 miles per hour. And these are going to have a big impact in just how it feels out there through the rest of the day today. Although temperatures won't really fluctuate all that much, at least not until closer to sunset, feels like temperatures are still going to be in those teens and single digits. Now, once the sun sets, especially as some of those clouds start to clear out, the winds settle a little bit, we will fall quickly. By tomorrow morning, temperatures will be down into the teens and the single digits, and we do have extreme cold warnings in place. This is a dangerous cold, so any exposed skin is going to get cold very quickly. You need to make sure to check in on neighbors, friends, family, anyone who might be a little more vulnerable to the cold air, and also make sure to protect your pipes and bring in any pets if you haven't already done that. Low temperatures by tomorrow morning, teens and single digits. Feels like temperatures, however, will be below zero in many locations. We'll see a range from about 5 below zero to 5 above zero when it comes to our feels like temperatures tomorrow morning. We'll warm up a little throughout the day. So across the metro, around Atlanta, we'll get up to a couple hours of above freezing temperatures, but there will be spots tomorrow that do not warm up above freezing, especially into far northeast Georgia, where we are seeing the bulk of that snowfall accumulation. Sun comes out tomorrow and make it look a lot prettier. It will also help to melt some of the snow, but again, we're going to stay cold. That cold air lingering into Monday morning. Overnight low temperatures are still in the 20s by then. We'll thaw out, though, into this upcoming week, so high temperatures are back up into the 50s by Tuesday and Wednesday. Jonathan and Faith.
Hey, it's very cold out there, and our teams are staying prepared to make sure that you're prepared. We're walking around the clock, and I'm glad to be back with you, Jonathan. It's been a long morning. We've been on since 6 o'clock this morning.
Yep, and we're going to keep going.
And we're going to keep going. We are not stopping because that is our jobs to make sure that you all at home are prepared. And you know who else is not stopping? All those crews out there working so hard all morning long. We have seen snow pouring in across northeast Georgia.
We have several inches have already fallen over in Fannin County. So let's check in now with Robert Poole with the Fannin County EMA, and he is outside this morning really checking out the snow for us.
Look at all that snowfall down there in Fannin County. Robert, I mean, we can see what it's looking like. How does it feel out there, and how long did this snow accumulation take? When did it really start coming down for you all?
It's pretty cold right now, especially when that wind blows. It started, I'm going to say around 6 a.m. this morning, and it's just started accumulating immediately and moved in pretty quick. And we've got probably 2 or 3 inches, if I had to guess, on the ground right now.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. You know, so Robert, you all are in far north Georgia, so kind of right there near the state line, about 100 miles or so north of us here in Atlanta. So you are more used to snow than we are up there in the mountainous area. How do you all prepare for the snow? I mean, obviously crews are out, but this is something you all deal with a little bit more than we do here closer to the city.
Pretty much just making sure all the chains are on our trucks, before the system moves in, and checking all the fuel levels and making everybody aware. And we deal with this, several times a year typically, so we're prepared for it and ready for it.
Robert, what are you hearing from the community members? Do you see? I don't see that many people behind you right now, so maybe people are deciding to stay home and wait until this thing passes over.
We've got a few people out downtown and enjoying the weather right now. It's been pretty quiet, no weather-related emergencies that I'm aware of. A few stranded vehicles, but it's been pretty peaceful.
Yeah, and speaking of peaceful, you look pretty peaceful standing out there. You don't look like you're shivering too much. I understand it feels like 15 degrees or so where you are up there in the mountainous area in Fannin County. Is it as cold as... well, I guess you don't look like it's too cold, but does it feel that way?
He has on the right clothes.
Well, that too.
It's cold. Yeah, I'm layered up. It was the car showed 15 when I got here, and it's not too bad when the wind dies down. But I don't know if you can see the flag over here, but the wind's moving pretty good right now, and it's cold with that wind blowing.
Hey, Robert, I do want to ask you a quick question. We've been talking about the snow that we have closer to the city, which is sort of a powdery type of snow. Mm-hmm. Is it any different in terms of consistency up there where you are? Can you kind of show us? Is it kind of powdery, or can you actually make a snowball with it?
It's pretty powdery. It won't really compact. It's pretty much just powder.
It's that same fluffy snow that we've been seeing that's really coming down. Yeah. Well, you know what? The kids are going to play in it regardless. They're going to have a good time. Right now, to the roads, I don't see too many cars out there. Do you see any vehicles moving? We've been telling people all day that stay inside, do not drive if you don't have to.
There's been a couple dozen cars come through since we've been down here. We've been down here about a half hour, I guess. But not too bad. It looks like most people stayed home like we asked them to, so we appreciate that.
Well, Robert, you're out in that 15-degree weather talking to us this morning. We really appreciate that.
Yes,
We're going to let you get inside and appreciate all the work that you guys do there in Fannin County. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having us.
All right, and as he mentioned, they get snow a little bit more often than we do. He said 3 times a year, so they're kind of pros at handling this.
It is beautiful down there, but he is also layered up, and like he said, if you don't need to be outside, do not go outside. That goes for everyone as we continue to monitor this winter weather. Stay with us. We'll be right back with you all after this commercial break.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
At Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see.
Hey, welcome back. So we are continuing to follow this winter weather, and so many of you are sending in your images and videos. Take a look at this pup enjoying all that snow. Just ran out there rolling around in it, just having a good old time in there.
Yeah, that was from Grant in Blairsville. We appreciate that dog, Max. Also, we have this from our viewer, Jackie Malone. She sent in this video from her back deck in Buford, and you can see the snow really came down there. And I love seeing some of the photos over time, because this morning people had just like a little dusting.
Just a little.
Now we're seeing the real accumulation on a lot of these decks and porches. So thanks to all of you for sending those in.
And keep sending them in, because we are still in the thick of it, and we love getting all those images and videos in, and we won't get them unless you send them to us. So please continue to send them in.
Well, speaking of being in the thick of it, our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, has been in the thick of it all morning for us. He has been out in our weather impact tracker. We saw him up in Rabun County earlier. He came a little southward. And so Chris has been all over showing us the conditions in real time.
That's right. That's right. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb joining us now out of the truck. Chris, we saw you a couple hours ago actually out there in the snow trying to make the snowballs. We also saw a lot of cars sliding around. We still see some snow kicking in the windows there. Where are you all right now?
Well, we decided to get off of 985 and get off of the main interstate there and travel into downtown Gainesville. That's where we are right now. You can see some folks, we just stopped to let them go across the street here. But we have been watching here the conditions here on the street. We're going to kind of come back to me on camera here for just a second, and we're going to take another left here in just a second. Actually, Stephen, go straight through this one if you don't mind. So the streets here, as you can see, are still have some snow on them. Just from what I can see from, and we kind of looked there when we pulled over just a moment ago at some of the tabletops, around an inch or two here in Gainesville in the downtown area. And as we were coming down 985, the roadways were okay. They were wet and they were slushy, but we were able to get through them okay. And so we wanted to get off of the interstate and then come down to Gainesville into the square here. Let's go up this hill here and see how that is, Stephen. And you can see, actually, we may not. Okay, I think, yeah, we'll see how this one goes. There's only a couple of tire tracks on this street right here. But as you can see, some roads are worn off more than others, and we're able to kind of navigate on this road. But this is kind of, we wanted to illustrate the difference of what we're seeing here from the interstate to the side roads. And of course, there's more snow on here, and folks are having to be really careful. Take a look on the roof camera right there. Do you see these kids? They were just out at the square just a moment ago, and you see Dad pulling one of the kids on the sled there through the sidewalks, and we're going to let them go in front of us here. We just want to make sure that they're good. But isn't that a way to navigate through the the streets? Have your dad pull you on a sled. We'll get them over here on the other side as they're just kind of crossing here. But of course, everybody out enjoying what they're seeing here in our area. This is up in Gainesville there on the on the downtown square. That's the way to go right there. I love that. But meanwhile, let's look back at the streets here. And as you can see, it is still kind of tricky here to navigate these streets. We've got a red light, so that's why we're not going right now. But the side roads are a lot different than the interstate where we were just a minute ago. And so that's why we wanted to get off the interstate, get off of 985, and just kind of show you how these side roads are different. And they are a little more slick. Again, we're in a four-wheel drive vehicle. We're still going really slow. Once you get up here to the square, you're going to notice that it's a little more slushy around the square. I think there's been a little more traffic here on the square a little bit earlier, as you can see there, as we kind of go through this red light here. Or actually, it's green. We're not going through a red light, but just through this intersection there. And again, we're watching kind of more of that slush here right now, too, on this part of the road in the downtown Gainesville area. So good amounts of snow here in Gainesville too. So really my point of wanting to be out in the truck here today was we've been forecasting this for you all week, and I wanted to get out and see what was really happening out there of what we've been forecasting all week long. We started up in Rabun County and Habersham County, where we knew that the snow would be a lot heavier there and a lot thicker. We intercepted a pretty big snow band that came through there. And now we're coming more southward just to compare the conditions. And as you can see, even south of Rabun and Habersham County, we do have still a good bit of snow here in the Gainesville area. Let me show you the roof camera again. This is kind of going along the sides here of the downtown Gainesville area, and those conditions are, I'll move it back to the front here, are still snowy here in Gainesville. But we're going to get back on 985 and keep going south, maybe toward Gwinnett, just to see how those conditions are improving. But we did see, again, a slight improvement from Rabun and Habersham County coming down now here into Hall County and into the Gainesville area. We still have snow coming down. You can see some of those flakes that are coming down right now in Gainesville. Not as thick as the ones up in North Georgia, but still a blowing snow happening here too. So it's not over yet. We're going to see the back edge of this snow band most likely move through in just a little while, but still good snow coming down here and piling up. Roads, we can tell that these roads have been heavily treated here as we see this traffic that's kind of coming across here, and it's more of a slush as we're about to go out on this main road. This is, I think, going to be Jesse Jewell Parkway here going back toward 985, which is a little more heavily traveled. So when we pull out on this road, you'll see that it's a little more slushy and really kind of a dirty snow there too. And we can tell that Jesse Jewell must have been treated a little more heavily than those side roads that we were just on up around the square. So differing conditions depending on how the roads are treated. And then again, as far south as we're going, we're seeing conditions improving just a little bit more, but still not perfect. Still some slick roads out there here in Gainesville. We're about to head down Jesse Jewell back toward 985 and start going south again to see how things are looking, getting toward Flowery Branch, and then eventually into Gwinnett County in just a little while.
Chris, you said earlier that you were surprised at the number of people that have been out. You just went through a town there. Are you seeing a lot of businesses open? I mean, I'm trying to think why people would be out. What do you think?
You know, we could see one of the coffee shops that was down in Gainesville looked like it was open here, but not all the shops were open. And then, you know, right here we've got a QT over on the side there. Of course, it takes a lot for any QT to close down any gas station. That's open, and it looks like a lot of people are there too. I'll kind of swing back around there. There's a lot of folks in there. When we stopped earlier up in Clayton, we did stop at a gas station there. And there were a lot of people there getting food, like at the racetrack or QT, whatever it was there, standing in line to eat food. So I think it was like a breakfast spot for a lot of people. So there are people out and about, but not all of those businesses in Gainesville were open. I just saw a couple of them. Maybe a little coffee shop was open down in the downtown area.
Yeah, looks like you're seeing a lot of slush. I like that picture that you saw just right there. But I do want to let people know, even that slush can become real slick, right? Because we're not going to see those temperatures rise above freezing, and we're not going to have the sun to help melt a lot of that away.
Yeah, in Chesley, I'm just looking at the thermometer here in the truck. Earlier on the main drag, it was 25 degrees. And you know how these car thermometers are, influenced by the engine temperature or the road temperatures. It's now showing 20 degrees. Here in downtown Lawrenceville, kind of off of the main roadway there. So, yeah, what you're talking about, this slush, that could freeze up. As you know, we've been telling people we're not going to get above freezing today. we're only going to get pretty much hold in the mid-20s pretty much all day long. So that's the concern with anything that's left out there, is still high chance that it is going to be slick. And I think that should be the rule for everybody. And we're telling people, and the DOT is telling people to stay at home too, because that really helps with the crews that are out trying to treat these roads. But also, if you just stay at home, if you do have to get out, we know that there are hospital workers, we know that there are first responders that still have to try to get to work. So the rule is, if you have to get out and you see the road that looks wet, you have to assume that it is slick.
Absolutely.
And you don't want to get overly confident and start driving too fast on that.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter where you're from. I know a lot of people, you meet them too, to say, I'm from New York, or I'm from this place or that place, and I can navigate and I can make it. You know, ice and snow is something different. And so here in Georgia, it's just as slick as it is anywhere else. So thanks a lot, Chris. Really appreciate it.
That's right. All righty.
All right, my friend. All right, we are looking at the radar right now, and you can see where, as forecasted, we were looking at the snow starting to stretch a little bit further down to the south. We knew as it begun, that area of low pressure began to slide further off toward the northeast. This would wrap around and have an impact on our area. Now, again, if you look at this, I'm going to pause it real quick here, just because I want you to see. Put it now. Boom. All right, so if you look at this, this is what our models were showing us. So if you look east of I-75, that's where we thought the heaviest snow would be. And so you can start to see a lot of that starting to fill in now, especially over toward the Athens area, down towards Social Circle, and even into Edenton right now. You got some heavy snow that's coming down. We knew that once you got past 75, it would be a little bit more on the lighter side. And so that's what we're seeing. None over toward George's Rome. We've had some, especially up there to the north, Lafayette. Saw some there as well. Now we got a little pocket here of some heavy to light snow coming down, right? And really, once you get east of I-75, that's where we'd see the heaviest. Now, this has been pushed up just a little bit more. For example, I haven't seen this band here get no further south than Suwannee. And that's where Ariana is, and she was in Norcross, which is not that far away, but it hasn't made it that far down. And this continues to push further down to the south and east. All right. And so there's a nice little band here. And so you get some little weak showers after that. And so that, where we were looking at the line being 75, that line is just a little bit further to the north. Right. And anything north of that is where you're going to run into some of the heavier totals. And I think this is going to be the case as we head into 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon, mainly from that line that you almost split. If you could split Gwinnett in half, that northward is where you're going to see the snow a little bit longer in some of those areas. Take a look. This is Athens right now. Snow's coming down at a pretty decent clip. Roads doing pretty good. Right. But the sidewalks, the grassy surfaces, the roofs obviously covered in the snow. It's coming down pretty decently here. It will be off and on heavy at times, no doubt. And this is just one of those moderate moments as we speak. Then you come down here a little bit further down to the south over into the Georgia 400 and I-285. Look at the wind. Now, this is going to get you every now and again. That camera's going to bounce a little bit. We had some flurries in there. In fact, you can still see them. I'm looking at it here. If you just look at the King and Queen buildings, you can see where these little white specks kind of pass. So you still have some flurries here. Travel looks to be pretty decent because the snow has been on the light side, or at least just flurries flying around so far. And every now and again, we've seen a little break in the clouds to give us just a little bit of sun. It's not like this everywhere in the city. Even downtown, we've been seeing some of those light snow showers starting to collect on some of the surfaces like playgrounds and some of the parks on the outside. So very spotty once you get down toward the city, but we do have areas where the snow is. And it's still falling, as you can see. In fact, we'll take a little round robin here. You can see up to the north where, at least in Clayton, up toward Clayton and Rayburn County, the heaviest snow is now starting to shift a little bit further over toward the east, where we had it almost county-wide, starting to shift a little bit further over toward the east. So some of that snow was starting to lighten up, especially over toward Helen, where it's been snowing pretty much all morning long. That's starting to break up as well. You had a little bit in Mossy Creek. Now that's pushed a little bit further down to the south. Over toward Dawson County, for example, Juneau, further down to the south into Forsyth County, pretty much been snowing all morning long. That will come to an end momentarily. But now down through Lawrenceville, Monroe, just to the east of Covington, once you get past I-20, Madison, down toward Godfrey, pretty decent snows there. Back over toward the city now, you can see how it's a little bit more scattered, but we do have some heavier pockets in here, these little bands that Chris and I have been talking about all morning long. Got one in northern Carroll County, into the central portions of Douglas County that extends into South Fulton County as well. Over toward the city, little pockets, right, of heavier snow coming down. For the most part in this area, it has been flurries. That continues into Carrollton and down to central Central Hatchie. And then further down to the south as well, you run into these light snow showers into Spalding County, East Griffin, down toward Barnesville, even into Thomaston. That far south, we're seeing a few flurries flying around. Hey, continue to send us your pictures. We love to see them. Right? And maybe even get those on the air, showing us what you're seeing and what you're experiencing out there. Certainly, if you're not seeing the snow, know that it is cold on the outside, and those winds have been whipping around as well. So if you have to go out, make sure you bundle up and stay safe, folks. We got you covered right here. And so keep it locked. We'll be back right after this.
Hey, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it. And we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
The people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene.
We are bringing you breaking news at this hour.
Go deeper with in-depth interviews.
All right, it is now 11:30. Happy Saturday to you, everyone. And it certainly is a snowy Saturday for everyone in Athens-Clarke County.
I mean, look at that snow coming down. You know, Jonathan, a couple hours ago, we were not seeing this. Our Chase Howell was there on the ground and looking around, and it was a couple of flurries here and there. But now you can see that ground really covered there. The roads obviously not, because they salted them, and the crews are doing a really great job. But I tell you what, the students up there at UGA, they're going to have a lot of fun today.
Yeah, well, maybe. You know, they had, a round of it last weekend with the ice.
Yeah.
This is a little different with the snow. So we're going to check back with our Chase Howell a little bit later this morning. But I guess they'll have fun. I mean,
I hope so. They can get out there, take a couple of Instagram photos.
There you go.
Just don't get in your car.
There
Just
you
don't
go.
drive, even though those roads did look clear. Thank you all so much for being here with us on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. We've been on with you since 6 o'clock this morning, and we're going to continue to give you continuous coverage. Our crews have been working very hard to keep everybody informed.
yeah, our crews are out there so you can stay inside,
That's right.
warm. That is the plan. I'm Jonathan Martin. Again, glad to have you here on this Saturday. And we are dealing, as I mentioned, with round 2 of this winter weather across Metro Atlanta. A lot of you saw ice last weekend. Today, for the most part, at least if you're, north of Atlanta, you're seeing a lot more of the snow. And we're all feeling these dangerous cold temperatures.
That's right, and it's just going to get colder. Our meteorologist tracking this for you. But here's what we know today. Governor Kemp once again declaring a state of emergency, mainly to make sure that the state has those resources it needs during this winter storm. When he declares that state of emergency, it frees up some additional resources. We're also going to see some very cold temperatures over several days. That could cause problems to your exposed pipes. So this is very important. Make sure you're prepared. Make sure to go ahead ahead and drip those faucets. Schools, businesses, some of them canceling events over the weekend and keeping people off of the roads. We do have a list of all of them right now at 11alive.com. So if you do have somewhere to go today, make sure to check that and make sure to check your commute because you do not want to be stuck out there.
Well, speaking of the commute, our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, has been out on the roads for us all morning. We saw him in Rabun County earlier. He was in Habersham County, then went to Hall County. Chris has been keeping us up to date as the road conditions are really changing hour by hour.
That's right. And not only in the truck, Chris, you've been out there in the elements, in the snow, telling us about this system that we're seeing that you've really been telling us about the whole week. Where are you right now and what are you seeing?
So we just left the downtown square in Gainesville, still wanting to kind of see how these side roads are. And as you can see here, we have these roads I think are treated. This is on McKever Road. I don't know, Stephen, if we're going to turn, we're going to turn left up here to go back up toward 985. And these roads have been really treated here. And the side roads, you just have to go really slow on them. I don't know that I would advise getting out unless you had to. Because what's happening is right now we're at 20 degrees. So this slushy wet road that you see in front of us is going to be freezing up again with these temperatures that are at only 20 degrees outside. So anything can be changing over very quickly here. The thing that we have noticed from coming down from Rabun and Habersham County now down into Hall County is that the snowflakes are getting a little bit smaller, but they're still coming down. It's still that dry snow here. But you can see some of the accumulations that we have here off to the side of the road too. This is the camera on top of our vehicle. So yeah, we've had some good accumulations here, and the roads we just have to go really slow on them. And it could still be dangerous, and especially when these roads start freezing up, it is going to be turning slick again. And as we've been mentioning, we're not going to get above freezing all day long today. So anything that the wind can do, and even when people traveling on these roads kinds of inhibits them from freezing over. And you can see how some roads, this one's looking a little more slushy right now that we just went through that intersection there. We're going to head back toward 985 now. I'm curious to see, we've just kind of been wanting to show you a whole tour of what we're seeing here in our area from northeast Georgia, where we knew that those roads would be a lot more packed with snow, and the snow was thicker there with those snow bands that were coming through. We're going to go back to 985 and come back south into Gwinnett County and head over to the Lawrenceville Square to see how it's doing there, because that's kind of where Chesley was saying that one of those bands of heavier snow came through a little bit earlier. So we're going to head down a little bit more to the south and check that out to see how things are looking. Again, not in far northeast Georgia, but still in the northeast metro area to see how things are looking there as we get into the Lawrenceville area. Chesley.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chris. Really appreciate that. And if you feel like taking a jog over to your old stomping grounds in UGA, snow's coming down pretty good there. But we have a live camera there to show that. And we'll show you that in just a minute. You're looking at the radar right now. And again, you got the heavier snow a little bit further over toward the east. I just talked about the Athens area where it's coming down pretty good. And there's a picture right there. You can see where that snow is coming down at a pretty decent clip. Roads not bad. We're starting to see them cover up just a little bit now as the snow has intensified a bit, starting to show up on the roofs there. You can see on the roofs there. And of course on the grassy surfaces that starts to pile up on you. Sidewalks as well. Unless it's somebody threw out some de-ice or whatever it is, you're probably going to find some very slick spots even on the sidewalks. So even getting out walking may be a little bit difficult in some of these spots. So be very careful, folks. Here's a look at the airport right now. And you can see where planes either coming in or taking off right there. You can see the snow flurries coming down. So far, not massive or major cancellations so far. We got Molly Oak out there, and she's been monitoring things. And so we'll get a report from her momentarily. But as you can see, snow coming down even in the Atlanta metro area, right? We've talked about this little burst, if you will, a nice little couple lines of heavy snow. It's really scattered once you get past or to the west of I-75, and that's how we thought it would be. The thicker snow has been up here. Now shifting a little bit further over toward the east into South Carolina. You can see down toward Monroe where we got a nice little pocket of rain. Chris mentioned that he's headed over toward Lawrenceville. Earlier they had some very heavy snow in the area. Now that's starting to lighten up just a little bit. By the time he gets out there, probably see some snow that has accumulated on some of the side roads, but not that far, right? If you go down into Gwinnett County, further south, let's say, headed toward the city, not much there. at all, right? Even into eastern parts of DeKalb County, haven't seen much at all there. Even Henry County, only northern parts of Henry County so far has seen some snow coming down. You may have had a flurry or two, that's about it. So over toward Douglas County, just about all of Douglas County now starting to fill in. Southern parts of South Fulton County over toward Union City filling in as well, down toward Peachtree City. Carroll County has been getting on some of the light snow to flurries as well. Paulding County pretty much all morning long is reporting flurries or light snow. And so that continues to be the case. Over toward parts of Kennesaw as well. All the way down far south is Barnesville, even into Thomaston, we're starting to see that snow coming down. Large system here, folks, making its way further off toward the northeast. Got an area of low pressure over really toward our border and South Carolina, then one off the coast here. This will be pushing further off toward the north and east, and so this will pull away that moisture from us, and we'll start to see our conditions get better as far as the snow goes. We talked about the models, and they've been shifting back and forth a little bit, trying to keep up with what's actually happening on the outside. And we talked about this light blue line here. At times that was down around Atlanta, then now starting to shift up a little bit. Took it away at one point, now starting to see that come back down a little bit as we do have some snow showers around. But by and large, the heaviest over toward Athens and over toward the east into Augusta and further into South Carolina. So that's where it has been. That's where it's going to stay, at least as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Temperatures up to the north, road temperatures now, have been below freezing. You can see where we're at 21, way up here where Chris was up there in Rabun County. You get toward Georgia 400 and Buford Highway 27. As you get closer to the city, it starts to warm up a little bit as far as those roads go. So 35, a little bit closer to home, downtown Atlanta at 75 and 10th Street. And then you go over toward I-20 near Covington, 35 degrees. All right. And so the road's a little bit better as far as the temperatures go. But with that snow coming down, if it starts to pile up, those temperatures will drop and that will freeze on some of those roads. So be very careful, folks. Frigid temperatures is really what we'll be focused on going forward because we know that temperature is dropping off a little bit. You got teens. These are actual air temperatures. Up here to the north, Blairsville at 14, 18 right now in Canton, 24 in the city of Atlanta. Winds, all right, are blowing at about 20 miles per hour. So this is the way it feels on your exposed skin. Feels like 8 in Marietta. Feels like 6 in Carrollton. Feels like 2 right now up in Blairsville and up toward Dalton. Feels like 10 in the city of Atlanta. So it's going to be cold, and it's going to get even colder because we're expecting that air temperature to drop down into the 20s later on tonight. So it's going to feel like 0 and below by tomorrow morning. And, of course, with the slickness on the roads and the sidewalks, you got to be careful, folks. May not want to venture out at all. We run into problems on the roads with people getting into accidents. That's why Rachel's here. She's monitoring those things. And you got an accident, right?
Yeah, one of the worst ones I've seen so far this morning. This pickup truck looks to have spun out here, Chesley, on I-85 in the southbound direction, just past Brazelton before Hamilton Mill Road. And folks, look at these conditions, almost whiteout conditions on this camera. You could see that heavy blanket of snow on the roadway and the flurries just constantly coming by. So 2 left lanes here are blocked. It's causing a lot of congestion because I actually am seeing a lot of people out on the roads driving. Chris Holcomb, our chief meteorologist, has reported the same as he's been driving around this morning. He's headed into Gwinnett County where this crash is happening and where that snow is very heavy. So this is just a great example of why it's not worth going out and driving today. Even this vehicle, which is a large pickup truck with, it looks like large tires, could not handle Mother Nature out there today. And the conditions were just too tough. So they ended up again crashing and causing an issue on the road this morning. You could see several miles of those backups. Now, normally I would give you an alternate route. I don't want you driving, so I'm not going to give you that alternate route because I would prefer you please to stay off the roadway this morning. Luckily, this is the main crash that I'm tracking right now in Metro Atlanta. Everywhere else, especially as you get closer to city center, is looking pretty good. You can see a lot of green on my map, so hopefully folks heeding the warnings mostly and staying off the roads. But, you know, one more push for that from me this morning. You know, we don't want to see any more crashes like that. We don't want to see people get hurt. We don't want to see our first responders forced to venture out into those snowy conditions themselves. So stay home, guys, to avoid any more of these incidents. Back to you.
All right, Rachel, we appreciate you following that for us. Okay, it is now 11:41, and those to the northeast of us, up a little north, they are seeing a lot more snowfall, including those up near the University of Georgia in Athens-Clarke County.
That's right. Chase Howell is in Athens for us this morning with the very latest. Chase, a couple hours ago, this was not the scene. Your hat now covered in snow. We see those flurries all around you.
Yeah, I wish it was a couple hours ago when there was no snow. I regret wishing for it because it's coming down hard. But I do want to give you guys a heads up because I think this is important to get out there for students. UGA's campus, they say it is now closed, and also activities are also going to be canceled. And I kind of want to show you why. So within the last hour, look at how much snow has accumulated on the ground here. When you see these guys, they could trip and fall if they don't have their snow boots on. But you can see too that, you know, these roads now are also beginning to get some slush on them. So as I mentioned, we noticed that there was no salt or brine put down at all. And back to Chesley's point too, about the sidewalks and about the streets, be careful because I'm wearing these Chelsea boots. Not smart to walk around, and it's starting to slip a little bit. Now, I was also talking to a guy earlier and his family who say they came up here from Florida, and this is their first time seeing snow.
We're ready for it. I mean, I think we're prepared. Our rental car's got front-wheel drive, I hope. So, you know, we don't see it much in Florida, but it's going to be cool to let our kids see the snow. Well, I'm not a big beach guy, to be honest, so it's kind of funny that I ended up in Florida, but we'll have to teach this little guy how to handle the cold.
And I want to teach him how to be grateful for having a beach in his backyard because, Faith, Jonathan, I'm telling you right now, if I had the opportunity to go to a beach and be warm and not be in this little snow system we're having, I would, hands down.
Chase, I gotta say though, you look magnificent. Like it's so picturesque. You can't see where we are, but you look great.
Do I? Does it look
great.
like I'm in like a little snow globe?
Yes.
I want to like catch one on my eyelash. Look at this. I catch one on my eyelash.
Chase, oh Lord,
that's kind of cool.
So you're having too much fun. We got the right guy for the assignment out there. Chase Howell, live for us in Athens this morning.
Oh my goodness.
Stay warm, you know. But yeah, those folks in Athens, they are dealing with round two. Last week, this time last week, it was so much ice on the ground. We had reporters up that way, and now it's a snow system. So
and that's the big difference that they've been talking about last week. A lot of ice, that thick. They were saying up to an inch of ice, which obviously, if it's not warm, it's not going to melt.
Yeah.
This is different, fluffy snow, but still taking a lot of precautions. Those crews out there brining the roads, salting the roads, because it could potentially pack down and turn into ice. That's not necessarily what our meteorologists are telling us, but we did see images earlier today with Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb of people trying to go up a hill, and then they were spinning out because of all that snow on the ground.
Absolutely.
So it is just really important. If you don't have to be out right now, don't be out right now. Just stay in and hang out with us because we'll be here.
Yeah, all right. And whenever there is this type of weather, a lot of ice, a lot of snow, but mainly snow today, it really does affect us, really no matter how you get around, whether you're on the roads or you have a flight to catch.
That's right. So we want to head out right now to 11 Alive's Molly Oak joining us live from Hartsfield Jackson. Molly, we know that the security lines, at least, we've been checking in with you, have been pretty quick. Has anything changed at all? And we did see a camera, Chesley showed us, there were some flurries down there on the runway.
I was just about to say, outside the airport, we have snow. Inside of the airport, we have cancellations, unfortunately, but nothing like we were seeing last week. This time around, we've got about a third of the cancellations or flights canceled here at Hartsfield Jackson that are heading out to other places. I want to give you a live look at the boards. I'm getting my statistics from FlightAware. I've actually got a little cheat sheet down here with my computer as I keep updating it every 20 minutes or so. Right now, in the United States, we're tracking toward 1,900 cancellations for today, just shy of that. Total cancellations now across worldwide is more than 2,100. Now, all morning, we have been sitting at about a third of our cancellation, or a third of our flights getting canceled. We were the top spot for Origin Airport. That just got topped out by Charlotte Douglas International. That has been one that has consistently been an issue. That was the same as last weekend as well. We were kind of going back and forth on who was going to lead the charge of cancellations. Right now, Charlotte Douglas topping it out with more than 50%, I believe, of their flights being canceled. Again, we're sitting at 34% now, so we've ticked up just a little bit. Travelers today that I've spoken with said they have been checking in, hoping and keeping their fingers crossed that their flights will leave on time.
I was at a conference.
And what was happening?
And as the day was winding down yesterday, you hear somebody say, "Oh, my flight is canceled." Then on the other side, "Oh, my flight is canceled."
Now, as of now, she says her flight is on time and ready to go. She's heading up north to New York. I checked the boards. If you're heading to New York, all of your flights are good to go as of now, but that's the key. We've been here since 5 a.m., and a lot of these cancellations, I mean, we've only seen them uptick about a percentage or so that's only a couple of flights here at Hartsfield-Jackson. About a third of our flights equals a little more than 300 flights. So it's not nothing, that's for sure. A couple hundred flights getting canceled so far. But what we have noticed is that a lot of those flights were canceled before we even got here, which means that typically means your plane could not even get to Atlanta. So take a look at your flights before you head to the airport. Save yourself the trip. And keep your fingers crossed that you'll be one of the lucky 2/3 of travelers here at Hartsfield that can be able to get out today.
Yeah, a much better situation than last week. Molly Oak, thanks so much, because I know, Faith, you were traveling last weekend, and you always wonder, is it going to be canceled? You always kind of look at the last minute.
That's right. And I know Molly was actually stuck trying to get back from Texas. She said 2 days she was trying to get back. I was coming from Florida, so a little different. It was 80 and sunny last weekend in Florida. But around the country, you have a chain of events, so make sure to check those your airlines for the emails, sign up for the text updates if you do have to travel, because we want to make sure that you're not stuck there. You don't need to be.
Don't want to be. All right, well, an issue that we do want to let you know about this morning is happening in Cherokee County. Look at this, a power pole right there in the road at the intersection of Eagle Drive and Bell's Ferry. Comp EMC, we understand, is on the scene. They are working this. The road is currently closed, though. This is in the 1800 block of Eagle Drive, so if you normally head that way, you want to find another route, at least for right now.
Hey, let's move over to Hall County, where the sheriff's office shared some of these photos on social media, saying in part that even though the main roads have been treated, he is finding some slick spots. Plus, that snow is starting to freeze to the windshield, which makes that visibility very hard. Again, if you don't need to be out on the roads, stay home. The storm is going to pass. Cuddle up with your family or watch some Netflix. Hey, actually, watch us. Stay on. You don't need to turn to Netflix. We're entertaining, infotainment here for you to show you all these images. But it is very important to take heed to the warnings. The crews are out there working very hard, and we do not need to create any emergencies that don't need to happen. So stay inside if you can.
Great advice. And of course, we are here to help you all morning, all afternoon long. We are not going anywhere. We've been here since 6 o'clock, so we're in it for the long haul. Stay weather aware on your time with Weather Impact 24/7. Hey, a lot of you are watching us right now on 11 Alive Plus, but if you're not, you can go ahead and download it, and you can scan that QR code, and you can watch on your screen, on your TV. And yes, it is free. Free is always good.
Stay with us. We'll be right back after this commercial.
Live Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
The people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks,
The nightlife, the people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions.
All right. Up on our noon hour in just a little bit, joined by the full team here. We've got meteorologist Nicole Hartford, meteorologist Chesson McNeil joining us this morning. Everybody's been busy working as the snow has been coming down.
That's right, and we have seen a lot of snow coming down, not necessarily right here around the station in Midtown Atlanta, but we saw images just out of Athens, and 2-3 hours ago, there was nothing. We just saw about 5 minutes ago, it was a winter wonderland. Chase Howell saying it looked like he was in a snow globe.
It did. It really did. Somebody shook him up, and now the snow's coming down. We said that it would be in that area, Athens eastward, where we'd see the heaviest snow. And I think for where Chase is, it'll be snowing there a little bit longer, which is why the totals may be a little bit higher there. Here, you've seen the flurries. You got excited.
We did
about it.
see a couple of flurries now,
Yeah.
but then somebody said that's not a flurry, that's salt on the ground. That's not snow sticking there. But there were flurries.
I think there's a lot of Atlanta people, metro people, that are like, ah.
Right,
Because
right,
last
right,
year,
right.
people were snowboarding
Right.
in Piedmont Park. It was a
Yeah.
lot different last year.
Especially when you're off work, it's a Saturday, it's probably the perfect timing for us to have like a decent snow, but that's not the case. We knew it would be kind of powdery, and that's what we're seeing now. The problem with that powdery snow is that it's going to freeze tomorrow.
Yeah.
And so, and tonight and tomorrow.
I
So-
noticed that a lot of places in Metro Atlanta, closer to the city, didn't close or cancel activities. Maybe they were just trying to wait and see.
Especially after last weekend, because a lot of people canceled stuff last weekend and moved it to this weekend.
Yeah, that's a good point too. And then next week you're gonna have no. I'm just,
No.
Not Chesley.
I'm just not gonna say that at all. All right, so you ready, Nicole? Let's tag team this thing. All right, let's get on over here. We're looking at the snow coming down, a little bit spotty once you get down toward the metro area. In fact, to the west, we're seeing some little pockets of heavy snow coming down, where you see those brighter whites. Places like Douglas County, it has been a little bit more on the heavy side. But over here, just to the east of the city, for example, in DeKalb County, you haven't seen much there. Southern portions, or at least the, let's say, southwestern portions of Gwinnett County, you haven't seen much. It's almost like we split the county in half there, where they're seeing a couple bursts that went through that area there. And again, if you look at this, we've been showing you models really all week long, and it's been saying really from, we were showing Athens, but if you look at the line there from eastern portions of Gwinnett County back toward the east is where you're seeing some of the heavier snows coming down. From the metro area over toward the west hasn't been the case. For example, up toward George's Rome, we had a few flurries flying around there, but nothing right now. You do have the clouds in place, and dare I say that you're probably done for the day now that we're starting to get to the noon hour. Once we get rid of this batch right here, I think that will be it for the city. Of course, we have to wait and see, but the area of low pressure is on the move, and so it will continue to pull away and get out of the way. Now you're looking over toward the Athens area right now. That snow's coming down pretty good. We've been watching the rows there, and so far the rows have been holding up, but you now can start to see where we have the parking slots here, where that snow is now covering those areas where you're not seeing cars roll over those, and certainly on the roof area, on the top of the roofs, and also on the sidewalks, starting to pile up there as well. And we heard that UGA has canceled the rest of the day, closed school and canceled its activities for the rest of the day. Here's up in Blue Ridge. We talked about this. We only had one area of tracks where we had vehicles coming down this little hill here, but now some folks have been bold enough to go on up. And people are getting out and about, walking around. No hat on her head, but that's how some people do it, right? She has a coat on, but people are walking around. Seems like they're navigating around. Maybe a business or two open in this particular area. Maybe not. Maybe they're venturing out to try to find some vittles. I understand. All right, so back to the radar now, and we can show you that up to the northwest, or northeast rather, it has been the heaviest. Up into Rayburn County in particular, but now we're starting to see a lot of that heavy snow shift into South Carolina, down toward Toccoa as well, even into northern Banks County, over toward Homer. You got a couple of moderate showers coming down. It's moderately coming down still in Gwinnett County, up toward Sugar Hill, over toward Lawrenceville, even into Barrow County, over toward Winder, down toward Monroe. You got some moderate showers coming down, moderate snow showers down toward Madison, even far south is Godfrey as well. We talked about this in South Fulton County, Douglas County, over into northern parts of Carroll County, where it has been on the moderate to heavy side. The extreme toe, if you will, of South Fulton County getting some of that snow as well, and then down into Peachtree City, over into northern parts of Coweta County, seeing a little bit of that moderate snow coming down. It's light once you get down toward Barnesville and into Thomaston so far, and then over toward the east as well, Edenton and southward. That's where that band we saw, that heavy band, continues in this particular area. So Putnam County, down through Milledgeville into Gordon as well. We're seeing some moderate rainfall. So used to saying rainfall, snowfall coming down. This is a large system, all right? That area of low pressure, you got two, one here. And you can see that wrap around that area of low pressure. That's going to continue to lift further off toward the north and east. You got another area of low pressure off into the ocean there, intensifying somewhat because it's been the snow showers even into Nag's Head. See that? Colder air up here interacting with that moisture coming in off the ocean there, causing some snow even in the Outer Banks, if you believe it or not. That snow has been spotty and pushing further off to the west. You look over into Alabama, parts of Huntsville, even down in Montgomery. They had a nice little burst of snow move through that area, and that's now farther down to the south. And so we'll continue to track it as long as it's going to be around. And we do still think that, and the models have been catching up with what's been coming down out of the sky, that over from Athens eastward is where you're going to see the heavier totals. And even the models now starting to slack off a little bit on the blue because, again, the system will start to come to an end as it begins to pull away from our area. So we'll be watching this as we head through the day, watching those road temperatures as well, because we think and believe that it will begin to freeze because the temperatures are going to be so cold. That may be the bigger story of the weekend because those cold temperatures are going to be around for much longer. The snow around now, but the temperatures will be cold much longer. Let's talk about that with meteorologist Nicole Harford.
That's right, Chesley. It's certainly going to be a big story into tonight as temperatures drop. I mean, it's already cold across North Georgia. We're at 14 degrees currently up towards Blairsville. We're seeing mostly teens and 20s, 25 currently in Atlanta. These temperatures have not warmed up at all so far today, and they are not going to. Instead, we'll actually stay kind of stagnant or even get colder as we go throughout the rest of the day today and throughout the afternoon. Now, on top of that, we've also got really gusty winds at times, which means that it feels even colder than the actual air temperature. Feels like temperatures are down into the teens and the single digits. These are our current feels like temperatures across North Georgia. 9 in Atlanta, 8 up towards Marietta, 2 in Canton, 3 in Blairsville. A little bit better as you go down towards the south, but still feeling like 14 in Thomaston, 11 in Peachtree City. So throughout the remainder of the day today, the winds and the cold air, they're here to stay. In fact, those wind gusts have gotten up to about 40, even 45 miles per hour through portions of the metro. Winds will stay strong through the remainder of the day today, and then they will slowly start to settle into tonight and early tomorrow morning. That's good because as we approach the sunset, temperatures will start to cool even further. So we'll hover right around those low to mid 20s throughout Atlanta throughout the next couple hours with feels like temperatures again in the teens and single digits. Overnight tonight, we will be clearing out as winds calm, the snow comes to an end, and even cloud cover gets out of here as we go into tonight and tomorrow morning. So by the time you're waking up tomorrow morning, these are our forecast actual air temperatures, teens and single digits. We'll get down to right around 16 degrees in Atlanta. Outside of the city, we'll see quite a few spots that get a little closer to that 10-degree mark, especially up into far north Georgia at elevation where temperatures are expected to be the coldest. Feels like temperatures, even with just a light breeze, will be below zero in many spots. So that takes us from just a normal cold to a dangerous cold. Any exposed skin outdoors kind of gives you the risk of getting either hypothermia or seeing impacts from that colder air. Our forecast track has temperatures down right around that 0-degree mark when it comes to feels like temperatures through tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Again, because that is a dangerous cold, the National Weather Service put out extreme cold warnings across much of North Georgia throughout tonight and into tomorrow. So that goes into effect beginning at 7 o'clock this evening through 1 o'clock tomorrow. That's when the coldest air is anticipated. That's when wind chill values will range from about 5 to 10 below zero up to about 5 degrees. So because this is a prolonged event with below freezing temperatures, we also increase that risk for some pipes bursting or freezing over, especially into tonight and tomorrow morning as that cold air really settles. So make sure to drip those pipes if you haven't already gone out and perhaps insulated some of those outdoor spigots. You may want to take some time to do so today before those temperatures start dropping tonight. Now in Atlanta, we'll warm up into the low to mid 30s tomorrow afternoon, but there will be some spots, especially into northeast Georgia, where snow totals are going to be a little bit higher, where we do not get above freezing, at least not for a very long time. That's going to kind of slow down any of the melting as far as snow accumulation is concerned. Like Chesley mentioned, we could see areas where the snow has fallen, it kind of becomes a little more slushy, and then it refreezes as we go into tonight and tomorrow morning. So we'll be watching that really closely as well. Now, Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb has been out and about around North Georgia throughout the morning, following some of those heavier snow bands. I believe he's out in Hall County right now. Chris, what are you seeing?
Nicole, I think the snow from Rabun County followed us down here to Hall County. We're in Flowery Branch right now on 985. Look at these road conditions. Uh-oh, we're coming up on something right up here. Let me show you what we've got right up ahead of us. This may be a spin out right here. Ooh, that car's coming fast. The red car there needs to slow down. It looks like there was a spin out, a tow truck here in the middle of the road right now. This is 985 just south of the Flowery Branch exit. Wow, you can see that car kind of damaged there. It must have spun out and hit that, you know, the wire gray median there. Let me show you our other camera. I can zoom in a little bit tighter here to that. We're not getting too close, of course, because this is an emergency situation right here. But look at this. That car spun out there on 985 and hit that. Hopefully everybody's okay. It looks like the owner of the car may have just gotten into the passenger side of the tow truck. So this is just braking right as we're pulling up on this right now on 985. Now, I was telling you, let me go back to the hood camera here. These roads are still slick. And what's happening is people are getting confident driving down the roads, and then they can spin out very easily. The visibility here is a little bit lower. We've got snow still coming down, and we're still seeing some accumulations there. It's really been interesting watching this as we've traveled from areas of North Georgia. Of course, we were in Rabun and Habersham County a little bit earlier, and that is where we had really conditions that were much heavier than we had now. We're talking 3-4 inches of snow when we were there. They probably have more than that in Rabun County now. Then as we were coming southward, things started to improve a little bit. We just showed you over in Gainesville. We drove through the downtown area, and it was actually, you know, we had snow on the ground, but we could get around a little bit. But now, back out on 985, we're seeing more snow that's coming down there right now. And as you can see here, the roads still have some snow on them. We just saw the evidence of what can happen on those roads where cars can spin out. So we're going extra slow on 985, especially after seeing that car that spun out there in the middle of the road. So, and then the other thing is you have to be careful, since this visibility is low, that if a car, like let's say a car spun out 5 minutes ago and it's on the side of the road, we may not see it until we're just getting up on it. So there is still some danger out there. Snow is still coming down. We must be in another one of those little bursts kind of that's coming through here in the middle of Hall County there in Flowery Branch. We're getting closer to the next exit here south of Flowery Branch. That exit 8 is what's coming up here right now. So yeah, still some danger out here in the middle of the afternoon. And as Nicole was just talking about, we're not seeing temperatures getting above freezing. The wind might help out today with trying to get some of this stuff off the roads, but this slush, this wetness that we're seeing on the roads is really going to freeze up again. So conditions are not really going to be improving much during the day, even if we see these snow showers ending, which is what we expect through the afternoon hours, to see the snow showers ending here. But with this cold air, what's happening is it's just going to keep wringing out any moisture that it can out of those clouds, and that'll still be in the form of some snow around. So the thing I'm seeing here, snow flurry still coming down, visibility is low, and we still have the winds that we're watching out there too, with these snowy conditions that just don't want to let up here in Hall County and in parts of northeast Georgia.
All right, our meteorologist Chris Holcomb there for us this morning. Chris, we appreciate you being out there this morning. It's really giving us a great visual of things in real time
and
out
really
there.
Following the storm, like where it is going, because in Hall County, I actually have a friend that lives out there, sent me some images from this morning of just the front yard covered in snow. But what was really interesting is that Chris was on the main road, and I know the idea is a lot of the crews devote a lot of their resources to those main roads to plow and brine. But as you saw right there, with the storm moving in so quickly, that plow is not coming around every 5 minutes. So depending on how fast that snow is coming down, that could make things very dangerous out there. So once again, if you don't need to be out on the roads, we are stressing, stay home, wait until this storm passes, because it's just not worth getting stuck out there.
Yeah. All right. We have some pictures. We've been getting a lot of pictures in from viewers, so we want to show a couple of these to you. Look at that. Look at those turkeys out there. They are enjoying the snow this morning. This was taken by Powell James in Dahlonega. They seem to like it. A lot of pets. I know turkeys aren't necessarily pets, but a lot of animals, a lot of pets do enjoy this weather.
We saw that little dog that was out there earlier. We do have another video from Cindy North from Cumming. She sent this to us. She went out for a lovely morning stroll in this winter wonderland in Cumming, and you can see her neighborhood completely blanketed in snow. And we know some more is on the way there, but it actually looks gorgeous. And it is relatively safe to walk out there, walk your dog if you want to get some fresh air. Driving, not so much. A lot of the Department of Transportation and the emergency crew saying just stay inside. You don't want to create another emergency that you don't have to make. Be safe and protect yourself.
Yeah, and thinking about this weather, there's nothing worse than spending a snow day without any power.
So we want to take a look at the current outage report. Let's take a look here, pulling this up on the screen as of right now. 924 people across north and central Georgia are without power. Last week, you saw thousands. This is much lower than what we saw last week. Thousands of people left in the dark from that ice storm. But Georgia Power says that they are ready to strike when it comes to get those lights back on. But 924, for those 924 people, that's not great, but a lot lower than what we saw.
For sure. Let's check in with Alicia Brown, our friend with Georgia Power, joining us this morning. Alicia, good to see you today. Hopefully you're inside nice and warm. And if you think about it, this snow situation is probably a better situation for the power grid than, let's say, last week with all of the ice.
Yes, so we are grateful for snow and not ice this weekend. Of course, we still have some potential possibilities of outages, but of course with ice, it's a much more possibility for ice than snow. We are continuing to monitor the weather to make sure there's not anything that we need to respond to. As you mentioned before, that the outages are much lower than they were this time last week, but our crews have rested since Winter Storm Fern. They've restocked and they're ready to respond where they need to.
One question for you. If people do find themselves, we just saw there 924 people out of power right now. What can they do to kind of, make ends meet as they are waiting for this power to get restored?
Yeah, so we always encourage our customers to have an emergency kit, an emergency plan before winter weather arrives. But in the event that a customer is without power, you can sign up for outage alerts through the Georgia Power website at georgiapower.com/storm and get real-time updates for your area, or also call 888-891-0938, and you can call that number 24 hours a day to get any outage updates, but also just be mindful if you want to use a generator. If it's a gasoline generator, of course, you don't want to use that indoors. Make sure that you are keeping in touch with loved ones. If you have loved ones that are elderly that may not be able to get out to get help, that they have a plan, and just try to stay informed, because our outage map and our text alerts are real time to give an update of when power can be restored.
And Alicia, we're so grateful for all of the crews at Georgia Power who've been working these long hours over the last week or so to make sure power stays on, and they've been on standby. We know it's going to be cold throughout the day. It's going to be cold again tomorrow. So if we do see more power outages, how are the crews sort of positioned? Are you on standby across the city or in just sort of a wait and see mode?
Yeah, so we monitor the weather to see where there may be a potential larger impact, and we always have our crews ready to go and ready to respond with areas that we feel like will be heavily impacted. So we are always monitoring, we're always proactive, always ready to go. We're stocked. Like I said, our crews have gotten some rest since last weekend's Winter Storm Fern, and we're ready to go, ready to respond.
Yeah, and us at home must remember, hey, these are people that have families too that are out there really on the front lines of this storm. So we truly appreciate all the work that you are doing and all of the men and women who are helping us keep our lights on, even here at the station, because we need power to.
We do.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Alicia.
We have some really hardworking crews.
All right, stay warm out there, Alicia, and we will see you later if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with the cold weather this week, we do want to highlight a growing need in our community. Hundreds of thousands of families here struggle to afford the basics like food and winter clothing. So here at 11 Alive, we are teaming up for a partnership called Bundle Up for Good. We're teaming up with Georgia Natural Gas and United Way. You see that QR code? You can pick up your phone right now, scan that with your camera. That will take you to a page where you can make a donation. A $25 donation makes a big impact, but of course, if you want to make something a little bit less, something a little bit more, any dollar helps. And we just want to come together and try to help out our brothers and sisters in our community as it's so cold outside.
Hey, we will be covering everything you need to know about this latest winter storm. We've been with you since 6 this morning. A lot of you have been up with us all morning and going into this afternoon. We appreciate you. And if you are still wanting to watch us, if your power maybe goes out, or if you have to step away for a little bit, take your phone or your device with you and stream us on 11 Alive Plus. We'll take a quick break on this Saturday morning, and we'll be right back.
Easier, communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love.
Chief Meteorologist here, Chris Holcomb, live with you on 985 right at the Hall and Gwinnett County line. We have breaking news to tell you about right here. This is a multi-car accident, which is on 985 northbound. We're right now just south of the Lake Lanier Islands exit, which is exit 8. So this is between the Buford exit and the Lake Lanier, or the Friendship Road exit and the Lake Lanier exit here on 985. You can see these cars there. Multi-car accident. There is an ambulance on scene. We have seen another ambulance come down the southbound side. They're going down to the next exit to come back up to assist. So we do think that there are some injuries here with multiple ambulances that are coming to this scene. The entire northbound lane of 985 here. Again, this is south of Flowery Branch. Again, south of that Lake Lanier Islands exit. Where we have multiple cars here that have gone into the median. You can see those that are off on the side of the road that came off the road. Stephen just showed you earlier the one that with the smashed front end there as well. You can see that. And then as we kind of zoom to the right, there's the car that's got a lot of damage with it. Look now over to the right, and you can see the cars that spun off of the interstate and are now up that embankment where folks are standing around. The ambulance is just about to move by here. I'm not sure if they actually loaded anybody on there or not, but another ambulance did come down the southbound lane that they're about to come back up the northbound lane. So additional ambulances have been called to this scene there, and the northbound lane is shut down on 985. Now, as we come back here, Stephen's kind of showing us there, you see those cars now go back up. There are other cars. Of course, we have to see these other, 18-wheelers coming by. There are other cars there that are smashed up against that median kind of thing, the metal rails coming up with the wires there. Some of those cars, and if you go back a little bit more, you can see the ones that are smashed up against that right there. Those cars are all piled up along that median as well. So this is just an example of what we're watching. If you're thinking, hey, I'm going to get out, things are fine. The problem is you might think it's fine and you start going a little faster and getting a little bit confident, and then you could spin out, or someone around you could spin out, and then it turns into something like this on 985. Again, multiple cars involved. The northbound lane is shut down right now until they can clean this off, and multiple ambulances have been here. Whether or not these are just checking on the injuries or if they're actually transporting people. So I think what happens a lot of times with this, people will see they'll be driving along there, maybe 30, 45, maybe 50 miles an hour. I don't know how fast any of these people are going, but then it takes just one car to spin out, or there'll be an accident, and then it just piles up back behind, because then the cars behind them aren't able to slow down on this slushy, slick road. It looks like they're trying to let a couple of cars kind of navigate through those lanes. as they still have a lot of cars that are on the side, so they might be trying to let a couple of cars come through here. But the traffic is backed up here well behind. Now, the problem also is not only the slick road that we have right now, the visibility is low. I don't think I can see a quarter of a mile ahead of us right now. Probably less than a quarter of a mile ahead of us. So that's another thing that if a car spins out or there's a wreck, and you're moving at a higher rate of speed, you may not see that wreck until it's too late. And that's why you see a lot of those cars that are up the embankment who had to swerve off of 985 in order to avoid the cars that were in a wreck. So an example with breaking news that we have right now of what can happen on these roads. And we still have snow coming down right now up in this area of right on the Hall-Gwinnett County line. The responders here are from Gwinnett County, but I think we're really close to that Hall-Gwinnett County line. Maybe the responders came from Gwinnett from the south side coming up into this area. Rachel, I know that you're probably keeping an eye on this as well in the traffic center. I don't know if you have any additional information based on what we're seeing you here on scene.
So GDOT hadn't even reported this crash, Chris, so it's good that you're out there. I was seen slowing in that area and starting to get suspicious. I'd seen reports of possibly ice in the area, and now this is a camera showing the northbound side approaching that crash that he was just telling us about before Friendship Road. You could see folks are stuck here on the roadway. Some of them, it looks like, trying to turn around, barely able to move here. So I-85 is your alternate, but again, I really don't want you to be driving out on the roadways. So please just avoid it if possible, because these conditions are really difficult. And you saw the result from Chris's truck camera there, a really bad situation there. And we've seen a few others as well. Want to go to this next slide to show you this graphic about a crash on I-85 southbound, really in the same area before Hamilton Mill Road in Gwinnett County. That crash luckily has begun to clear. As I go back to the camera, you can see the conditions there, still a bit slow southbound, but we've had several areas be reported as hazardous as well. Forsyth County put out an alert through their alert app, pretty much saying that all roads in Forsyth are hazardous. Dahlonega down to Cumming, going to be a tough go of it. In fact, had a crash northbound on Georgia 400 before Pilgrim Mill, which at times may have shut down all lanes. However, I spoke on the phone with Forsyth County. They told me that the roadway is open. Again, I really don't want you to be driving on Georgia 400, even if it is open. If you have no choice, Highway 9 would be your alternate. And I've seen several other crashes reported in Forsyth County on Georgia 400 on those side roads, specifically on Pilgrim Mill Road, east of Georgia 400. There have been several closures at times. Forsyth County has been sending out alerts all morning about certain intersections on Pilgrim Mill that have had to be closed because of crashes there. So all of this, just good examples of why you need to stay off the roadways. Unfortunately, Jonathan and Faith, not seeing what we saw last weekend. People are driving. We are seeing the result of that.
Really underscoring just why it's best to just stay inside. Hopefully everyone's okay with that incident on 985. But if you are to the northeast of the city, you're seeing a lot more snowfall, including those near the University of Georgia in Athens-Clarke County.
That's right, and those conditions are changing minute by minute. Chase Howell joining us in Athens with the very latest. Chase, so we're looking at you now. There's still some flurries coming down, but maybe the snow has cleared from your lashes.
It has cleared from my eyelashes, so I actually got to go sit in my car in the heat for a second. But look, as you just said, minute by minute, this is changing. So 1 minute there'll be this huge gust of wind, and it's going to blow the snow all over. Then the next, it's kind of like this. It's just tame. Now, I want to introduce you to Jim Ray. He's the owner of Sully Steamers here on Clayton Street. Yes. So take me through, how has this snow, has it hurt your business or helped?
It's definitely slowed it down a little bit. We had to close early last week. We were off on Sunday. I think I'm one of the only ones open today, so I'm definitely been busier this morning. We're going to stay as open as long as we can and just ride it out.
So how did last weekend kind of hurt? How did that hurt your bottom line?
It hurt a lot. They said it was going to be a bunch of ice. It didn't start till later than it was expected. So I have employees that usually ride the bus or they walk or whatever. They don't want to wreck their cars. So I decided to close up early. And Sunday it was just the roads were too bad with the ice, so we just stayed closed. And it hurts me a lot, to be to shut the doors anytime for sure.
I mean, look, okay, I want to know this. How did you get your sidewalk clear of snow, but then over there, it's all mounted? What's going on?
Everybody comes and walks on this side of the street to my store. They keep the ice down. You know?
There we go. Hey, and Faith and Jonathan, if he looks familiar, yeah, it's T-shirt and short guy. In the winter, in the snow. So, all right, Josh, thanks, man. But as you can see, you can actually tell that some of the snow has been taken off the road here on Clayton Street by Jackson Street, and a lot more people are out now walking around, more so than earlier. But as we've been hearing, these temperatures are dropping, so I'm starting to feel it get a little bit colder. As it gets colder, you know, snow could potentially freeze. But again, over here, you're seeing people. The snow's not stopping them. They're having themselves a little Saturday fun day. Go Dogs! There we go. There we go. There we go, man. But yeah, as you heard, look. This stuff's not stopping anybody. It's a good time. Everyone's walking to the restaurants. They're going to go have themselves maybe a hot toddy, maybe a beer, maybe a shot of Fireball. I don't know, you guys, but listen, it's a college town. They're partying. It's Saturday.
Oh, Lord. Well, you just make sure you wait until afterward to participate with them.
Yeah. I'll be having my glass of Cabernet right away.
All right.
Okay.
Your shift is almost over. I think you got like 30 more minutes, Chase. Thank you so much.
But you know what Chase said? He said people are out there by foot, walking to all the different restaurants.
Yeah.
Traveling by car is a whole nother thing. And we want to...
Hey, listen, they'll have a little...
Go ahead.
They'll have some numbness. If they have a couple drinks, they'll have a couple thing of numbness.
Keep them real warm, like T-shirt and shorts, man.
All right.
Chase, thank you so much.
All right, let's get back out to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, because we are monitoring some breaking news out on 985 right near the Gwinnett-Hall County line. Chris, what's the very latest this morning or this afternoon?
Yeah, shifting from the fun times they're having in Athens to the serious times we're having right now on the Gwinnett and Hall County line. This is what we were reporting to you just a few moments ago as breaking news. A multiple car accident here on 985 northbound, just south of the Lake Lanier Islands exit. That's exit 8. This is just south of exit 8 there. The northbound lanes are shut down. We counted at least 10 cars, and there may even be more back behind it there. Another round of emergency vehicles has just arrived on this scene here. We saw one ambulance leave just a few moments ago. Now you can see this next round of ambulances arriving here. We talked to Rachel a moment ago. The DOT hadn't even put this information out yet on her sources. So we're the first to have this here for you and to let people know that this part of 985 is shut down. Multiple ambulances on scene with multiple cars here. We're not sure how many injuries there are or how serious they are, but you can see all of the cars involved and tow trucks now in the middle of the lane trying to clear some of these cars out. What you're looking at right now is cars that have had to come to the median. Some cars have slammed into that barrier there in the median as well. There goes one tow truck leaving there, but then we also have cars up the embankment as well. So obviously something happened on this road on the northbound side and the other cars were not able to avoid them, causing this multiple car accident. And some cars may have had to go up the embankment, that you see those cars there up the embankment, in order to avoid the cars that had crashed before them. So the northbound lane shut down. You can see all the flashing lights that we have here with that, the cars that are off to the side of the road. And of course, there's that one right there that has obvious damage in the front as well. We're not sure what that car actually hit. There's an 18-wheeler also off to the side of the road as well. Whether or not, well, that one's, it's already gone, right? So we don't know exactly what happened here, but it's multiple cars. We know that the conditions had to do something with this because cars are not able to stop very quickly on these roads. Even if they've been treated, they are still wet, they are still slushy, and they are still slick. And you see there in the front of our camera there, as we're zooming in across the median there, as some of these trucks and cars are going by us pretty quickly. You've got to be careful out there. The visibility here is also reduced. I can't really see really an eighth of a mile, not more than a quarter of a mile ahead of me here. So if you're driving down the road and feeling confident and someone in front of you spins out and you may not see it until you're right up on it. And that's most likely what happened here, where cars were having to avoid, go off the side of the road, or even drive into the median and crash into the median to avoid hitting other cars here. So we don't know. We've seen multiple ambulances here, but we don't have confirmation on the number of injuries or the extent of the injuries there. A couple of ambulances did drive away. We don't know if they had anyone on board when they drove away or not. But a scary sight here on 985 North, just south of exit 8, which is that Lake Lanier Islands exit. And I think what they're going to be doing now, the ambulance has already left, so if there were any injuries, they most likely have gotten those going there. But what's left behind now is they've got to get these cars out of the road and off the median and off of that barrier that we see there that have crashed into it. So this is going to take a little while, we think, to clean up. Again, that whole northbound side is shut down for now. So this can be dangerous. Please be careful. This northeast quadrant here, north and east of Atlanta, the 985 corridor, the 85 corridor, that's where we have been predicting that the worst of this snow would be, and that is what we are experiencing out there right now. And here in Flowery Branch, it has not tapered off yet. The snow is still coming down here, really south of Flowery Branch as we get closer to the Beaufort area. So stay with us. We're going to drive now down more toward Lawrenceville and check out what's happening in the Gwinnett County area to see if we see any improvements on the roads there. We'll have that for you coming up in just a few minutes.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
Easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware.
Welcome back. As we track this winter weather, we have a major crash that the first to find out about it was our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, in the weather impact tracker. He came across the crash on I-985. It is in the northbound direction before Friendship Road, right near the Gwinnett-Hall County line. I don't have a camera showing it. It's whiteout conditions out here, so I think the cameras are just placed a little bit too far apart to have a good angle of that crash, but Chris showed it to us. It involved severely damaged vehicles, all of the northbound lanes shut down, and this camera here shows folks stranded on I-985 in the northbound direction, again, because of that crash before Friendship Road. I see people out of their cars here, pulled over to the right. This is why we were telling people before this winter storm came, if you plan to drive, to make sure you're fueled up, that you have supplies in your car in case something like this happened. So I've reached out to both GDOT and Gwinnett County. GDOT didn't actually know about this crash until a couple of minutes ago. Again, Chris Holcomb was one of the first to find out about it and inform us and inform all of you. And then Gwinnett County was fairly cagey with information. They weren't willing to tell me much about injuries. They don't even know when they'll be able to reopen the road at this time. I do, however, see that left lane moving a little bit now. I'm wondering if folks don't know if it's shut, if they're just trying to get past, then they're going to have to come to a halt, or if they've reopened a lane. Again, we don't have a camera of that crash, but I would avoid driving in general. And then also, you want to avoid I-985, of course, because of this crash. So I-85 is an alternate that you can take. Satellite Boulevard is another one. But again, I really don't want you out on the roads unless it's an emergency. So just want to show you here the conditions, and it's lighting up with colors in both directions on I-985. We've seen several crashes in this area near Gwinnett, Hall County. I saw a bad spin out on I-85 southbound just past Brazelton. A bad crash on Highway 316 near Lawrenceville as well, near Buford Road. So Buford Drive, excuse me. So seen a lot of crashes in this area, and then also in Forsyth County, several crashes on Georgia 400 on Pilgrim Mill Road in Cumming and Dahlonega. So all this good reminders to just stay off the roadway this morning. Guys?
All right, Rachel, thank you so much for taking a look there. As we know that we continue to monitor this storm, different areas, different spots. We just saw Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb with a crash there in Hall County. We earlier, a couple hours ago, when he was up north, I believe, was that Rabun County? We saw some trucks trying to get up a hill of snow. And we're talking about big 4x4 trucks, Suburbans trying to get up the snow, and they were still slipping and sliding. A couple of Jeeps as well. So it's important to make sure that you are off of those roads if you do not have to be out there. And with another winter storm moving into Metro Atlanta, crews across the region, they are out there, the men and women working very hard around the clock to make sure that you are safe.
Yeah, we are so grateful for them, and we've already seen some snow falling across different parts of our state and our viewing area. Not as much here southward toward the city of Atlanta, but we have our Ariana Maniz live in Sewanee, I believe. Ariana's still there, and that is one area that is getting snow. She's been in the Gwinnett area for most of the morning for us. So Ariana, a lot of flurries coming down, and even some sticking to the pavement.
Yeah, it is. We have seen consistent snow here in Sewanee. Flurries, you know, they lighten up a little, then it's a heavier snow, but it's been consistently snowing here since we've been here this morning. And it's been sticking to the pavement right now. Where we're standing is more of like a light slush in a mix of a light powdery snow. So the pavement, you see that slush. The grass area is where you see more so of that dusty snow. You especially see it when the wind is blowing, and that's the biggest thing that we have felt more so. I'm not even going to act like it's fun being out here, because this wind is definitely blowing. And you see a few people out there. These kids, they just been out here. We came to the Sewanee Town Center. We thought we would see a lot of people, but we really haven't seen a few people walk by here and there. But yeah, these kids are trying to do a snowball fight. Oh, yep. See, it turns into a powdery type snow. Yeah, not too successful, but hey, it's fun, right? You just got to make sure you're bundling up when you do come out here, because on top of these low temperatures, you feel that wind and it makes it feel even colder. Now, most of the shops here at the Sewanee Town Center are closed. There's one place that is open. It's a Mexican restaurant. So if you do live nearby, you don't want to get out on the roads, you want to walk over here, you can get some queso, a little margaritas in the snow, guys. But yeah, this is what we've been seeing. It's pretty, I would say. It's not too heavy, just a nice, consistent flurry action happening here in Gwinnett County. So, hey, just bundle up if you do decide to try to make a snowball. I don't think you'll be too successful with this powdery snow you're seeing out here in Gwinnett County.
a lot of people trying to stay warm out there. Ariana, thank you so much. And whether that be with a cocktail or with a restaurant, making sure that you're staying inside safe and toasty. But while some people are enjoying the weather, we know that there are some serious conditions in other parts.
Yes, let's get back out to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, following a multi-car crash right there on 985. So, Chris, what's the latest?
Well, we just left that scene. We saw the ambulances pulling away. Not sure if they were actual patients on board or if they were just checking on any potential injuries, but the road was still shut down. We needed to kind of move along here just for our safety as well, because a lot of people on our side of the road were looking over on the other side of the road. So we felt like we needed to kind of leave that area for our safety too. They're clearing that out. It's going to take a little while. The whole northbound lane was shut down. They're trying to let some cars pass as they clear some of the cars off of the median and off of the side of the road. But we are now on the southbound side, and folks are going slow. I think a lot of these people who passed that crash on the northbound side are realizing, whoa, we need to slow down a little bit. And that's really a good thing that all these cars are slowing down. I don't know if we have another situation going on to the north of us, and that's why everybody's slowing down. But these roads are wet, they are slushy, and they are slick. And the problem is, I think a lot of times people might get a little confident thinking that it's fine and they start going fast, but the visibility is really low. And so if somebody spins out in front of you, you may not see it until it's too late and you wouldn't have time to slow down. We're coming up on exit number 4. This is the Buford exit there on 985, the last exit before you get down to the 85 merge. And we're still seeing snow coming down here along 985. We're going to keep going down. We're in Gwinnett County right now. We're going to keep going down into Gwinnett to see how things are looking as we merge into 85. But we still have some good snow coming down right now with wet, slick, slushy roads here in areas of North Gwinnett County, up at the Buford exit right along 985. So that kind of shook us up a little bit when we saw that accident on the side of the road on the other side. That just goes to show you how fast things can change and how fast things can get serious when you're driving in conditions like this. So I would go with don't get out if you don't have to. There are a lot of cars out here, and as the Department of Transportation has been telling us, GDOT has been saying, if there are too many cars on the roads, they're going to have a hard time treating them and plowing them. We've seen a couple of plows come by, and if there are cars on the road, that makes it harder for them as well. So hopefully we'll see. I don't know if you can see ahead of us here. Let me go back to our camera. Even just the wind. You see this wind blowing those snowflakes not only from the sky, but also the accumulated snow is blowing here with us, and that's adding more of that slick stuff here to the road. So we're going to keep watching this as we get a little farther south. We're hoping to see improvements a little bit more, but this really times out with the area. I got a message from somebody saying that they're still waiting for the snow in Sandy Springs. And this is just an example of what we were really trying to stress with folks, that there's going to be a big difference and a big gradient of people who get a lot of snow. And we were focusing on that being north and east of Atlanta. That is what we have been experiencing so far today as we have traveled from Gwinnett up to Rabun County and Habersham County, now back through Hall County and now into Gwinnett County, where we're seeing that northeast quadrant dealing with most of the impacts. However, around Atlanta and west of the city, there aren't as many of those impacts out there. But as you can see, what we've been reporting to you already, those impacts can be serious, and they are serious for some of those folks that just had that multi-car accident here on 985.
Chris, I noticed that when you were up a little bit further to the north, you had really one lane that was kind of cleared. Now you're in a position where two lanes are almost cleared out, at least where, cars are going down the road. Is that because of volume, you think? You got more people out where you are now than you had further up to the north?
I think it is a little bit of both, that we do have some volume here. And when you do have cars that are traveling on the road, it kind of works away at some of that moisture on the road and inhibits any of that ice development before that ice is able to solidify if a car drives over it, it kind of breaks it apart a little bit. So I think it's kind of that. And we did see a couple of snow plows come by earlier. So I think that's helped to kind of clear out both of these lanes to give people an opportunity to drive on both of the lanes rather than just on one. And as we get a little bit more to the south, we're going to be nearing the merge where 985 comes in with 85, which is right there at the Swanee exit, where we might see, I was looking ahead, hoping I was seeing some better visibility there. I know this is kind of hard to see because our camera has a lot of the snow on it. This is the one on the roof, but visibility is still pretty low, and we're still seeing some of these snowflakes coming down here, Chesley, too. So I'm going to be interested to see what happens once we get to 85 and come down a little bit more south into Gwinnett County to see if any of these conditions are improving any more there.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chris. Continue to stay safe, you and Boise out there. Thanks for bringing us that report. Really appreciate it. He's been tracking it, following it all the way down from the north, folks, further down to the south. And very interestingly enough, if you look at Gwinnett County, where we were talking about that sharp cutoff with southern Gwinnett, now that snow is starting to fade a little bit further down to the south. And so some of you, he mentioned Sandy Springs, some of you who have not received any of that light snow even, right? Especially places like DeKalb County. Now it's starting to fill in a little bit. So you're starting to get in on some of these areas, starting to see some snow. It's taken a while to even get some up toward Roswell. And now you're starting to see some of that begin to fill in, even over toward the Roswell area. So you may get a little bit before it begins to taper off later on this afternoon. I know you've been holding out. You've been waiting for it. Places that already had the snow starting to pile up. You can see where it stopped snowing, at least from our aspect, from the camera here. Maybe some flurries. Actually, I do see some flurries flying around. This is up into Dahlonega, up toward the University of North Georgia, where at least 2, maybe even 3 inches of snowfall. Easy in some of these spots, maybe even higher, some localized areas around here. And again, it's still coming down. Blue Ridge, easily 4 or more, right? Where we've been seeing this. We've been watching this road here. Nicole and I had this zoomed in on the road because we wanted to see if anybody would venture up the road. They were. And so we had, not long ago, tracks in both directions. And now this side upward has been covered. And all right, so the snow's still coming down where we had some decent traction going down this hill as well. Again, starting to get covered up because of the snow that continues to come down. So certainly that snow will be adding up, piling up. You look up here to the north right now, in places like Fannin County, Gilmer County, very light precipitation coming down. So not very heavy until you get up to the Blue Ridge area, and then over into Raven County as well, starting to lighten up a little bit from where they had the heavy snow as well. That band that went through northern parts of Gwinnett County down towards Social Circle and Edenton, starting to lighten up just a little bit. And then what we had over toward the west as well, just west of the city of Atlanta, where it was darker, now starting to lighten up and starting to spread out just a little bit as well. And so let's take that tour again. You can see over into South Carolina. Here's the border between Georgia and South Carolina. Once you get to Tallulah Falls, you jump across the border there, and it's heavier over into South Carolina. Helen finally starting to taper off a bit from some of that steady snow that was coming down. Mossy Creek as well. You jump down to Murrayville, down to Gainesville. Chris is here, right, coming down and about to hit this area right in here. Sugar Hill it's been snowing there for a little while. So I don't think his conditions, at least from his perspective, will change much because he's been in the snow already. And so once he gets here, it has been snowing. We had some heavy bouts of this. We're talking about the Lawrenceville area, which is where he was headed just to take a look. And he's still going to be in the snow. In fact, as he heads all the way into the city, that snow is just going to stay with him. So it's like he carried it here, but that was already the case while he was up to the north. You make your way further down into the city, and you still see a few of those light showers around. Where it's heaviest now is down toward Devereaux and Sandersville, just outside of our viewing area, down toward Milledgeville, continuing to be heavy over there. But then it gets a little bit more spotty once you make your way back toward the city. What is happening is more where we had almost like bands of this is starting to fill in a little bit. So as it begins to wind down, filling in. But it's a good sign here when I say wind down. We had this over into Paulding County, over toward Dallas, and now not seeing much there. So coming to an end at least there, but still up in northern parts of Cobb County. So Ackworth, Kennesaw, Marietta, you're still dealing with some of that light snow continuing to come down there. And this was extended all the way down to the south. You see down toward Thomaston, further down to the south as well. That continues to be the case. Part of this big system, an area of low pressure, continuing to spin and move eastward, along with the one that is off the coast that will slide further off to the east and northeast, and the wraparound from this should be coming to an end. Already seeing it come to an end over in parts of Alabama, where we had a couple snow showers there. That should be our fate as we head further into the afternoon. We were saying that probably by no more than 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock for the metro area, and then by 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock for our easternmost counties. I think that still holds, but we'll be watching it. And of course, we'll stay with you and until there's no longer anything to report. You can even see the models backing off a little bit on the totals now that the system is starting to slide toward the east, keeping the heaviest totals further off to the east over toward Columbia, which really hasn't seen a whole lot so far. But that wraparound that we have over us will be headed toward them. And so then they'll start to see that pick up for them. Road temperatures have been consistent so far, but starting to fall off, especially up here to the north. You're looking at road temperatures in the 20s, which is why we're seeing a little bit more sticking up there to the north. You got 35 right here in the city at 75 and 10th Street. And so that no doubt will start to come down as well as more of that snowfall. So far, again, it has been flurries. Speaking of temperatures, you got to be aware, because those temperatures will continue to fall off for today. We've only seen temperatures in the 20s. They'll be going down to the teens tonight. Here to talk more about that and the potential hazards with the cold temperatures is meteorologist Nicole Harvey.
Thanks, Chesley. Yes, it's already cold outside. It's windy and cold, which is kind of a dangerous combination. And even colder air is going to be sinking southward through tonight and into tomorrow morning. So this is just the start of what is going to be a prolonged cold period across North Georgia. You can see temperatures right now through the continental U.S., where we've seen that dip in the jet stream, allowing some of that Arctic air to sink southward. And that will actually continue to sink southward tonight and into tomorrow morning, leading to some of our coldest temperatures of this season so far. Because of that, we have a number of cold advisories as well as extreme cold warnings that are in place across pretty much all of the southeast, including down into Florida. Here in North Georgia, the entire state actually is encompassed by this extreme cold warning. That just means that temperatures are expected to get down to what is considered kind of dangerous levels. So that goes into effect at 7 o'clock this evening, continues overnight through 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. In that time period, wind chill values will range from -5 to -10, and then up to as warm as maybe 5 degrees above zero. So that is going to be a dangerous cold. And because it is a prolonged period of time, it also raises the likelihood that we will see some pipes that freeze or burst across North Georgia. Now, temperatures have remained pretty steady through the last few hours. It's been cold. We've cooled even a few degrees in many locations, but through the Atlanta metro, we've been hanging on to kind of the mid to low 20s. When you factor in the gusty winds, feels like temperatures are actually down into the teens and the single digits. We'll stay pretty steady for the next few hours, but as we get closer to the sunset, especially as some of those clouds start to clear out, we lose the daytime heating, even our winds begin to settle, temperatures will fall quickly overnight tonight. So by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, we're talking actual air temperatures in the teens and the single digits. That is bitter cold. Now, winds are not going to be quite as strong tomorrow morning compared to where they are right now, but when temperatures are that cold, even a light breeze is still going to make it feel even colder and have a big impact on that wind chill value. So here's our forecast feels like temperatures into tomorrow morning, kind of a range from 5 below zero up to about 5 degrees. And this is by 9 a.m. So this is once the sun rises, it'll feel even colder while the sun is down, especially pre-sunrise, with temperatures pretty widely anywhere from about 5 below zero to 5 above zero. Now, our wind gusts will stay also pretty steady throughout the day today. We're talking sustained winds about 10 to 20 miles per hour. We've already seen wind gusts up to about 40, even 45 miles per hour in some locations, and we'll continue to see some of those stronger gusts throughout the remainder of the day today before they slowly start to kind of settle into this evening as well as overnight tonight. Now, the coldest night is going to be tonight, so temperatures will fall down into the teens. Tomorrow afternoon across metro Atlanta, we'll manage to warm up to just barely above freezing. So we'll get a couple hours above the freezing point for a good portion of the metro, but not everyone is going to reach up above that 32-degree mark. The sunshine returning tomorrow will help to melt away any of the accumulating snow into northeast Georgia, but some of those spots are not going to get above freezing, which means in shaded areas, snow will linger even into the start of the week. Temperatures will start to gradually get a little bit milder as we go into this upcoming week. We're talking afternoon highs back into the 40s by Monday, and then high temperatures climbing back up into the low to mid 50s by Tuesday and Wednesday. So our prolonged cold period is really just getting started. Again, the most intense low temperatures, the coldest of this cold snap, will be tonight and into early tomorrow morning. So make sure to check in on friends, family, neighbors, anyone who could be a little bit more susceptible, more vulnerable to the cold air tonight, to make sure that they're okay. Bring those pets indoors and make sure to drip your pipes. Guys?
All right. Thank you so much, Nicole, for bringing that to us. As you all can see, it's very cold. It's going to continue to be cold. And we are getting some images here, Jonathan.
Yeah, this is coming from Mountain City in Rabun County, where we've been earlier this morning. Our Chris Holcomb was there. Ken Law has measured 7.5 inches of snow outside his house. That is certainly what you call a good amount of accumulation.
That is a lot of snow. We do have some photos out of North Carolina, an area that's dealing with plenty of snow. Bonnie sent us this picture from her home in Hayesville, where it looks like she has no plans of getting out on the road. You can see there because her car is covered.
Yeah, we have some viewers, by the way, in North Carolina, right on that North Carolina line. So we appreciate all you North Carolinians watching us this morning here in Georgia as well.
And staying inside, because like Miss Bonnie, she ain't going nowhere right now until those clouds come. And hopefully you're nice and toasty hanging out with us.
Yeah, so many of you have been sharing your pictures and your videos, including this one right here. This is from Grant in Blairsville. That is his dog, Max, out enjoying the snow. Does your dog like the snow? No,
At
okay.
all. You know, Bella has her coat, 3 coats, and she's in Florida right now, so she's looking at us like,
Yeah, so good thing she's, with the grandparents
Look,
right
Max
now.
having a good old time, though. He does not need a coat.
Hey, we've got one more. Jackie Malone sent us this video from her back deck in Buford, and you see that the snow has really come down. And it's good if you have a back deck like that. You can just go outside, check it out, without having to really go out into the elements.
It looks like a lot of fun and a lot of snow there. We do know that the snow is not really packing in, which could be good if it heats up, but not really snowball snow or snowman snow, but it's still pretty for a picture to have a nice hot chocolate or something like that.
And if you're here in the city, maybe in Midtown or downtown, you're not going to see this. So enjoy these pictures, but still be careful because there are certainly some slick spots on the road. We're going to be right back with more news and more weather coverage. Our Jennifer Bellamy and Zach Merchant will be joining you in just a moment. Stay with us here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
From the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
The people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are. We are back with our continuing coverage of this winter storm moving through parts of North Georgia here on 11 Alive and on 11 Alive Plus. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. We have been tracking the snow since 6 o'clock this morning here with you all morning long on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. We have taken you from Gwinnett County north into Rabun County, into Habersham County, where we had crazy snow up in parts of northeast Georgia. Then we started coming back into southward here into Hall County, where we showed you how things were looking in Gainesville with some slushy conditions there in Gainesville. Then we came up upon multiple crashes. One of them on 985 North shut down 985 with at least 10 cars involved in that wreck here. Conditions improved once we got into when we merged back in with 85 southbound there near Swanee. Conditions improved. Not perfect or anything, but they're better than they were up on 985. We have made our way over now, kind of crossing over from 85 over Boggs Road. Now we're going back up 316 north. I'm just curious to see, we've talked about 85 and 985. I'm just curious to see how 985 is looking here, just north of that 85 split there. And as you can see, as we're coming down the ramp, we do have some snow. We do have some slick spots here on this ramp as we're getting back up on 316. We're going to go up toward the Lawrenceville exit just to kind of see how things are looking there. But this has really been interesting to see the differing weather conditions from Rabun County. It actually started looking better on the roads as we were getting closer to Gainesville. Then when we got to Flowery Branch, it just went crazy there with the visibility that was very low, the snow that was still blowing, and the slick conditions on the roads, which enhanced that multi-car accident up 985 just a little while ago. I'm going to be interested to see. There were multiple ambulances on scene. Whether or not they were able to leave without actually taking somebody to be treated, or I'm just curious if there were any actual injuries there in that wreck on 985, and we were first up on the scene with that was taking place. As you're looking ahead right now, let me look at our camera on top of the vehicle. Yeah, we've got a lot of ice there, snowflakes on that camera. It's kind of hard to see. Here is our other camera looking ahead, and you can see earlier, if you've been following along with us throughout the entire morning, some roads we were riding in the tracks of the cars ahead of us just to kind of get through it. And then some roads were actually clear. When we were in Gainesville, it was just pretty much wet in 985. And then when we got to Flowery Branch, it was slick again. And now here on 316, as we're going north from that split there at 85 toward the Lawrenceville exit, the Sugarloaf Parkway exit here in just a second, you can see how we're getting a little bit more of a buildup of snowy conditions on these roads. Now what's happening is when the snow hits the pavement, it melts, but our temperature right now is 21 degrees here in Gwinnett County. So at any time here, these roads can get slick, and I really think that's what happened. Well, that car is going kind of fast beside us there. I think what really happened there was some of those roads started kind of glazing over from the ice and slush that was on there that caused some of the slick conditions. So don't get out unless you have to. I know that some people on the roads might be having to go to a hospital job, or they're first responders and they're having to get to a job or whatever. But if you don't have to, don't get out. Because if you think that you're okay to drive, you just don't know about the people around you who might start feeling a little overconfident and could cause some issues there. Can you see how this snow is really blowing and coming into our camera here? Let me go back up to the roof camera. If you can see that. Again, we've got some ice on there, but we still have some good snow coming down. These aren't big flakes. These are those smaller flakes that we were telling you about, expecting a drier snow here for our area, north and east of the city. And these are still medium to small flakes that are blowing around, but they are blowing around. We still have the really windy conditions. And as I mentioned, our temperature right now on our weather impact tracker is showing 21 degrees here. So what you're seeing that's wet on the roads, as cars are traveling over it, it's going to take it a little while to freeze up. But if no one was on these roads right now, these roads would ice up really quickly. But it's best for you not to be on them. Don't be on the roads unless you absolutely have to, because it is dangerous and it is slick out here in spots. South of the city, or south of where we are now, conditions have improved a little bit. We started seeing that improvement as we got on 85 from Swanee, between the Swanee and the Sugarloaf exit. Now that we're going back north and northeast again, we're seeing those conditions kind of deteriorating just a little bit more. This car in front of us has their brakes on. I'm not sure what they're doing right there, but we're just being very cautious here with what we have going on right now. I'm not sure why they're stopping on the side of the road. So they might have been curious as to what we're doing. So this is what we're watching for these areas up in Gwinnett County where things have been dangerous. They're on the Gwinnett and Hall County line up on 985 where we had that multiple car accident. And now as we're going east and northeast again, we're seeing those conditions still with some of that snow on the roads here. So I think that's kind of the line there in North Gwinnett County, where we're seeing these conditions that are worsening a little bit. Now, Chesley has also been keeping an eye on radar where we have other bands of snow that are moving through. And Chesley, I would be interested to see what your radar is showing here in Lawrenceville and Gwinnett County, if it's showing just light stuff, or if this snow is so small and so light, if it's even showing up on radar.
It is showing up on the radar, Chris, and it has been lighter. We had some heavy bands begin to push through, but it has lightened up a little bit. Now, I want to ask you, as you've been riding down, now, I was just observing how you were coming down. There was much more snow on the side of the roads on the grassy surfaces, where you are now, not so much on the grassy surfaces and not so much spread out as it was up to the north, right?
Yeah, oh, definitely. There was a big difference from what we saw earlier in North Hall County, and then of course up in Habersham County, Rabun County, how it was like you couldn't even see the grass on the side of the roads. I'll put this back up so you can see. Now this is more snowy conditions on the roads and then just some lighter accumulations on the sides of the roads. So yes, that is a big difference. And that kind of goes from where we just were, where up in Rabun and Habersham County, they had 3 to 5 inches of snow. You saw that picture from Ken Law that was taken in Mountain City, just north of Clayton, where it was 7.5 inches of snow there. Mm-hmm. So that is the difference from going from there to down here. Still slick, still snowy here, but just not as much of a coverage as what we're seeing here. We're going to get off at this exit here at Lawrenceville and drive over toward the Lawrenceville Square just to see how things are looking on the side roads there. So I'll have more on you about that coming up here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I want you to take notice to the difference in where you were as far as the weight of the snow where you were, where you said it had a little bit more moisture content, and then check out where you are now to see if that's the same and it has just been light, or are we a different type of powder coming down out of the sky.
I can actually see, without even touching it, I can actually see how it's blowing around outside, that this is a lighter. The flakes are really a lot smaller here, and this is a lighter, most likely a drier snow that's coming down here in our area now, compared to up north where we still couldn't make a snowball out of that. Right. There was still a little bit more moisture content, and those snowflakes were a little bit larger. But now it's just like snow, just really small bits of snow, not even really like an entire six-sided snowflake. It's just kind of small stuff that's coming down right now.
Gotcha. All right, stay safe out there. We'll talk to you soon. All right, folks, we're looking at the snow continue to fall. Now, where Chris is now, where here's I-985 coming together with 85. He's getting ready to get off at the Swanee exit, so now he's on 85. And so what he's going to find is, and we talked about this, the snow around here a little bit different than up to the north, where they're used to seeing wet snowflakes. It's a little rare for us to get that dry powder down this far to the south. And so that's what we have out there right now. And you can see the difference on the roadways as well, where it doesn't completely cover the grass, just winding a bit in the roads, the wind blowing it around a little bit. It doesn't quite disappear once it hits the surface or starts to melt. It just kind of stays almost like a dust, just kind of on the ground, winding around. And that too will freeze and create some slick conditions out there. So we expect that to be the case as we head into tonight and tomorrow. Starting to see this wide widen out just a little bit more, and we'll go in on that in just a few. I do want to show you now where, all right, so it's going up. So we're watching over towards Stevens County, at least, where the snow is starting to pick up just a little bit, where this was over into South Carolina, now starting to make its way a little bit further down to the south. So Royston probably will get some heavy snow showers as well. Winder over toward Lawrenceville. Moderate snowfall that's coming down. Chris talked about that as he got on I-85, right there where he is. Nice little moderate pocket of snow coming down. He's going to get off here and head over toward the east over into Lawrenceville. So we'll watch to see what takes place there. But probably if you stayed on 85, would have felt the same conditions coming all the way down into the city. And now into the city, we do have some moderate pockets around. Heaviest snow down to the south. You can see even south of Devereaux. So starting to move out of the area. And then it has been a little bit more on the scattered side over in the city of Atlanta. We're seeing it clear out over into Paulding County. Douglas County starting to clear out as well, where we had that heavy snow that covered almost or just about the entire county, now starting to come a little more scattered. So conditions will be improving here, especially as we get toward the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. I think a lot of that will begin to fade to the south, if not fading away, as some drier air will begin to work in thanks to that northwest flow, and the area of low pressure will pull further away from us. Down to the south now as well, starting to slack off a little bit. We had some snow down as far south as Thomaston in our area. So and now you're starting to see just the cloudy skies there. A few spots over into Spalding County, over toward East Griffin. So yeah, starting to taper off just a little bit. So it's starting to improve just a little bit for us. It will snow longer east of I-75. So our counties bordering South Carolina, look for it to be around at least to about 5 or 6 o'clock tonight. But for the metro area, that will start to wind down, which is a good sign for us. Hopefully you got your fill, right? And seeing some snow. I know you didn't get a chance to play in it. It's just not the playable type unless you're going to go further up to the north. But at least we had some of that around. Large system here, but we've been talking about this area of low pressure continues to slide a little bit further over toward the north and east. So it's starting to leave the coast. We had one off the coast as well, attached adjacent to that. And so they're both going to slide further off toward the east and northeast. And that will in the wraparound for us as it continues to pull further away. It'll take that snow with it. So places over here into eastern South Carolina, for example, didn't see anything at all yet, but all that is moving in that direction. If you look at the bigger picture here, all that is making its way further over toward the east. And so that's how it will end, just like what we're seeing over into Alabama coming to an end. And for us, same deal as it goes. Not a quick mover, but with us pretty much all morning long. Models are keeping up with that as well, pushing that dark blue further and further over toward the east. We still have some little snow burst pockets that could be around, which is what the model is showing right now. But again, we'll start to taper off here in the metro area, which is good news. Been looking at those road temperatures as well. And speaking of temperatures, really that becomes our focus now. How quickly those temperatures drop. We know they're going to continue to fall through the day, down through the 20s, but expecting them to get down to the teens tonight. Refreezing taking place. We'll continue our impacts as we head into the day tomorrow. Here to talk more about that is meteorologist Nicole Harford.
Thanks, Chesley. And
After this.
GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
The people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this winter weather that we keep seeing, just can't get away from.
It's like deja vu. We were having this conversation last weekend. Now we're having it again. Thanks for being with us. I'm Zach Merchant.
And I am Jennifer Bellamy. Right now, communities across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia are prepared to help those who are in need.
But some cities, they are working with limited resources. The city of Clayton used up much of its winter budget cleaning up after last weekend's storm. So let's check in now with Clayton City Manager Trudy Crunkleton. Trudy, can you hear us okay?
I can.
Oh, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We can see you're in a beautiful landscape with a bunch of snow up there. What are you guys seeing right there?
Yes, we're having like 5 to 6 inches right here. I actually am in Tiger. I can't even get into Clayton. The roads are so bad. So I'm trying to be part of the solution, not part of the problem, and stay off the roads.
For somebody who might be watching right now in your neck of the woods, up and way up northeast Georgia, what would you say to them?
I would say stay home, enjoy it from inside and let the road crews and everybody that are out do their jobs safely. It's a lot easier when everybody is off the roads and out of the way.
Trudy, are you hearing anything from, we know you're staying where you are to not be a part of the issues, but what are you hearing from those who are on the ground in Clayton as well?
So my public works staff have been out since last night. They went out and brined early before the storm hit yesterday afternoon, and then they came in around midnight, 1 o'clock when it started, and went ahead and put out salt and chat, and then they came in back in this morning around 7 to start plowing. So they've been out all day working in it, all night, all day. So they're doing everything they can to get everybody around.
Are you experiencing any power outages at this point?
No, thankfully, we have not had any. That's a real blessing after last weekend, and especially with the anticipated cold tonight, we're extremely grateful that that's not forecast.
All right. Well, Trudy, we appreciate you taking this time. We know that you still have your hands full, even from afar, so we appreciate it. And hopefully people will heed the warnings that we are hearing from so many government officials across the state and local municipalities to stay home and just kind of wait till we get the worst of this behind us.
Yes.
Trudy, thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as our coverage continues, we are not the only ones dealing with this. Once again, we're going to check in now with meteorologist Julie Martin in Virginia Beach. Julie, how are you holding up there?
Well, Jennifer, not exactly your typical beach day here in Virginia Beach. The winds are gusting up around 30 miles per hour. It feels like about 8 degrees outside, so obviously no one out here right now. Now, we haven't gotten the snow just yet, but that is coming. I'm on the southern end of the Chesapeake Bay, so right now, not too far from Norfolk, and this is where we are looking at, in general, maybe a zone of 2 to 4 inches of snow, but even more impactful, I think, will be the winds, which will pick up tonight to tropical storm force. We're talking about gusts around 50 miles per hour. So we have multiple warnings in place. We have the cold weather advisory. We also have that turning into a cold warning as we head into tomorrow, where it might feel like 0 degrees here. And we're concerned about coastal flooding as well, especially as we get into high tide tomorrow morning. Sunday morning, we have a new moon, and that is going to make the tide even higher. So at least a moderate risk of some coastal flooding as a result of this storm coming in. And notice down here we have some ice on the ground. This is where people would regularly, wash their feet off after coming in from the beach. So again, just a really kind of strange situation here with these really bone-chilling temperatures and the winds under a winter storm warning here through Sunday evening. Then it does look like conditions will improve, but we're still staying cold for at least another couple of days, bitterly cold. Zach and Jennifer.
Julie, thank you very much. In Virginia Beach, not a typical beach day. If you can, stick around for just a moment if I can ask you a question. If people are in that area, in that part of the country, they just experienced another cold blast about a week ago, just like we did here. Are any of the impacts of last week's system still lingering there?
I think in some of the cities like D.C., that is certainly the case. So in the Mid-Atlantic in general, yes, I think still some recovery issues. I haven't noticed it as much here in Virginia Beach, so that is the good news. So far, no power issues or anything like that, and everything appears to be holding on. But the snow here really hasn't arrived yet. That is going to come, and with that, a major coastal storm. This is very typical of what we would consider a nor'easter coming into the area, and that is going to be, not the most pleasant, that's for sure. So everyone's being asked to kind of stay off the road, stay inside, and just get past this. By about Monday, we are looking in much better shape.
Well, we all just got to hold on across this side of the country. Julie, thank you so much for that update. It really is interesting to kind of see what everybody else is seeing, especially after last weekend. We know that so many communities and states and cities were experiencing all of those icy conditions, and now we're once again in that same situation, but with the snow.
And as Julie pointed out, there's some cities, Washington, D.C., one of them, where they still, a lot of snow, a lot of ice on the ground. At least here in Georgia, most of our county is okay after last weekend, but now we're getting ready.
Small remnants. One of our former producers is up in D.C. now, and I saw her trudging through the snow to get to the station to work. And so at least we're getting things thawed out for the most part before we hit the repeat button.
Cool it down again today, right? And that might be a good time now to go over to meteorologist Danielle Moss, who is staying very busy all week long, keeping us on top of this weather system that, it feels like we are constantly tracking cold weather. And we're in Atlanta. Danielle, we don't do this every day.
I know. What did we sign up for here? We're in hot Atlanta, and we are leaving the hot part out of it because we're definitely experiencing very cold weather. Here's a look at our winter weather alerts. This is what we've been talking about pretty much all week long. We've been preparing you for this. We've been watching these models. We've been watching everything unfold. These winter weather alerts are in effect until 1 a.m. Sunday. today, we were looking at a winter storm warning, and because of that snowfall that we're already seeing right now, we're starting to see more snow kind of build in behind. Over the next few hours, it will taper off just a little bit, unless you're in East Georgia, then we can start to see some of those bands really starting to get heavier right around your evening hours. And then about 8 p.m., that's when things will start to settle down. However, our temperatures are going to be our next point of concern. That's when we're really going to start to see things falling well below freezing and staying there. So anything that's on the roads expected to freeze tonight. Let's talk about our temperatures, because that's also part of the reason why we issued that weather impacts alert throughout the next few days. Currently right now here in Atlanta, it is 25 degrees. Temperatures though all across the southeast are very, very cold. This Arctic air is definitely providing a big shock to the system. Now, we're talking about the cold weather. We're talking about wind chills. That's also going to play a large part in our road temperatures as well, because once those road temperatures fall below freezing, that's when things start to get a little bit sticky out there for sure. In fact, even in Metro Atlanta right now in Georgia 400, that's a 32-degree mark. So that's right at that freezing level. So we could definitely start to see some impacts. Right now, snow isn't as heavy in that area, but in East Georgia, even into the North Georgia mountains, those temperatures, the road temperatures are into the 20s. Actual temperatures outside, 25 degrees right now here in Metro Atlanta. And if you've been outside, it is definitely very cold. One thing for sure, if you're letting the kids go outside and play in the snow, you need to make sure that they are wearing multiple layers, because it's not just the actual temperature that's the problem, it's the wind chill. So when you factor that in, it could feel like 7 degrees at 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. feeling like 6. But even before the sun sets, it could feel like 9 degrees. And that's the secondary part of this whole system, is that shocks to that system, the extreme cold that we are anticipating. And right now we do have this extreme cold warning in effect from Saturday at 7 p.m. until Sunday at 1 p.m. So this hasn't even started yet, but we are going to see the big impacts of it all. We talk about the bitter cold. We're talking about wind chills that could feel like maybe 15 degrees if we're lucky between now and really into your Monday morning. Here's a look at your planner tomorrow. We'll have plenty of sunshine, but our temperatures will be really at that freezing point around 33, 34 degrees. And then when you factor in the wind chill, it is going to be very, very cold. And we take a look at our feels like forecast track. Take a look at these numbers. This is going to be for the rest of today going into your Sunday. Saturday at 10:30 p.m., that's in a few hours. It's going to feel like 4 degrees here in Metro Atlanta. It could feel like -5 in Blairsville, and it gets worse overnight. So Sunday morning at 6 a.m., it could feel like -1 here in Metro Atlanta, maybe -10 in Blairsville. So now we're really starting to see that big picture of why we had that extreme cold warning in effect for this evening going throughout your Sunday. And Chesley, this is really just the next thing that we're continuing to monitor. The cold is a whole separate part of this storm system, but we're also tracking the snow. And you've been deep into the radar this afternoon, and I let you have a great update for us.
Yes, we've been seeing a lot of this, and it's now starting to come to an end, where we had these bursts of snow, or what we call these snow squalls around the area, like this one right here, making its way further down to the south. Now we're starting to see that begin to taper off a little bit. What's happening is on the tail end of these squalls is that the area is starting to fill out a little bit, where we had these narrow lines of very heavy snow coming down. Now it's starting to widen out just a little bit, but it's starting to make that curve, if you will, where you're seeing the light snow in the forecast area with a few or heavy pockets around. Has been very heavy up to the north as well. We had a little squall there. Chris Holcomb was there at that particular moment, now making his way back down to the south. And we're starting to see where that snow is starting to get a little bit closer to the city. Places that did not have the snow for a little while, like North Fulton County, now you're starting to get in on some of this light snow that's coming down over into DeKalb County as well. For a long time, you didn't see anything, and now things are starting to come your way, as well as South Gwinnett County as well. And so this will be likely the end of it for the city. Now, it's going to be there for a little while, but once it gets out of the way, that's about it. I don't think we'll see any more heavy squalls at least move through, so we're watching it. Heavy up here toward Toccoa, Stevens County. You can see down toward Royalston. So you'll get some of this heavy snow that will move through the area as well as it pushes further into South Carolina. Down toward Monroe, over toward Lawrenceville and Gwinnett County, we're starting to see where we have some moderate snow coming down, moderate to light snow, and then further down toward the city as well, starting to see some of that. Heavy down here towards Sandersville, just outside of our viewing area, continuing to push further off to the south, and then down over toward the city. Within the perimeter now, you're starting to see a few moderate showers as well. So this will be with us for the next hour, hour and a half or so before things begin to wind down, and then that cold air that Danielle was talking about is coming our way. We'll be back right after this.
Rental assistance. Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better. watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
The people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive weather impact team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this winter weather that we just can't stay away from. Right now, we want to get you to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who is not with us in the studio. He is in our 11 Alive weather impact tracker. And Chris, I have to say, I've been watching our coverage before we got here. You've been doing a phenomenal job in and outside of the tracker there. So we know you're in downtown Lawrenceville at this hour. How's it looking there?
It is looking okay. We still have some wet roads here and some slick roads. I'll show you what we're watching here as we have navigated from 985, where we saw that multiple car accident there, onto 85. Then we came up 316 to check on conditions there. We wanted to stop by the downtown square here in Lawrenceville because we've been concentrating a lot on the actual interstates, like 85 and 985, and then part of 316 there. But I wanted to check on some of the secondary roads here too. We were able to get over here okay. It's not perfect. I mean, there are a lot of folks out here. We're going to turn left up this road here up North Clayton. This one right here, left right here. And you'll see this, oh yeah, this is kind of a little more slick. So you'll drive down the road and see dry conditions, and our wheels are kind of catching a little bit here. So it is still slick in a lot of places. Some roads are worn down and some roads are just wet, but then you'll hit a spot like this where it's not as worn down and can be a little bit more slick. So that's how it looks around the Lawrenceville Square. A lot of the stores here are closed. I did see one restaurant that had an open sign up, but I couldn't tell if people were actually there or not. There weren't a lot of cars parked around here. So a lot of folks in Lawrenceville in this area are taking it easy and hopefully staying off the roads, even though we do have some folks around here now. But you can also see as we go, we just went up to the roof camera where you can see the snow really blowing around right now. We have really windy conditions, and these are small snowflakes. They are fine snowflakes that are out there right now. The other thing that I have noticed as we're driving around is not only do you have the snow falling from the sky, but occasionally you see a big wind that comes in, and that blows snow from the ground up into the air again. So you've got snow from the sky blowing around. You have snow from the ground that keeps blowing up as well. We're kind of turning left right here. There's another road. This part of it's kind of slick as well. We're going to have to be really careful here going around this curve, and we'll go back to the hood camera there so you can see that a little bit better. But you just have to be really careful. We've just been telling people, don't get on the roads here north and east of the city if you don't have to, or anywhere where you see any snow, because our temperature right now on our weather impact tracker is showing 20 degrees. So even though we're seeing water on the road here, that could change at any moment to anything slick. And anything that you see wet, you have to assume that it could be ice. And that's what's happening right here in the downtown Lawrenceville area. We're going to actually go back. We're actually going to meet up with Angelina Salcido and Anthony, her photographer. We're going to actually switch vehicles with them so they can kind of take over here from our weather impact tracker. So we're headed back up to our meeting place with them, which is going to be off of 85, so near the Old Peachtree exit. So we're going to, well, if we do another live shot before we change up with them, we'll let you know what's happening there. And then they probably are going to head up 85 north, up toward the Mall of Georgia and the Hamilton Mill area, because we have not covered that area yet. But it's really this northeastern quadrant where we're seeing the conditions that have been more active and worsening and dangerous. Again, as we showed you that car accident, multiple car accident there on 985 a little bit earlier, where cars not only collided into each other, cars went into the median, cars went up the embankment to avoid other vehicles. So that was a really scary scene there. But we're in a four-wheel drive vehicle. We're also driving very slowly to be extra careful. Not only I have confidence in Stephen Boise, our driver right now, but you just don't also know how people or how good of a driver the people around you are. So you have to be really aware of that outside too. So this again is a look right now as we're on 120 headed back toward Highway 316. And we see some snow-covered roads here. Just kind of having to be really careful and drive in the worn off sections there. We're about to get to a part that's a little more wet. So it's really different conditions like within a block of each other. We're about to cross over a bridge here that is elevated that you can see here. We always talk about how those elevated surfaces can be slick first. As we approach this elevated surface here, as cold air is up under it and above it, this is a little more slick here. And you can even see some of that snow blowing there on the street too. So a lot going on, as Danielle was telling you, and Chesley. We're really going to have to watch these temperatures now with what is wet on the road. We're at 20 degrees right now. And so as we go down to 14 or 15 in the morning, whatever doesn't dry up tonight. Now, once we see this precip ending, which we hope is going to be tapering off pretty soon, but still we've got some pretty good snow coming down here in the Lawrenceville area. But any wind might help these roads dry up a little bit, but we're not getting above freezing. So we're going to see more slick stuff there tonight and into the day early tomorrow too.
All right, Chris, thank you. As always, I know you've been tracking the roads, you've been tracking the forecast, you've been tracking everything over these last few days. Chris, you pointed out that there were some slick spots. I know you and photojournalist Stephen Boise saw a wreck earlier today, and you pointed out that 985 has been a particular tough spot. Rachel Cox-Rosen is with us now, should be with a look at the map. Rachel, there's a lot of trouble on 985 right now.
Yeah, my camera's not frozen here. Zach and Jennifer, this is I-985 near Hamilton Mill, where cars are not moving because of that crash that Chris told us about. He was the first to find that crash. When I called GDOT, they didn't even know about it. This was I-985 just before Friendship Road. That crash was significant. It shut down the roadway. Roadway's still shut down at this point. That's why cars here barely moving. At times, I've seen people get out of their cars. I don't suggest that. If that happens to you and you're stuck, stay in your car with that heat on, and hopefully you're fueled up. Have a bunch of supplies in your car, as we've told people to do to prepare if you're going to be driving in these wintry conditions. So the backup is about 4 to 5 miles of folks not able to move there. And your alternate is going to be Highway 13, Buford Highway. But I don't suggest you drive. So I'm giving that alternate in case you have no choice but to get on the roadways. But I really don't suggest it at this point. And I just went and changed the camera because I wanted to show you just another visual of the cars not moving here. It's just amazing. I've never seen anything like this. Usually by now they are able to open up a road. It's about an hour ago or more that Chris started talking about this crash. But these conditions make it hard for crews to clean up. And I will say this isn't the only crash in the area. I was speaking with meteorologist Danielle Moss in the break. Georgia 400 has seen a lot of issues this morning and afternoon, as well as snow has accumulated there. Forsyth County, they use an app to alert people about road closures and traffic incidents, and I've gotten a slur of incidents from them all afternoon and all morning about different road closures. Pilgrim Mill, east of Georgia 400, has seen a lot of trouble up and coming. Also, I-85 has seen a lot of trouble. I really just want to emphasize that if you don't have to be driving, stay off the roadways. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Rachel, that is a perfect illustration of why we know it's the weekend. We know you may be off work, you may be at home, but that right there is just all the more reason to make sure that you're staying home and paying attention to the conditions in your community, because we also don't want our first responders who could be responding to other very serious matters now having to deal with additional issues.
And it does go to show, too, when because, look, there are always going to be people who say, oh, I've heard the message before. I've heard the message, stay off the roads. You see images like that, and it is a reminder of that. Even if when you wake up in the morning and you look out your window, it does not look particularly treacherous. We live in a big chunk of our state, and there are millions of people who live here staying off the roads, following these instructions from the folks who do have to go out. It's a part of being in a community, and you can help hopefully avoid more situations like that. Those are pictures we do not want to see as the day goes on.
And as our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, mentioned, everybody thinks they know how to drive. I wouldn't even put myself in that category for snow conditions, at least. But everybody thinks, oh, I'm okay. I know what I'm doing. Maybe you're from somewhere else. You've had experience. Well, what about the other eye? So you don't want to deal with that at all.
No, you do not. And I'm guilty of that sometimes. I grew up in New England. I can get in my ego a little bit.
It's different down here.
But no, you don't want to do it. And hopefully those folks who are stuck there on 985 will be able to get off soon. Of course, we're going to keep
hopefully they've got some full tanks and some snacks and things. We do want to keep you informed as we continue to track this winter weather. We want to bring in meteorologist Chesley McNeil, because that's why we're doing this, to make sure that you at home know what you need to know. So Chesley, what's the latest on the conditions?
They're going to improve as we head through the afternoon for the metro area, but the metro area hasn't seen what we've seen up to the north and where Chris has been driving through. He's all the way up into Rabun County. In fact, you look up here toward Blue Ridge where the snow is still coming down. Roadways getting a little bit better. Not bad. And this restaurant, by the way, is open. It's been a steady stream of people coming in to this restaurant, and cars have been getting around. Now, you have the snow up here to the north. Meanwhile, down here toward the Cloverleaf, this is where I-75 and 285 meet, and you can see the wind blowing that camera around, but there's not a lot of snow on the roads here or on the grassy surfaces because it has been on the light side. You can see the flurries coming down, and that's pretty much what we've been seeing around the metro area. There have been some spots that have gotten some heavier snow, and then some just flurries around. And so you may be in the case of the haves and the have-nots. Expect this batch to be with us at least through the next hour, maybe hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours before things begin to taper off. It has been up here to the northeast and over toward the east, where it has been coming down at a pretty decent clip, and that snow is starting to pile up. We've gotten some early reports, at least from some of our viewers, as much as 4 inches, 5 inches in some spots on back patios. That's been coming in as well. Toccoa now over towards Stevens County, down to Royalston, Comer. We're looking at nice little steady, heavy rain, heavy snow that's coming down. You get a little bit further down to the south. Look at Athens right here. Now that appears to be not much coming down, but if you look outside in Athens, or those of you who are watching us from Athens, know that you have a pretty decent clip of some snow coming down. Over toward Monroe and Lawrenceville, this has been steady, especially in northern parts of Gwinnett County, down toward Monroe, further down toward Madison and Godfrey. Still got that snow coming down. Expect that to be with you a little while. And in fact, in these areas here, I wouldn't be surprised if they received more than 2 inches of snowfall. All right. They, too, are in the warning area. Down toward Devereaux now, this was that heavier snow that ran through that area, now further down to the south over toward Sandersville. Back into the city now, we can see where we have some moderate pockets here and there. Not very widespread, of course, like we're seeing over toward the east. We had Douglasville covered, and now starting to see that taper off, also into Paulding County. So some improvement here in the city as far as the precipitation goes. And as we've been saying pretty much all morning long, once we get to the afternoon, we're expecting that to taper off. The area of low pressure that has been bringing this particular system is now pulling away, or starting to pull away from the coastline. That will continue to pull further off toward the east, northeast, and that will bring this wraparound flow to an end. You can already start to see it ending. Parts of Alabama where we had some of that snow ending there. That will be the trend for us. What you see up here in southern and northern parts of South Carolina, if you follow that, notice how it's moving ever so slightly to the east. And so central South Carolina and eastern South Carolina really hasn't seen much yet. But this is headed in that direction because, again, of that wraparound. You look over here toward Nags Head. Look at that. The cold air already in place. That moisture still out there. And so that's being fed in. And so you have the Outer Banks receiving some snowfall. Look at that. Isn't that something? After this winds down, what's going to happen is colder air will begin to move in. Of course, we'll lose whatever radiation we're receiving from the sun. That temperature is going to fall off tonight. And so whatever we have on the roads, even here in the metro area, will begin to refreeze. The kind of powder that we have out there as far as the snowfall goes isn't the type that hits the ground and melt. It's not a moisture-rich kind of snow. It's very dry. And so once it hits the ground, all that wind is going to do is just blow that around. All right. And so where it settles, because it's not going to melt, but where it settles, it's just going to freeze. That could be pockets of ice on the roads by tomorrow. Here to break that down even more, talking about those temperatures, is meteorologist Danielle Moss.
We are definitely keeping our eye on those temperatures because that is definitely going to be very, very cold. It's already cold outside right now, but when you talk about the next few hours and seeing those temperatures really fall, that's going to be the shock to the system. 24 degrees currently here in Metro Atlanta, 14 in St. Louis. I never thought I'd see the day where Denver is warmer than us here in Atlanta. 51 degrees. Man, I kind of wish I was in Denver right now because at least it is moderate there. As you take a look at our road temperatures, this is what Chesley was talking about. When our temperatures begin to fall, that wind continues to blow, we're going to see these road temperatures drop as well. And that's going to create a secondary concern because like Chesley was saying, those pockets of ice, that's going to be a main problem for any kind of travel within the next 24 hours or so. We're going to warm back up tomorrow, slightly above that freezing mark of 32 degrees, but it is still going to feel very cold. Here's a look at our temperatures across the board. In fact, in Blairsville right now, it's 15 degrees, 23 in Athens, and around 28 degrees in Eatonton. As you take a look at the next 12 hours, we're going to continue to fall into the teens overnight. That's your actual temperature. That's not factoring in the wind chill. So I know there's people that work third shift and there's people that have to go to work, but you need to make sure that you are driving very slow and stay at home if you can, because not only are we talking about treacherous roads, we're already talking about really cold weather as well. There is an extreme cold warning in effect for almost the entire state of Georgia, and that's because it's going to feel like 5 to 15 degrees outside. So that's another reason why we have this weather impact alert going throughout Monday. Slippery roads, make sure you bundle up. That's going to continue to be the weather story. Even as you take a look at your planner for tomorrow, we're going to get up to around 35 degrees, but it's going to feel like 26 during what we would consider the warmest part of your day. So make sure that you are prepared. We talk about the feels like temperatures here in Atlanta, and we start talking about single digit numbers. That's like, okay, but look at North Georgia overnight tonight, and even at 5:30 a.m. Sunday, it could feel like minus 10, Chesley. So we're looking at some really brutally cold temperatures, and then you factor in that wind chill. That's going to be a really big shock to our system here.
Even with sunshine,
Even
right?
with sunshine.
Isn't that something?
I know.
Cold air, folks. We've been dealing with it, right? And really won't see that temperature modify a bit until we get into next week. So here's what you can expect for the rest of the afternoon and into tonight. You're looking at that snow, mainly over toward the east, still coming down, probably is going to linger at least through about 5 or 6 o'clock before it begins to wind down. Here we are by 6:30. Model showing that'll be mainly over toward our east, just leaving the Eatonton area at that particular time. Those winds starting to pick up a little bit out of the northwest. You were talking gust in the 25 to 35 mile per hour range for this evening. So again, that's going to help to dry up some of the snow that's out there, but not a lot of it. All right, not a whole lot of it right there at the surface. So we'll be watching that as we head through the overnight. As Danielle mentioned, those temperatures going down into the teens for overnight lows. We're going to get the sunshine in here for tomorrow, but it's not going to help to heat us up all that much. I do think by the afternoon on Sunday, our temperatures will rise just above the freezing mark, may get up to 34, 35, and then start to see it go right back down again. So it'll only be brief for a moment of time, if you will, before more of that cold air just kind of takes over our area. In fact, we're going to have that last at least through Monday morning, which is where we have our 11 Live Weather Impact Alert, mainly because of the cold for tomorrow and into Monday morning. Look at those temperatures, again, briefly above the freezing mark at 35 on Sunday, and then we'll watch it fall back down into the 20s for overnight lows. 47 degrees will be the high temperature on Monday, back to the 50s by the time we get to Tuesday and Wednesday. Got a front coming through on Wednesday that may bring us a few showers, but then behind that front, we'll cool off just a little bit at 45 and then right back into the 50s. 50s is where we should be for this time of year. And I know once we get there, you'll like it. Guys, back to you.
We are waiting on that, Chesley.
Thank you, Chesley. We're going to turn now to some breaking news that is just coming into the 11 Alive newsroom.
Yeah, according to Fulton County Commissioner Mo Ivory, a pipe has burst inside the Fulton County Jail. Now, Commissioner Ivory says the burst is causing flooding, impacting inmates as well as jail staff members.
We are told this is an active situation. We have a crew on the way to the scene. Of course, going to be monitoring how that develops. Details limited, but you and I both saw that come in and had a moment of concern.
Yeah, it's very concerning because anybody who's been following along about the Rice Street facility knows that there have been constant alerting of various issues there and an ongoing back and forth between the Sheriff Patrick Labatt and Fulton County government officials about whether or not to get a new facility, whether to make repairs. And so this is an ongoing issue that we're seeing continue because of this winter weather.
We're going to keep a close eye on that. We are going to turn now to our Galat Malamed, who is in Athens. Galat, what are you seeing out there? I know it was snowy earlier in the day. How are things now?
Zach, it's still snowy. I would say it's a light snow, but it is very consistent. We're along East Washington Street near College Ave in downtown Athens. You could see the main part of the road, really the lanes where cars would be driving. It's pretty clear right now, which is good. And the other good thing is that we're not seeing many cars out on the road at all. Where we're really seeing a little bit more of the snow accumulation is on top of some cars and then in the dirt right up against the trees. But the middle part of the road does seem to be pretty okay. Looks like a lot of the businesses around here are closed. Some are open, though. I did pop into a restaurant where there were maybe about a dozen people or so. We've seen, a couple of people wandering about, taking a look at the snow, walking down the street. As for classes and what UGA is doing, they are monitoring this situation, of course. They say that by tomorrow is when they're going to make a decision about classes. Monday, obviously, there's still some time to see what happens with the snow, but it is something they're monitoring, and we are expecting a decision from them Sunday. As we were driving up here from Atlanta, I would say that the roads were pretty decent until we hit around the Lawrenceville area. I noticed brine marks along I-85, so this is something that, GDOT has been, of course, preparing for. And then once we got to around Lawrenceville, that's when I would say, at least during our drive, is when it was snowing consistently. The roads, they weren't clear, but definitely it was better in the lanes than on the side of the road where we see that accumulation in the grass. But we'll be out here all afternoon and evening monitoring the conditions here in Athens.
And we know that is the home of the University of Georgia. Are you seeing too many students out there? I know you're not exactly on campus, but we see some folks walking behind you. What's the kind of the scene or the feel? Are people out trying to still enjoy their Saturday?
Well, there's not many places that seem to be open right where we are, to be honest. I did see a couple of groups of students walking around, not a lot of students, but a few groups just out on a stroll. And then the restaurant I went into, people seemed, happy and cheerful. One of the only places, at least in our immediate vicinity, that seems to be open. But I wouldn't say there's a large amount of people, at least where we are right now.
Galat, let me ask you this question. We saw some news about half an hour ago from Athens-Clarke County. They said there is a water main break at the corner of Rutherford and Stanton Way. They said it's not a major break. They said the repairs underway right now are not expected to impact water service. But I'm wondering if you have seen any other flashpoints of pipes bursting, water mains impacted, anything like that today.
No, we haven't seen any issues. We are aware of that one, but I haven't seen any issues where we were driving. I did see, this was all the way back in Lawrenceville, that Gwinnett County police officers were blocking off one of the exits. It appeared there was a lot of snow on it, but it was hard to tell whether they were just blocking it because of snow or if there was a little bit of an issue further up ahead. But aside from that one incident, I have not seen any crews or responses on our drive end here in Athens.
The big question, what's going to happen with school tomorrow, or I guess on Monday? The decision, Galat, as you mentioned, going to be made tomorrow. We will be watching closely. I know many of the students, the parents, the faculty watching closely as well. Galat, thank you very much.
A lot of folks are also wondering about the airport.
Very much so.
The conditions are different based on where you are. And so a lot of folks, I know someone who has to fly out tomorrow, is it going to happen? Is it not? So,
and it's not just here either.
Exactly.
It's where you're going. What is the weather going to look like there?
Are the planes getting back? So there are a lot of moving factors here. Our Molly Oak has been at Atlanta's airport, so we're going to take a moment to hear from her.
We have flurries outside the airport. Inside the airport, though, we have cancellations we want you to take a look at. Across the U.S., according to FlightAware, we are nearing 2,000 cancellations for the day. Here at Hartsfield-Jackson, we are sitting at number 2 for cancellations coming out of our airport. Charlotte Douglas International is taking that top spot. Here in Atlanta, though, we have more than 300 cancellations. That's about a third of our flight. All of those stats coming from Flight Aware. I've been talking with travelers today. So far, they are keeping their fingers crossed that their flights will stay on time.
I was at a conference.
And what was happening?
And as the day was winding down yesterday, you hear somebody say, "Oh, my flight is canceled." Then on the other side, "Oh, my flight is canceled."
Now, we've been at the airport since about 5:30 this morning. Cancellations haven't increased too much since we've been here. Maybe 5 to 10 more cancellations since we started this morning. So just go ahead and take a look at your flights before you head to the airport. Remember to give yourself extra time. But the good news is security lines have been looking good all day. Guys.
Well, a clear security line is always some good news. But again, best to check if you're planning on going anywhere.
Clear security lines and at this point reasonably clear roads, at least from this specific vantage point in Gwinnett County right now. You're looking at a live picture from the 11 Alive weather impact tracker truck in Gwinnett County, where we have seen a lot of trouble on the roads. Gwinnett County Police saying they have seen multiple wrecks. We will continue to track the conditions there and all across Metro Atlanta. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
For all of it. Heavy rain out there right now. When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow. Welcome back to our continuing winter weather coverage. We want to get you straight over to Rachel Cox-Rosen, who has been tracking the roads for us. We have been encouraging people to stay off of them, but that is not always the case. And so, Rachel, you've been tracking some problems.
Yeah, and apologies, Jennifer. I jumped the gun thinking it was coming straight to me here. But I do want to bring some good news. They finally have opened up a right lane, or excuse me, just one right lane is now blocked on 985 before Friendship Road in Gwinnett County northbound there. It's made a huge difference. Look at this. There used to be a line of cars not moving here for about 4 to 5 miles. They are now cleared away. Folks have been able to move past. It's a little bit blurry, but there are a few cars still coming back, so it's not completely clear. You could see a couple police officers with their lights on. So that's the good news there. That was the most major crash that I tracked this morning. Our meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, he's been out in the weather impact tracker truck. He actually came across this crash first, alerted us, and then I alerted GDOT about it. We're still seeing some slowdowns because of this crash. You could see a couple miles of speeds in the teens, but that should start clearing out soon. And right now, there aren't any other major crashes that I'm tracking right now. Hopefully folks starting to get the idea that they should stay off the roadways and stay home. That's what I and our meteorologists and officials and our anchors have been telling people to do all morning as this snow continues to come down, make roads hazardous, at times icy, and at other times impassable in some areas. So just use your good judgment and stay inside. I'm hoping this is the last major crash that I am going to have to track today. Back to you. you guys.
We certainly hope that's the case too.
Yeah, we certainly do. Rachel, a question for you.
Sure.
Obviously, we've been tracking this shutdown on 985. The good news you just brought us, it is back open, at least one lane of it. But looking at that image, it was a snowy, kind of a hairy picture out there. But you said that was sort of the main wreck that you've seen so far. Generally, you said roads have been okay.
Yeah.
What is the driving factor behind that?
The driving factor behind whether roads look okay or not.
The lack of seeing more wrecks, more shutdowns, more slowdowns, which is obviously what we want to be seeing. But you see that image behind you there.
Yeah.
That looks pretty treacherous.
It did. It's a good question. I mean, it's just about how many people choose to get out and drive and whether they're listening to officials. And there was a stretch there, Zach, where I think people got a little complacent. There were a couple hours where I saw a lot of crashes popping up. This was certainly the worst one, but there were other crashes popping up in the Hall County, Gwinnett County area, really that corridor, Gwinnett, Hall County line, Barrow County line there on 85 and I-985. 316 in Lawrenceville. I saw, about an hour of just kind of crash after crash after crash. I wonder if people turned on other news and realized, oh, this is more treacherous than I thought. So it really, what drives it is how many people decide to go out and drive, right? Chris Holcomb said he saw more people than he would have liked to have been seeing. Hopefully that's starting to change. It certainly starting to look a little emptier to me on my traffic cameras. I really just hope that trend continues because, Zach, that's the driving factor.
Yeah, and it'll be even more important as we go along, even as the snow comes to an end, because we keep hearing from our meteorologists over and over again about the temperature level and the impact that will have on the snow or the slush or the ice, whatever is remaining at the end of the evening.
Yeah, I worry about tomorrow morning when it starts to ice over some of the snow left on the roadway. Folks think, hey, it's not snowing anymore. I'm going to go ahead and head out to church or to get my groceries for the week, and they run into some treacherous ice. Of course, we have to wait and see what happens, but as our meteorologists have been warning, very cold temperatures for tonight. So I just want to encourage folks to continue to stay off the road. And I do want to mention, too, another factor that possibly led to that kind of hour where I was seeing a lot of crashes was the snow was coming down very hard, and it was almost white out looking on my cameras. So just simply tough to drive in. And right now, you see how you can actually see the road? There was a stretch where it was all white, and the only tracks on there were from cars. The plows hadn't even had a chance to come through. So now that they have in a lot of areas, those hardworking road crews, that'll help conditions as well and hopefully mean fewer crashes.
Yeah, and also a lot of places will be shutting down. We know a lot of churches have already called off services for tomorrow. So one less thing for folks to be worried about getting out there. Maybe the service will be virtual instead to maintain safety for everyone. Rachel, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Let's turn now to Danielle Moss, who has been tracking the storm all week long. Danielle, what are we in for right now, and what is coming our way as this day progresses?
I've been listening to what you guys have been talking about with Rachel and the road conditions, and that's still going to be very important because we're not quite done with the snow just yet. In fact, as you take a look at our satellite and radar, right now what we're seeing a lot of heavy snow bands, only in certain parts. Some of us are seeing that off and on snowfall, which is good, and you're not seeing that constant steady snow. The winds is providing that whiteout condition that Rachel was talking about. I'm going to put a pause to it, and I took the clouds off so we can see the snow a little bit clearer here. This is a look on our regular earth tone camera. What we're going to do is we'll put a pause to that motion. Over the last hour or so, we've been seeing kind of the same bands really circulate over the same areas, right across the 285 corridor, back towards I-20, even going up north past 85 and going towards 985 and into the Carolinas. As we take a closer look into what we are seeing, those heavy pockets of snow, you see these really bright white pockets. That's showing pretty good, decent, heavy snowfall right now. We'll take a closer look here into Metro Atlanta. We're seeing some light snow falling, but the heaviest of the snow really looking like it's kind of getting close to the airport right now. The winds are going to also be providing some of that snow to be blowing around, and that makes that visibility a little bit lower. Here is a look into Blue Ridge. You can see that was one of those really deep pockets of snowfall that we're looking at right now. The roads are treacherous in some areas because, number one, the temperatures are below freezing. The road temperatures are also below freezing there in Blue Ridge, and you're looking at active snow happening. What Rachel was saying is that when people are not on the roads, you have that chance for those snow plows to come back through and re-plow the roads and make sure that we're not not seeing a lot of that slush really stick around. So you have to stay off the roads. This is a look into our Truist Park camera right there at the Cobb Cloverleaf, and things are moving great, but you can still see it is actively snowing, and you can't even see back off into the distance. That's another great example of those whiteout conditions that she was telling you about. And even into Athens right now, even some of our radars are not really picking up on heavy snowfall. So we need this ground truth. We have to take a look at the cameras. We have to take a look at our reporters to see what's going on, because sometimes what happens is the radar doesn't really pick up on that snow actually making it to the ground. But you can see snow kind of settling down just a little bit there in Athens. But nevertheless, we're still under this winter storm warning. This is the big thing. This is what we've been watching for throughout pretty much the entire week. One thing that we've noticed is that winter storm warning kind of set up exactly how we thought it would, right over East Georgia and even moving into portions of Central Georgia and seeing some lighter snowfall here across Metro Atlanta. Over the next few hours, we're going to see the snow really continue. In fact, unfortunately, in Athens, we could be seeing another heavy snow band really setting right up across the city. Now, as we put this into motion a little bit more, around 5 p.m., we start to see a little bit of a break here in Metro Atlanta and even into East Georgia, back up into the North Georgia mountains. And then by 7, 8 o'clock, we really start to see things settle down. But unfortunately, those temperatures are going to be playing a big part into what happens next. We're going to be seeing anything that falls really start to refreeze. So over the next few hours, we are still going to see that really thick snow band really setting up over Athens. That doesn't mean the rest of us are done with snow. We're still going to see it kind of tapering off slowly but surely. But this system is not quite over yet. Those temperatures are going to be falling over the next few hours, and we're going to be anticipating a really hard freeze overnight and into Sunday as well.
All right, Danielle, thank you so much. And that's one of the reasons that we keep talking to folks about what we are seeing across our North Georgia and Metro Atlanta community, because it's not just what we're seeing now in terms of the snow that's coming down, but also what's to come next.
And that perspective on the ground, as Danielle was pointing to, is so important to getting the full picture of what's going on. I believe we have Steve Nichols from the Banks County Emergency Services here with us. Mr. Nichols, can you hear us all right?
Yes, Zach, I got you.
First off, thank you for making the time to join us today. I want to ask you this. What are you seeing in Banks County right now in terms of the impacts of this storm?
We're seeing a squall line like they were talking shortly ago. And basically what's happening is our south end of our county, which is around the 85 corridor, we're seeing anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of snow area. The north end of the county, which is up towards the Habersham, northern end of Hall, that direction, we probably got anywhere from 4 to 6 inches up there. A lot of our major roads, the 441 corridor, we're starting to see it to freeze up and having problems there. DOT's working on those constantly, trying to keep them open. But as a new squall comes through, it covers them back up again. Travel's become very tough on the county roads. Even though they're attempting to clear them at the time, we got crews out working on them. They keep up coming back. Our biggest concern right now is the possibility of the freezing that may come in tonight on these roads. There's a lot of water on them.
Yeah, Mr. Nichols, I also want to ask, given what we are seeing once again this weekend and the ice that we are just getting past, how are your teams and crews and all of the employees up there in Banks County doing?
We expenditured a lot of our resources as far as our treatments for roads and all with the last ice storm that we had, so we're very limited on that. We are doing some scraping. Our road department's out with scraping units trying to clear as much as they possibly can off the roadways. But again, that biggest concern is a freeze that may come in tonight. We're seeing our temperatures dropping into the low 20s, and they've been dropping all day.
And Chief, you mentioned some areas in your neck of the woods seeing 4 to 6 inches of snow on the ground. You've also alluded to the impacts of last weekend's storm. Has Banks County fully recovered from last weekend's storm, even as now we are going through the impacts of today's winter weather?
Well, fortunately, we're getting close. We had all our major roads and everything were clear. We had a few dirt roads in the rural area that we still had problems with. Our school system was still out because of those dirt roads and stuff we were dealing with. We were getting in very good shape. Now we're back to square one again.
Yeah, and we know that you guys, unfortunately, are not the only ones dealing with these situations, and it feels like we can't catch a break in some parts of our state. We appreciate your time. We know you're very busy, and your crews are very busy, and we're so grateful for all of the work that you all are doing to try and get everybody back to normal as quickly as possible.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping us updated on everything.
All right, that's Chief Steve Nichols in Banks County, and you hear that story, Jennifer, of this double whammy, the storm last weekend and then again today.
Yeah.
This is not the kind of weather that we are used to in North Georgia and Metro
Not at
Atlanta.
all.
This is unusual.
And then when you hear him say that the kids hadn't even gone back to school fully, and you wonder how is this going to impact their ability to go back to school quickly as well. So a lot to consider, not just in terms of what we're seeing in this hour with the snow coming down in the refreeze, but also the situation with schools. And we've heard from various communities who now have a lot of expenditures from winter weather that maybe
This stuff
they
isn't
weren't
cheap,
expecting.
right?
Exactly.
I mean, when you are just a regular citizen driving on the roads, you see a road crew working, you see linemen rolling through sometimes, you see the salt trucks and the brine trucks, you think, oh, okay, that's government doing what government does. That stuff costs money. It costs resources, and particularly if you're in one of our smaller counties or smaller cities, those budgets are not limitless.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's something we'll have to continue to follow as well, not only for Banks County, but for other counties and municipalities in our area as well.
I think it's a good time to take a quick break. We are going to continue to track this storm as it moves through our area. We were tracking it as it headed in. We're here with you now. We're going to stay with you through it all. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back with much more.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air
From
Welcome back into 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus, where we continue to track the impacts of this snowy, cold winter weather that is moving its way through Metro Atlanta.
I know we kind of knew this was on the horizon, and so a lot of people have been paying close attention to what we are seeing. This is why we have been on the air with you for so long, been letting you know with our 11 Alive weather impact alerts to make sure that you are prepared and ready to spend some time, maybe some extra time at home with your family and your friends. We do want to get you out because we have reporters who are across the area for us, giving us a picture of what they are seeing on the ground. And so we want to go out to Gwinnett County, where we find our Ariana Manise to give us an update on how things are looking up there.
Snowy conditions here in Gwinnett County, and the message from county officials is stay off the roads if you do not have to travel. This is a look at road conditions here in Suwannee. We have seen consistent snowfall since early this morning. Now, the county has declared a local emergency with warming centers open across this area. Road crews are priming and salting, and county officials say as soon as the snow started to fall, plows will be out, and that's what we've seen consistently this morning. And this is what we're seeing. People are still driving. We see a lot of people actually still traveling across the county, but you want to make sure you take your time. Now, when we first started out this morning, we saw a powdery type snow, and as conditions started to change throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon, we started to see that snow stick to the ground. It continues to be a dusty like snow. The wind is strong, I can tell you that. Now, we do know that they do have 5 warming centers open across the area. You have one in Norcross, one in Suwannee. So if you need a place to go that is warm, county officials say they do have resources for you. Reporting here in Gwinnett County, I'm Mariana Manise for 11 Alive.
And we do want to note that that was from a short time ago, so those conditions aren't exactly what we are seeing in Gwinnett County at this hour. We do want to get you over to our meteorologist, Danielle Moss, who is with us to give us a little bit of an overview of what's going on right now and where we're headed.
Yes, we have a lot to talk about, Jennifer and Zach, and it all starts with this radar. This is going to be the big key component to what we are anticipating over the next few hours. As you can see, things are still kind of moving around. We're starting to see these off and on snow bands, these off and on snow squalls, as people call them. As you put a pause to it right now, I also took the cloud cover off so that we can see the snow a little bit better. The lighter gray shows us that that is just light snow. But as we start to see these little white pockets of snow, that's your heavier snowfall, things that we're really keeping our eye on. And it does look like things are starting to settle down just a little bit, especially here in Metro Atlanta. We're starting to see more of a lighter gray. Anywhere that we see accumulations, that is all going to be in little small pockets, especially here in Metro Atlanta, because what's happening is the roads are starting to get a little bit below freezing or right at that freezing point. The winds are very high, so you're going to see some of those pockets really start to freeze in certain places. As you take a look into Blue Ridge, they've been having some pretty steady snow for the last few hours, so the difference there is you're starting to see those roads get a little bit more treacherous. People are driving on them, that's why you're seeing them clear, but you really want to stay off of them so that, especially those main highways and bridges, so that the crews can come through and treat the roads. Here's a look into Truist Park. You can see that bounce to that camera because it is so windy out there. There's some light snowflakes falling right now. It's not as snowy as what we just saw in Blue Ridge, but still fairly kind of bad with that visibility there as well. Even to Athens, this is another really heavy snow band that's setting up right over Athens. Another thing that we have to continue to watch is our radar isn't also picking up on all of this snow. So even when we just saw Athens there, it was kind of gray. But what's happening is the radar isn't picking up that some of the snow is making it to the ground, but it actually is. So that could be increasing our snowfall totals over the next few hours. Right now, we are still under that winter storm warning for pretty much all of Metro Atlanta. And over the next few hours, we're going to continue to see the snow falling, specifically right over Athens. They're not quite done yet, and they're still getting heavy snow as well. Even here in Metro Atlanta, we see some light snow flurries until around 6 or 7 p.m. That's when it'll start to stop. We're not expecting that really big heavy snowfall that we're used to, but this is a dry snow, and those winds are really making it hard to see with that visibility. Then we start to see things kind of moving completely out of here by 7 or 8 p.m. So if you are in Athens, if you are in East Georgia, things will start to get better around 7 or 8 o'clock for this evening. Then we will dry out and we'll start to see some sunshine peeking through for your Sunday. But here's something else that we watch when we talk about winter weather, our winter storm severity index. This lets us see what we're expecting the roads to be like and how bad this is going to impact you, the viewer at home. We talk about this orange color, that's medium. We use this pretty much the same way that we use a severe weather index to let you know if we're in a level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This orange lets us see exactly where we're going to see pretty much the worst of the snowfall that we'll be getting here in Metro Atlanta into Georgia as well. Metro Atlanta is way on the lower side. We're seeing some flurries, but it's not going to have really big impacts on our roadways. However, in East Georgia, that is not the case. So we have to continue to watch this, and we also have to talk about the cold weather that's coming in behind all of this. We do have an extreme cold warning in effect for all of Georgia because this Arctic air is going to be filtered filtering in and it's going to feel very cold. It is already happening. Over the last 20 hours, our temperatures have fallen from 49 degrees at 6 p.m. to where we are right now, which is near 23 degrees, even overnight. Now, we're going to continue to see these temperatures falling overnight tonight. And over the next 12 hours, we're actually going to be into the teens. By 3 a.m., it will be 19 degrees here in Atlanta, and it will feel like 4 degrees. So we're looking at a very cold day for us. So if you know someone who doesn't do well in the cold, make sure that you are bringing in your pets. Make sure you're getting people to where they need to be, especially into a warming shelter, because it is going to be very, very cold, especially when we talk about that wind chill. In fact, our feels like forecast shows that by the time we get to 10 o'clock tonight, yes, the snow will be done, but it will feel like 4 degrees here in Metro Atlanta. It'll feel like -5 in Blairsville. And at 5:30 in the morning on Sunday morning, it will feel like maybe 0 degrees here in Metro Atlanta and -10 in the North Georgia mountains. So we're talking about two different things. We have two different warnings: the winter storm warning for the snow that's currently falling. And we also have that extreme cold warning for that cold air that's coming in behind all of this. So you need to make sure that you're prepared for both. The snow's not quite done yet. We're going to start to see it tapering off, but we still have a little bit longer to get through it before we start to see clear skies again.
Danielle, those are some wicked temperatures. So cold, and that is a color of a map that a lot of purples and blues that just looks chilly even looking at it. Let me ask you this question, and you and I discussed this over in the 11 Alive Plus Streaming Center earlier this week. Can you ground us in history a little bit? How common, or I'm suspecting uncommon, is it for us to see the weather map and the radar look like this in our part of the country?
Very uncommon, Zach, and that's a great question because they do not issue these extreme cold warnings very often because it doesn't happen here, right? We maybe get to the 20s, we may get to the 30s, but we never really talk about temperatures that could feel like 0 to maybe -10, and that's why there is that extreme cold warning. Another thing to note is each part of the state actually has different criteria for that extreme cold warning. So here in Metro Atlanta, it's a different criteria than what it would be in North Georgia. So I think that speaks volumes to the entire state being under that extreme cold warning, because that means that every single part of the state, from Savannah all the way up to the North Georgia mountains, has some kind of criteria to meet when we're talking about extremely cold and dangerous temperatures and wind chills as well. We're talking about the wind making it feel like 0 degrees, and you can already feel it getting colder outside now.
Look at that. I mean, you're almost speechless looking at it. I used to live in New England. I grew up in Colorado. I know the cold, and I have gotten very accustomed to not being cold, and now it's just coming back at me. Danielle.
The Southern living has come to embrace
Southern
you.
living has a way of you show up and you say, this is a place I enjoy.
This is kind of nice.
I can put all my coats in the basement or in the attic, and I've done a lot of dusting off of them.
We wouldn't go that far now. You still need a coat.
Not the kind of coats we've been wearing lately.
Yeah, you don't need a light jacket. You need a coat, maybe a little fur around the hood, whatever you need.
I was putting the beanie on. I had my hat. I was thinking about some gloves.
Kind of that. Yeah, we don't need all of that down here.
And I mean, it is, the weather's beautiful, it's interesting, it's fascinating, but there are real challenges too when we get this kind of weather rolling in. We're going to continue to track those impacts. We're going to go to a quick break right now. We'll be right back after this.
Help us not just survive, thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive.
Welcome back to 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. We continue to track this winter weather that we are experiencing once again. And we know that one of the impacts that we are seeing is out on the roadways. I do want to take a quick moment, if we can, to talk about what we are hearing from various municipalities. Gwinnett County Police noting online that road conditions across Gwinnett are really bad right now. They said that police, code enforcement, DOT, and many other partners are working to address some of the conditions that people are seeing. But because of the weather, they are strongly urging drivers to stay off the roads. And that is a common refrain that we have been hearing from local municipalities, state, our own team of meteorologists, Rachel Cox-Rosen, our traffic anchor, because it really is not good.
And there's a reason you keep hearing it, right? Yeah. I mean, Gwinnett County Police, in this update they posted to social media about 12:30, so about 2 hours ago, this was the quote that really stood out to me. They said, officers are responding to a high number of crashes across the county, many involving multiple vehicles due to icy and hazardous conditions. That's the kind of update you do not want to see, and that's why when you hear folks, the public officials, the emergency responders, the first responders saying, keep those roads clear if you don't have to be out there, that's what you want to avoid.
We talk about that crash on 985 that
shut it down
for more than an hour to be able to respond in these conditions. Folks were waiting in their cars. We don't want that to be you if it doesn't have to be. So please take a moment and think if you really need to be out on the roads, especially if you know that these conditions are impacting where you live, where you might be thinking about driving through, or where your destination might be.
And these are conditions, for better or for worse, that we're getting a little used to in our part of the country, in our part of the state here in Metro Atlanta. Danielle Moss, you have been tracking this weather last weekend. You're tracking it this weekend again. And as we've been hearing from first responders, including Gwinnett County Police, this winter weather brings some dangerous threats.
Exactly, Zach. And that's something that we're continuing to watch as well. This cold weather is really the top of mind for me personally, because you think about people who were in White County, not all of the power was restored just yet. Now, they had plenty of shelters, and I know that they said a lot of people didn't show up, so I'm sure they have family members and things. But when you're talking about people without power from last weekend's really ice event that they went through, now they're facing a secondary event, or even people who are just waiting to move back in and really handle their affairs from last weekend, and now their secondary winter weather event is here. That is definitely kind of devastating for people. And we're not the only ones talking about this really extreme cold weather. So you take a look at our extreme cold watches and warnings. You can kind of see this purple color, and then there's this light blue, which is a cold weather advisory. What's happening is this Arctic air is going to be coming in from Canada after the snow passes through, and our temperatures are already falling. But this is really going to be brutally cold for us. And like I keep saying, this is the entire state. We're not the only ones that are dealing with this. So if you know someone who's elderly, you want to make sure that you're checking on them, making sure that their power is okay. Number one, the winds are high right now. So that's very important to know. You could be seeing trees fall down. That could cause power outages. People are slipping and sliding on and off the roads. They could run into a pole. That could knock the power out. There's many different instances where power could be a problem later on. We're not talking about ice like we were last week, but snow has its own risk. I said last week that snow slows us down, but ice shuts us down. And even when we talk about those snow conditions, that can really bring some really bad road conditions that kind of translate over to those power transitions as well. Here's a look at our last 20 hours for our temperatures. We were at 49 degrees at 6 p.m. And then overnight, our temperatures really plummeted, and we are still on the downslope. Over the next 12 hours, we're going to be sitting in that 25 to maybe 20 degree range. That's your actual temperature. That's not factoring in what it will feel like when you add the wind speeds and the wind gusts as well. And some of us are still dealing with some of that snowfall. As you take a look at this, put a pause, take some of that cloud cover out of there, and let you see exactly what's happening right now. We have some very light snow flurries that are moving through metro Atlanta, but in East Georgia, we're still dealing with some pretty stout pockets of snowfall here. It looks like south of 85, moving through portions of Athens, as well as getting closer to that 85. And we talk about that 985 split. You can see that the snowfall is still happening, even some pretty decent snowfall there in Winder. Here in metro Atlanta, we're seeing things settle down just a little bit, but in Blue Ridge, man, it's still coming down. And it's very important to note, just because our radars are showing that the snow is not really falling, sometimes radars, it's hard to pick up on what exactly is going on. So we call this ground truth. We like to see these cameras. We like to see what's going on. We'd like for you to send us your photos so we can see what's happening. That's a great way for us to tell, okay, that radar is spot on, or hey, we have a pretty heavy band of snowfall that was not really picking up. We're going to continue to track this storm and continue to bring you the latest as well on these conditions and what you can expect over the next few hours.
You know, and Danielle, when you show that map at the beginning of the series of graphics you show, it's all of our portion of Georgia that is impacted by this, but it's not just us. Mm-hmm. You see a huge swath of the eastern seaboard all impacted by this storm, like so many millions were last weekend as well. When you have these situations kind of back to back, is there a risk of the impacts compounding because so many people are impacted twice in a row?
Yes, exactly. Because, while we joke all the time and say, we're in the South, people don't know how to drive in this, it's still the same in, along the East Coast. Like you said, going to the Northeast, you can go to New York and see plenty of car crashes and things like that. And you can see people having power outage concerns. Is it as great as what we deal with here? No, but there's still those pockets of places where people need help more than others. So you have to make sure that you're thinking about that as well. We have family members, we have friends that live all across the United States, especially along the East Coast. I find that those of us that live here in the Southeast, we have a lot of friends that live along the East Coast. So you're thinking about that. You're thinking about, man, we're not the only ones dealing with this cold. We heard from meteorologist Julie Martin earlier in the afternoon. They're in Norfolk and they're awaiting for this same system to arrive. So if you know people, you know someone in your life that is also impacted by this same storm system, whether it's the Arctic air coming in from Canada or it's this really nor'easter-like system that's providing the snowfall for us here today.
Yeah, and I know, you could probably talk about this forever, but even last weekend, when we were seeing a lot of the icy conditions, some of our friends along the coast and up heading north, we're seeing more snow.
Yes.
And so it really is interesting to see what goes where and when and how.
Exactly. I think back to the young lady that Doug talked to last weekend in the airport, and she said, I came to Atlanta because it's more fun here dealing with winter weather than it is in New York, where she's from. And you're right. It just depends on where you are and what you got. You also have to talk about lake effect snow. Some people were talking about that in our Weather Impact Facebook group. They're like, could we see lake effect snow in Lake Lanier? You can't say no. The winds could definitely be higher. You could see a higher snowfall amount, but it really just depends on where those snowfall bands really land here in Georgia.
All right, Danielle, thank you so much. We do want to head out to the Fulton County Jail right now, where there's a news conference taking place. We told you that there was a water main break reported by Commissioner Mo Ivory, so we want to get you to that right now.
To tighten the coupling at the source of the leak. During the repair effort, the pipe coupling failed, resulting in widespread flooding that affected multiple areas on the third floor and levels below. Areas impacted included the front entrance and lobby, medical clinic, officers' dining room, portions of the server room, and courtrooms. An estimated 70,000 gallons of water were released during this time. To facilitate repairs, water service to the building was temporarily shut down and has since been restored. An estimated 70,000 gallons of water was released during this time. On October 11th of 2025, a pipe burst during a planned repair causing flooding. At that time, several servers were damaged. The servers were replaced at a cost of $1 million. Today, these servers were affected by the water that happened at the pipe break today. We are still assessing the full damage of the servers that were affected. Restoration contractors are currently on site, as you can see, extracting standing water and assessing any additional remediation needs. Due to the closure of the front lobby area here at the jail, all employees and contractors are being directed to enter through the back entrance. The front parking lot should only be used by individuals picking up residents who have been released. The front lobby is expected to remain out of service at least until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, Sunday. Importantly, and this I want you to know, no inmate resident housing units were affected by the flooding. As soon as I heard about this, I came to the jail to walk around myself. I've since walked around. Water was high. I saw the damage to the servers. I saw computers that were affected, files, incident reports that were sitting in water, and it is now being remediated. Several people, contractors around the jail getting that water up still at this time at 2:30 from a flood that began at 5 a.m. this morning. When all the water is up, then these blowers will go into the areas to start to continue to dry up. You can imagine that we have a debilitating infrastructure here at the Fulton County Jail. And anytime there is a flood after flood after flood, no matter the cause, it just continues to contribute to the breakdown of the facility, of the continuing dilapidated conditions here at the Fulton County Jail. So I want to bring in our director, the Sheriff's Office Director of Communications, Mrs. Ammons.
Hello, everybody. On behalf of Sheriff Labat, we want to make sure that we, recognize our staff that is here, not only the staff, but also the contractors that responded very quickly to this. The water was shut off just for a temporary amount of time and was restored. But when that water poured, that 70,000 gallons of water is an estimate. That's just an estimate from Department of Asset Management. We could be more than that, but there's still lots of water as we speak, from the third floor all the way down to the first floor that we are getting up right now. But like Commissioner Ivory said, the most important thing is none of the housing units were affected, so we did not have to move any of our residents, which is a blessing for us. But absolutely, we want to commend our, all of our staff here and our contractors that jumped on this very quickly, but we are working through it.
As we were walking around, there was still water coming down we were on the first floor.
Yes.
We were on the first floor. There was water still coming down only about 30 minutes ago. But I want to say that this is a leadership fail. The continued problems at the jail. On top of having a crisis in elections, we have a crisis in the jail. And just last week when we adopted the budget, those were two areas that money was taken out of the budget, and then that budget was approved. So we now have the money that was taken out of the budget last week for the consent decree cost of the jail, about $3 million, I'm sure was spent here today when we finished assessing all the damage of this water. $1 million were taken out of our elections budget, and that budget was passed. And then we have these two crises that happen in 1 week with elections and with the jail. We have got to fund these departments properly so that we can be proactive against these things instead of constantly reacting to problem after problem. So I want to say that I'm so grateful to the staff here, to the Fulton County employees that came immediately to try to get to react to this, specifically Joe Davis from our facilities department and all the other employees that work here in the jail that are quickly maneuvering and making adjustments so that they continue to do their job today at the jail.
You mentioned a leadership failure when it comes to adequately funding the jail. So who directly are you pointing the finger at then when you say this is a leadership failure?
Oh, I'm pointing the finger at the majority of 4 on the Board of Commissioners who just in this last budget took money out of consent decree costs to fix this jail. The idea of taking any more money away from building a new jail, fixing the jail, doing what we need to do is just a failure of leadership. And there was also money taken away from registrations and elections as well. I did not vote for that budget. That budget passed with a 4-3 vote. I was not a part of the 4.
Are there any mitigating
inside here? Right?
Okay, it is, yeah. Obviously. It is freezing inside of the jail right now. The power has had to get turned off and on.
In some areas. So it's cold right now because we're in the lobby area and they have the doors open because of the pipes to pump the water out. It's not affecting the housing floors, but we are very cold right here in the lobby. Most importantly, we want to reiterate that this is not affecting anybody being released. So we are still releasing as normal. So anybody that needs to come and pick up a loved one because they are ready to be picked up, please come and pick them up.
Very important.
Is this impacting intake?
It is not impacting intake at all.
And also, are you all doing any mitigating factors to make sure that additional pipes don't burst? I don't know if there's any steps that the jail.
Well, they are still assessing everything. That would be a question for maintenance. But it was just one isolated leak where all the water came out of. We've not noticed any others, but you know, this particular leak, when it was reported, maintenance pretty quickly went to go and get on it. So we're happy about that.
I want to be clear on that. So was this a weather-related, like pipe bursting, or was this they were trying to fix something and then it escalated?
We don't believe that it's weather-related. What we believe is it was just because I mean there's leaks all around this building all the time. Toilet sinks and everything. So this was a toilet that was reported leaking in a staff restroom, and when the maintenance went to go and tighten that part where it was leaking, that's when the water came out. I'm showing the video that I sent. So we're not sure what the cause of that was. It could have been tightened too tightly. It could have been because it was an old pipe. We just don't know. They're still assessing all of that
You
right
mentioned,
now.
I think earlier, it was like by a medical unit. So are there any issues in terms of being able to treat folks that are here, or is it really that isolated so there's no concerns on that front?
Yeah, so it's in our medical area, but it has not affecting any treatment, because if there were some areas that did have water, we were able to move that, but it has not affected anything.
Yeah, and triage in different areas.
Yes.
So basically, like more so administrative type offices.
Yeah, well, some of the medical area was affected and it was moved, so if there was any medical emergencies, they could be triaged in a different area.
Okay.
Commissioner, have the other commissioners been made aware of this?
Yes.
And if so, what are they saying?
I have not heard any comment from any of the commissioners, and I have not seen any other commissioners come to the jail.
Chairperson?
I think the chairman was here very early this morning.
So what for you would be a proactive next step? Because we've been here before, we've seen flooding issues before, there's been this consistent conversation and dialogue that things need to change here, there needs to be more funding here. So what for you, what do those next steps look like now, especially after an issue like this, where I think you hinted this could be a several $1 million fix?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the proactive step that should have been taken should have happened decades ago when we all knew we needed a new jail. And we keep on pushing that off and pushing that off. It makes it more expensive. It makes bigger problems like this happen that then cost more money. If we stopped fixing problems that are going to continue to occur and just got to the root of the problem, which is that we have a failing, crumbling jail, then we wouldn't keep patching and putting a Band-Aid on things that keep continue. This is not the first leak. When you have water leaking, 1 month, the next week after that, then that is a problem with the infrastructure, and it has to be addressed, because it's just going to continue to happen, and we're going to keep having to come in and fix it and spend more money to fix it than if we would just fix the problem.
You mentioned an estimated 70,000 gallons. I know you said it could be even more. You said that water's still coming down. I know there's not a full damage report yet, but do you have any kind of estimate on how much this could cost?
No, well, we already know that the servers were replaced for $1 million just a couple of months ago, and we already know that those are going to have to be dealt with. And we also know that the X-ray machine and many of the pieces of equipment that have been updated were sitting in water when this pipe burst. So we know that these costs are going to be in the millions of dollars. And listen, there are over 1,500 repair requests a month at the Fulton County Jail. So you can imagine how much we're spending in just repairing and keeping this facility where people can, it's already been deemed unconstitutionally uninhabitable. Right? It's in the hands of the Department of Justice right now because of our consent decree. So we're just fixing problems to keep it going. And it's just time to make a plan that's a real plan and move forward so that we can finally get this problem fixed.
Does it bother you more that there's not a real plan in place, considering what you just mentioned, that there is now federal oversight with that consent decree, and then the fact that there's still not a proactive plan in place to really address all these issues? I mean, I'm kind of blown away. Like you said, there's 1,500 repair requests a month.
Of course, am I bothered by it? Is that the question? Of course I am. I mean, this is something that I just don't understand why we just won't put the money in the budget to fix the problem and stop trying to act like it's not something that we have to do. We know what the costs are. And even in this 2026 budget, we didn't put the money in that we need to meet these costs. So yes, we need to do what we're supposed to do as elected officials and fix this problem. And we need a new jail. I don't know how many times we can say that. When a jail is crumbling, you cannot put a Band-Aid on it and keep putting a Band-Aid on it and expect that there's going to be a different result. You know what the definition of insanity is.
So the sheriff has a saying that it's like putting a Band-Aid on open heart surgery, and that's exactly what this is. You know, we've had, this is our third major water incident in the past 6 months. Commissioner Ivory mentioned the one in October, and then back in August, we had excessive rain and flooding. And so, you know, just the residual water and trying to get the water up and, you know, and what comes with that, potentially mold and mildew. The sheriff has said and has stuck with his position that we need a replacement to this facility. It is literally crumbling.
Is the sheriff here today?
He is not. He is not here. He's traveling.
What did you say again? The lobby will be open for visitors?
Well, the problem right now with having people in the lobby is the x-ray machines and the body scanner. We had to unplug those because they were in water. So we need to wait for them to dry out before we can plug them back up to see if they're even working. And so that we're expecting at least until overnight until we can determine that. Yeah.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Victor Insignia, we just obviously heard Commissioner.
You have my number down, right? Okay.
All right, you have been listening into a news conference at the Fulton County Jail concerning a pipe bursting there. That was Commissioner Mo Ivory speaking and Natalie Ammons with the Sheriff's Office. And we do want to say right off the top that this is not related to the weather conditions necessarily. They're saying that there are ongoing issues, and this is a result of them. One of the big headlines that we're hearing is that 70,000 gallons of water estimated were released. They're saying that number could be higher. They say that it started at a toilet and there was some sort of repair work that was done, and then this leak continued and it became a bigger situation with that water happening on the third floor and all of that water trickling down to the first.
And this is the latest in an ongoing saga of challenges at the Fulton County Jail. The Rice Street facility has struggled for many years with leaks, with facility challenges, with reported walls that are in some places falling apart. Yes. We should point out here, too, Fulton County Commissioner Mo Ivory, who you heard from in that yellow jacket, sort of leading that impromptu press conference. She recently launched a campaign for Fulton County Commission chair. So she is running for election to lead the Fulton County Commission, and she had some tough words for the commission's what she described as inactivity in responding, in her view, adequately to this long-running issue at the jail.
She said a leadership fail, and we are learning about this. We told you about this as breaking news not too long ago, and we're learning from that news conference from the commissioner there that this started around 5 a.m., and they are still working on remediation efforts. Just looking at some of my notes here, she said that not too long ago, toward the end of last year, they had another issue where servers were damaged in flooding recently, and it cost at least $1 million to replace them. She said those same servers are now impacted as well. She said incident reports, files, computers are in water. She did say that none of the housing units were impacted, so nobody who is staying at the jail had to be removed from their unit. She said that business is continuing on. If you have a loved one who you are going to pick up from Fulton County's jail, you are still able to do that, and they are still intaking people as well.
You can feel the frustration, too, and this has been a fraught issue inside of Fulton County politics for many, many years. Natalie Ammons, the Fulton County Sheriff's Office spokeswoman, saying something. This was a quote of hers during that press conference. She said, "The sheriff has a saying, it's like putting a Band-Aid on open heart surgery," and that's exactly what this is. That's how the spokeswoman of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office described another issue at the Fulton County Jail.
And we did say that this isn't a result of the weather necessarily, but the weather is playing an impact because you might imagine it is very cold. They had to shut the water off for a time in order to address this. And they also said they had to shut the power off for a time. We'll, of course, be getting more of this information. We'll be getting it on our website and inside our 11 Alive News app there for you. But again, that is the latest information on this breaking news of this pipe bursting at the Fulton County Jail.
When you talk about the weather, let's go now to our Doug Richards in Suwannee, who has been tracking the elements, Doug, for certainly all day today, and it feels like the last couple weeks. Doug, you have been a busy man.
You could say that. Certainly this afternoon, one could argue that it is not busy at all here on the town square in Suwannee. But if we look over to the right, ever so slightly, you'll see acres and acres of snow on the ground. Not a lot of snow on the ground. It's less than an inch probably. But certainly there is a vast expanse of snow. And in the foreground here, individuals who are actually out enjoying it. And they seem to view it certainly as the novelty that it is here in the southeastern United States, where there to be snow on the ground. If you look off to the left right quick, Adrian, you will actually see a child making a snow angel. Yes, that's the money shot that we try to get on these snow coverage marathons here on 11 Alive. Oh, there goes another child down. And 2 snow angels now. Hot diggity. You know, I just can't believe how lucky we are here in Suwannee to be able to see that. Interestingly, when we got here about an hour ago, there were probably 4 times the number of people here. But as we look deep into the expanse, you can maybe see the snow blowing sideways. And what that is doing is actually making people, myself included, a lot more uncomfortable than they would be if the wind wasn't blowing as sharply as it is doing right now. So we not only have conditions of snow, but we also have conditions of a considerable chill in the air, plus the breeze giving us what they call a wind chill factor. And I don't know exactly what that factor is. However, I do know that my skin is telling me that the factor is, somewhere below where it is optimal for a man of my what I'm accustomed to, I would say, here in the Southeast. So that, I think, is my snow report for now. And if you have any questions, I'm taking questions.
Doug,
how kind of you.
Yeah, how magnanimous of you. We know we can always rely on you to get the shots we're looking for, and not 1, but 2 snow angels.
2 children down.
Incredible. Down, but for a snow angel. So we love that. Doug, let me ask you this. You, as you mentioned, have covered our fair chunk of the state and the country for some time now. How would you rate this snowstorm in relation to some of the past storms you have seen come our way?
That question seems to demand an honest answer, and I'm not sure you really want to know it. The honest answer is that we've seen a lot worse around here. I know that there are numerous isolated incidents of automobile mishaps and that sort of thing. We haven't seen a lot of those here. When we drove up here, there was not a lot of traffic on the road, and the traffic that we did see was moving just fine, albeit a bit slowly. So this is not an emergency event, is my assessment. But thanks for asking.
Well, hey, you're very welcome, Doug. And that's, of course, that's the answer what we want to hear. We want to hear that folks are doing all right in your neck of the woods and what you're seeing. We are reliably informed by Danielle Moss. It feels like temperature where you are is 8 degrees, so you were spot on that. It is chilly there.
That checks. Yeah, that checks out. It's a little nippy.
We can always count on you, Doug.
And there's some folks here off on the right who I suspect they're enjoying it now. They've been here for maybe 10 minutes. My guess is that within the next 10 or 15 minutes they'll be gone.
You know, there's nothing wrong with a bit of a warm-up break.
The snow angels, you get the blood pumping, you get out there, you enjoy, totally. And then bundle back up.
Get right back to it.
Hopefully, Doug, you can as well. Jump back in the car, and I think Adrian's with you as well behind the lens. We appreciate what both of you guys are doing, and not just today, but throughout this kind of couple waves of winter weather we've been getting. So thank you both very much.
Thank you, Adrian. You're doing a great job.
Doug and Adrian, thank you both so much. We want to head down the road a bit to Brazelton, where we find our Angelina Salcido. Angelina, how are things with you in the 11 Alive Weather Impact Tracker?
Well, we are on I-85 North, kind of by Gwinnett County, heading into Hall County by Brazelton right now.
Okay, I think we're having a bit of an audio issue with Angelina. We're going to work on that and come back to her. You're back now, Angelina? Okay, go.
Okay, so we are on I-85 North. We are by Gwinnett County, but heading up into Hall County, we are by Brazelton right now. I think the perfect picture of what we're seeing is this person that is ahead of us right now, actually, with their flashers on, because as you can see, the road conditions here are not very good. We also see a truck that is pulled over just ahead of us. We're about to pass it right now, and you can see that the sides of the highway here are not cleared off. It's a part of the problem that we have continued to see as we continue traveling up the highway, is that as this snow continues to come down, of course, the road temperature is cold, and so it's sticking, despite the fact that these roads have been treated overnight, not just last night, but also the day before, so then that way they can try to get this temperature down before the snow actually even came, so then that way we wouldn't see too much sticking. I was told by Gwinnett County yesterday that they were going to be working on trying to remove this snow off of the roads locally in Gwinnett County, but also on their main road areas here. These highways would fall on GDOT. I know that GDOT is doing the same. So basically the process that they follow here is that they will try to remove the snow as best as they can, not towards your outer lanes that you see, but obviously towards the middle. And then they'll treat that with the salt and with the sand as well. So then that way we won't have too much of a slush kind of substance that is on the road. But that's exactly what we're seeing on our camera here by our tires. And you can see that we even have icicles that formed by our tire as well, because of how cold this temperature is as we continue to drive. And as you know, our chief meteorologist was also in the car with his photojournalist, Boise. I now took over for him with my photojournalist, Anthony. So we are in the car tracking these conditions, and this is why they tell people to make sure that they stay off of the roads if they don't have to be. As you can imagine, they continue to get 911 calls for possibly some life-threatening situations, but there are also a lot of car accidents that they've been dealing with in Gwinnett County specifically, and they are dealing with them because people, unfortunately, for one reason or another, decided not to stay home or were not home at that moment. These are car accidents that involve multiple different cars. We saw a truck pulled over that we showed you guys, but we had also seen another truck pulled over with some police presence as well, a little bit before you guys actually came to us. So as the snow continues to come down here, obviously in our northern counties, that snow is tending to stick more than I think it is in metro Atlanta. But this is probably what we're going to continue seeing throughout the night. And I think that the concern here as well would be whatever is slushy or I guess whatever is slushy, because it's not ice right now, whatever is slushy freezing over as the temperatures continue to drop, because we know that the temperatures are going to continue to get colder throughout the day, and of course as the sun goes down. So that is a picture of what we have seen on the highway so far. Again, we are on I-85 North. We are heading towards Hall County. And we just passed Gwinnett County, where we know that the police have been warning people to try and stay off the roads. Build a snowman at home if you'd like to, because you guys have snow that has been sticking. But try to make sure that you do everything that you can to keep those roads clear, not just for the crews that are going to be out treating these roads, but also for our emergency services. So in that way, they can make it easier for them to get through if they need to, you guys.
Angelina, I know you just mentioned you're on your way into Hall County, and if you keep going north, you'll end up in White County, which is a part of our area you are very familiar with. You spent a lot of time there through last weekend's winter storm. Do you have a sense of how first responders and the emergency management folks in those more northeastern corners of our state are faring today so far?
I know that White County has been putting out periodic updates about how they've been doing. They were obviously concerned, knowing that this weather was going to be coming their way. We lost power for about 48 hours in White County last weekend, and that was because of the ice. This is a completely different storm that they're dealing with here. And up in our northern counties, because the temperatures have been so cold, whatever precipitation it is that we get is going to stick. So it creates a hazardous situation, especially with those trees that already have ice layering on them. That ice isn't going to melt because it's been cold for several days, and now on top of that they're going to add inches of snow. So the emergency management director up there obviously warning people again to try and prepare themselves, which they did prepare last weekend. They obviously stayed off of the roads and had to stay home because they didn't have power, or they went to the shelter. I can imagine that the number of people that are in the shelters today is probably increasing, and that they had to possibly open some new shelters as well up in White County. But once we get an update on that, we'll bring that to you guys.
Angelina, some very good perspective there compared to what we saw last week and moving into this second round here. Thank you so much. You guys stay safe, and we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. We are going to take a quick break here and return with our continuing coverage of this latest round of winter weather here in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia.
Welcome back into our extended, continued coverage of this winter weather, the snow that is making our way through Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. We are here with you on 11 Alive Plus and on 11 Alive. A quick programming note: if you are tuning in for the soccer match between Liverpool and Newcastle United, you can still watch that. That's going to be on the ATL.
And we are going to continue our coverage right now. We want to get you over to our meteorologist, Danielle Moss, standing by with where we are right now and where we're going just ahead.
Exactly. And you know what? Top of mind, road conditions. What's happening to our roads right now? This is a look at I-85 South past Steve Reynolds. You can see that there's a little bit of accumulation now. We're starting to see it on the shoulders there, and it's moving very slow. I've also compiled 4 different cameras for us to take a look at. 985 was having some major problems earlier this afternoon. It's looking a little bit clearer. Also, people are staying off of 985 now, and that is key. What happens is when you stay off the roads, the crews can come through and plow those roads once again, so the interstates aren't so bad, and that's what happened there in 985 in Hall County as well as in Gwinnett. This camera down here in the bottom corner, this is in DeKalb County. The roads are wet there, and you might be thinking that's not that big of a deal. No snow there, but we are seeing our temperatures continue to fall and those road temperatures falling as well. This bottom right-hand corner, this is Fulton County. You can see there's a little bit of accumulation there along the shoulder in that area. So a different story for different people depending on where you are. This is a look at our traffic map here in Metro Atlanta. Happy to report no incidents, but as you take a look into East Georgia, you can see that it changes over to that yellow and orange color because people are on the roads and it's a little bit slower. Our road conditions, though, showing that there is some accumulations in that area. And even as you take a look into East Georgia, this yellow actually says fog, but what it's picking up is that low visibility with the wind blowing that snow. And it's not just in East Georgia, it's also in the North Georgia mountains. So make sure that you are using caution. I know a lot of churches are canceling for tomorrow, and there's a lot of things that are changing and up in the air, but you have to go out tomorrow. You need to be very mindful that there could be some black ice out there, whether that's on the bridges, the underpasses, or the back roads. All of this is still going to be continuing. We are not quite done yet with this winter weather, so you need to make sure that you are very mindful of that. In fact, here's a look at our current satellite and radar. We'll take some of that cloud cover off of it. So you can see over the last hour or so, things are starting to settle down just a little bit. What's happening is that snow is trending eastward, really southeast, and where we're looking at that really heavy snow really setting up right along that I-85 corridor, we're starting to see a little bit of a break in that, which is great news, but we're not quite done just yet. We have a few more hours to really get through the thick of this until we start to see completely clear skies. Even along Metro Atlanta, we still have some snow flurries that are still building up. That's all a part of this winter storm warning that we have been monitoring for quite some time. Let's time out where we stand over the next few hours really quickly for you. This is a look at 5 p.m. on Saturday. We can start to see another heavy band kind of still setting up right there in Athens. Athens is going to get some more snow, really heavy snowfall as well. Maybe, I would say maybe another half of an inch. It'll be around 8 p.m. before we start to see things really clearing out. But what's coming behind this snowfall? After the snow ends at 8 o'clock will be that very cold, brutally cold weather and those freezing temperatures that could allow our roads to refreeze overnight and cause some really slick and treacherous concerns for your Sunday, guys. And that's something that we've been watching pretty much all week long. We've been talking about the Winter Storm Severity Index, and it looks like things look better than last weekend, obviously, but there's still going to be areas where we could be seeing some more patches of black ice develop.
A different scenario here with ice being the entire focus last time, and now we've got the snow and now the ice as a result. Danielle, thank you so much for keeping us straight on this.
Yes. It's a lot to keep track of. Speaking of the ice versus the snow distinction, I experienced the ice in Athens last weekend, you may recall.
I do.
I'm still getting my voice back from it, but you know what, we're going to soldier on. Galat Malamed now has the distinction of being in the classic city right now. And Galat, I think you have moved since we have last seen you. It looks like there's a lot going on behind you there.
Zach, we did move. We're pretty much in the heart of campus right now by a bunch of dorms. We're on Brumby Hill, and it's been a pretty good spot for sledding today. So nobody's really, oh, there we go, right there on a cardboard box. We have a raft. There's been a decent amount of sledding, but I got to tell you, a real lack of sleds. I've seen everything from a laundry basket to pool tubes, some of the items that kids have just been able to find in their dorms because typically they're not used to sledding here. But today is the day, and I have a big group of freshmen right here. They've been eager to get on camera, talk about all the fun they've been having. So tell me, ladies, I mean, how are you liking today?
It's so much fun. People have been using cardboard boxes, and one girl was using a TV to sled down the hill. So it's awesome, and we love it.
TV box, not the actual TV?
The actual TV.
Oh, okay.
We
use everything around here, yeah.
By a show of hands, who here actually even owns a sled? Anybody? No? So lack of sleds here, but they're still getting out here. I mean, are you guys cold? Are you enjoying this?
Absolutely not cold. We are built for this weather every day. We get this every day.
And Zach, you were out here last week. You know, it was very icy, not snowing at all. What's the difference between what you're experiencing today versus what we saw last week?
Last week it was just ice and it wasn't fun, and this week we get to actually sled and like have snowball fights, and it's awesome.
And when it comes to classes, so the university says tomorrow is when they expect to make that announcement about whether there'll be classes on Monday. Are you guys eagerly watching that, whether there's going to be class Monday?
Yes, we hope it gets canceled. Please cancel class.
Please. I think it's going to be up to Mother Nature. You better hope for more snow for that to happen. Thank you guys. Have fun. Stay safe. So, guys, I mean, really quite an exciting day here for the students. We've seen them out here all day walking, trying to find some good hills as well.
Yeah, and it's still coming down pretty heavily. I have to mention, I lived in Russell all 4 years. I worked for housing. So I lived just down the hall from you, or just down the hill. One sled away is where I spent my collegiate days in Athens. So I know those girls are having a lot of fun. That there might be a little bit, I don't know, there may be changed things. I know that there's another big hill too, down the way, down the side of Russell. So that might be another area to check out. Gilad, what else are you hearing and seeing from students? I mean, aside from some ingenuity in terms of finding anything they can to get out there and enjoy.
Yeah, it's a lot of ingenuity. I wish I saw them using the TV. That part I missed. I did see a TV box, Sterilite boxes. I did meet a group of girls, actually, who one of their dads happened to be coming this weekend. He was able to bring them sleds. He picked that up. So some people have been getting a little bit lucky with that. I do want to note, though, and of course, you know, today's all about the fun, but there are still campus operations that have to happen. So I do want to make sure that everybody knows that some of the operations here have actually been canceled for the day. Like the library is just shut down a few minutes ago at 3 o'clock. The student center, I believe, closed around 2 o'clock. So the actual operations have been scaled back. The sledding, though, has not.
I know. We see some frolicking going on, some skipping. So I don't think they're too disappointed about the lack of an opportunity to go to the library.
I think one of the young women you interviewed, Gilad, put it really well. You said, how does last weekend compare to this weekend? And she said, last weekend was icy and it wasn't so fun.
No fun at all.
This weekend is snowy and we're having a great time. Gilad, thank you very much. This was like watching the X Games here. This was great.
That was fun. This is what people want you to do when it's snow. Go out not far from your home.
Certainly.
Enjoy and stay off the roads. Gilad, you can tell the girls I said go dogs. And thank you so much. We'll check back in with you in just a bit.
Sounds good.
Thank you. All right, so we're talking about how much fun that was and how much fun these girls obviously are having. A lot of you are having fun back home too, and you're so gracious enough to share some of your videos and your pictures. So we want to take a look at what you guys are sending us. This is some turkeys, it sounds like, out enjoying the morning stove. This is from James in Dahlonega. They had a pretty good covering for this to be early.
They got a lot of turkeys there, too.
And I think some fawns we believe are in there as well. If you look kind of hard, you can see living in harmony in the snow.
You wonder, nature just brings the best out of us. And even for the wild creatures there, they seem to be having no trouble at all. You don't see any little sweaters on them or little mittens or little boots.
Not this time.
Not this time. They're not domesticated.
Maybe it'll come around next time since we keep seeming to have this weather.
So here's another fella who should probably use some little boots on his paws there. Grant Talbot in Blairsville sent in this video. This is his dog Max playing some fetch out in the snow. He ran, got the ball, and came back pretty quickly. Look at him. Yeah. He's ready again. This may be the same video.
They got to get the exercise in, snow or not.
And they love it, especially if you're a little pooch who maybe has not seen a lot of snow.
And he's cute out there. Look, it almost blends in for some parts, but the black helps him stand out. So he's not going to get lost
Max
there.
is a little guy there, too.
Yes.
It makes the snow look quite deep compared to him.
That's cute. Okay, here's another one. This is from Jill Davey. She sent us this video from Town Mountain up in Blairsville. And you can see that snow really coming down out there. A beautiful scene. Maybe that's off her back porch or something. But, I mean, imagine waking up to that. You can see it's still dark out.
You can almost hear that video, the silence that you get when you look out the window and the snow's coming, and it's that kind of beautiful, peaceful silence.
Too bad this didn't come during the holidays.
I know, it does have that.
We're a little
behind. Feeling there. And here we go. We're going to take a look at another viewer video now out of Town Mountain here. Crystal Queen sent this video to us, and that's a significant amount of snow stacking up there. You can see your driveway, the truck in front of the home, completely covered with snow. So if you woke up and you are in a part of our viewing area that didn't get a ton of snow, and you go, oh, what's the big deal? Where's the snow? There it is.
Others did.
Take a look.
For sure. And then this is up in Mountain City in Raven County. Ken Law measuring 7.5 inches of snow outside of his house. You see the proof there with the ruler. Thanks so much to everyone who has been sending us their videos and pictures, sharing with us what you're seeing outside of your door. It really does help us to paint a picture for everyone of what we are experiencing across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. So we really do appreciate when you are able to share your pictures and videos with us safely. We're going to take a quick break, but our coverage will continue right here on 11 Alive and streaming on 11 Alive Plus. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the winter weather across North Georgia and Metro Atlanta here on 11 Alive and streaming on 11 Alive Plus. We want to check in with Robert Poole with the Fannin County EMA and Public Information Officer there.
Robert, this is looking like a chilly, snowy day in Fannin County like it is all across our area. Let's start with this. How is Fannin County making it through the storm so far?
So far, so good. We've had one weather-related accident that I'm aware of, minor injuries. Crews are still on scene assessing that patient right now, but so far we've done really well.
And you talk about the accident that you've seen there, and we share your happiness in hearing that it is a minor wreck, it sounds like, at this point. Are there particular trouble spots on the roads that you would suggest residents particularly try to avoid right now?
The secondary roads have a lot of heavy accumulation on them. Some of the primary roads still have some accumulation on them. So far, they've been pretty manageable. Our concern is later tonight and early in the morning with the low temperatures and black ice, and that could pose some challenges when the temperatures drop.
I have to ask, how are you all doing? This is round two, if you will, after the ice that we saw just last weekend. Now we've got the snow and then the potential for even more ice as the temperatures dip this evening. How is everybody doing after all of that work from the last go round and now dealing with this once again?
We actually, believe it or not, just mainly got rain last weekend. We were just west of the wedge, so we dodged just about all of it. So this is really the first incident we've had to deal with these two systems.
Have you, and we are glad to hear that, because you talk about dodging a bullet. I know some of our other counties, White County and Rabun County, they really took the brunt of last weekend's storm. Last weekend, there was a concern for power outages. This weekend, our meteorologists have told us less of a concern, but it's always still in the back of your mind. Have you seen anything in Fannin County to the respect of any potential power outages so far?
Not yet. I was concerned earlier. The wind really picked up. I know we had forecasted some gusts up to 35 miles an hour, and it did pick up. Probably a few hours ago it peaked. And so we're kind of concerned about that, but no widespread outages that I'm aware of.
Any messages for the folks up there with you in Fannin County who may be watching right now? Any words of wisdom for folks?
Just kind of echoing what everybody else is. Just, if you don't have to travel, stay put. So far, everybody's done a good job with that. We have a lot of tourists in this area, and the roads have been pretty quiet. So just stay put. If you get out and get stranded and have to call us, then that ties up our resources for other emergencies. So just stay put if you can.
Let me ask you this last question before you go, because I know your time is precious, and even just looking at your background there, I can tell it is a busy day for you. You're up in Fannin County. You're in the Blue Ridge area. Can you describe to us how this storm rates in terms of some other storms that you've seen up in your neck of the woods? Because obviously if we see snow here in downtown Atlanta, it means one thing. You see snow in Fannin County, perhaps a different thing.
It's up there as far as precipitation. It's been pretty pleasant the last few years as far as snow. I'd say we've got 3 to 6 inches, depending on where you're at in the county. I would say tonight, when the temperatures get really low and things start refreezing, it's going to pose some challenges. So probably not one of the worst storms we've had, but it's got some potential.
All right. Robert Poole, Fannin County EMA, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate all of your work and service. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. We want to get you back to our meteorologist, Danielle Moss, right now for a look at where we stand right now. Danielle, are we still kind of dealing with more of that snow? I know we were talking about it tapering off eventually.
Yes, we are still waiting for the taper to complete, Jennifer. Right now, we are seeing a little bit of a break for some places, but some of us are still fighting back some really heavy snow bands. Here's a look at our current satellite and radar. I'll put a pause to it and take some of that cloud cover off, because sometimes it gets a little bit confusing with that snow being white. So I want to make sure that you know exactly what we are facing right now. I just want to pause to it right now here in Metro Atlanta. The lighter gray, the white almost, that lets us know those are heavy pockets of snow. But when we talk about this lighter color cover that is right over Metro Atlanta, that is letting us know that we're starting to see things kind of dwindle down just a little bit. Even when we were looking at some of our heaviest snow bands, which we're not quite done with that in East Georgia, but right along this area, along the I-85 corridor, headed eastward, going towards the Carolinas, things are getting a little bit of a break. And around the 285 perimeter here in Metro Atlanta, we're starting to see a break on really the west side. And then across North Atlanta, North Fulton County, we're seeing some flurries still happening, and maybe even a pretty strong band going right there along I-285 and I-20 as well. This is all part of this winter storm warning. This is why it is in place, because we are expecting to see some more accumulations over the next few hours. In fact, let's time that out for you. What can you expect with our forecast track? Here is a look at 5 p.m. We could still see some pretty heavy snowfall falling in East Georgia. Here in Metro Atlanta, I'm thinking around 6 p.m. we're going to be completely done with any snowfall, especially if you are west of Athens. That is going to be over for you. But as we continue to put this into motion around 8 to 9 p.m., all of us will be done with this snow, which is great news. Maybe a few lingering flurries, but we're not looking at those heavy snow bands that we're facing right now, which means you only have around 3 or 4 more hours to really deal with this. And then whatever is down on the ground is going to be down on the ground. Our temperatures are already falling. We're already past that freezing level. The wind chill is already picking up. It feels very cold out there. And we take a look at our winter severity index. This is a look at how much impact we are expecting to see on our roadways, and for you all, the consumers, and for us as well, as we have to come into work. What can we expect? We are into really below low for Metro Atlanta, but as you head further east, that's as high as our impacts are getting. That orange color When we talk about severe weather, we talk about severe storms, we say you're in a level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is pretty much the same thing except for winter weather. So that orange color is a medium. So I would say that's kind of the equivalent to a level 2. So we're continuing to watch that weather, and it really has a big deal to do with our current temperatures. As you can see, we are all now well below freezing into the 20s, and our road temperatures are slipping as well. Our winds are also increasing. So winds increasing, yes, it's helping blow some of that snow out of here, but as it settles into those pockets on the interstates and on those roadways, that's where we're going to see those icy patches really start to develop. So currently it's 24 degrees here in Metro Atlanta, 15 degrees up in Blairsville. When we talk about our feels like temperature, it actually feels like 7 degrees here in Atlanta, Peachtree City, and Clayton. And then in Blairsville, it feels like 3 degrees. And this is not the worst of it just yet. So this is going to be now transitioning into that extreme cold warning. We talk about our feels like temperature being anywhere from -5 to 5 degrees. And unfortunately, overnight tonight and into your Sunday, we're really going to start to see that really take effect. In fact, over the last 20 hours, that's already been happening. At 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. yesterday, we were at 47 degrees, and we have just slowly but surely declined into the 20s. And over the last hour, we've been sitting at around 24 degrees. And I hate to tell you, though, over the next 12 hours, we're not done falling yet. We're going to end up being into the teens early Sunday morning. This is your actual temperature. When you factor in the feels like, it's going to feel like 4 degrees. So very cold weather still setting up. We will have some sunshine throughout the day for your Sunday, which will be nice, but temperatures are going to be barely above that freezing point. So you need to make sure you're using extra caution on those roadways tomorrow, because whatever is down, it definitely has a great chance of freezing overnight tonight. Now, some of that wind, especially if we only had some of that snow really melt on the interstate, some of that wind will help dry it out. However, like I said earlier, some of those will develop pockets of patchy black ice. So remember this, here's looking at your forecast track feels like temperatures. Saturday at 10 p.m., it could feel like 4 degrees here in Metro Atlanta. So we're looking at very cold temperatures and very cold conditions continuing. So make sure that you are aware of that. And our roadways are already starting to really be impacted by this as well. As we take a look at some of our temperatures and our cameras, things are definitely colder outside, and we're starting to see some of those accumulations. So this is one of the things that we're continuing to watch, guys, as we go throughout the rest of this evening. So just make sure that you are taking it slow and taking it easy on those roadways this evening.
Danielle, a quick programming note, and then I want to ask you a question. If you're tuning in right now to see the soccer match, Liverpool versus Newcastle United, you can watch that. That's live on the ATL, channel 36. But Danielle, while we have you, you mentioned this cold wave. It's not just today. It's going to stick with us for a while. One of the themes that we have consistently heard from EMA directors, fire chiefs that we've been talking to throughout the day is this concern about the potential for refreeze overnight. How concerned are you about the potential for that?
Very, Zach, because when we talk about our road conditions, in fact, here's our 4 cameras that we've been looking at. Really where 985 is, that's where Gwinnett and Hall County really sit. That's where we've been seeing the worst road conditions. So anywhere that you're seeing nice plowing, you can see some of those people traveling on the interstate there in Gwinnett County. We're going to see that all freeze over. We're already below freezing. So what's happening is we could be seeing some of that snow turn into slush on those interstates and on those back roads. And when you're talking about into your neighborhoods, those are not really treated roads, right? You're not going to see those big brine trucks, the big snow plows coming through your neighborhood, but they're going to be on those main streets and those main highways and the main interstates. They're doing their best to clean those off and try to keep them clean and fight back against the snow. However, even when we look at this interstate, this is down at Georgia 400 into Fulton County. You can see that there's snow kind of still settling on the shoulder there, and the actual interstate, Georgia 400, is mostly dry, but there's going to be some nice, you can really closely there, you can see the difference in the color. Where it's still wet, that's where we can see those really slick spots. And black ice is very concerning because that ice dries on top of the asphalt. You can't really see it, and kind of is a very thin layer. And just a little bit, that's all it takes for you to slip and try to overcorrect. And that could be very dangerous. So that is one of the main concerns, the cold temperatures and that refreezing overnight.
Right. Danielle, thank you so much. And as we talk about this, one other thing is, we mentioned you might not see anything where you are. But then you see the proof from the pictures and the images from our reporters, our meteorologists, from people who are living this and waking up with snow. And so that's why it's really important to keep that in mind. We are providing this coverage as a service to all of our people who are impacted by this. And maybe it's not you this time, but it may be you another time. And we'll want to provide that same information for you at that point. So that's why we're here.
And think about when you hear folks say, stay off the roads if you can avoid it. Some people cannot. Yeah. Folks who work third shift, they're getting ready to start thinking about heading into work not too long from now. I am sure they are going to be very grateful if those of us who don't have to be out there can keep those roads as clear as possible. To get a good look at what the roads are looking right now, let's go out to Angelina Salcido, who is live in the 11 Alive Weather Impact Tracker truck. Angelina, where are you right now and what do you see?
So I-85 South, you guys, by Gwinnett County. And right now what we are seeing is the roads are actually a little bit clearer than what we were seeing as we were closer up towards Hall County, which you heard Danielle talking about how the roads there were a little bit more slushy and that was starting to build up on the roadways. And of course, that is the concern here as the temperatures continue to fall, and we are below freezing already when it comes to road temperatures. While we have been driving, we have seen a few trucks that have been pulled over to the side. We've seen a few cars also pulled over to the side. We also saw somebody just now that was actually getting towed out of from where they were. So obviously this has created a little bit of a tricky travel day for some people if they choose to be out on the roads today, which is why they ask people to please try and stay off of the roads if they can. We continue to see that slush build up in areas where they may not have already been cleared. Obviously, when you are on the highway and it's a highway that is traveled frequently, that tends to basically take away or create some warmth, so then that way there's not so much sticking. But these roads are still wet here. You can see a lot of cars like the one ahead of us right now that still has snow on it, and a lot of that snow is actually turning to ice because the temperatures are continuing to drop. We stopped at a gas station that was in Gwinnett County super quickly, and the woman who was at the register was actually telling us that she saw an accident as she was coming into work today on I-85 North close to Gwinnett County. She said that it was several different cars, and she said that she's actually from up north. She's from Philadelphia, and she says that people down south tend to not necessarily know how to drive during these conditions, and that's another reason why they tell people to stay off of the roads. In Gwinnett County, when we went through the press conference with the emergency management team and the chairwoman of Gwinnett County, that's why they said, we don't typically deal with snow in the south, but when we do, it does create a tricky situation because people try to get out on the roads, and then we're also out on the roads trying to make sure that the roads are treated, so we have our main avenues basically safe and stuff like that. So they just want to make sure that people are safe as they continue to travel. As we continue to go over here in Pleasant Hill, towards the Pleasant Hill Road exit here, we're going to let you guys know what the conditions tend to look like. We're not seeing the snow falling as much as we saw it a little bit earlier. We know that Danielle said that we are going through a little bit of a lull here. So we'll let you know how things look later on, guys.
All right, Angelina, thank you so much. And if you ever have to go 85 south heading toward Pleasant Hill, you know that is a very clear view compared to just about any point any other time of day. Angelina, thank you. Y'all stay safe. We'll check back in with you in just a bit.
And that is the kind of view we hope to see, not just there, but on all of our roads. It's not rush hour today. It definitely shouldn't look like it. So far, so good on that front, at least from where Angelina was. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back with much more after this.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this second round of winter weather. Thanks so much for being with us on 11 Alive and streaming on 11 Alive Plus. We are going to head back up to the classic city of Athens, Georgia, for a little bit of fun. My friend Zach Merchant was up there last weekend for the first round of winter weather, but that is now where we find our Gilad Malamed. And you were in the midst of a lot of fun, a lot of ingenuity and creativity as folks are out there enjoying the snow.
Yeah, and the fun's continuing. There was a snowball fight happening to the right of me a few moments ago. Now they're walking away. Luckily, I did not get hit with one yet today. The hill, there's a few less people out here than a little earlier. I think I heard some people saying, okay, I'm done for the day, heading inside. But then, of course, there's new groups coming in. We have somebody who just picked up a wet cardboard box. It looks like they were going to attempt to sled with that. I'm not sure how successful it'll be. But really, one person told me earlier that he actually went to the hardware store to try to find a sled and they were all out, so he picked up like an inflatable raft type of thing that he was using. So of course kids have been out here all day. They're really trying to have fun. A lot of them though without sleds and just trying to come up with creative solutions to hit this hill in the middle of the dorms here right off Baxter Street.
Yeah, Gilad, we have seen quite a few pretty remarkable wipeouts behind you, and I don't know if you've gotten to see all of them because you're looking at the camera, obviously, but they do not seem to be slowed down in the slightest.
It's part of the process. It's part of the fun.
Exactly, and they're not slowing down at all. I'm actually gonna bring this cardboard box over so you guys could get a better look at it of the ingenuity here. It's actually quite heavy right now because it's so wet, and you can see how much snow has kind of piled up on it throughout the day. So this is why sleds were invented and not cardboard boxes, because you can imagine it's kind of hard to use this by this point in the day. But these are smart students here, obviously, if they go to this school, so they are able to find ways to still go sledding, of course.
I like to hear that, Gilad. And just for anybody who needs a bit of a point of reference, Gilad's there between Brumby and Russell. And, you know, there's a little bit of the hill down there, so that's what the students are taking advantage of there. So why not? What a good way to spend a Saturday. No class, and then fingers crossed now, Gilad, you said that a lot of them were hoping for some good news tomorrow, that they wouldn't have to go to class later on.
Yeah, they're hoping. The university says that tomorrow afternoon is when they expect to make the announcement about Monday. It's funny, though, because some students I was talking to earlier, they were like, what, couldn't this have been a Wednesday or something? You know, of course, the snow has to fall on the weekends. It's a snow day regardless, but we are expecting that announcement to happen tomorrow as to whether classes will be canceled on Monday.
All right, Gilad, thanks so much for bringing us. You know, that's what the snow is all about for so many people. Getting out and enjoying it is not something that we always get to see, although it seems to be coming a lot more frequently for us now.
And, you know, Jennifer, that is very familiar imagery for you.
It is.
You spent...
I spent 4 years
of college
in
there.
Russell, down the hall in Russell. I worked for housing, so I spent my freshman year there, and then I worked for housing. I don't know. I'm trying to remember if we had a snow day like that.
Would you have been out there if it would have snowed like this?
Maybe for a little. I'd have gone out for a little bit.
Would you have sledded?
Maybe for a little. I don't know what I would have used.
Well, listen, don't knock the cardboard boxes. If you've ever been to the Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, time-honored tradition, they sled on a mud hill, but they use the cardboard.
Okay.
And you know what? Clearly it works on snow, too.
Hey, whatever you've got available in these times, desperate times call for desperate measures. You got to get out there somehow.
Got to do it.
And we got to get over it. She has been keeping us updated on the very latest with what we are seeing with this system here, Danielle.
Exactly. I had a snow day in college in 2015, and I think that was one of the best days ever when I was in school. Here's a look at our current satellite and radar. We are currently tracking some more snow. It's going to start to settle down. You can even see the difference if you've been watching us, at least for the last hour. You can see the difference in Gilad's shot from then until now. She was covered in snow there in Athens, and now it's a little bit more steady. It's starting to slack up just a little bit, but I think that they probably have at least one more band in them before they start to see it completely going away. Here's a look at what we were looking at, really that heavy pocket and that heavy snow band that was moving through, especially along that I-85 corridor. We're starting to see a little bit of a break in all of that, which is great news. However, even across Metro Atlanta, seeing some light flurries, but nothing that's really too concerning, which is also really great because we don't want those roads to be impacted impacted too much. Our temperatures are already below freezing. So at this point, we are definitely on road watch, trying to figure out what's going to be happening next within the next few hours. If we're going to be seeing some of that slush, Angelina is in our weather impact tracker, and you can see the roads clear in some places, but the further north you get, especially you have to go I-85 north, going towards 985, right at that split, that's when you really start to see those conditions really deteriorating. We are still going to be under this winter storm warning through 1 a.m. Sunday for the accumulating snow. We are still looking at some very light snowfall that will be continuing over the next few hours. In fact, as you take a look at our forecast track, around 5 p.m., we still have some more snow that could be lingering around. So that could be good news or bad news depending on where you are and who you are as well. Good news for people who want to be outside enjoying the snow, but bad news for people who really need the snow to be over. You have to think about it, especially in the East Georgia. This is the second weekend, really maybe even the third weekend in a row, we've been talking about winter weather. But for people who are enjoying this winter weather, we've been seeing a ton of your photos, and meteorologist Melissa Nord is here, and she has been collecting all of the photos and all of the fun that you guys have been having while we're here in the studio. Melissa?
And there's been a lot of photos coming in, Danielle. I've been watching the photos coming down. That's great ground truth, as Danielle's been talking about, to know actually what the accumulations are. That's a live picture at Athens. The snow accumulations are winding down north of I-20. But as we still track some snow coming down, we can see additional light accumulations. But look at these snowfall reports we've got from a lot of areas. Again, it's mostly east of Atlanta. If you've been west of Atlanta, we've had some very light accumulations, but it's largely been blowing around on the roadways and the surfaces, so it's hard to actually measure it. Okay, so big total in Beaufort, 6 inches of snow. You saw earlier as Chris Holcomb was out there in the 11 Alive weather impact tracker near that 985-85 split with that several car accident on 985. But Cleveland, Georgia, up in White County, 4 inches. Jefferson, we also have 4 inches of snow. Dawsonville, about 3.5. And then we go down the list. We have a lot of 3-inch totals here. East Forsyth County had about 3.5 inches. Western Forsyth County saw less than an inch. On the Union and Fannin County lines, we have about 3.25 inches, as well as Rest Haven and then Brazelton, razzled out of Brazelton, about 2 inches of snow up there. And a lot of great photos in our 11 Alive Weather Impact Facebook group coming in. You know, if you want to know how much snow you have outside your house, find a flat surface. So the flat concrete's a great place to start there. And put a ruler in it, or a measuring stick, or a yardstick, whatever you have at your house. That's the best way to measure it. So this is a photo from Gainesville. You can see about 1.5 inches from there. That was from Jade. Grayson, Georgia. Sierra sent in this photo of about 1.5 inches there as well. Auburn, Georgia. About 3 inches and some change in Auburn, Georgia. Decula out in northern Gwinnett County, northeastern Gwinnett County. Sandy Packard Stone sent this in. You can see about 4.75 inches there in Decula. So that's a lot of snow. Now, we also got a ton of photos in of people out enjoying the snowfall. This is a great example of that in Beaufort. Sarah and her son are out there along with the dog, enjoying the snow early this morning before the snow really started adding up in Beaufort. Up in White County, Sauté, you can see Sandra sent in 2 photos. Look at this. You gotta love kids that actually have snowsuits to enjoy it for a little bit, because it's so brutally cold and windy outside today. We've got a snow angel on the left side of the screen and a nice hill for some sledding as well. I know my kids have been waiting. They've said, can we take the sled out, please? We're on the west side. We didn't get enough sleddable snow. All right, Cleveland, Georgia. Also, a lot of animals enjoying this snow outside. This photo from Ellie saying that her dogs enjoyed the snow all morning and early afternoon. Now they're sleeping warm inside as the snow is wound down. Up in Clayton, Rabun Gap in Rabun County, Karen Stewart sent in this one. I love this one. This is like the epitome of snow zoomies. You know, if you have a dog, you know what the snow zoomies are. They just love it. This is a great photo of her pup out there. And also the birds. A lot of photos of cardinals and other birds enjoying the snow. This one coming in from Therese there. And another beautiful photo from the North Georgia mountains in Towns County. Nita didn't get an official measurement, but you can see there they had some nice snowfall totals, Danielle, and that snow is definitely coating a lot of East Georgia, but where it's not stuck and accumulated, it's a live look at our camera overlooking the junction of a kind of Cumberland interchange there. Snow is blowing around a bit, but it hasn't quite coated the grass.
Exactly. And, that is very important because you're talking about the flyover there for that Peach Pass lane, and that can definitely get really tricky. Anything that's on that bridge there can definitely refreeze overnight. But seeing those photos definitely puts a smile on your face because people have been enjoying the snow. It's not all serious. Here's a look at our forecast track over the next few hours. You have maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours to enjoy the rest of the actively falling snow. And then we're going to see a hard freeze overnight. So it's not going to be that fun, playful snow anymore. It's going to get very hard. So make sure that you remember that, especially if you want to go outside and have another fun day tomorrow. At 7, 8 o'clock, we're all going to be completely done. Most of the lingering snowfall at 7 o'clock is going to be in East Georgia and really along that I-20 corridor headed back towards Augusta and into the Carolinas. Then overnight tonight, we're going to see some clearing with that cloud cover and really start to see that sun peak throughout the day for your Sunday. However, the temperatures are just going to be so cold, and you have to make sure that the roads, be very careful. Stay at home if you can tomorrow because these roads are unfortunately going to refreeze, maybe be slushy. You definitely don't want to be driving out in that.
All right, Danielle and Melissa, thank you so much. We are going to take a quick break and regroup and come right back with more continuing coverage. We leave you with this shot from our 11 Alive weather impact tracker heading south on 85.
Well, welcome back into 11 Alive's continuous coverage of this winter storm that continues to work its way through metro Atlanta. And we have Angelina Salcido right now joining us live with a look at the roads in Gwinnett County. Angelina, what do things look like right now?
Honestly, we're starting to see a little bit more of that slush form on the roads. And as you can see here, this is what the current picture looks like right now. As we talked about a little bit earlier, we typically have the shoulders of the highway that are not cleared off because they want to focus on the middle lanes, which are more frequently traveled. And that's what we're continuing to see as we continue to head north. We are seeing a little bit more traffic than what we were seeing beforehand. Still seeing some trucks on the sides of the roads as well. And we were wondering, I guess, the last truck that we saw, if that person had like an issue, probably broken down and needed another truck to come and get them because of the issues that they may have confronted. While you're driving during winter weather, it can be extremely hard, especially if your car isn't prepared for you to drive during winter weather, which a lot of people tend to find that here in the South. In Gwinnett County specifically, yesterday while we were going through this press conference, they did ask for people to make sure that they had their cars prepared just in case. More because, obviously, when they treat these roads, the roads are treated in the main areas because they want to have all their main arteries basically freed up, so then that way people will be able to commute on them. But those more local roads where this slush is really going to start to build up throughout the night, that tends to be the issue. And that's where the Gwinnett County Police have seen a lot of issues in terms of crashes, multiple cars finding themselves getting into these crashes because those roads haven't been cleared off. It's also hard for them to try and treat those roads. The pre-treatment that they were doing with the brining started 2 days ago, but not all of the roads, the local roads, could be pre-treated in time. And they focus on those main roads again. The same situation in most of our metropolitan cities. We had the city of Atlanta basically tell us the same thing. They continue to do those operations of the brining before they start to get the precipitation. But then once the precipitation starts to fall, their operation switches and it immediately turns into making sure that their plows are out on the roads and that they are taking whatever might be on the roads, whether that be snow or whether it be this slush that we're currently seeing right now, off of the roads, treat it with the salt and also treat it with the sand as well to try and make sure that it doesn't freeze overnight. I can tell you that in Gwinnett County, we did run into some slick spots when we pulled over to a gas station when we first got into Gwinnett County. So we know that that is going to be an issue as we continue on to the night and the temperatures continue to drop here. But as you can see here, there is a decent amount of traffic on the roads. There are some people that are driving pretty fast, probably faster than I would if the conditions, were like this or even weren't like this. But they do just want people to heed the warning of if you are going to be on the roads right now, you do just need to make sure that you are safe. If you see, by the way, a plow, either from GDOT or a local plow as well, try not to be close to that plow and try to put yourself in another lane because they obviously need to make sure that they're treating these roads in a timely manner. Sometimes traffic can impede what they're trying to do. That's one message that they ended up giving us yesterday while we were at this press conference because they're working these 12-hour shifts, sending their crews out there to try and make sure that these roads are cleared off. As we continue to go throughout the day, we see Georgia State Patrol actually on the south side right now driving to try and monitor the roads, but also probably get to somebody. And you can see that traffic is starting to slow down where we're located right now. The reason why it's slowing down is actually because they are treating the roads right ahead. Let's see if we can actually probably turn our camera to show you guys. It is a little bit dirty because, we continue to get this snow falling here, but take a look at the traffic slowing down here. And then also as we pass them, you'll see, so this is what we typically see when we do see crews out treating these roads. It's basically like a convoy. So you're going to have your plow, you'll have plow towards the front, another plow that's going to follow it in the back. The second plow is actually the plow that ends up having the sand in order to make sure that the road is treated. So the first one will typically remove whatever slush or anything that's on the ground. The second plow will then go with the treatment process after that. And then they do have two other trucks that are behind them in case they run into any issues where they actually need to pull over, maybe set up some cones and work on something. But they also make sure that they all have their lights on so that way people know, okay, we're a crew, we're actively working on this area right now, so you need to make sure that you're careful while you're either following us behind. As you can see, the traffic was moving pretty slow once we passed them right now. But also, if you happen to be on the highway and not getting off at the exit like these people were, that you move yourself from one lane to another so that they can do their job and just make sure that all of these roads are treated, you guys.
Angelina, would you say it's fair to say that at this point the conditions on the highway are kind of different, where you maybe see more of the slush and then you see a little bit more of it being cleared out?
I would say that they have changed for sure. I think that it also depends in what area you're on and if people have traveled on the highway. As people continue to travel on the highway and they travel towards the side, they create that slush buildup that's on our shoulder. Obviously, the shoulders aren't necessarily, clean per se. And Anthony is going to make sure that he comes over to the side so that you guys can get a picture of the shoulder here. So the shoulders here are what tend to be the problem, and that's why we see so much of the inner parts of the highway being a little bit more cleared off, because I think that people know if I drive on the shoulder, I run the risk of possibly spinning out. And we did see a few cars that were left behind because people did end up spinning out here. As you take your exits, I would say that the exits are another area that may not be as treated or as cleared off as you think that they are. And that's why we see people taking the exits very slow, especially if you have a windy exit that you need to come off of as you come off of the highway. That makes it a little bit difficult for people because the buildup of the slush is really where that ends up happening. So GDOT will try to treat those as best as they can. Obviously, their main focus is going to be the highways. And the reason why they do that is because they want emergency services to have a clear path of getting more specifically to the hospital. That's something that Gwinnett County talked about. In situations like this, it makes it really, really difficult for ambulances to try to get to the hospital. One, because they may be dealing with people who are trying to drive through traffic and maybe do not know how to drive through these conditions, but also because it makes it hazardous for them as well, but they still have to do their job. So as they continue to treat the roads today, we'll let you guys know what it looks like. Definitely up north, as we continue to travel north, that's where we tend to see most of our problems here, you guys.
Angelina Salcido in our 11 Live Weather Impact Tracker. Thank you so much. We'll check back with you shortly. Our Weather Impact team has been tracking all of this winter weather all week long.
And look, this is what 11 Alive does, staying with our community through it all on air and on streaming with real-time updates. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb was in Rabun County this morning as the snow was coming down.
We have been traveling inside the truck here up into northeast Georgia. We wanted to stop and show you a live shot of the snow that's actually coming down. And these are some pretty good flakes that are coming down right now. And this is coming down at a pretty good clip. I want to get some of this snow for you. It's really hard to measure on the surface how much snow we have. It looks like about 3 inches. But if you'll remember, we've been telling you about this snow that it's really going to be more of a drier, fluffy type snow. This is kind of, you can't really make a good snowball out of it. It really just kind of crumbles up there because it's a drier snow and not a wet snow. But that is still enough to cause some problems that we have on the roadway. And you can see how the ground is covered. We've just been parked here really just for a few minutes to get the camera out of the car, and we're already seeing some accumulations here coming up on the truck. You can see how it's piling up on here too. I want to take you over here. There are a couple of trailers over here. As I mentioned, it's always hard to measure the amount of snow that we actually have on the ground because there's grass, there are leaves up under there, and that kind of elevates it a little bit. But this is a great way to measure how much snow has fallen. This is what's collecting on the side of this trailer right here. And this is about, from finger to finger, I would say between 2 and 3 inches of snow that is coming down right now. We are in Rabun County, just south of Clayton, where we still see this heavy snow that's coming down. And as we were driving up from Atlanta earlier this morning, it was my goal in our weather impact tracker to get to the area that would see these bursts of heavy snow coming in first. And we were seeing that coming into Rabun County. We were able to come up here and intercept it as it was coming down. And we still have heavy snow coming down right now in northeast Georgia. And this is what we have been tracking for you all week long and preparing for you to see here in parts of Georgia. We've also been explaining how not everybody is going to see this. This is what's happening in Rabun County right now. But this is part of the system that's spreading down into the metro Atlanta area, where we are seeing some spots in metro Atlanta get some of this lighter snow that's coming down right now. I don't think Atlanta is going to see quite like what we're seeing here. And of course, we've also been stressing how all week long that not everybody is going to see the same thing. We're in an area now that's getting the worst of it, the heaviest of it. Cars are still able to make it a little bit going slowly on the main roads, but we've also seen when people pull off on roads like this, okay, here comes a four-wheel drive vehicle now coming down and they're going really slow here. But it's these side roads that are a little more tricky. We saw some folks earlier in our live shot that had a car that had spun out going out on one of those side roads there. Yeah, that's a good four-wheel drive helping out. And again, this is much different than what we saw last week when we were dealing with ice. And the ice, of course, even a four-wheel drive vehicle can't navigate that well at all. And here comes another car coming out right here. But It's also a little easier to navigate in the snow, but our temperature right now is 25 degrees here in northeast Georgia. So this snow coming down, anything that kind of tries to melt on the warmer pavement, but these pavement temperatures are starting to fall now too, that could still turn into ice and turn slick. And we've seen evidence of that already happening here.
Our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, out of the studio.
In the field.
In the field. and really, I saw that this morning live. It was really a wonderful explanation, a visual of what people were seeing.
Exactly. And, you know, during that time, it was snowing really heavy there in Raymond. And you think, oh, my goodness, when is this going to stop? Because, you know, as an adult, you're thinking, okay, yes, snow is fun. But it's like, you know, you have to start thinking, okay, the roads, because it took me a second to be like, wow, he's really on the road there. And once that freezes over tonight, that's going to be very bad, especially in the mountainous community like in Raven.
And that was from earlier today, we should point out, Danielle, things right now up in our north and northeastern parts of our viewing area, are they still feeling that impact?
Not as bad, but we've seen the snow slowly but surely kind of shifting eastward. We're seeing it kind of moving further south, going towards Augusta right now. In fact, here's a look at our current satellite and radar. We're seeing things kind of winding down, which is great news. The people who got that really heavy snowfall earlier this morning where Chris was, they're not seeing that anymore. Maybe a few flurries, but even in Athens where we were seeing that heavy snowfall maybe an hour or two ago, they are now in the clear. And this is really that I-20 corridor moving towards like Lake Oconee. You can see Madison, Crawfordsville, Thompson, Augusta. Those are the areas that we're seeing that heavier pockets. The white, that is that heavy snow. Here in Metro Atlanta, we're almost done, which is great news for us, but we really have to get through the next hour or so before we say all of us are completely done with that snowfall.
All right. We know you will continue to track it for us. We are still dealing with this. You know, it's not just about the snow coming down. It's also about the refreezing portion. We, again, will continue our coverage. If you are streaming with us on 11 Alive Plus, don't go anywhere. We're going to return you back to regular programming here on 11 Alive. But again, our coverage continues with our team of meteorologists and our reporters where the news is always on, streaming on 11 Alive Plus. We will take a quick break and see you there.
Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening.
Nord has been doing yeoman's work, tracking it not just in the last couple of days, but that other storm that was coming our way last week. Melissa has been very busy. Joins us now with the latest look at our forecast.
There's been a whole team effort behind the scenes, Zach. Everybody has been working way too many hours, and we're all ready to say goodbye to winter, I think, at this point. But for folks who got snowfall today, let's talk about some of the measurements that we've seen. It's been east of Atlanta where we actually had the accumulating snowfall, and some of those totals in some heavier snowfall bands were 4 to 6 inches. Decula, a good example of that, 4.75 inches of snow there in Decula, and we're still still tracking a little bit of snow that is accumulating in the south and eastern suburbs here of Atlanta. The accumulating snow is done now to the north. There are still some flurries that you may be seeing outside, but that's not going to stick and accumulate with how windy the conditions are. But where we are still seeing a few little bands of snow right here is just east of 75, stretching through Henry County into northern Butts County as well. We'll zoom in a little bit more so you can see as you're driving between Stockbridge, McDonough, and the outlet malls in Locust Grove, there's briefly some more intense areas of snowfall. The snow rate coming down along I-20 east of Atlanta is generally a little bit lighter, but still could be adding some minor accumulations there. And we've seen some minor accumulations already in Covington and Rockdale County as well from the emergency managers up there. A lot of snowfall reports coming in. Some of those snowfall reports, as I mentioned, 4 to 6 inches. Other ones just kind of a coating to a trace of snow. Really depends on where you are in the area. And we were telling you yesterday it would be a matter of the haves and have-nots with snowfall. There'd be a really sharp cutoff line between who got a couple inches and who saw hardly anything, and we saw that play out today. Now, this storm, though, is cranking up off the East Coast, so we're actually seeing that our window for snowfall is winding down altogether over the next 2 hours, and as that snow pivots southeast of our region, a lot of snow is still cranking up in the Carolinas, and it's strengthening, so the winds have been picking up in a big way as well. We still have the winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories in effect, but I expect those to be canceled as the accumulating snow winds down. However, if you got snowfall today, we will be watching for refreezing overnight tonight, slick areas, icy areas, snowy areas on the road first thing tomorrow morning. Forecast track hour by hour, next couple of hours. Again, I showed you on radar where we still have some of that snow right in this section right here. All that last push of snowfall is exiting between now and 6 o'clock tonight. Then we see really strong winds continuing. It's going to clear those clouds out and bring us even colder air by tomorrow morning. Peak wind gusts at the airport today, 60 miles an hour. Woo! That's some strong wind. And we're still gusting 46 miles an hour. You know, if we had a lot of snow on the ground in Atlanta, plus that wind gust and the reduced visibility, we'd have a ground blizzard right now. But we just don't have enough snow on the ground here at the airport to call it a ground blizzard. But we do have strong wind gusts to the east. Wind gust right now in Athens, 24 miles an hour. Watch the wind gust tonight. This is not just blowing the snow around, reducing visibility driving if you did get snowfall today, but this is also creating some pretty sharp differences between the temperatures and the wind chills as we go through the overnight. So wind gusts in the next hour or two before sunset could still be 30 to 40 miles an hour. 11 o'clock tonight, I even hear those winds through our studio concrete walls here. Tonight, we'll see the wind gusts still around 20 to 30 miles an hour and then still gusty into tomorrow morning and the afternoon. So if you're trying to get outside and enjoy some of that snowfall, maybe tomorrow afternoon is your best opportunity because it's not as brutally cold and windy outside, but even then it's still going to be cold out there. Let's talk about tonight through Sunday morning. What are the impacts for areas that got snowfall? If you did not see much sticking and accumulating, your impacts are far less than this. Hazardous roads, again, that's east of Atlanta. If you got a few inches of snow today, of course, GDOT and county road officials where you are, they're going to be treating and clearing those main roadways, but it's going to be the secondary, tertiary, and neighborhood roads that, you know what, they're going to look probably tomorrow morning about like what they do right now. So high impacts there still through the overnight with how cold the temperatures are going to be for roads to still be in really a pretty big mess first thing tomorrow morning, except for those main highways and thoroughfares. Low chance of power outages. It's just from the winds. There could be an isolated power outage. I'm really not concerned about that overall. And then closures and delays. Again, it's east and even parts of the Atlanta metro where we may have only gotten this much snow, but if that compacts on the roadways from cars driving over it, then it freezes into slick and icy spots tomorrow morning. So there could be a lot of closures first thing tomorrow. We'll come back. We have an extreme cold warning on the way. We'll talk about the wind chills throughout your Sunday and when we can thaw things out. That's ahead.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much for that update there. We want to continue our coverage here on 11 Alive Plus by heading up the road to Athens. That's where we find our Gilat Malamed hanging out with some students from UGA.
Yeah, and it seems like the students are definitely still out there, but they're starting to head into their dorms a little bit more. It seems like, I don't know if it's because they're just tired of being so cold or if it's because the snow's actually lightening up a little bit. It's a little bit more of a flurry now, but there definitely, Jennifer, are still a decent amount of people out here on Brumby Hill. Looks like somebody brought an air mattress out. That's something I haven't seen yet today. So another version of a sled, definitely a lot sturdier, I gotta admit, than some of the other things we've seen out here today, like cardboard boxes, pool rafts, Sterilite boxes, and the covers. The grass has there we go. So yes, sturdier than a lot of the other things we've seen. The grass has a decent amount of snow on it, but it's not really sticking to the sidewalks at all. But you mentioned these students, they're having such a great time out here today. I want to bring in these freshmen who I just met. How's it going, ladies?
Good.
What have you been up to today?
We've been sledding, making snowmen, and just walking up and down Millage, hanging out with our friends. It's been such a great day.
So you mentioned sledding. Was this like with a real sled, or did you have to come up with something else?
We came up with something else.
And what was that exactly?
It was just a box. It still did the job, yeah. It still did the job. We had a lot of fun today, yeah.
We've seen a lot of people using boxes and everything. And, obviously it's Saturday, so you wouldn't be in class anyway. But, do you kind of wish this was secretly a weekday?
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure. But
maybe we'll stay till Monday.
maybe.
Exactly. And what are your plans for the rest of this snow day?
We're about to head in the dorm and warm up for a minute and then
we're
come
going
back
right
out
back
and
out.
play.
We're going right back out.
Sounds good. Well, maybe we'll see you when you come back out here. Thank you so much. So a lot of fun out here today. Another couple of cardboard box people's sleds are hard to find here from some of the students I've been speaking to, Jennifer.
Oh, we love that so much.
Yeah.
You grow up and you go off to college and the big kid is still there when the snow comes.
You're still a kid. You're still a kid. And you know what, Galat, you make a good point, too. Even if you don't have the sled you bought at the store, cardboard boxes are working just fine today. You were just talking to those students, those freshmen, and you alluded to it. Obviously, today is a weekend, but there is a question about what will happen with classes on Monday. Has the university said anything about that yet?
Not yet. They have said, though, that they're going to be tomorrow afternoon. That's when they expect to have an answer about Monday. So we know when that answer might come. We just don't have that answer yet. Students, though, of course, at least the ones I've spoken to, no surprise, are hoping that it snows a little bit more and that maybe we'll get another snow day on Monday.
Yeah, still some time to hope and dream until the answer comes down from on high.
There's no better feeling than when you're just waiting for that news to break as a student.
And at least there's tomorrow, too, for them to enjoy. Gilad, thank you so much for bringing a little bit of fun.
A lot
we appreciate
of fun.
it.
Galat, thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right here as our coverage continues on 11 Alive Plus.
Welcome back into our continuous coverage of the winter storm headed our way and now in our neck of the woods here on 11 Alive Plus. And we have some breaking news. Zoo Atlanta has just announced that they will be closed on Sunday because of this winter weather.
And we have a big list of groups, organizations who have already announced their plans to close for the weekend. We're watching for school districts and things ahead for Monday. We'll, of course, keep you updated with that on 11 Alive Plus here and inside our 11 Alive News app. We also are staying on top of breaking news out of Fulton County. We've been telling you about the last couple of hours here, where there has been widespread flooding inside the Fulton County Jail.
And you watch that story unfold right here on 11 Alive Plus as we heard from officials in an impromptu press conference outside of the jail. 11 Alive's Molly Oak was there and posted this video.
Molly Oak reporting from inside the Fulton County Jail, where you can see more than 100 fans behind me. That's because I want you to take a look at this video. Shortly after 5 a.m., there was a leak from a toilet in the bathroom on the 3rd floor inside the jail. Now, that leak ended up causing widespread flooding, more than 70,000 gallons of water dumping through 3 floors of the jail. That's an estimate right now. They did say it could be even more. They are still assessing the full damage. Water restoration contractors are on site right now. The lobby of the jail is out of service until tomorrow morning, but they did say they are still releasing and intaking people. One important thing to note, that no inmate housing was affected. The water was temporarily shut off. It has since been restored. Power was also turned off in some areas of the jail, but that is not affecting the housing floor. Stick with 11 Alive for the latest updates.
That is a striking image there. That is quite a lot of bit of water. We do want to note here that this is a result of ongoing issues at the jail. It does not appear to be related to the weather, although these temperatures and conditions are certainly not helping the situation there. We heard Molly mention that power had to be turned off in some areas. We'll, of course, continue to track this. We'll bring you much more tonight at 11 here on 11 Alive Plus and on 11 Alive.
Let's get you over now to Melissa Nord, who has been tracking all of this weather. Melissa, where do things stand right now?
Well, the snow going to be winding down here over the next couple of hours, Zach and Jennifer, but we have a lot more cold air to get through this weekend. So what that means is the snow that's there now is sticking around through the day tomorrow unless road crews go through and scrape those roads, retreat the roads with some rock salt or something like that. There's still going to be some slick spots, I think, on Sunday morning, but the accumulations are winding down as we are in the middle of this deep freeze. We have not been above freezing in Atlanta today, and we will not be above freezing until maybe an hour or two briefly for tomorrow afternoon. You can see on radar right now the accumulating snow has wound down. I know we're tracking this one little area with snow still accumulating. This snow is near and east of I-75 and then near and south of I-20, and it's moving southeastward. So Eatonton could still see some more. Monticello could still see some more. Jackson and Butts County could still see a little bit more snow. And we're also tracking that on the northern side of Locust Grove, moving south and east. Snow is pretty much winding down in Madison and Covington. There are still some flurries lingering behind it, but the bigger impact you could probably hear outside your window, those brutal winds blowing around the snow and dropping the wind chills to dangerous levels overnight tonight. A lot of those snowfall totals were 3 to 6 inches in some areas, but the moisture's moving out of here. This coastal low, this bomb cyclone's rapidly strengthening. That's the reason why we have these strong winds. But as it's picking up steam there off the East Coast, moving over the Gulf Stream, we're going to see that it pulls the moisture away from us. So additional snowfall, that's what I'm trying to say. That's pretty much winding down here between now and 6 o'clock. You can see forecast track bringing the last little band of snow out of here, and then the skies will begin to clear overnight tonight, and we have colder air moving in for tomorrow morning. Let's talk more about those winds, what they're doing to the wind chills outside, and what they'll do to the wind chills by tomorrow morning. Wind gusts 35 to 45 miles an hour right now. The only area is not as prone to those strong wind gusts is far east Georgia. It's still breezy there. We just haven't had any confirmed wind gusts of this magnitude where we've seen the highest accumulations of snowfall. So wind gusts 33 miles an hour in Atlanta, 36 in Marietta, 46 in Atlanta. Feels like temperature. It's 4 o'clock. We got 2 hours till sunset, and the wind chill is 2 degrees in Canton, 4 in Blairsville. 9 in Atlanta. These wind chills are going to keep dropping tonight like a rock. Extreme cold warning in effect for all of North Georgia as our wind chills drop below 0 by first thing tomorrow morning. So our actual temperature, 25 right now in town, will drop another 10 degrees to a low of 16. The winds won't be gusting to 40 miles an hour in the morning, but it's strong enough to create that wind chill effect. So 5 the low in Blairsville, 14 in Gainesville, 14 in Marietta, 14 in Athens. Here are the wind chills for the morning. Either side of 0 here in Atlanta. North Georgia mountains, the wind chills are going to be dropping between 5 and 10 degrees below 0. So there is a lot of cold to come as we head through the day tomorrow. As we warm up the temperatures in the afternoon tomorrow, wind chills stay in the teens during the morning hours. Then for the afternoon, the winds calm down a little bit. It's still a breezy day, but it's not a really brutally gusty day like today. So we're going to keep those wind chills below the freezing mark in the 20s. North Georgia mountains tomorrow afternoon will have wind chills still in the teens. So it is a good thing that this particular system, the snow was a fluffy, powdery snow, not something that sticks to all the power lines and everything, because with this cold of air, you don't want things sticking to the power lines and risking that power going out. All right, let's fast forward to Monday morning. Breezy winds are still with us through Sunday night, but you can see Monday morning, we see the wind chills in the teens. So the next couple of days, if you got 2 to 6 inches of snowfall today, you are likely still seeing snow on the ground tomorrow, still seeing snow on the ground in some way, shape, or form for Monday morning. So that could mean impacts to school closures or at least some remote learning or delayed openings first thing on Monday morning.
Melissa, if I can ask you a question, obviously we are still bracing for some cold weather that's going to stick around with us. I'm sure people watching may be wondering, are we at least safe, hopefully, from more winter precipitation this coming week?
That's a great question. This week, yes. I'm not going to say we're indefinitely done for the whole winter. There's a little system coming in. I can actually pull up a graphic for you. Do you want to see the graphic?
I got you by surprise on this, so we can show that later.
No, we're actually going to get a little bit warmer. So first I'll show you the temperatures while I tap dance to that graphic I want to show you. Look at this, 35 tomorrow, 47 on Monday, 56 on Tuesday, and then for Wednesday and Thursday, we also see temperatures, closer to average. Now, let me bring in the precipitation layer. This is the European model. And so it's got the snow clearing out. We're dry Monday, dry Tuesday, and then by the end of Tuesday evening, there is moisture coming in. But this particular system, we're warm enough. We're in the 40s, then the 50s, to where it is just rain showers for us. That freezing line as this moisture comes in will be up kind of in the mid-Atlantic, but it's a pretty weak system coming in. So the system we saw last weekend, the system we saw this weekend, these are strengthening, larger, more formidable systems. For us to really get good snowfall, we need the cold air to be here before the moisture. And with this one, we saw good enough moisture to where it turned into snow. So that's coming in middle of the week. Then you can see that clears out and we're dry through the start of the weekend. I mean, look, little blips Friday night, Saturday morning. That's just mountain stuff. But if we look towards Valentine's Day, models hint there's some other type of system we'll be tracking. We don't know what the temperatures will be with that one. If sometime late next week we would be dealing with rain or we'd be dealing with something else. It's too early to know, but that's about 2 weeks out from now. So at least for this week, it's a pretty quiet week. We can thaw out, and Jennifer, hopefully some people can get some time off work.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're going to keep our fingers crossed for that long range, and we will take some rain. Usually I'm not in favor of the rain, but we'll take it if it means we can catch a little bit of a break. Melissa, thank you so much.
I saw some nice kind of higher temperatures there, too, going into, relatively speaking,
we're going to take that. Well, we've been talking about the conditions that we're seeing here and how we're also seeing them along the coast. Along with us, we want to get now to Julie Martin, meteorologist Julie Martin, who is in Virginia Beach. And we spoke with you earlier today. Has that snow hit just yet, Julie?
Has not hit here just yet, but I'll tell you what, it's becoming more windy out here. I have my hood up now, and we are seeing these waves really just come crashing in. Winds gusting in about the mid-30s right now, and it feels like 6 degrees out here along the Virginia Beach shoreline. So this is the Chesapeake Bay, the southern end of it, and you'll notice a pretty good chop to those waves as they make their way on shore. So far, the snow has really been more confined off to especially especially my south in North Carolina, the Outer Banks of North Carolina, getting hit pretty hard with the snow. But this system isn't done. It's still winding up and churning, the pressure intensifying, the storm intensifying, the pressure dropping. And so with that, we are going to see even more gusty winds tonight. We could be gusting around 50 miles per hour here along the coast. So that is tropical storm force winds. This kind of feels more like covering a tropical storm in the winter than it does just your typical winter storm. That's because this is, as Melissa called, a bomb cyclone, a nor'easter. It's all of those things. But the takeaway is it's an intense storm right along the coast of the eastern United States, and that's going to bring with it, unfortunately, some flood issues also. Especially, I think, as we get into tomorrow morning, maybe around high tide, which is around 8:30. That's where we have the biggest threat for any coastal flooding, because we also have a new moon, and so that tide is going to be higher than usual. So multiple warnings and watches up. The extreme cold warning goes into effect tonight into the overnight. Like tomorrow morning here in Virginia Beach, we're feeling like 0. So pretty obvious why people aren't out here on the beach today. That's for sure. We saw one guy and his dog, and that's about it. Everyone else is hunkering down and, trying to stay warm. Zach and Jennifer.
That's a good idea. That's a good plan.
Yeah, not exactly beach weather. Julie Martin in Virginia Beach, braving the elements for us so we can, if nothing else, get a picture of the beach that we maybe don't want to visit today.
No,
Lovely
but it's
beach.
still beautiful.
Lovely beach, but not today, perhaps. Julie, thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll get back to our continuing coverage here, streaming on 11 Alive Plus in just a moment.
Changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Look
Well, welcome back in as we continue to track this winter weather that is here. Angelina Salcido has been tracking it all throughout the weekend. Angelina, where are you right now? What do you see? What do the road conditions look like?
So we just passed Jackson County, you guys, and what we have noticed as we continue to drive and head up north is that it has gotten increasingly windier where we're located right now. And that's actually something that GDOT reported seeing and said that the affected areas would go through a little bit of a tougher time with decreased visibility because of the winds that we would likely see as the sun continues to go down here. So here's a look at the roads. As we've talked about earlier on in the day, you will see that the shoulders tend to not be cleaned off. the slush that has been on the shoulders is now turning into ice, and we've started to see that here. They have reported icy conditions in Gilmer, Murray, in Towns counties. They also report some slick spots in Gwinnett and Forsyth counties. And what they're asking people to do right now is to not assume that roads are clear because of the fact that just because you see a clear road, it could still be slick for them. We just passed a GDOT station, actually, where they were preparing some more trucks to go out, making sure that they put some of that sand and salt mixture that they put together in order for them to treat the roads. So GDOT plow crews are actively plowing right now. They're closely monitoring the roadway temperatures as well and trying to make sure that they treat these roads before the colder air continues to move in. They want people to remember that there's going to be increased slick spots on bridges, overpasses, and shaded roadways as they continue to coordinate. Traffic volumes right now are already down 20% to 30% lower than what we would usually see, which is a good thing because they've asked people to try and stay off of the roads if they can. This will help their crews continue to do some more work. What they're asking people, though, if they do happen to be on the road, if they have to go out, reduce your speeds, increase your following distance if you do see a crew that is out there treating roads, and of course use extreme caution as you continue to drive. All Georgia Express lanes right now are actually currently closed, so they want to make sure that people know that as well. And they do have their hero units operating 24/7 on Metro Atlanta interstates, so that's also an important thing. Another important reminder that they did put out here, guys, though, is about local and county roads. They want people to remember that those are managed by local governments, and the treatment on those roads might vary. So that's why your local governments are likely asking you guys to please stay home if you can, because they're working their way towards getting to more local roads after they continue to treat the main arteries there. And of course, if you have any issues or if you have any questions about what your roads might be looking like wherever you are, they ask people to go to 511georgia.org. That's extremely important. So here, as you can see, this is kind of transitioning from like some slushy ice on the side into some slick spots that you think that they're water, but it's probably going to be ice as our temperatures continue to fall. When it comes towards us seeing the precipitation come down, we're still seeing it. It's not like that thick, fluffy snow that we were seeing in the morning. It kind of looks a little bit more like rain, I would say, but the visibility here where we're located here up north, because the winds are picking up, I would say is a little bit lower than what we were encountering before.
All right, Angelina, thank you so much for that update. It really is interesting to kind of see the different conditions that are just across our viewing area, all the way from Metro Atlanta to parts of North Georgia there. So thank you so much for bringing us that.
And, you know, Angelina pointed out there, too, volumes down on the roads where she is by 20 to 30%. Yeah. That makes a big difference for the road crews, the first responders, really helps them do what they got to do because they've got to stay on the roads. But we don't have to.
Yes,
we don't have to.
We do not. Hey, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with our coverage here streaming on 11 Alive Plus. We are back with our continuing coverage of this winter weather across North Georgia and Metro Atlanta. Thanks so much for being with us. Jennifer Bellamy and Zach Merchant here.
And we have been following this winter storm as it has been headed our way, and of course throughout all of today as the weather is here. We've seen some good news. We've seen people enjoying the weather. We've seen some trouble spots as well out on the roads. And if you are trying to fly today, Jennifer, tricky day to get out of Hartsfield-Jackson.
Yeah, we are tracking the numbers for you. We're going to get those to you in just a moment. But first, we want to get you to meteorologist Melissa Nord standing by. And Melissa, we've been talking about, okay, we've got this snow here, and we've been saying it's going to drift away and diminish. So are we at that point yet?
We're nearly at that point. We're done here in Atlanta, but there's still some areas getting snow. And I'll show you that on radar in just 1 second. I want to tell you big picture, though, what to know moving forward through tonight, through tomorrow morning in the aftermath of this snowfall. Number one, really frigid temperatures are moving in. We're talking about lows in the single digits and the teens, but the wind chills down between 5 degrees and minus 10 first thing on Sunday morning. And that means that, anything that Angelina was talking about that looks wet outside, you need to assume it is icy and frozen, because that's what the roads will look like tomorrow morning if you got snowfall today. If you just had like a dusting and the snow was blowing around on the pavement, those winds have probably dried that out. But if you see patches that look wet on the roadways and you're east of Atlanta, you're in northeast Georgia or out in Gwinnett County along the I-85 corridor, or even down in Henry County where we're still tracking snow right now, I want you to assume that those are icy, slick patches on the roadways. That will be the case for a lot of spots for tomorrow morning. But that's a case-by-case basis. If you didn't get snowfall today, or you barely got any snow, your roads are going to be fine because we didn't have it sticking and adhering to the roadways. Also, watch your pipes. We've been below freezing all day today. We're going to go past the 24-hour mark. Many of us are going to go past the 48-hour mark. And when we go past 48 hours, we start to see pipe issues increasing. So just take a little peek at those pipes tonight before you go to bed. If they are looking like they're freezing up, in like a side attic or something, take a blow dryer, take a space heater, defrost them a bit so they can make it through the night before we go into a really cold morning tomorrow. So watch your pipes. We'll be watching those through the night tonight, tomorrow, and even into first thing on Monday morning. On radar, you can see we've still got this one area between I-20 and I-75 in central Georgia with still some snow coming down. Now, this is not as heavy as the snow we were tracking first thing earlier today, but we still have some light snow falling. It's just about done in McDonough and Locust Grove, but still falling in Monticello and Jasper County and also Jackson in Butts County. A few flurries remain in Covington, but the accumulations are just about winding down from that. Now, I want to show you where the storm is right now. That's moving up the East Coast. We heard from Julie Martin. She was in Virginia Beach, so she was like down in here. The snow hadn't quite moved in yet, but all that moisture with this bomb cyclone, we've got the low right off the coast. It's spinning off the coast, and it's sending the moisture in that direction. And then we're pivoting on the backside, the moisture coming around this way. So we've got dry, cold air moving in behind this, and that's going to keep us dry with no additional accumulations likely after about sunset tonight. So you can see on forecast track the last of that snow clearing out of here by 6, 7 o'clock tonight. There could be a couple flurries, but those are not going to really stick and accumulate. Then we'll see the skies beginning to clear as we head through the overnight, and that really bitter Arctic chill will settle in. So much colder air moving in tomorrow morning. We were talking about road temperatures with Angelina, how she was looking for icy spots. We have these special road sensors that give us the pavement temperatures, the pavement temperatures below the surface, so subsurface temperatures, and they also give us the air temperatures. These were installed after 2014. You know what happened in 2014. Everybody remembers what happened in 2014. But this is a wonderful tool for us. So we have to go and we have to check all them and put the new numbers in our graphic system. It's a little bit laborious, but I got them for you. So I just want to show you where we didn't see much accumulations. Temperatures are still in the 30s. Where we did get more accumulations and the clouds have been thicker today, these pavement surfaces are at or below freezing. So, in fact, I-20 out in Greene County and Oconee River, or the Lake Oconee, okay, that's 29. About 20 minutes ago, they had icy surfaces and snow-covered surfaces. Then a crew came through and plowed it, so that road sensor says now it's wet, so they retreated it. But this is the thing that we have to watch is these are road sensors on main interstates and Georgia highways. You're not going to have road sensors on your neighborhood roads and the side roads that you got to take to get to church tomorrow morning or to the grocery store. But assume that those road temperatures are equally or even a couple degrees colder than what these numbers are. So what this tells us is the road temperatures are at or below freezing. So any snow or snow that's melted because cars have been driving on it, that's going to refreeze as the cold settles in and we lose daylight about another hour and a half from now. And things will be really icy by tomorrow morning. The actual temperature is cold as well. 15 in Blairsville, 24 in Atlanta. Brutal wind gusts, still gusting 35 to 45 miles an hour in the city. So wind chills right now, single digits here across North Georgia. Some of these drop to the negatives tomorrow morning. We'll talk about the thaw that may come as we head into the start of the week. That's coming up.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. Let's talk about the skies because we are talking about the airport. A lot of people may have some business travel, maybe something for fun, and they're anxious to get out to Hartsfield Jackson and get off to their destination. Maybe they have a loved one coming in. So let's talk about some of these numbers. These are from FlightAware. Right now, delays are at 278.
And the cancellation number is even larger. That's about 617 flights canceled, according to FlightAware. That's an online service that aggregates flight cancellation delay statistics across the country. You're looking at a live picture right now of the airport, Hartsfield Jackson. You got to remember, too, if you think, okay, I've got a flight out of Atlanta, what's the weather in Atlanta?
Yeah.
That's really only half of the question.
Yes,
it is also,
exactly.
What is the weather where I'm going?
Yeah.
And perhaps even what's the weather like where the crew is coming in from? Because
Exactly.
a lot of these crews, they're not always based in the city where you are flying out or into.
That's right. And we've been talking about how other places are seeing winter weather conditions. We just heard from meteorologist Julie Martin in Virginia Beach and all up and down this coast. So a lot of folks are experiencing different things, so that all plays a factor into your travel. So best advice is just to check with your airline. I know someone who's traveling, they're still waiting to see, but they did get a notice a day or so ago saying, hey, weather may impact your travels.
Are they at the airport?
No.
Okay, so
Thank
that's what you want to
goodness.
do, right? You check before you go. The last
Yes.
thing you want to do is show up and then go,
And then be
ooh,
stuck
yikes.
or have
And
to
I've done
find
that.
your way back.
On that note, let's take a quick break, check our phones, check our flights if you have them coming up, and we will be right back after this.
Welcome back. Our winter weather coverage continues as we head back once again to Athens, to Clarke Central High School, where our Gilad Malamed has shifted locations. Gilad, what are you seeing there at the high school?
We're seeing some more sledders, and like many of the people around here hunting for good hills, we were also on the hunt, and we came across here, Clarke Central High School, pretty good steepness grade there. And then, of course, you have the whole field here as your landing area. Looks like a couple of the people on top of this hill do have sleds. We've also seen some snowball fights, some dogs getting in on the action. It's a light flurry now, though, so it looks like whatever they're sledding on now, there might not end up being much more snow than that. As for the roads right on the other side of the fence, it's actually amazing because there's pretty much nothing on the roads at all, despite there being enough snow on the grass for people to sled in. And that's kind of what we've been noticing all across Athens, is that the roads are really clear, but then look, you come into the grass, boom, there is some snow. I don't have a tape measure with me there, but you could see it does leave a footprint. It leaves an indent, so it is accumulating up on the grass. We were over by the dorms a couple of blocks from here. We saw a lot of people out there sledding as well. Sleds, though, really just a synonym for TV boxes, Sterilite boxes, and laundry crates to a lot of the students on campus because, of course, they're not really used to sledding, and sleds have been hard to come by here today, I'm told.
Laundry baskets.
They'll work.
Interesting.
Yes, laundry baskets. It worked a little bit, the laundry basket.
Not so much, but it gives you like something to hold on to, I guess, maybe a little bit more. Hey, Gilad, you were talking about the snow sticking on the ground, but maybe not as much on the pavement. Our resident expert, Melissa Nord, joining us. So let's talk about that a little bit.
I'm just trying to gather, because I also drove in. I think it's because it's such a fine powdery snow, it's blown off the roads, and then it catches the grass or it catches the curb, and that's where it sticks.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Gilad, have you had an opportunity to kind of touch the snow and see what kind it is out there?
Yeah, so it's interesting, the wind. I mean, this grass over here, a lot of snow has been blowing up from it, and it's really, I mean, it's so soft. I like to consider myself a bit of a snowball expert. I grew up in New York, went to Syracuse University, one of the snowiest cities in the country, so I promise you I know how to make a snowball, but I can't get anything out of this. It's just really soft. It blows in the wind as well, so it's also depending on what part of the grass you're on. The piles may be higher than others because we've noticed it blowing around a lot.
Gilad, have you had a chance to talk with the Athens-Clarke County government, the emergency management folks? I know when I was there last week, we were in pretty close touch as they were monitoring some potential spots, and they ended up being not too tough, the conditions there last weekend. But I wonder if you've been in touch with them today and if there are any spots that they're keeping a close eye on.
Yeah, it seems as of now that they haven't been reporting any issues. I periodically have been checking, of course, their social media pages as well, because a lot of agencies are so good at posting updates there. Nothing so far on the police department's page regarding any accidents or issues like that. But of course, that's something we're continuously doing, is trying to learn more from their end about what they're seeing.
All right, Gilad Malamed in Athens for us over at Clarke Central High School, where the students are enjoying, but students of a different age, but the fun doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Hey, Gilad, thanks so much. We'll check back in with you shortly. But Melissa, it does sound like that's exactly what you were saying. The snow's so light there that it's maybe not catching as
and
much.
that's the saving grace, I think, for a lot of main roadways, is that they may not have to go through as much. But where we saw those snow bands where there were 3 to 6 inch snow accumulations, I mean, things were a lot different in other parts of East Georgia that we were watching. So we'll see how it develops the night ahead.
And it really is a story of like county by county, municipality by municipality.
Like 5 miles by 5 miles sometimes.
Yeah.
It was just such a unique system where we had such a sharp cutoff of who saw snow and who saw hardly anything.
Yeah, especially for a large county like Gwinnett. We are seeing so much in certain places like Suwanee and Lawrenceville. And technically I'm in Gwinnett and Doraville and
Norcross, hardly anything.
Exactly. At least nothing sticking. You know, you kind of see it out in the air, but nothing that was accumulating anywhere.
Right.
So
we'll see what that means for Monday. There's probably some kids like, I don't have any snow on the ground. What do you mean I have no school on Monday? And we'll see.
Or maybe some parents.
More the parents than the kids.
I suspect, if you talk about the kids, I suspect there's some envy when they see those pictures from Athens-Clarke County. That is good kid weather.
Oh, yeah.
Sledding, snowballs, maybe not snowballs.
And good big kid weather, too. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back. Metro Atlanta and North Georgia, not the only places where we are seeing the winter weather. We want to head out now to Charlotte, North Carolina. We have meteorologist Reynolds Wolf from the Weather Channel with us today. And, they got hit with some conditions last week, too. Here we are again. We see that snow whipping right past you there.
Yeah, I know. It's been ridiculous because we showed up here on the scene, I'd say about 36 hours ago, dry as could be. But, you were talking about that system from last week. There was still some telltale ice that you could see on sidewalks over here and there. But I got to tell you, Jen and Zachary, from midnight to about right now, it has been on like Donkey Kong. It has been cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in terms of the snow. And this is the kind of thing that they love to have in parts of central Colorado where they've had a snow deficit. It has been on. This has been really some of the heaviest snowfall they've had going back to 2004 on February 26. So this is some serious stuff. Hold on one second. Can you believe it? Bear with me. A plow. Behold, city of Charlotte. When it comes to managing the roadways, the North Carolina Department of Transportation's had some 1,200 vehicles that have been out and about all the way from the Piedmont clear down to the waters of the Atlantic, and they've been very busy. It's a big job. They've got over 80,000 square miles of roadways to treat, and they've been doing that. Problem is, when you get this kind of snow, sometimes you're going to have a little bit of a battle with what we do and what nature does, and this is basically nature winning. Hold on for a second. Ben Trailer's the man behind the camera. Don't go anywhere. Let me show you something. The consistency of the snow, here we go. We're back. Check this out. It's that powder stuff. It's not like the heavy stuff great for snowballs. It is the type of stuff you'd love to ski in, or possibly use snow blowers and stuff, which we have moving up behind the camera. But yeah, we're expecting the snow to taper off as it gets to the midnight hours. Total could be around 7 to 8, maybe as much as 9 here in the city. But then as you get into Monday and Tuesday, would you have a gradual warm up? Although Monday morning is going to be terrible. Hard freeze. I don't think kids are going to be going back to school. And then when you get into Tuesday, temperatures warming up above the freezing point, and a lot of this will be a thing of memory. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Reynolds, thank you. We appreciate it. I'd love to chat with you a little bit more, but I know you got all that extra sound, all that extra road work going on around you, so we'll let you go. But thank you. Thank you so much for that perspective there. I mean, it really just illustrates what we've been talking about, how we're not the only ones here. And it looks like they're seeing even more.
That's Charlotte, North Carolina, too. Like, let's just underscore this. A lot of folks watching us are here in Metro Atlanta, but we're on 11 Alive Plus. There are people watching from all over. When you think of the South, when you think of Georgia, when you think of the Carolinas, that is not the picture in your mind. And yet here we all are.
Not at all. And then we saw the plow go by, and it almost looked like it didn't even do too much. Fortunately, Riddles beat me to the punch because I was going to ask how much snowfall we'd seen there, at least so far. And he said about 7 inches or more in places. And that plow seems like it's really got its work cut out for it because that didn't even seem to get all the way.
And you hope that snowblower that was going by behind him, behind the camera, was doing a little more work. And you wonder, too, today's obviously Saturday, tomorrow's a weekend day, it's Sunday, but we're having questions here about what's going to happen with some folks at school and work on Monday. You look at those conditions in Charlotte, you definitely have those questions. Yeah. Are you showing up for school and work on Monday or not?
Folks will be sitting at home, so hopefully they prepared, kind of like the way we did last week.
Very much so.
To be indoors for quite some time. We're going to take another break, and our coverage will continue streaming here on 11 Alive Plus.
Welcome back into 11 Alive Plus. Welcome back in. We are continuing to track this snow, this cold, chilly weather that has made its way into metro Atlanta and all across North Georgia. We're going to turn now to meteorologist Melissa Nord. Melissa, where are we now? I suspect it is still cold. I'm looking at those pictures. I think that's an obvious yes.
5 minutes later.
Yeah. But how are we doing across the region, and what's coming next for us?
You know what? The snow's winding down. That is the good news, but the cold's not going anywhere. We did get some great photos, and I just want to show you a couple of these. These are photos from different parts of North Georgia. This one from White County. Sandra sent these photos in, and you got to see there's an actual snowsuit. If you have an actual snowsuit, yeah, you can go play out in this snow for a bit. We got a snow angel sledding down the hill, not with a laundry basket, but with an actual sled. So a little more sophisticated than UGA students. Sorry, Jennifer. Decula, Sandy Packard snowed about 4.75 inches of snow there. And we still see some flurries coming down from our live camera in Blue Ridge up in Fannin County. So the accumulating snowfall is winding down, but we're not done altogether with the chance of flurries, especially upslope snow showers and flurries across the higher elevations. And this is evidence of that. The snow's still coming down. It's gusty outside. You know, a lot of the blacktop you can see, but clearly, I mean, we've got some issues as we head through the overnight as that colder air settles in. Anything that's left looking wet right now is going to turn icy and incredibly slick by first thing tomorrow morning. Another live camera from Athens, and I mean, they've scraped that pavement pretty good, but wet things, if there's no salt on them, are going to turn icy by tomorrow morning. You saw that live shot from Reynolds Wolf in Charlotte. That is Pulling off to the northeast, we've seen one little tiny still area of consistent snow coming down south and east of Atlanta, and that is going to be quickly fading away as well. So we're still seeing in Newton County a few of those lighter snow showers, and then we're still tracking some light snow across southern Jasper County and eastern Butts County as well. But the accumulating snow winds down. Flurries remain this evening and really cold air settles in. And you can see forecast track here taking the last of that snow out of here. And as we see the snow clearing out, the skies will begin to clear and the cold just really settles in for the overnight. Sunday is going to be a brutally cold start to the day. Temperatures will be dropping down about 10 degrees colder than where we are now, with wind chills perhaps about 20 degrees colder than where we are now in a few spots. It's going to be pretty cold out there. So current temperature 14 in Blairsville, 22 Marietta, 24 in Atlanta. Wind gusts, I've been showing you these all day. Oh my gosh, we had another gust of 63 at the airport. That's high. That is a really high wind gust. 63. I'm going to see if I can verify that after this hit. 63 mile per hour wind gust at Hartsfield Jackson International Airport. 43 mile per hour gust in Peachtree City and 31 in Covington. So that's now twice today. We've seen the wind gusts this afternoon above 60 miles an hour when we get these new reports in by the top of each hour. Current wind chill in the single digits across the board here, and the pavement temperatures are also going to be getting lower as the sun sets. So at the moment we have pavement temperatures. That means the road surface in the upper 20s and low 30s on the northeast side of the metro and the eastern side of the metro. And then up here across the North Georgia mountains, the pavement temperatures are right around 20 degrees. So anything tonight that looks wet is icy. Now, winds, they're still brutal out there. We're going to keep those really strong wind gusts going even past sunset. We'll see them coming down a couple notches by first thing tomorrow morning, but it's enough to really cut through those layers and create a dangerous wind chill out there. Watch for refreezing on the roadways with how strong the winds are. Very low chance that we could see some additional power outages. High chance of those closures and delays to the east because of the refreezing on the roadways tonight. Here's the extreme cold warning. All of North Georgia. We don't see these very often. We have to have high confidence that that wind chill can drop below 0 degrees here in Atlanta for them to issue an extreme cold warning here in town. Tomorrow morning, we're going to see those feels like temperatures in that territory. 5 degrees in Blairsville for the low, 16 in Atlanta. Wind chills 0 to minus 10 on the north side, and then 0 to 5 degrees south of I-20. So a really cold start on Sunday morning. Let me walk you through Sunday. Bitterly cold start, sunshine's returning. Areas that are in sun will have good melting tomorrow. It's not that warm, but we climb just above freezing, and if we have pure sunshine, that helps. But areas in the shade are once again going to still be dealing with snow, slick, icy conditions as we head into Monday morning to go back to school. So tomorrow afternoon's high. Areas near and south of Atlanta briefly climb above freezing for a couple of hours, but North Georgia mountains, you are in that deep freeze as we head through the day on Sunday and through Monday morning. So a little bit of a freeze coming up. We'll talk more about that in the next hour. There's more coverage coming up on 11 Live Plus right after this.
Welcome back into our continuous coverage of this winter storm and the snow that is impacting our region. We want to take you right now to Angelina Salcido, who is seeing some troubling signs on the roads right now. Angelina.
Yeah, guys, and this is basically from earlier today when the snow was really coming down. We're about to drive past it right now. You can see that these cars actually spun out. So where we're located right now is actually in Banks County in Commerce off of State Road 15. And this is a perfect illustration to show you guys what these roads actually look like when they have not been cleared off. We have GDOT talking about the fact that, you know, the main highways that they're going to need to get across the state, those obviously are going to be treated. But in your local counties, that's up to the county to make sure that they treat those roads and that they clear off any of this slush that may build up throughout the day because of the snow that we got a little bit earlier today. And here in Banks County, it's continuing to fall as the temperatures fall as well. So these roads we have noticed were likely treated, obviously, for the past 2 days now with the brining. But because of how cold it has been and because of how cold the road temperatures are here, you can see what it looks like. You can see the tire marks from people as well. We see some people that are driving here in Commerce a little bit quick and they're driving quick on these slick spots as well, and all of this is going to freeze, and that's the concern in counties like this where the local roads haven't been cleared off, because obviously this is going to freeze into ice later on tonight. This Commerce is actually located about 22 to 20 miles away from Athens, just to give you guys some perspective there. But yes, we did see a few cars besides those that we just show you guys spin out. That can definitely show you what these road impacts have been like, especially because of all the snow that they got earlier today.
Example of why we continue to hear this message of stay off the roads if you don't have to be out there. Angelina Salcido, thank you very much, and stay safe yourself.
Yeah, and that certainly kind of brings to mind what we saw earlier today on 985. I mean, it's just more of a reminder, not only for your own safety and the safety of others, but also to allow those first responders to be able to do the jobs that they really need to do. That's critical.
Let's turn now to Natalie Dale with the Georgia Department of Transportation, who I think is with us right now. Natalie, can you hear us okay?
I can.
It has been a busy weekend and a busy couple weeks, yeah, for you and everyone at GDOT. Let's start with this. We just heard from Angelina Salcido seeing a couple trouble spots out near Commerce. How are road conditions generally across our part of the state?
Well, generally, road conditions depend on where you are. So as we expected, anything on that west side of the metro did not get the impacts. We had a band set up on that northeastern section down into the east, and now it's even dropping some snowflakes in St. Simon's Island area. So we have this band that continued to bring snowy precipitation throughout the day, and inclement weather brings inclement conditions to the roadways. Brine and plowing does not absolve us of that. So let's settle that. You know, when we brine, that is so that we can then follow up with those plows to clear the weather off the road. But if you are out on the road during the middle of that snow band coming through the area, and we've still got it coming down, you're still going to have inclement weather conditions, which is why we continue to encourage people in these areas that were hardest hit. You've seen the inch counts go up and up. We really do need you to stay off the roads, because this is the time after the precipitation has stopped that we get the most work done being able to plow those lanes, because we're not dealing with Mother Nature bringing more snow into lanes we've already plowed. So this is when we get the most of the work done. So again, stay off the road.
Yeah, that is the strong message that we are hearing across the board. And hopefully, we know that some people are listening, but maybe this continues to drive it home, especially as we approach that period tonight with those lower temperatures and the potential for refreezing out there, Natalie.
Absolutely. And we will continue to see that refreeze because of the temperatures. So just stay weather aware. Call 511. We really are encouraging people in these areas to not be on the road. But if you're, say, on the west side of Metro and you just need some information, call 511, get it. But we are by no means out of the woods on the eastern part of the state, central, east central, and south central. We still have precipitation coming down. We still have snow we're dealing with. So we're still very hard at work.
Natalie, can you describe what efforts are taken by GDOT in the lead up to these kinds of storms? I think you're in the operations center there. It is a pretty full scale effort even before the first snowflake starts to fall.
Right. So we began planning because every winter storm is different. So every winter storm deserves its own sort of game plan, if you will. So when we put Winter Storm Fern to bed last week, we immediately got to work on planning for this storm system. It brought something very different than what we saw earlier this week, late last week, which was a huge footprint and a lot of snow that we are still plowing, and a lot of lane miles, upwards of 20,000 lane miles that we brined, that we're treating, but we stay nimble within the system. So as the system showed us that it was going to bring just continual bands to east, southeast, and that central area, we are redeploying crews that maybe didn't see as much on the western part of the state over to those harder hit areas to help supplement our crews, give them a hand, get more equipment into those areas so we can get more lanes plowed. But again, we're looking for just essential travel on those lanes that we're getting passable for emergency responders and for those who have to be out on the roadways.
How big of a difference, Natalie, does it make for those first responders if people, and it seems like they generally have, if they follow that advice to stay off the roads if they don't have to be out there?
Well, think about it this way. If you take to the road, if you have to be out, if you get out and you hit that inclement road condition and you end up off the road in a ditch, you're asking someone's father or mother or sister or brother who's a first responder to put themselves in danger to come save you, when really we've asked you to stay off the road. So just think about it that way. Do you want, would you want your relative to be put in that position to help someone else? They're going to, because that's their job, but let's not put them in that position. Let's not put our plow crews in a position to where they're maneuvering around unnecessary traffic. It takes all of us to get through one of these storm systems. Teamwork makes the dream work. So we need everyone to stay off the road so our crews can keep working. First responders can have safe travel on the roads. So we'll get through this one just like we did last week, and we'll learn lessons from it.
Yeah, and Natalie, we are so grateful to you and all of the GDOT crew, all the men and women who are out there ripping and running up the roads to treat them and clear them and everything else before, after, and during. So we are grateful to all of the hard work from all of those GDOT workers. Thank you so much for your time. We know you're very busy, got a lot going on. So thank you so much for bringing this information to our viewers here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Let's turn now to this. This is breaking news. We're seeing a message from Murray County Search and Rescue saying, please stay off Grassy Mountain. They say they have crews now rescuing 13 people who have slid off the mountain and they are running out of gas. We all know, and this is the message from Murray County here, they say, we all know it is beautiful and everybody wants to see and play in the weather, but as of now, it is not the place to be with ice and the wind. This can cause accidents, put everyone in danger, including fire and rescue who are trying to get to you, as you just heard Natalie Dale echoing that message.
That's a frightening situation.
Yeah, 13 people obviously hoping for the best there and hoping that the Murray County first responders are able to get to them as quickly as they can and also be safe while they do that as well.
Yeah, and it mentioned also them running out of gas. That's another thing that we talk a lot. If you do have to be out there for some reason, making sure that you've got a full tank just in case something happens. So we are certainly thinking of those folks and those first responders, and hopefully they are able to get to these people safely and as quickly and safely as possible.
And we, of course, are going to keep a close eye on this situation out of Murray County. While we do, let's turn now to Danielle Moss with a look at where the weather situation stands at this moment.
That's right. We're watching it very closely. The last few rain bands are still sticking around right now. Here's a look at our current satellite and radar. We have a few more snow showers that are still moving throughout the area. Let's put a pause to it. What are we looking at right now? Most of that snowfall is moving through East Georgia, really south of I-20 and that I-20 corridor, headed down towards Augusta as well. As we take a closer look into our viewing area and across East Georgia, where we really saw heavy snow showers setting up earlier this evening, things are starting to get a little bit of a break. There's one big peak right there along the state line. That's into Elberton and into Enterprise, Georgia as well. And then as we take a closer look into what's happening in East Georgia as well, this is really southeast going towards Augusta. You can see in Rennes there, Thompson, and even going towards Waynesboro. We have some really heavy pockets of snow just really setting up. Here in Metro Atlanta, we are almost completely done. There's a few spots of light flurries that are still holding on across the two 285 perimeter. And even as we take a look into Blue Ridge, those snow flurries are not as large this evening, which is great news. A wonderful, beautiful shot there in Dahlonega. Looks like a beautiful winter wonderland. And even as we take a look into Athens, that snow still falling, but it's definitely not as heavy as what it once was. Now, as we take a look into our winter alerts, this is absolutely kind of interesting. It's not as many alerts for that winter storm warning as like what we saw last week, but we are still sitting in the same spot. In fact, through 1 a.m. Sunday, we are under that winter storm warning for here in Metro Atlanta. And that's because we're going to continue to track the winter weather impacts. Our temperatures are below that freezing mark right now. So anything that continues to fall, if we're not seeing it move around on the roadways, unfortunately, it is going to stick. And that is what is going to continue to make the roads a mess in some places, especially in that East Georgia corridor. As you take a look at our forecast track, what are we timing out? What are we looking forward to throughout the next few hours? By 6 p.m., most of the snow is going to be completely done here in Metro Atlanta, but off into East Georgia, we could be seeing some very light snow showers kind of sticking around. We call them snow bands. And then after we get into that 8 and 9 o'clock hour, we will be completely done. Most of that snowfall will be into the Carolinas by that point and really out of our area. It will be tomorrow morning before we start to see some clearing as far as the cloud cover is concerned. Now, let's take a look at our road temperatures. It's cold out there. In fact, we are definitely seeing those temperatures dip below that freezing mark here in Metro Atlanta along Georgia 400. We have heard of multiple accidents. It's definitely slick out there. You need to make sure that you are allowing extra time, especially if you have to go anywhere tomorrow morning, because even if the roads are clear, you could be rolling upon some black ice spots. So make sure that you are taking it easy along those bridges and overpasses. Here's a look at our current temperatures. 24 degrees here in Metro Atlanta, 17 in Cincinnati, and 19 degrees in Nashville. And in fact, it's actually warmer in Denver, Colorado than it is right now. You can see exactly where that Arctic blast and that Arctic trough just kind of sets up. Even in Austin, Texas, it's 43 degrees. This circular motion that you're looking at right here, that is the culprit for all of this winter weather that we are currently getting. And our temperatures are reflecting it all as well. 24 degrees currently here in Metro Atlanta, 14 in Blairsville, around 23 degrees in Eatonton. But what does it feel like outside? This is the big story, right? We can talk about 23 degrees all day long, but if it feels much colder than that, that is a shock to the system. So it feels like 6 degrees here in Metro Atlanta, feeling like 1 degree up in Blairsville and 13 degrees down in Thomaston. We're not the only ones that are experiencing this cold weather. This extreme cold warning is in effect, and they don't issue these very often. And you can see that we are definitely going to be anticipating. You can already feel that cold weather really setting up, and it's going to be staying around for a while. In fact, it'll be until Sunday afternoon before we start to see those temperatures really starting to regulate just a little bit. And over the last 20 hours, you can see that big dip, 42 degrees at 9 p.m. yesterday. And right now we're sitting into the mid-20s. So it has definitely been very, very cold. And over the next 12 hours, Zach and Jennifer, we're talking about cold weather continuing. And you can see overnight tonight, it could feel like 5 degrees. That's here in Metro Atlanta. That's not what we're talking about in North Georgia, which, you know, you're thinking 5 degrees, that's definitely got to be in the mountains. But no, we're talking about that here in the city.
Some chilly temperatures there. I'm shivering looking at this as we get ready for the next 12 hours. Danielle, thank you.
Well, we are going to take a quick break, and we're going to continue our coverage in just a moment. Streaming here on 11 Alive Plus, we'll leave you with this image from Blue Ridge, the snow on the ground.
Looks chilly up there, too.
Yeah, looks like some flurries still floating around in the skies, too. We'll be right back.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of this winter weather. It's cold, it is snowy, and that is a picture you don't always see on the ground here in Metro Atlanta, but today we're seeing it.
Right, and not 2 weekends in a row. Now, last weekend we were talking about ice, and now we're talking about snow, but
We're getting seasoned. We're getting ready for it. And you know what? I bet there's some folks, myself included, who last weekend went out and said, I got to buy snow scrapers or rock salt and stuff like that. And it came in handy last weekend. Going to come in handy this weekend, too.
Well, that's the hope. Well, we want to get you back to Athens, where our Gilad Malamed is at Clarke Central High School, where a lot of people are just trying to enjoy the day. You know, it's Saturday. Maybe some of the kids wish it were during the week, but it's still an opportunity to get out there and have some fun, Gilad.
And they're definitely taking advantage of this opportunity, Jennifer. This is the hill over at Clarke Central High School. It's pretty steep, you know, compared to what we've been seeing. We've been driving around a bit, trying to find places where people are sledding. Looks like most of the people out here right now actually do have sleds, which is not what we saw earlier on campus by the dorms. It was a lot more cardboard boxes, TV boxes, stuff like that. The roads, though, if you see, you know, the field is completely coated in snow. The roads, though, do look very clear, which is great. And then also here on the sidewalk, it's mostly clear, but the snow is so light, at least what I've been feeling. It feels very light that it's been kind of whipping around in the air. So you could see further up the sidewalk how that half is pretty much completely dusted in snow. And then where I'm standing, it's clear. And I've noticed that it's because the wind off one of the buildings there and trees seems to only be blowing onto that part of the sidewalk. Of course, though, even though the roads next to me do look fairly clear, officials do still want people to stay home, stay off the roads, because things can, you know, really vary block by block, depending on where you are in the county or in a town. So definitely, if you can walk to a hill like this one with a sled, much safer than being out here driving, guys.
And that is a fun way to spend the snow day. Gilad, the big question, if you are a student or if you are a parent of students, is what is going to happen on Monday? You've got, of course, Clarke County School District for the K through 12 kids, and then you've got the University of Georgia right there in Athens, too. Have you gotten any indication of how and when those educational systems are going to make a decision on classes Monday?
So just moments ago, actually, when I was in the car, I was on the Clarke County Schools Facebook page. They've not said anything yet about cancellations for Monday, so no word yet from them, at least what they've been posting on their social media. The university has put out that tomorrow afternoon is when they expect to make a decision about Monday. Of course, no surprise, the students I've been speaking to today hope that classes get canceled Monday. What they really hoped was that this wasn't a Saturday and that it was a Wednesday, so they could have had classes most likely canceled, but they're going to have to wait another 24 hours or so before they get any word about Monday classes.
Well, as we said before, maybe this will just allow a longer time for the hope to live on. So we'll see. We'll see where the cards lay for those students and the ones with Clarke County and across North Georgia as well, because differing conditions depending on where you go. We were talking to Gilad, thank you so much. We were talking about Gwinnett County and how the conditions vary so much from one end to the other. So a lot of folks will be watching to see what happens. I do want to note here, growing up in Georgia, I mean, it was what it was, but then I had some family visiting, like, it's so hilly and everything, and I never noticed, but on a day like today, it certainly comes in handy.
And perhaps because we don't get a ton of opportunities to explore where the good sledding hills are and where they aren't.
We do not, but now we know where two are on the University of Georgia campus.
And they've gotten a lot of use today. I don't know, are we allowed to root for a snow day? I'm not going to go that far, but I have some great memories as a kid of having snow days, and you don't get as many of them here in Georgia as you do kind of further up north.
We're kind of going off here, but you know, you didn't get them a lot down here, but when you did have them, you had to wake up early and watch the crawl at the bottom of the news.
Old school.
You know, exactly. You didn't have Facebook and social media and mass texts and alerts and things. You had to wake up early.
You had to earn it. You know, you were in fourth grade and you were glued to the bottom of the Today Show watching.
And we didn't have at-home learning.
It was just an old school snow day. A lot of sledding, a lot of snowballs,
a lot of memories,
a lot of snow forts. We'll leave it there. Leave it there. Let us turn now to an overview of this winter weather. And we're looking at a live view of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Pretty clear skies there, not any snow falling at this point over the airport, Jennifer.
Yeah, not that we can tell. And, you know, we've been talking about whether or not people are going to be able to make it to and from their destinations. A massive winter storm slamming us here all up and down the southeast coast. More than 2,300 flights have been canceled as of this afternoon. That's according to FlightAware.
And that heavy snow and the fierce winds that we've seen all across the region and up and down the eastern coast, it comes as millions of Americans are dealing with brutally cold temperatures, and they're still digging out. You got to remember from last week's historic winter storm. Jen Sullivan has details on this latest round of winter weather.
What are we doing? North Carolina being slammed with a monster winter storm.
This one's going to be a big one. I think this is one that we haven't seen since the 1980s.
Greenville's mayor says the eastern part of the state could see up to 14 inches of snow. This system already causing treacherous conditions on the roads. This train colliding with the semi in Gastonia, about 20 miles west of Charlotte. Fortunately, no one was hurt.
I hope everybody stays safe.
More than 27 million people across the Southeast, Mid-Atlantic, and Appalachians are under winter storm warnings. And at least 4 states have declared a state of emergency.
This is crazy.
As this storm strengthens into what's known as a bomb cyclone, it's expected to move north and unleash hurricane-force wind gusts, heavy snow, and dangerous coastal flooding.
The Outer Banks gusting up to 70 miles an hour, so we could see whiteout conditions here.
This comes as much of the country is facing brutally cold temperatures. Check out deserted Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, courtesy of EarthCam. It's so cold there, the city canceled its annual polar plunge event. Even Orlando could see temperatures below freezing. With temps that low, officials at SeaWorld say some of the rides can't operate because the wheels aren't built for this kind of cold.
It actually gets a little tighter when it's cold. It has more friction and slows the vehicle down.
All of this coming as millions are still recovering from last weekend's catastrophic and deadly winter storm. In New York, I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
A lot of those conditions across the northeast and southeast part of our country. And these are the conditions right now live from our 11 Alive weather impact tracker heading down the road in Banks County. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this latest round of winter weather across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia.
It has been a cold, chilly, snowy day, and it's almost like deja vu. It feels like we had this conversation last week. We're back here again. Danielle Moss was here for the last storm. She is here now. Danielle, where do things stand?
Well, Zach, I have good news. It looks like next weekend we should not be having this conversation. So hopefully it stands true. But I'm thinking next weekend we will not be in the same place at the same time, which is great news for us. Here's a look at our current satellite and radar. We do have a few more showers, snow showers, that are continuing to move forward. Most of the snow, though, is still holding strong to East Georgia. And just a heads up, the National Weather Service just put in our chat that if you are west of Metro Atlanta, you might be getting in on the action in the next hour or so with some light snow flurries. So not all completely done just yet. We can still see some heavy snow moving through East Georgia right along that I-20 corridor. That's where we're seeing the heaviest of the snow, and even into East Georgia, which is north of that I-20 corridor and south of I-85. That is where we're seeing one last snow band still hanging around, trying to just continue to have some snow falling from the sky. Here's a closer look at the heaviest of the snow, though. This is really the main portion of this system that's going to continue to push down to the east. And as we take a closer look here into Metro Atlanta, we are finally starting to see those skies dry right on out. Here is a look into Blue Ridge. Sometimes you have to continue to look at these cameras to get some ground truth, which means that sometimes the radar doesn't actually pick up on some of these flurries. So even though we're not seeing flurries on our radar, you can still see some of them flying in Blue Ridge. You can also see that the roads are continuing to deteriorate just a little bit. People have been walking back and forth to this restaurant here that's on the corner in downtown, but it is definitely not a great driving scene for us. And not just there in Blue Ridge, but really from North Georgia all the way down to at least Gwinnett. Here's looking to Dahlonega at the University of North Georgia. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Not many people really on the roadways there. And then in Athens, we are seeing some cars moving throughout the streets there, but it was not as bad as what we're looking at in Dahlonega. This winter storm warning is in effect until we get into the 1 a.m. overnight hours for your Sunday. And that's because we are anticipating this snowfall to really have a big impact on our roadways in the next few hours. So if you have to go out, remember to just take it easy, take it slow, do not rush anywhere. And if you can, stay home. That is the most important thing. Over the next few hours, we can see some of these snow bands still kind of hanging on. Really at 6:30 in the next hour or so, we'll start to see things kind of really coming to a halt. And then by 8 and 9 o'clock, none of us have to worry about snow at all. We will be completely dried out. Our road temperatures, though, they are suffering not only because it's so cold outside, there is a wind chill as well. So it feels much colder than it is. That is definitely going to make those bridges and underpasses freeze over much quickly because that air gets underneath them and it freezes the top of it. So remember to take it easy because you could be running into some black ice. Temperatures are very cold, not just here in Metro Atlanta where it's 24 degrees, but really all along the East Coast and even going back towards the Mid-South. You can see St. Louis is sitting at 19 degrees. And then when we talk about what it feels like outside, that is a whole different story. So even though our temperatures are into the 20s, it feels much colder than that. It feels like the single digits. And that's why there is that extreme cold warning in place as well, because it just feels very cold. And it's going to get worse as we head into the overnight hours. So make sure you are prepared for that. If you have to go out as well, bundle up. You need multiple layers of clothes. You need to make sure that you have on a scarf. You need to make sure you have on a hat. Our temperatures are already falling over the last 20 hours. It has definitely been proven that the temperatures are going to continue to fall. And even over the next 12, I think it's alarming to see that at 4 a.m. it's going to feel like 4 degrees. And yes, you'll be in the house at that time. But even when you wake up for your Sunday, it is going to feel very cold throughout the day on Sunday. Our high will be around 35 degrees, but it's only going to feel about 26. So make sure that you dress in layers and make sure that you are protecting those pipes, making sure that you check on your people, and definitely want to bring those pets that are not used, really any pets that are outside, they need to come in because it's going to be very, very cold overnight tonight and into your Sunday.
Good advice, Danielle, there. And the story continues Cold, cold, cold.
Oh, yeah. We want to hit the roads now with our Angelina Salcedo riding in our 11 Alive weather impact tracker. Angelina, are you still up in Banks County?
We are still in Banks County. We are still in the city of Commerce as well. And as we were showing you guys a little bit earlier, obviously the roads here have not been fully cleared off. But if you look in the distance, you will be able to see a plow that is currently clearing off the roads here. Keep in mind, we have a lot of crews that are out clearing these roads. It's just going to take them some time in order to get to these spots that have dealt with the heavier impacts from this storm. We are starting to see some decreased visibility here as the wind continues to pick up. We see the plow every once in a while. The top of the plow obviously has like a covering for the salt that is over it, and we see that kind of blowing around. We also see the flurries here from the snow that are left over or still coming down, blowing around here and decreasing our visibility. But as the plow kicks up this snow as well, you can see the snow blowing around. You can see that these roads were treated beforehand. You can see the track of the sand and the salt that the plow is leaving behind. And this is their goal here, to make sure that they clear off the slush that we're seeing, especially closer to the shoulders. The slush is kind of going to be pushed to the shoulders once they clear it off. And then they're going to leave this path here to try and make sure that that slush doesn't freeze over in the middle of the roads. Again, these are local roads because these are county roads. So this isn't going to be like our interstate from the highway. These are roads that are going to be treated by different counties. And as they continue to find trouble spots, crews across Metro Atlanta are going to make sure that they go out and make sure that these roads have been cleared. We talk a little bit about our northern counties as well. I was in White County last weekend when they were dealing with the ice storm there. We actually got an update from them saying that they also had some hazardous road conditions as they got the accumulation in certain spots of 2 to 4 inches of snow. And that's why they're still urging people to stay off of the roads up in White County if they can. Good news to report, because we did lose power last week after we went through that ice storm. Everybody has power. There are no power outages in White County right now. The shelters have also been closed, but they remain in place just in case they have to open them back up, given the fact that the temperatures are going to be so cold up in the mountains. We have seen a decent amount of crashes up in the mountains, by the way, and it's because of these conditions that you guys are seeing right here. Imagine conditions like this on roads that happen to be hilly at the same time. It creates a really, really difficult situation, not just for crews to try and get around to clear off these roads and treat them, but for any motorists that happen to try to venture out and kind of see what things are looking like. We've seen people here in Commerce doing that. Somebody waved at us. They were kind of like on a four-wheeler type of vehicle, and they're basically trying to see what things look like here. That's what officials are urging people not to do. Please stay home if you can stay home, because you want to make sure that these roads are clear for these crews that are working really, really hard, trying to make sure that the roads are clear, the trouble spots are clear, but also for our emergency crews as well, as they try to respond to any 911 calls that may arise.
Angelina, with that really important perspective there and getting to see the road crews at work in real time. Angelina, I know the last time we talked with you, you had seen a few vehicles that looked to have spun off the road there. Have you seen any more trouble spots like that? At least from our vantage point, it looks like most people are heeding that warning in Banks County and staying off the roads.
Most people are heeding the warning and staying off of the roads. We did see Georgia State Patrol kind of driving around trying to see maybe where these trouble spots are or respond to anybody who might need some help. One of the cars that we saw that ended up spinning out still had the lights flashing. So I can only imagine, hopefully that person when they spun out didn't happen to be there for that long. But we listened to the representative from GDOT speak to us as well and talk about the fact that the reason why they tell people to stay off of these roads is so that if they do spin out, they don't have to take away the time from the crews that need to be out doing some really, really important work to keep people safe and keep our roads clear as well. And not to put those people in some hazardous situations because they decided to venture out and then ended up spitting out, because it can be pretty dangerous for you to travel on these roads. So it's just the same message for people. Obviously, as we continue to go on through the night, we see the slush is going to freeze overnight. Once it's dark, you're not going to be able to see these slick spots that are on the roads. And that's, of course, something that's really, really important to keep in mind.
All right, Angelina, thank you so much. Rolling in our 11 Alive weather impact tracker up in Banks County. Thank you so much for that view that you've been providing us from all over Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. We are staying on top of breaking news out of Fulton County, where there has been widespread flooding inside the jail there.
And this is a story that we have been tracking on 11 Alive and on 11 Alive Plus right alongside you all day long. Here's what officials told us earlier about the flooding right here on 11 Alive Plus.
Areas impacted included the front entrance and lobby, medical clinic, officers' dining room, portions of the server room, and courtrooms. An estimated 70,000 gallons of water were released during this time. To facilitate repairs, water service to the building was temporarily shut down and has since been restored. An estimated 70,000 gallons of water was released during this time. On October 11th of 2025, a pipe burst during a planned repair causing flooding. At that time, several servers were damaged. The servers were replaced at a cost of $1 million. Today, these servers were affected by the water that happened at the pipe break today. We are still assessing the full damage of the servers that were affected. Restoration contractors are currently on site, as you can see, extracting standing water and assessing any additional remediation needs. Due to the closure of the front lobby area here at the jail, all employees and contractors are being directed to enter through the back entrance. The front parking lot should only be used by individuals picking up residents who have been released. The front lobby is expected to remain out of service at least until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, Sunday. Importantly, and this I want you to know, no inmate resident housing units were affected by the flooding. As soon as I heard about this, I came to the jail to walk around myself. I've since walked around. Water was high. I saw the damage to the servers. I saw computers that were affected, files, incident reports that were sitting in water, and it is now being remediated. Several people, contractors around the jail getting that water up still at this time at 2:30 from a flood that began at 5 a.m. this morning. When all the water is up, then these blowers will go into the areas to start to continue to dry up. You can imagine that we have a debilitating infrastructure here at the Fulton County Jail. And anytime there is a flood after flood after flood, no matter the cause, it just continues to contribute to the breakdown of the facility, of the continuing dilapidated conditions here at the Fulton County Jail.
All right, that was Fulton County Commissioner Mo Ivory. You just heard from there, and you heard her towards the end of that segment expressing her frustration with the conditions inside the Fulton County Jail and at the Rice Street facility. She also said during that press conference, she described what was going on as a, quote, a leadership fail. Important political context to know here. She recently announced her candidacy for Fulton County Commission chair. So there is an ongoing political campaign happening as well as this ongoing situation at the jail, not just today, but Jennifer, you know, there have been story after story after story of challenges at Rice Street.
Yeah, in dangerous conditions. We know the DOJ has become involved. We know that there's been a lot of back and forth between Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt, his advocacy for a new jail facility, and pushback from some members of the Fulton County Commission about how to best address this, whether it needs a new jail, whether it needs repairing, and how much money to use. So this is an ongoing issue here. We did hear during that news conference when we carried it live here on 11 Live Plus, questions about who all has been there from the Board of Commissioners. We know, again, we were just hearing from Mo Ivory. She did mention that Chairman Rob Pitts had been there earlier in the day, closer to 5 a.m. when it happened. We do also know right now, our Doug Richards is speaking with Commission Chairman Rob Pitts right now to get his reaction. We'll have much more of this conversation that we are having and hearing from those commissioners about what has taken place here at the Fulton County Jail. That'll be coming up tonight at 6 and 11. And of course, we'll keep you updated here on 11 Alive Plus and inside our 11 Alive News app.
Right now, though, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage here of winter weather across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Jennifer Bellamy and Zach Merchant with you this afternoon as the conditions are starting to approach the decline.
It has been a cold day, though, throughout, and it has been cold all over, including in Athens-Clarke County, where we find our Galat Malamed, who has Galat, I don't want to say your day has been better than mine was last week in Athens, but it was definitely icier last weekend. You've seen more sledding for sure this weekend. How are things where you are right now?
Yeah, certainly I'm having a more fun day in Athens, I think, than you did, Zach. And so are the people who were here. The students even earlier were telling me last weekend it was dangerous. They didn't even want to go out, rightfully so. Today they were trying to sled. We're at Clark Central High School where there's 2 people left on the hill right now. We came here because there was actually a decent crowd sledding down the field. Now it seems like people are probably starting to go home for the day. I feel like it's a little bit colder, so that's probably why. It's also just a light flurry now. And it really, it's a very light flurry coming down from the sky, but it's also hard to tell because of the wind. You could see here in the grass. So I put my foot down. Actually leaves a pretty big indent, but it seems like a lot of the snow is just moving sort of to this pile right here. And then you have other areas like the sidewalk where it's completely clear for part of it, and then some dusting further up. So it's kind of hard to gauge exactly how much snow is falling here because of the way the wind is blowing the snow. But nonetheless, it's been a very fun day for students here, both at the high school and on campus, where we saw a lot of different varieties of sleds. We saw cardboard boxes, Sterilite boxes, air mattresses, because obviously this is not something that people here are used to happening all the time, and understandably don't own sleds, but they're doing everything they can to just have the most fun they can out here.
We saw a lot of smiles in all these live shots and all the students you've had a chance to introduce us to. The question we always have to ask, too, is about the roads. You've told us so far today it's been pretty good. We can tell it looks colder there as the sun starts to go down. Yeah. Are the roads still doing okay, Galat?
Yeah, from what we've been able to see, the roads are doing okay. And the only change that I've really noticed with the roads is that it feels like the wind is picking up a bit here. So some of the snow that's over here has been moving onto the roads, creating a little bit of light dusting. Of course, though, county officials are warning people to stay off the roads because, even if your street looks okay, a few streets over, it could look different, especially with the way the wind's been blowing here, Zach.
And with Zach mentioned the sun going down out there, Gilad, are you seeing fewer people outside?
Yeah, definitely have been seeing fewer people. I haven't really seen anybody new show up to the field. It's basically just been people leaving. And even when we left campus, we're only a few blocks away from campus, but we decided, hey, let's try to find a new sledding hill because it seemed like people were clearing out a bit of the one on campus off Baxter Street. So it seems like as the day has been going on, people have kind of been heading inside more.
Yeah, and I'm sure those temperatures are starting to get colder and colder, and they're probably ready to head inside and get something to warm up. So, Gilad, thank you so much. We'll allow you to do that for a little bit. Thank you for your wonderful reporting of all the joys that you have found across Athens today. Thank you.
We're going to turn now to Danielle Moss. Folks in Athens-Clarke County, the sledders, they're getting ready for arguably the best part of the day, which is when you've been outside all day, you're cold, and then you go inside and you get snuggled up and get warm and dry.
Yeah, they need some soup and hot chocolate.
They do, and I think a lot of people, Danielle, may be in that same boat because it is going to get cold.
Boy, I could use a hot chocolate right now. It sounds delicious because it is so cold outside. No matter where you are and no matter what fell from the sky today, it is cold everywhere. So if you did get outside to enjoy this snowfall, I hope that you are taking this time now to warm up and listen to our warm voices. Here's a look at our current satellite and radar. We do have some few lingering snow showers that are continuing to push over into East Georgia, really going along I-20 eastbound. And really where Gilad is there in Athens, things are not so bad. And she said there are a few light flurries. And you can see that little gray blob right over Athens. That is that few light flurries that she was talking about. Most of the heavier snow is going to be closer to that state line near Elbert Albertson, and then further south going towards Augusta. Here in Metro Atlanta, we are almost completely done. We have one little speck that's near Forest Park and another little speck that is moving towards Rockdale. Here is a current look into Blue Ridge. It is a nice evening. A few very light snow flurries are still continuing to fall there. As you take a look into our University of North Georgia camera, this is absolutely gorgeous. Take it in while you can, because once the sun sets, you won't be able to see how beautiful it is there and all of that snow on the roads. One thing to note, you're not seeing a lot of students there at University of North Georgia in Dahlonega because it was much worse. So they are definitely opting to stay inside. But you can see in Athens, the people are out. The dogs are deciding to enjoy the snow this evening. Here's going to our road conditions, because this is another big part of the weather story. What's happening on our roads right now? Here in Metro Atlanta and across the 285 perimeter, we are seeing some wet areas, yes, but off to the east, we're still seeing some of that snowfall really make some concern, especially across that state line. You can see there on I-20 near Crawfordsville, that is very slow because they are getting really heavy snow bands right now. We are seeing that snow kind of dwindle down and we are getting into the calm. No accidents really. We have 2 stalled vehicles there, and that is in Norcross. But we are still going to continue to watch our winter storm severity index because the temperatures are so cold. So we have a high risk of seeing refreezing happening overnight. So even though some of those roads are starting to get a little bit slushy out there, as our temperatures continue to fall, the roads are less traveled. That's when things become very slick. Now, as far as active snowfall is concerned, we're going to see a little bit of a break, and then around 8 and 9 o'clock, we're going to be completely done with the snow. But the cold weather is really going to come in, and it's coming in from Canada, and it's definitely going to be a shock to the system. So you want to make sure that you are prepared for that, not only because it's cold outside, but our road temperatures are cold. So that means that we could be seeing a lot of refreezing, a lot of black ice will be possible. So make sure you take your time. Some people do have to get on the roads, but tomorrow's going to be another great day to really stay at home and enjoy that hot chocolate, Zach and Jennifer, because it's going to be cold out there. It's already cold, but tomorrow it's going to be a little bit worse, especially as you start your Sunday. It'll warm up by the time we get to Sunday afternoon.
You know what the old cliche is? News you can use? That is news you can use.
Yes.
Danielle Moss, thank you very much. And look, it is cold here. It is cold all across a very large stretch of our country. We're going to turn now to Jim Cantori with the Weather Channel, who is live in Duck, North Carolina. Wow, look at that. We're just seeing that image now.
We don't even have to ask how it is.
Yeah. Well, it's not a good beach day. How's that, guys? Definitely not a good beach day. And through here with these winds, 40, 50 miles per hour, with snow coming down sideways. At least we still got power. A lot of the lines here are buried underground, so hopefully that helps us out. But we're still seeing this storm blowing up off of the coastline. So the winds could actually get stronger than they are now. Okay, we could get 60, 70, certainly overnight and tomorrow morning. Snow is the heaviest it's been all day here. It's, a wetter snow than what you guys dealt with in northern Georgia, and certainly what we're seeing in interior North and South Carolina. But it's still miserable. I mean, that's it. And it's been brutally cold. Everybody's got, whether you're in the snow or out of the snow, it doesn't matter. Everybody's got these extreme cold weather alerts. Now, the other thing we're going to deal with tomorrow morning is potential coastal flooding. All right, we've got this astronomical high tide. Our tide gauge is forecast to go to 7 feet, which puts us in major here in Duck. And, you're talking about waves that are going to run right up onto the beach. We all saw those pictures over the summer down in Rodanthe and Buxton, that's south of me, of those homes falling into the water. And these are the kind of storms that certainly do this. We can get them from offshore hurricanes. We can get them from nor'easters and winter storms like this. So we'll see how they wind up certainly tomorrow when we get that big tide coming in and really have to dealing with hours and hours of the kind of wave action that we have out and through here. But, it's brutal. It stings. I took my neck gaiter off, and you can really feel the snow. It's more like sand on the side of your face here with it blowing horizontal at about 40 miles per hour. But other than that, as they say, not a fit night out for man nor beast. And everybody pretty much is staying off the roads here, which is good. They know the drill here in the Outer Banks, whether it's a hurricane or a winter storm. It's just not a good time to be outside on the roads. Guys, back to you.
Jim, I know the conditions there, just from looking at it, are very rough. I'm going to ask you a very brief question. If you've got to go, that's okay, too. Typically, we see Duck on our air when we are getting ready to be in hurricane conversation mode. This is a different kind of weather pattern. Can you ground us in history? How common is the winter storm in Duck, North Carolina?
I mean, you can get 2, 3, 4 of these in a winter period. And you know, oftentimes they do a lot of the damage on the beaches when we, you know, have a hurricane season where the storms, let's say, go into the Gulf or go down into Central America and really leave the East Coast alone. But that wasn't the case this past season. Even though they were all offshore, they were big, huge hurricanes. Cat 4s, Cat 5, we had 3 Cat 5s. So the wave action came all the way back. But yes, nor'easters, on average, to answer your question, we can get 2, 3, 4 of these a season like this, a blockbuster storm. And believe it or not, Zach, we're going to see an eye with this winter storm. It's not the same thing as the eye of a hurricane, but tomorrow afternoon on the satellite, this should be such a developed storm that I think we're actually going to see an eye with it, which is, you know, the biggest and the baddest with a very deep low pressure like this one's going to have.
Jim Cantori live for us in Duck, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Jim, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that really illustrates what we are starting to see along the eastern coast here. I don't think a lot of people think of the beach in a snowstorm, so that really is eye-opening, as we've heard now from Jim, and we've heard from Reynolds, and we heard from Julie as well, all there stationed along the eastern coast. So certainly a lot going on there.
And these big weather systems, it really does impact not just us here. When it rolls in, it can roll all the way up the East Coast like you just saw.
And our coverage will continue right here on 11 Alive Plus, as well as 11 Alive, as we prepare for 11 Alive News at 6. We're going to take a quick break, and our coverage will continue.